if you're a libtard, don't swipe on. What the fuck does it matter where my political affiliations land? If I treat you right, I'm loyal to you, and I'm just a good man to you. Why does who I voted for matter so much? I think that's one of the problems that we have in society. Women want to dictate how a man should think.
Who would want to date a maggot? Or vice versa, if you're a maggot, the people are too like far apart politically. You know, in politics, I don't think they can coexist in the same space. I know I couldn't, but like I can imagine dating a girl that was fucking MAGA, a black girl that's
But
MAGA,
wait a
a girl
second,
that's MAGA. I
Hakima,
couldn't imagine.
Hakima, don't even mute up. Let me ask you this: What what if you meet a girl and she's gorgeous and you have chemistry and she's MAGA and you're not, right? MAGA's not gonna be around forever, but you might be with that girl the rest of your life.
I don't think we have chemistry though. I don't think that would happen. I mean, because soon as we say any conversation gonna spark political a conversation in these days, so like it'll get there quick. So like, and I don't think the chemistry would ever get there. And that's my opinion. I don't think so.
Can I add to that real? Go
Yeah.
ahead, David. No, I was going to say this. I kind of understand Akima's point, and I probably would not agree. If we were having this discussion maybe 5, 6, or even 10 years ago, I would have said, "Hey, I don't care what your political affiliation is. If we vibe, let's vibe out, right?" Now that because I feel like the modern liberals, not all liberals, but just the liberal ideology is so far left, it would be hard for me to date a liberal man. And not
Wait,
because
hold on, hold on, hold
I
on,
would
hold on,
never argue. Go
hold
ahead.
on. No, no, don't mute up. Let's have a conversation. So you're pretty hot, right? I'll get that. Let's put that out of the way. You're a really good looking woman. So and you're like an undercover MAGA, in my opinion,
But I'm
right?
not MAGA. I'm
But
just
hold
partially,
on.
but I'm not
Let
MAGA.
me
But go
finish.
ahead,
Let
go
me
ahead.
finish.
You're back in there. I'll be quiet.
Let me finish.
No,
Let me
but go
finish.
ahead.
To me, you have you have you have MAGA tinges. Let's just say that, and that's fine. I don't really care. You voted for Kamala. You did it. No problem. Why would that stop? And you and I get along better than I get along with anybody in this app. Why would that prevent us from being together?
It wouldn't. For me, it wouldn't because here's the thing. I would not spend all day arguing with you if you. Let's say you were more liberal. Okay, I'll just take your scenario. It wouldn't. It wouldn't because I've gotten to know you on this app, and I know that you and I agree to disagree in politics, and it will not affect our friendship. Or if we were romantically involved, it would not affect our romance. But you see, a lot of modern humans, Americans, I should say, they're not mentally mature to respect people's political points of view without being hysterical and being triggered. Like the reason why I said today I would have a problem with dating a liberal man, and two, 5, 10 years ago, no. I say today because a lot of liberal leaning men, not all, are very Trump derangement syndrome. But that aside, let's take Trump out of the equation. They don't seem to have a moral code. Anything fucking goes. Transgender the kids, men and women's sports, abortions for all. Fuck God. Like what do they believe in? Right? Anything goes. The household can be topsy turvy. You can't discipline the children. The school can call your children they them, right? The school can lead your children out onto ICE protests, and the parents on the back sideline cheering like, yeah, F Trump, F ICE, right? You let the school system indoctrinate your children. This is what I feel like I would be dealing with if I have to date a liberal man. And if I say, hey, no, can we just go pray today? Maybe eat some Chipotle? You don't have to listen to fucking MAGA, Chipotle. The owner of Chipotle donated to Trump's campaign. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just giving you an example. I think the modern day leftists, not all, I have to stress that, they're just too far gone and they're never at peace. They're perpetually depressed and complaining. How can a woman have a peaceful relationship if you're in a relationship with a man who's perpetually angry and uptight about politics? And liberals are perpetually angry because of
I think liberals give too much power to Trump by
that
being
part.
angry at him. Me personally, I don't really give a shit. I don't wake up thinking about Donald Trump. I'm not going to bed thinking about Donald Trump. I don't care. Now, it's different for me. Well, yeah, no. Listen, here's the thing, Kimo. And I'm going to say something that's polarized. And I believe this, though. I think people of color in America need to worry and think about Donald Trump. White, the cracker in the corner, he don't have to worry about Donald Trump. He ain't coming after me. You know, he's not going to have the police state come after me. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Well, listen, the police state is not coming after Black Americans either, but let Black Americans, not all. I find that on this app, I have to be very specific with my words. A lot of left-leaning Black Americans believe, let me rephrase, a lot of left-leaning Black Americans believe that right now, that Trump and his army of white supremacists is waiting in the wings to arrest them and haul them off to some concentration camp, right? I've been hearing this rhetoric for the past 2 or 3 years between Fanbase, TikTok, and Clubhouse. So,
do you think if he could, he would?
I don't because why? Like, what would be the benefit? What, if y'all can tell me what would be the benefit of Trump rounding up blacks and getting rid of blacks, as if we don't understand our...
Getting rid of blacks is a benefit to his white supporters. I'm not saying he's trying to do that, but I think if he could, he definitely would. But like you say, he's not targeting us. Like targeting don't mean that he's trying to put it in a concentration camp. It ain't got to be that extreme. It can be going after our history. It can be going after DEI. It can be going after all the things that he's doing that's focused on black people, the voter rights thing. Like to say that that's not a bull down on black people is like not really paying attention or admitting to what you're actually seeing.
No, and I agree with that.
It don't got to be concentration camps, but there is a target on black by this administration.
No, and Hakima, please, no, I recognize, now listen, and Hakima, you probably have heard me say this, because we've been in rooms before when we've had these political conversations, but I have stated that just because I voted for Trump in the last election, I had my reasons for that. It does not mean that I support everything this man does. Just like I'm sure you agree whether you voted for in the past, you know, you might vote blue no matter who, regardless, you know, just because. But it doesn't, I would like to think it doesn't mean, that doesn't mean you agree with all the policies that a Democratic president put forth, you know, whether it be Biden, Clinton, or Obama, right? So I agree with you. Do I think, I've certainly had my criticisms this year about some of Trump's, you know, moves, and especially as relates to the black community. I still don't regret not voting for Kamala, but at the same time, my thing is this. If Trump's administration is anti-black, it's not the first anti-black administration, and it's not the last.
That's definitely the most blatant in the last 40 years.
Oh, shit.
Definitely the most blatant.
Hold on, my boss is calling. I gotta take this call. Sorry, JP.
It's okay, no problems. Say hello to Joss. Ash, come up, Ash. Retro, how you doing, Retro? We got Dawn. Moosey, what's up, Moose? There's Will there. This is Unhealthy Debates. If you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Have men become too pussified? Is Me Too still a thing? I think men are afraid to be men. They're afraid to speak their mind. What's up, John Wiley? They're afraid to speak their mind without being canceled, because cancel culture is real. And that's where we're at in the conversation. If you want to come up, raise your hand. Everybody's welcome to the stage. Just be civil and be respectful. Thank you.
Can I comment to JP about the mental health issue that you brought up earlier about how you don't like it being blamed, that mental health, people need to get help?
Be my guest. Go ahead.
I'm a living testament of that. I later in life, after menopause, was diagnosed with a mental health issue, and I had to go out of state to get the help that I needed to be able to be medicated, to be able to be a productive member of society. And I just come to terms with the fact that this is an issue that I'm going to probably have for the rest of my life, and it's not going to go away. And yes, there is help. Yes, there are things available, and they're readily available to people. And we need to, I don't know what we need to do as a society, but I know what I need to do as an individual. I need to accept it. realize it and move forward with it
Well,
and do what I need to do.
Here's a problem I have. I have no, listen, I see a therapist twice a week. I proudly say it. I get help. But here's the problem. When
Funds
some
security
idiot
pushes
lowlife
on his
walks into a
victim.
school and shoots 17 kids and they blame it on mental health, I'm tired of that. I'm just tired of always having a crutch and excuse of why somebody did something. You know, we need to address it so it doesn't happen. How we address it, I have no idea. But I think that too many people use it as a crutch to get away with bad things. Just that's what I meant to say, Judith. I didn't mean to insult you or anybody else with mental health issues.
I think it is I just agree with you on, help is available and we need to as individuals seek out that help and take responsibility. And I think it has to do with the pussification of men too, because if they need help, they need to ask for help. And they need to get over themselves and they need to be accountable. I think people need to love themselves more and be accountable to themselves.
I agree 100%.
Narcissistic egomaniac is the most powerful person on the planet. So I think the whole point of the Bible, and I'll sum it up right here, is the same as any of the other great spiritual documents, is to keep us from shitting in our own meskit and destroying our own world, which we're doing at an ever exponential rate.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good discussion. David, you're next. David, you're next.
Yeah, well, I wasn't trying to necessarily respond to that.
You can wait. You can wait. You can talk about whatever you want, buddy.
I was with John trying to think about how these different accounts that it didn't happen in the age of a messianic time. Like, America's got its own post Jesus set of prophets of evangelical nature. You've got Seventh-day Adventists, Mormons, Church of was it
Latter-day Saints?
Latter-day Saints, yeah, but they're Mormon. There's another one. These are non-negligible parts of American belief systems that, they are young Earth creationists, and they spawn all of the conspiracy theory, the government sucks. Like the thing in Waco here in Texas, that Branch Davidian thing, that is a Seventh-day Adventist set of nonsense that says that in the 1840s there were some people that had prophecy after Revelation.
I thought it was David Koresh sense of nonsense.
Yeah, but he's like
I think he arguably could have been anything, and he would have had his followers. No.
You can say no. Look into it as it spawned from a branch of Adventists.
Correct. Well, I missed that.
Post Jesus prophecy. Just
I
Muhammad.
made my point. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just saying that it wasn't like he himself said he was the second coming. He didn't start it that way. He started off of a fertile group of people who already believed in prophecy after resurrection. This is sort of an American breed of Christianity. It's not Catholic. It's not Protestant. It is Protestant, but it's not Baptist and not Methodist. They're Adventist. They run like 100 hospitals. They're not trivial to everybody.
Anything else, or are you good?
Just curious about the post Jesus prophecies in that being part of Christianity today. People say they're Christian.
They're not Christian.
Tell me more, right? Well, then why? How are they any less crazy than a Shia Muslim? When people say, "Oh, Sharia law" or something like that, how is it okay to have a Mormon politician if they're not Christian? They seem to be Christian. They use a hierarchy of Christianity to get along in life.
I don't understand your question.
It was to the room. It was. How
Yeah, I know it was
how
to the
are
room, and I know it was to the room.
How are evangelicals not seem to be wackos? That's what I'm asking.
They're
How
wackos.
are? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he referring to this way far out branch of what they would like to call Christianity, but it's not true Christianity, and it's
Well,
primarily
that's your opinion.
based on the historical knowledge.
Doesn't matter what it's based
Doesn't
on.
align with
It
traditional
doesn't matter what.
Welcome to the show, Bow Wow. Dude, she's such a fucking liar.
I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't care for the most part, but whatever. Like, I came in here, I thought you were like playing previous nights or whatever. I don't know.
No, bro.
That was funny.
That chick is a fucking waste of time, bro. I mean,
Oh, really?
that other chick, Cindy in LA, holy shit, bro. Talk about a waste of time. Whoa.
Low IQ?
Dude, I mean, she's like, oh, I missed my workout time. Now I have to go to 5 o'clock when the guy is hot instead of the girl is hot. It's like, she's like, oh, I'll put you in touch with my agent. My agent will take care of it. She's like fucking retarded, bro.
Fun time.
I mean, you can pretend you're something or somebody, but eventually you might have to get a job, you know? I mean, how many years can you sit in a clubhouse room and like not say anything intelligent? Now, see, I read a book this morning that puts me in the top 1%.
Yeah, you are 1%, John.
Yeah, but that's only because I read. In fact, my cell phone is sitting on the book that I just read right now. That means you are standing on Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness. Do you think you're too altruistic, or do you think you're selfish just enough?
I'd like to think I am. In the grand scheme of things, I'd like to think I'm the betterment of altruism, but my actions prove otherwise sometimes because I'm human, and I can only be selfish. I mean, isn't the thought of altruism just another opinion? It's my opinion being projected into the world.
Well, moral pronouncements are important. So, you know, when Yasmin told you that John Kitover was playing a recording of you, did you question her values?
No, because you can't question anything she does.
Well, I'm selling pictures of her pussy. Do you want to buy some pictures of her pussy? $1 a picture. All proceeds go to the Rebbe.
No thanks.
All right. Well, let me know if you change your mind and you want to see that wet Iranian, slime.
Oh yeah.
She's a good girl, they said. She's a classy girl. And then they heard the recordings of her on Clown House, and they said, that's my Yael? Yael! How could you talk like that on the internet? That's Yael? Oh no! Yael, you said that? Oh no, Yael! I'm taking you out of the will, Yael. I'm calling my lawyer on my I'm taking Yael out of the family will. Could you imagine if I actually got her removed from like her family's estate because of the vulgar, profane, obnoxious, and how much time she wastes talking to R words because she herself is fully R worded out.
I know, I tell you.
So,
What are you at the gym?
Anything else to ask or talk
Yeah,
Nice.
about the room
fucking
is run?
gain weight.
Well, you know, it's so much of it just you got to work out every day, but then how much it's not what you eat.
Yeah, it's how much you eat. Yeah,
It's how much.
calories,
Yeah. Like if you go to Chipotle, don't get the burrito, just get the bowl and don't get any extra chicken. You gotta like eat the minimum, not the maximum.
Yeah, I'm self-aware. The problem is you know, a job a few months ago, you become more sedentary because you're sitting at a desk.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh yeah, no problem. I was eating 3 times a day, or 3.5 times a day as opposed to just 2, right? And I don't know. And then I packed on fucking 15 pounds in like a month. I'm like, holy shit.
You could lose that in a month. You know, the thing is, you gotta make sure you sweat and break a sweat every single day.
Yeah.
It only takes 15 minutes to break a sweat.
Unfortunately, at this age, you can't be sedentary.
You can't, dude. If you don't move, you're gonna die.
Yeah. One day, it's like fucking 4 or 5 days a week. You have to be.
Just think about how much time you spent listening to Yael, that stupid twat, and that stupid other girl in Los Angeles who thinks she's an actress. If you took all the time that you spent listening to their retarded voices and you put that into the gym, bro, you would be gold. You would be made of gold. You would be made of gold. So what does that tell you? These women are vampires. They are attention economy vampires.
All women are whores.
No, they're attention economy vampires. They are parasites. Parasites.
They are parasites.
But I'm actually in the Yael pussy picture business where I've like recreated her pussy 1,000 times in AI, and I've started an entire business based off of one horrible person's private pussy photos. And it's true artwork. I've like inverted it. I've had like AI expand it and then zoom it back and then overlay the universe on it, and it's very artistic now. You actually can't tell that it's a pussy. It actually looks like a roast beef sandwich from a Jewish delicatessen.
Is it Audi or Ninny?
Yael has huge labia. You've never seen Yael's pussy photos?
No.
Oh, she was fucking a Palestinian man, and she was sending dirty photos of her pussy. And then then I kept asking. I was like, everybody keeps talking about when can I see it? And finally, the right psychotic asshole that hates that bitch finally said, John Kitover, I got you. These are for you. Do you know Bussy?
I think so.
Yeah, Bussy
The
is.
transgender?
He's like a gay Latino, but he sounds like a gay black guy to me. Yeah, he's the one who gave me Yael's collection of photography work. She's a gifted photographer as well. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I know.
Her pussy photos are her greatest work. Anyways, I'm just totally kidding about all these pussy photos, but it's fun to mock that fucking obnoxious woman. Because as a Mischling, she loves to say that I culturally appropriate her religion, her cult, etc. It's like she said so many things to me. She's called me a P word. She has labeled me with a lot of shit. It could be projection. It could be projection. Hard to know for sure. Look at JoJo's PTR. Isn't that beautiful? An overweight white and black man in lingerie, kissing,
Oh my
taking a
God.
selfie. JoJo just.
Oh, that fucking
That's
scary.
super pride right there. That's super pride strength. That's pride victory right there. Mm. Yeah, good one, JoJo. Excellent work. Excellent. I should take a selfie of that. I mean, take a screenshot of that and incorporate that into like a new political campaign.
Instagram.
Diversity, pride. You are beautiful. You are beautiful.
Right. Thank you, Cora.
So these things shouldn't bother you. If someone is raping someone,
Why would they not bother it?
No, of course it bothers atheists because just like Cora said, they have empathy. I'd be willing to bet you that the majority.
Hey Hans, I'll be willing. Hey Hans, I'll be willing to bet that you can stay on mute and not interrupt.
I waited till she was done. And she just said, no, he's fine. So
Okay, then he can talk to me. He can talk to me. You can go back on mute. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm mad.
Yeah, so these things, shouldn't bother you if, it doesn't, concern with you. So, like the society, humanity.
All right. Anything? Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I think I want to say, just because something's subjective doesn't mean you don't care about it, right? So I subjectively am bothered by people harming other people. I'm bothered when people are hurt. I'm bothered when the groups I'm in aren't functioning well because people are harming each other or victimizing each other. That's where my morality comes from. It's still a subjective position, right? And it is centered in my humanity, right? In my empathy, in my relationships with other people. And believe it or not, religious people get theirs the same way. They just like to overlay this idea that they're somehow superior because they've made up this hierarchical structure that it's somehow coming from some objective place, which isn't the case at all. It's coming from the subjective place of people that lived in the Bronze Age.
If I said that, I don't believe in humanity, I don't care, someone gets hurt or not, because I just care about myself. I'm just being a logical person, just care about myself.
Yeah, you're being selfish and self-centered.
Yeah,
Right?
you're being selfish and self-centered. Right.
You're going to have a hard time dealing with the societies. You're going to be ostracized as someone that doesn't want to associate with you. So if you're the person that wants to go around raping and stealing, and whether or not you get caught or not, the society in which you're doing it in is probably going to ostracize you and somehow eradicate you from that society.
And I know a lot of people that are atheists and that believe in God that do exactly that. Both do that.
Yeah, I'm not kind of a small robot. I'm a big mafia. I have many bodyguards, and police and the politicians, they are my payroll. Okay, in that case, we all know nobody get the justice out here in this world.
Okay, justice can be served. However, you're trying to imply that if this person that you're implicating does not ever get caught, when do they get punished? Is that what you want to get to?
Yeah.
Yeah. You hold. Are you a God believer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you hold that something's going to happen to somebody when they die. Yes.
Yeah.
Not everybody holds that belief. We can understand that there are people in the world that do atrocious things and don't get caught. It sucks. We don't like it. So you ask, why does it bother us? It bothers us because we wish that not happened. That's why it bothers us.
And if I were you, I would double check with your bodyguards because a little bird told me they're planning to turn on you.
Hey, can atheists who aren't mods speak in this room?
Well, let me go through the queue and then we'll open it up. And as long as it's civil, we just got 2 more people in the queue, and then absolutely. Legalist left. It appears that way. Okay, so next is Enrique. Andrikis. Hi, Andrikis.
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Good.
Yeah, this conversation always deeply confuses me. I'm not sure at what point in a religious person's thinking that their own internal considerations and feelings got switched off, or they think they got switched off. Like the way if an action is taken against them, or they take an action against somebody. I mean, unless you have severe psychological issues where, you know, you're some kind of like a psychopath or something where you don't have those emotional responses. For a religious person to not recognize those reactions and to not understand that that's very likely the bottom level base foundation of where moral considerations even come from in the first place, I'm just completely mystified by how they think that unless you have the God belief, that those things don't, that those feelings don't occur, that those moral considerations don't occur within a person. I can't understand what they're trying to argue when they say that, when he just made that decision, that thing, like if somebody steals something, you shouldn't feel anything about it.
Well, maybe they're just trolling, or maybe they're just idiots. What do you think?
Yeah, it's got to be one of those two things. Because like I said, unless you've got severe psychological issues that are just blocking those average normal human responses, you've just got to be doing something to make people feel stupid for being atheists or something. That could be that. There can't be any genuine motivation into saying something.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, is it Amy? Let me see.
Hello, everyone.
Army. Hi, Army.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Well, English isn't my first language, so please would you just bear with me.
Okay.
I do have if
What?
someone was born into a religion they didn't choose, how can they be sure that they are religious?
They cannot. The answer is they cannot.
I thought so. And one last thing. If I am at a point in my life where I have questions and my belief doesn't answer those questions, so am I still identified as a religious person if I am truly questioning everything I was told my entire life? If I think that the book doesn't serve me justice, I think that I don't believe in what I was told my entire life, am I still a religious person if I cannot put my hand into something I trust? If no one can answer my question, what am I identified as?
You have the answer. The answer is you have to make that decision for yourself.
Well, actually, I think it's
Yeah.
not that easy.
It's not that easy.
Yes, after living it for 35 years old, being told everything in your entire life, and now you have questions and no one is answering you.
If it was that easy, you wouldn't have to ask the question, right? I don't think she liked what I said.
Wait, what is she asking? What's the
I
question?
think I appreciate where she's coming from.
Hello?
I appreciate very much. You're going through a very difficult time. You could ask 10 people the same question, and they could give you 10 different answers. The bottom line is you have to answer the question for yourself. And if you cannot answer the question for yourself, then maybe you need to do a little more soul searching. Maybe do a little more educating. Maybe you want to ask the question to more people that you trust. But eventually, the only one that can make the best decision for you is you. It is my pleasure.
I missed the question. I'm just curious. What was the question?
Because, I fixed my audio in the background.
All right, Communist, you can stay unmuted. Just give me 10 seconds. She was born a religion. She was told she was into her religion. Now she's starting to doubt it. She's wondering what religion she really is. That, in a nutshell, is what she was saying.
Gotcha.
Okay, Communist, go ahead. Remember, no questions about the rules of the room, just the topic.
I was wanting to talk to Army really quick.
Oh, you know what, Cora? Go ahead. It's fine.
So, Army, I think a lot of people, like I was raised in a religious household. I think the difference is I never was able to believe the things that they were telling me, but I did try because I felt I needed to fit in with my family and, you know, their cultural preferences and all of that. But around the time I was like 13, I started not questioning, because I didn't question, I already knew I didn't believe it, but I started looking into, more as a curiosity of why did they believe this, right? And I started studying their religion, other religions, from a more academic standpoint, airing things, and it really became something I was like curious about, and enjoyable, and I realized along the way that I don't have to believe things to know about them and understand them, right? And for me, it makes it easy to like engage in practices with people that are religious without, being like oppositional to them, even though I don't believe what they're doing, right? And so I don't think just because you're an atheist, you need to be like oppositional when in certain settings around religion. But you can be honest about like, I understand what you're doing, but I don't believe it. That's kind of where I'm at.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
Now I am at a point in my life where I think that morality has nothing to do with any religion. There are some times when religion made me feel less of a human being just because I'm a woman. And I live in Egypt, in our country, and life isn't that easy for a woman any place around the world. But with the religion equation, it doesn't serve us justice. Now I think that morality and humanity has nothing to do with being religious. Actually, you could be religious and less of a human. I've seen people who are very religious, but they are monsters. And I have seen people with no religion whatsoever, and they are wonderful human beings. So to be human, to be kind, to be righteous, to have empathy, it has nothing to do with a religion. And let me say this, doesn't feel safe. Doesn't feel safe.
Well, it's
to
not.
even share my thoughts with anyone around me.
Yeah, it sounds like you're well on your way to being
maybe
more of a rationalist about these things, Army, which is a good thing. And but I think the main thing is, and I don't know your background or anything, but always number one, stay safe, right? But we should all strive to be able to like reach our own, level of self-actualization and self-expression, and not be oppressed by the preferences of others. So I hope you're staying well and safe.
Cora, that was beautiful. You were the right person at the right time to talk to her. Okay, we're going to go to Communist, and then if it's okay with JCC and the other mods, we'll go popcorn.
Again,
Communist?
Why?
He wanted.
Yeah, so you guys did a whole lot of skipping over these things, which is...
Oh my god, dude, stop.
Okay, like I said, talk about the issues, don't talk about how the room is run, if you want.
Okay, so could I make a complaint? Can I complain?
You can complain. You can complain on the weekend. Okay, so you can complain on the weekend. Come back on the Saturday or Sunday show. Okay, if it's okay with the other mods, I'm gonna go on mute and we can go popcorn or JCC, Cora, and Elliot's a green bean. Good.
What's up, Dave? You got a...
Well, yeah, I was kind of interested in what is in the room made the case for the resurrection of Jesus.
Well, I'll go first. Oh, JCC, go first.
Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I do not believe that Jesus died and was resurrected. I believe it's impossible for anybody to be verifiably dead for 3 days and come back to. I don't think it's ever happened on the planet at all, I think.
I have a question.
Well, let Dave respond because he asked a question. So.
Sorry, my apologies. But I guess Steve, I was asking specifically, what do you make of like the case? Obviously, you don't believe in it, otherwise you presumably wouldn't be an atheist. But like, are you familiar with the case for it? And if so, like, kind of what's your rebuttal to it?
Yeah, I'm a theist, and I think it's a very seductive lie.
I'll be happy to answer. It's scientifically impossible. It's medically impossible. It is biologically impossible. By all of the information that I have learned throughout my life, it is impossible for anybody to be verifiably dead for 3 days and then come back to life. I think that I don't believe in the paranormal or the supernatural. By definition, the paranormal and the supernatural go against the laws of nature. And generally speaking, I don't go against the laws of nature. So the resurrection, I do not believe that it happened. Does that support my belief, my stance enough for you?
It explains why you hold it, for sure. I guess the worry is that there might be some begging the question of, like, naturalism in there. Let's reverse it. Why don't you give me your case for it happening? Please be specific. Sure. The general structure of the case would be that I think we have testimony in the 4 Gospels saying that Jesus was resurrected. I presume you'd agree with that. I do not agree that they are either telling the truth or that they actually. Well, let's just say I don't believe they're telling the truth. We'll start there. Okay. And so, do you think they're lying, or do you think they're honestly mistaken? If someone's not telling the truth, they're not telling the truth. It doesn't matter if they're lying or mistaken. Right, but my response would, like, be different based on whether you think they're lying or honest. I know that. But you don't have any preference between those two options? Doesn't matter to me. I think, I don't think they're telling the truth. Period. End of story. Okay, well, we're gonna kind of have to discuss those separately, right? Because that's the. I don't mind. You're the one that has the burden of proof because we're reversing it. I'm accepting the burden of proof. I'm just dialectically trying to figure out which path you want to go down. The path. Whatever path you want to go down, I don't care. All right. Well, then let's consider the idea that they were lying about it. All right. And we can go back to honestly mistaken if you want to. Sure. So, kind of one objection to the idea that they are lying about this would be the willingness on the part of the apostles to die for this. In some cases, actually die for this.
Thousands of people die for a lie. It's called war.
Hans, hold on a second, please.
Go ahead. They're willing to die. They're willing to die for a lie. Okay. We know that's happened before, right? For example, war. Do the participants in war die knowing that something is a lie? Like, what is an example? Because war doesn't even really seem to be over proposition. Right? How about Hitler? How about Hitler? What lie did he die for? That the Jews were responsible for the state of Germany? Yeah, I don't think he died for that lie. Well, why did he die?
because he bit off more than he could chew by,
And how did he bit off more than he could chew? What was
by
said?
attacking all of Europe, specifically, attacking Russia. Obviously, is what some.
He had the Germans behind him because he blamed everything bad about Germany on the Jews. Isn't that correct?
Sure, but that's not what.
No, sure. And he lied because he knew it wasn't true. Okay, well, there you go. You asked me for an example.
But why are we saying he died for this lie?
I have another example because I come from a Muslim background. So a lot of Muslims die in the name of Allah, and that is a lie for you. So there is an example.
All right, thank you for the example. Please continue, sir.
I think the difference there, though, would be that.
I don't think that's on point, but that's fine. Please continue. I think Hitler is directly on point.
All right, I actually think that's a better counterexample. With all due respect, Steve, I think that's a better counterexample. But
well, he said all Muslims believe it, and that's a lie. That's not true.
Well, I think he was saying, specifically, say, the 9/11 bombers, for example, right? They died for a belief that I'm going to regard as a lie.
Just like in the history of Christianity, a lot of people died for their faith.
But we're not talking about people dying for their faith, sir. We're talking about people dying for lying.
Right, but the hypothesis we're going with, right, is that their faith is a lie.
His example has no indication of lying. That's what I'm saying. My example does.
Yeah, I think he's saying by my lights, this is a lie.
I want to refer to Muslim faith is a lie for him.
Yeah, I know. Please go on mute. The Muslim faith is a lie. I understand. Go on mute. That may be true, but not all Muslims are lying. They believe it. So anyway, sir, please continue.
Well, and I think that's actually the critical point, right, Steve, is that I think they actually believe it. And so this is evidence of sincerity, their willingness to die for their Muslim beliefs. The difference with the
I agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
If I could just finish.
You could
finish. The difference with the apostles is that they're supposed to have seen this themselves, right? So they're not believing this on the basis of what someone else told them, the way that Muslim markers are. So that'd be the key difference.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, by their own accounts, they didn't actually witness the resurrection. So,
where are you getting that from?
No, they scattered like Jesus said they would.
They literally they witnessed the aftermath of someone claiming there was a resurrection. The tomb was empty, okay, but they didn't actually witness the resurrection occurring. They didn't witness.
Oh, you're talking about the resurrection event.
Back to life.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. What they claimed to have witnessed though was the resurrection of Jesus.
When we just established they lied.
Well, we didn't, right? I gave you a...
No, we did. They did not witness the resurrection. They heard people telling them.
Wait, who told them?
Cora just said.
They did not see Jesus come back to life, is the point they're trying to make, Dave. And no one
did. I already granted that, right? But I said that they saw the resurrected Jesus. Is Cora saying that someone told them about that? Because if so, then if that's not what she's saying, then that's just not relevant to the argument, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It makes far more sense.
It could have been that they literally saw a Jesus that was unconscious and placed in a tomb and then removed from the tomb and nursed back to some level of health, but still had scars and cuts and things like that. So that he was even placed in a tomb instead of thrown into a mass grave hints at that as well. That just didn't happen. People that were crucified were just thrown in a pile.
Sorry, what is your evidence
They weren't
for that?
given special burial rites in Joseph of Arimathea's personal, tomb.
What is the evidence?
A freshly made tomb that was only a 2-minute walk from the cross.
Hang on, I'm trying to see if Cora can back this up.
Records of how Roman crucifixions went.
Which ones are you appealing to, and are they about Judea?
They are about Judea.
No, they're
literally, there's an actual site where all of the bodies of people that were crucified were thrown
Not in Judea. In fact, we have no archaeological evidence of mass graves in Judea, and we have explicit testimony from Josephus that prior to the Jewish-Roman War, even crucifixion victims were buried. And this is backed up in like the discovery, for example, of the ossuary of Jehoiakim, son of Haggol. He was a crucifixion victim. The nail is in fact still in his feet, and yet he was given a proper burial. So I know it's a popular talking point, but I don't think the evidence backs that up.
Do you believe in the Shroud of Turin, Dave?
No, but I also haven't
So you think the Shroud of Turin is a fraud?
I don't have like a super defined opinion on it, but I'm inclined to think that it's like a Eastern Orthodox relic that was mistaken by the Crusaders for being an actual
Fair enough.
relic.
Okay, so how many millions of people believe that the Shroud of Turin is real?
Don't have statistical data on how many people.
I bet there's quite a bit, don't you?
Probably.
Mel Brooks is keying off on it these days to make some extra cash. He's saying the Shroud of Turin is legit.
Can you get to the point?
Well, my point is that a lot of people are easily seduced by a lie that they want to believe. Like, they want to believe that someone is going to pay for their sins. They want to believe that they're going to go to heaven and see Uncle Bob. They want to believe that they're going to live forever. So it's very seductive, this lie. And there are 2 billion people that do believe that Jesus is the one and only Messiah. But they also believe that this idea of the resurrection is a monstrous lie, right? So I don't think you have much to stand on by saying that he magically came back to life, because no one...
Hey, Hans, do they want to believe that all their family members are going to go burn in hell?
What's that?
Do you think that those people want to believe that their family members are going to burn in hell because they don't believe?
That's right. And that's why
you think that they do want to believe that?
Christianity is a very seductive lie.
No, I don't think you heard what I said. You think that they want to believe that their family members will burn in hell?
Well, I can think of a few family members that don't burn in hell. No, I have a question on this message. They want to believe there's this day.
Christians.
Same way you originally brought up Hans. They are always solicited. No one believing. I believe in them. That's the form that they want to believe. I'll be just giving you a counterexample of that.
No one wants to believe that. That's why it's a very seductive lie.
How are you defining it as a lie, though? What gives you the logic that you are right when you say it's a lie?
Well, you're the one that mentioned logic. It's completely illogical that someone is dead for 36 hours. Blood is coagulated.
Yeah, but Hans,
flies are walking on their eyes.
Hans, this is based on their beliefs in that God has the ability to rise a body from the dead. So that's why they believe it. You understand that, right? So
I love believing that.
I'm happy for you. But the problem with this whole martyrdom claim that the apostles demonstrate that they're sincere, but it still doesn't completely make the resurrection true, right? Just because they have...
Never claimed it is.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
I said that that's an argument against the proposition that they're lying. Now, you could try to maintain, okay, maybe they're not lying, but they're honestly mistaken in some way. Cora kind of hinted at that with saying, that, hinting to like a swoon hypothesis. Maybe Jesus didn't really die on the cross. We can dig into that if you want to. But point being, I think it's going to be a little bit, like my response is going to look different. In any case, I'm not just saying it's true because they were sincere about it. I'm saying they weren't lying because they were sincere about it.
You would have to intend to lie for it to be a lie. I don't think they intended to lie. I think they believed what they were told.
Why are we assuming that this is what they're told? Their claim is that they saw the resurrected Jesus.
They didn't see Jesus come back to life.
Well, they claim to.
Just because you claim something doesn't mean it's true fact.
I know, but you're saying that you don't think that they're lying. So then you have to explain how someone can honestly come to think that they witnessed a resurrected person.
Okay,
and you're...
Sorry, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
Well, so I was just saying that you were saying like, oh, well, someone told them this.
But I'm not going to believe I experienced something because someone told me I experienced it. That would be absurd. So what has to be accounted for is the content of their experience. This isn't something they believe because someone else told them.
If I'm a death cult leader, right, like which is common, like a messianic death cult leader, right, around that time, and I have a ritualized dinner, and then I take some spice poison so that I can hallucinate while I'm like praying in a garden, right? Then I get arrested before I can take the antidote and crucified while I'm still tripping. Right, and then they take me down before I'm actually dead because they didn't break my legs. They actually cut lungs so that the fluid would drain out, right? And then I got nursed back to, by some people overnight, and I came out and I'm still in a psychotic state, and I probably fried my brain, and I'm going to tell people I came back from the dead. Like, seriously, dude. Like, there's so many other explanations than the man actually came back from the dead.
Yeah, the question is, are they better explanation?
By the way, that he came back from the dead. That's the
no, I believe.
Boris was pretty well done.
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree.
When you say better explanations, right, depends on who you're asking. Of course, from the God believers, they're going to say, no, we have a better explanation because God is all powerful and almighty, right? So that's why.
Well, JCC, there are criteria of best explanations, right? More parsimonious explanations, explanatory power, explanatory scope, et cetera, right? So it's not just a matter of like there are actual criteria of what makes an explanation valuable.
What? Well, what is the criteria that justifies Jesus rising from the dead?
The general criteria that I just listed for a imprint to the best explanation.
And I love that best explanation. Like, you have to eliminate a lot of other cultural practices and historical context to get to that being the quote best explanation. Like, it's silly. There were all sorts of other practices in the region, all throughout that area, that mimic the same things. Even like the story of Lazarus, right, is indicative that there were common like practices. Like, I think the better explanation for Lazarus was he freaking went unconscious from doing some sort of like ritualized, hallucinogenic thing, and they thought he was dead. They put him in there, and Jesus went in, gave him an antidote, or like talked him, got him revived, but he wasn't really dead. He was just like unconscious, and then brought him out. Did he smell? Was he in there a while? Sure, but he probably smelled because he shit himself. Like, seriously, there's so many other better explanations.
Corey, have you read that story recently?
I have.
Because Jesus doesn't go in the tomb in that story.
No, he calls him out. But you know what, Dave? It makes far more sense in the Synoptic Gospels where they talk, and I'm sure you're familiar with this. This rabbi comes to Jesus and says, "Save my daughter," right? And Jesus comes in the house, all these people are shrieking because they think the daughter's dead. And what does Jesus tell these people actually happened to the daughter?
You'll probably have to refresh my memory.
Well, he tells them she's not dead, she's asleep. She's like unconscious, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's far believable than what these people who were not lying when they told us she was dead. They believed that she was dead out of their own ignorance. They believed that.
They didn't know the difference between a sleeping person and a dead person?
Stop freaking out. She's just sleeping. So
it wasn't uncommon.
Torah is saying there's far more easy, believable explanations to what happened with Jesus than he rose from the dead. And if you read the Bible, you know, and I bet you know this, that Jesus said the only sign that will be given this generation is the sign of Jonah. Well, if you read the 3 pages of Jonah, the second shortest book in the entire Bible, it says Jonah fainted twice. He fainted in the belly of the fish, and he fainted again on the hillside. He fainted. So it makes far more sense that people on the cross for 2 or 3 days and have to break their
lengths to kill them. Jesus was only on the cross for 3 to 6 hours. And even in the gospel, when Joseph goes to get the body, Pilate says, he marveled, he's dead already? So, yeah, it makes sense that he fainted and recovered.
Hans,
He had a foot rest to push himself up.
Hansrest, do you know what the survival rate was for crucifixion in antiquity?
Probably hardly any, because they were on the cross for a couple of days, dude. Not
in all cases.
Well, I'm sure there's an exception to the rule, but the rule was that they were on the cross for 2 to 3 days.
What is the evidence that this was the rule?
There was always, well, I've studied crucifixion because I was looking in the shroud.
Then you could be able to give us the source. What is the source that they usually were on the cross for days?
I don't know the exact source, but I guarantee you, if you Googled it right now, what was the standard amount of time Romans had someone on the cross before they died, it would say 2 to 3 days.
We don't actually even have data on that, right? What we have is...
You're just trying to obfuscate, because that's all you have.
No. I'm just saying, it seems
you're obfuscating and prevaricating. You probably don't even know that
you're saying
Romans
this was the
had
norm.
crucifixion teams, that's all they did. They specialized in crucifixion. There was a centurion in charge of it.
I'm not disputing that. I'm disputing the specific claim about that. Oh, well, it typically took days. I'm saying the Romans did not keep statistical data on this, right?
Well,
so the best we have to go on is like the accounts that they give us of crucifixions, and sometimes they report how long it took. Sometimes you're right. It could take a couple days, but to say that's what normally happened, like we don't have evidence for that.
What was the purpose of crucifixion?
It's to execute someone, but obviously like in a public way, in such a way that would prevent, future...
It was an advertisement.
I was getting to that, Hans, if you listen.
Good. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay, I said it was an execution. It was a execution that was intended to function as a deterrent to politically subversive behavior. So see what happens? Would you let me finish my answers?
Wonderful. So here's my other question for you. What is the reason why God gave dreams to Nebuchadnezzar and the Pharaoh and Pilate's wife?
I'm not sure what that has to do with the case of the resurrection.
It has a lot to do with it, because if you read the gospel, you would know that Pilate's wife told him, the most powerful man in Judea, not to have anything to do with this man's death, right? So Pilate did everything he could to make the Jews let him go. They refused to do that. As a matter of fact, they said, if you don't crucify him, we are going to riot and get you in trouble with Caesar. Pilate did not want that, so he was in a dilemma. So it makes far more sense for a grown-up in the 20th century to realize it was an inside job that Pilate, who controlled the crucifixion team and had already done business with Joseph, conspired to let the Jews believe that they killed Jesus and they saved him. Now, my other question for you is, why would God save the son of Isaac and not his own son?
Can I respond to the first point?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I think there's a tension here, right? On the one hand, you're wanting to say, oh, it's an inside job by Pilate, right? Because his wife said don't have anything to do with Jesus. Hans, can I finish my point, please? I didn't interrupt. Okay. So the first point is like, you want to say that it's an inside job from Pilate because his wife said don't have anything to do with Jesus. And so now Pilate knows about this. But one of the earlier arguments you gave for why we should think that Jesus wasn't dead was because Pilate was allegedly surprised that Jesus had died after only a few hours on the cross when, supposedly this normally took days, even though we don't actually have statistical evidence for that. Now, you can't have that both ways, right? Either it's the case that it's an inside job, so Pilate knows damn well that the plan was never for Jesus to die on the cross, or he shouldn't be or he could be surprised about it. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. So pick your poison.
I think it's both ways. Why wouldn't Pilate act the act? Like, oh, he's dead already? Okay, take him off. Here's the note to give to the centurion to take him off. Yeah, he would play the game.
Right, but the point is,
if it was an inside
you shouldn't
job,
be leaning
if you
into
were
that
pulling off
element
an
of it,
inside,
right?
if you were pulling off an inside job, wouldn't you cooperate like that?
I don't think that's not cooperating with anything, though.
Why would he not want to kill Jesus?
Because his wife had a dream to not have anything to do with his death. That his wife said, "This is a righteous and just man. It'd be bad karma for you to kill him." And I'm sure Dave knows that throughout the Bible, God uses dreams to influence the behavior of people. So you'd have to ask yourself, Dave, why did God influence the wife of the most powerful man in Judea to not have anything to do with his death? Why would God do that?
Does the text say that God gave her this dream?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. All right. So you don't think God influenced Nebuchadnezzar or Joseph or the Pharaoh with dreams either?
Well, I think those texts pretty much clearly say that God did give those dreams, but I'm not sure if the text ever says that God...
You don't believe that God influenced Pilate's wife with a dream. You don't believe that. You're going to go on record.
I am skeptical of that, and I'm not sure the text says that, which is why I asked if you could, support that.
Why did they say that in the gospel, that she was influenced?
Because that's what happened?
Oh, but God didn't have any part of that.
Wait, the visit to Joseph or the visit to Pilate's wife?
I'm asking you if you believe that God had any part in influencing the wife of Pharaoh with a dream.
Yeah, that one I'm fine with.
Okay, so you do believe that God influenced Pharaoh's wife with that dream.
Pharaoh or Pilate? Who are we talking about?
I'm sorry. Pilate's wife with that dream.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that God gave... I mean, I'm open to that if the text says that, but I'm not sure it does.
Oh, okay. I'll look it up.
I have a quick question. If Pilate was faking it and, participating in a hoax, why would he let it get so far as to have Jesus nailed to the cross and hang there for three hours? To get that far.
To trick the Jews.
Well, I think they're saying that was...
Think about it.
They're saying thinking the resurrection was the hoax.
Yeah. What?
They're saying the plan was to fake the resurrection, so it had to appear that Jesus died. If the hoax wasn't getting crucified.
Okay.
Basically, take him off the cross before he died.
Right, and stab him
that was the plan.
in the side also. Stab him in the side, make sure it doesn't...
That's only in John, Michaela, that's only in John.
So what?
John is not a synoptic gospel.
Well, you don't like Paul either, so you're just going to choose which ones you
Well, I'm not...
Hang on. So it's not a synoptic gospel, so what?
That's right. Well, you know the reason why they're called synoptic gospels, right?
Yeah, because they're literally dependent on one another.
Yeah, because they align with each other. John is extremely different.
Yeah.
Only in John is his death at the time. Only in John is the term
The question is so what?
From the dead.
The question is so what? Are you saying that you just are rejecting John as a reliable source?
Yeah.
And why? Because it's not a synoptic? Why is that a reason to think it's not reliable?
That's right.
So why is that a reason to think it's not reliable?
Different gospel.
That does not mean that it's unreliable.
Bible.
That does not mean that it's unreliable, right? So you need to give us a reason if you're going to ask us to reject the source.
Compared to the gospel, it's not as reliable.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that John's synoptic gospel doesn't align with the other gospels.
Do you think synoptic means reliable or more reliable?
John is inferring that Jesus is God, whereas the synoptic gospel, Jesus makes it very clear he's not God.
No, you need to read psychiatricals. You need to read psychiatricals.
It's so hard to say that Jesus is God. Will you not believe his teachings if he's not God?
You seem to be...
Aren't his teachings enough for you?
You seem to be...
No, they wouldn't have authority.
Years get around the story. Tonight,
Kind of cutting out for
just say, if Christians are trying, I think these conspiracy theories you're coming up with Cora coming up with, the snake venom rituals that Jesus and Lazarus were doing. Now, Pilate coming up for some reason, I didn't hear the reason why he wouldn't do this.
Because they were going to riot. The Jews threatened to riot.
Right. Oh, but
Pilate was fine.
right.
And so they manipulated him. They said, you're going to get in trouble with Caesar.
He would have done it. He would have done it if his wife hadn't had the dream. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
I
That's
think
why
so. Yes.
That's why he went forward, like just on the spur of the moment, and told them to get him off the cross, before he's dead. Fake that you're stabbing him in the, fake all this. He put this conspiracy theory together at the last minute.
I don't think he did it at the last minute. He certainly was able to pull all the strings because he controlled every single Roman soldier on that crucifixion team.
Right.
I mean, what was his benefit from killing Jesus? His wife already told him, don't do it.
Now,
and you know as well as I do, Michaela,
I don't need a lecture. When did you tell him that?
In the Gospels.
I know when. In the morning, in the evening, or just before the crucifixion?
The minute Pilate saw Jesus, his wife pulled him aside and said, do not have anything to do with the death of this man. I had a dream about him.
Got it. It was the last minute.
Not the last minute.
It
probably,
wasn't the night before.
Several hours.
Yeah, right. But it was just during what was happening. Okay, he was brought to him. Okay, I got to figure out. Okay, I'm going to figure out how to do this.
I'm sure he did quite easily.
It's just kind of amazing that, and this may not apply to Hans in particular, but I think it does apply to Cora, right? But the same people who'll say that they can't believe in a resurrection because that's never happened before are going to be willing to say that Jesus was like the only person in all history to survive a full Roman crucifixion.
Dave, there are 2 billion people who believe that Jesus is the Messiah that think the resurrection is a monstrous lie. 2 billion people believe that, all right?
He would be the only person to survive a crucifixion. There are accounts of people surviving this.
Nope, you get one other one, and it wasn't a full Roman crucifixion.
No, you don't have the full document.
What do you mean by full Roman crucifixion?
What I mean is someone who wasn't deliberately taken off while they're still alive. We have one account in Josephus of he comes across 3 of his friends. This is after the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD.
How do we know Jesus wasn't taken off while he was still alive?
Well, again, they're granting the gospel accounts, right? So the impression is that he's dead, right?
The impression is, right, but nobody, it's not like someone had they never wrote down that someone is inspecting him and that he is now officially dead.
Right, but Jane, the point is that you have to say this is the only person in history for whom this happened.
It's not. He was taken down within 6 hours, and the other account of them have taken them down was also about that same time period. Like length of time on, so he is not.
Why are we assuming time length is the only relevant reference class here?
I'm not saying it's the only. I'm saying it's similar.
Yeah, one similarity. Okay, but
it's not one similarity. They were both crucified. They were both taken down, and they could have both survived. I'm not sure why you're saying that if he survived, he'd be the only one. We have documented cases of other people surviving about that same length of time being crucified.
You have a case of one person who did that, who was explicitly still alive. And here's the other thing, too. That guy was taken off the cross with 2 other, right? And they both died anyway.
Yeah, the other 2 died. Yeah, the thing is, when you say
so why are you saying cases like it's plural, Jane? Why are you saying cases like it's plural?
That, Dave. I'm happy for you to believe that. The only thing that bothers me about Christians is they tell other people, if you don't believe in this fantasy, you're going to hell. I'm happy for you to believe in Jesus and his teachings and the resurrection and every Sunday practice dying to your ego and being reborn in Christ. I think that's a beautiful thing. The only problem I have is Christian fascism, which every Nazi was a Christian, and they had on their belt buckles inscribed, God is with us. So
how you do.
That's one way to derail the conversation.
Can I offer a piece of advice that I was just thinking about while you guys were talking? I'm new here, so I just wanted to forward something while I have a chance. Does anybody mind hearing?
Go ahead, Jordan.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. So I believe there was a legal precedent for soldiers if they were told to crucify somebody, or they were told to keep a prisoner, or they were told to make sure that somebody was executed, that if they didn't follow through with that and the person survived accidentally, that person would be executed in either a similar way or a similarly brutal way. So it seems like there's, unless you have Pilate conspiring to keep Jesus alive, so maybe he wouldn't have been processed in that same way, though he did have higher ups. And if there was a riot, it would have been his fault. Would it add weight to the other side of the scale to say that, like, the centurions probably wouldn't have lied about this because then they could have been killed?
No, the centurion would follow the chain of command, which anybody that's been in the military knows. You serve the rank right above you.
Right. I'm actually a 6-year veteran in the Army, so I know quite well.
Good. So you know the chain of command then, right?
I understand. Yeah. I don't think that following orders that could get me and my men killed in a brutal way would be something that I would do just haphazardly. But I'm just trying to forward the idea that maybe it adds a little bit of weight to the other side of the scale. That, like, if Jesus had survived, if there was a chance that he had survived, and it wasn't somehow proffered by Pilate or somebody of the higher ups, then these people could have been punished. But just a thought to that.
Good point, Jordan. Good point.
Well, in 6 years of the military, Jordan, how many times did you deny the order of your immediate superior?
A couple of times, yeah. You're allowed to deny an unlawful order. In fact, you're obligated to by the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
That's why I asked you, how many times did you deny
It was a few times.
your immediate superior?
It depends on the nature of it. Like, a lot of times it was more of a conversation. So, like, we had to go out on a couple of very dangerous patrols. There was questions about, do we want to do this, or do we want to wait? Do we want to maybe wait in a place that's potentially extremely dangerous, or do we want to stay here and then possibly have the same extreme danger approach? And so if somebody was to advance an idea like the platoon sergeant or the XO, to everybody's liking, people could announce their gripes. Ultimately, it wouldn't let the person the say-so of the higher-ups, but there's many situations, especially where lieutenants and captains and other people who are commissioned officers are completely outranked by the people who are non-commissioned officers, which is not how the rank structure works. But if they know that they don't know what they're talking about, and they recognize that the non-commissioned officers are going to do what they want anyway, it happens quite a bit. Though you do salute the rank, and it is extremely important to follow orders. I wouldn't suggest that that's not what happens typically, but, like, in a situation where it's actually dangerous, usually the XO or even the person who's in charge has to be subservient to the person who knows what they're talking about, and the person who's going to keep the most troops safe. So I hate to give, like, a long-winded, like, breathy answer to that. It is complicated, but I would be concerned that a Roman centurion would be something like a sergeant major. It would be a very, very powerful person, extremely dangerous, extremely hard, and extremely adept with combat. Has no problem killing a Jewish guy. Has no problem causing. If they caused a riot, they would just kill these people. Like, it was like. So I'm not saying it was necessarily trivial, but at the same time, it does seem like there's a lot of precedent in Roman law that if these centurions, or if the soldiers involved, were to not follow through with the execution, they would be horribly executed themselves, and a centurion would have lots of people underneath.
Yeah, I heard that. My point is far simpler. That I guarantee you the centurion followed the orders that were given to him by Pilate. So when he gave the permission for Joseph to take the body off the cross, the centurion did it. That's all I'm saying.
Understandable, yeah, and if the idea is that Pilate did listen to his wife and he was scared, and so he tried to, like, this put-up job where Jesus was taken off the cross early, it does seem like that's possible. But, like, again, like, I think Dave's got a good point when he says that a full Roman crucifixion is a really hard thing to survive, especially since he was also scourged and other things.
Which
and we have no examples of that happening.
Which scenario, Jordan, is more plausible to you? That Jesus' blood coagulated and he had flies walking across his eyes for 36 hours and then came back to life?
Jews to not know that he crucified Christ. Which scenario is more plausible to you? As a 21st century educated individual.
Educated is a strong word. Yeah, I mean, antecedently, if you don't think God exists, then obviously it's ridiculous that somebody was risen from the dead. I mean, I think a third story that would be more interesting for a person that's trying to consider the dead is that he died and then they made up the story, or they stole the body or something like that. That seems more plausible to me than he somehow survived this and people were convinced that he did it. Somehow he was a third to
between raising from the dead and having him faint and recovering, which seems more plausible to you?
I mean, if you antecedently deny God's existence, obviously the latter. If you don't, and you think that maybe there is a God, and maybe Jesus was part of that, then yes, it would be entirely plausible to see him raised from the dead. But you have to sort of decide that question first. So, I think that it's a fraud question, because if you think God doesn't exist, and doesn't do things, and doesn't do anything in the world, then yeah, obviously Jesus had the stories about Jesus have to be completely made up. But if not, then you might be more open to the fact. But a third story that would comport with the data is that he was killed, and they made up the stories later, or after the fact, somebody made up the story about he made his appearances and stuff like that, and sort of made a bunch of converts that way. That would be a better direction. But the idea that he survived the crucifixion is pretty implausible to me. I'm prima facie, but though I'm not a medical.
Yeah, you do know that Jesus was not a Christian, that it was Paul who invented Christianity, right?
Let's see what Jordan says to that.
I don't think that. I'm sorry. I don't buy that.
Jesus was a Jew.
Also has nothing to do with the argument.
Not a Christian.
Yeah, why are we diverting? Are we getting off of resurrection talk now, or what?
Well, I'm not diverting because Paul was mentioned. So Paul says our path to salvation comes from only the belief in the death, burial, and resurrection.
Oh, get off this soapbox. Every conversation into this.
Jesus clearly says that our path to salvation is our deeds, whether we helped other people or not. So if you follow the belief, that you're saved by your belief in the resurrection, you are not a Christ, you're a follower of Paul.
So, Hans, do you have any talking points besides this one? Because you turn every conversation into this at some point. In every room I've ever seen.
Well, it's a fact. I'm helping you with facts, Dave. That's I think it's in Matthew 21, where Jesus said, many will come to me on that day saying, didn't we do this in your name and that? And he says, depart from me, you're workers of lawlessness, because you never fed the hungry. You never.
I know. I've heard your shtick before, all right?
He didn't say, oh, you believe my resurrection, so you're good to go. He never said that.
Yeah, again. I've heard your shtick before.
Can I ask, Jesus also
Maybe don't
says...
think
Jesus also seems to claim a really weird amount of authority to his own teaching. He says he's the Lord of the Sabbath, which is incendiary for a Jew. He says plenty of things. The one thing that really sticks out to me when it comes to what Jesus thought of himself is, I believe it's Mark 14. I don't know off the top of my head at all, but it was pointed out to me recently that Jesus quotes Daniel 7 of himself, and Daniel 7 is the passage where the Ancient of Days brings out one like the Son of Man and gives him all power forever. And it's this pretty insane passage in Daniel where it's called, the thing is called the two powers in heaven doctrine, where you have Yahweh and then you have the Son of Man who also is Yahweh. And it's this extremely strange text, especially when you have the Shema saying that God is one. But Jesus' trial, adjured by the high priest, he says, I adjure you have to answer. Jesus was saying anything, they're punching him, they're beating him up, and it's kangaroo court, ridiculous, hung jury and everything. And, it's a bad courtroom thing. At the guy's house who wants to kill you. And Jesus says, he calls himself the cloud rider, which is, he says, I am the Son of Man, you'll see me judging on the clouds. He calls himself that. The high priest tears his robe, which was illegal, and by Jewish law, and then votes and says he's worthy of death, which was illegal. The Jewish trials had to vote from youngest to oldest so that youngest people weren't swayed. There's a number of things that went wrong in that situation, which showcases the incendiariness of what he's claiming. So it seems to me like he doesn't think of himself as like some, you know, ordinary Jewish person. He thinks of himself as the Son of Man in Daniel 7, which is out of control if you actually look at what Daniel 7 says, which I was baffled to find. I didn't know that this was a quote until recently. I thought it was interesting. So his self-understanding does seem to make him singularly unique in this situation.
Yeah,
now, whether or not that's correct, I mean, he could be entirely mistaken. If you think that he is, that's fine. But what he thought of himself was not like some ordinary itinerant teacher that was just sort of like promulgating Jewish law in some
That's correct.
way. Right.
He saw himself as the Messiah. You are correct.
Yes, but even more than that, like calling himself the Cloud Rider is a shocking claim.
Yeah, I'm not going to get
why they killed him. Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to bring it up because if you were forwarding the idea that Jesus sort of just was Jewish and Paul invented this, Jesus was the one who claimed of himself that he was the Cloud Rider, not just Messiah, though he does claim that of himself.
Yeah, he says repeatedly, I have come to gather up the children of Israel and bring them back to their proper covenant, right? That's it. I have come for them to bring them back so that they can become a nation of priests to guide the world into justice and righteousness instead of the shit show that we're experiencing now.
Okay.
That was his only goal.
That's debatable, but okay, I can see where you're coming from.
Okay.
Yeah, but as a Muslim, you think that the whole scripture has been perverted, so that's why you are
Don't put words
corrupted.
in my
Not
mouth.
perverted.
I'm a follower of the teachings of Christ, not the teachings of Paul. Is that simple?
And Muhammad,
Is that simple? In what?
Muhammad also?
I believe that Muhammad is the last messenger because his teachings are synonymous with Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Paul's teachings are in conflict with Abraham, Moses, and Jesus' teachings. So why would you cast out the teachings of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus for the teachings of some monobrow, bald-legged, prematurely bald homosexual? Come on now.
Oh, lovely characteristic.
Well, that's true.
All right, very true. Yeah, made up
Well,
like the Koran's interpretation.
Oh, by the way, Paul was the misogynist as well.
Oh, God. Please go.
So why would you prefer the Jesus over Paul? It's very simple. That's a simple question.
I think Kelly's trying to say something. What's up, Billy?
Yeah, it's been chill listening to you guys talk. Haas is definitely right about something. Jesus thought that he was a Messiah. He was a Jew. He knew about all the the traditions of and he was familiar with the Torah and all this kind of stuff. He was definitely a Jew, but he thought that he was a Messiah. Even in the New Testament, and somebody mentioned Matthew chapter 21 earlier, it says a lot of stuff in Matthew chapter 21. One of the things that it says is it has a story about Jesus. He tells some of his homies to go into a nearby town, grab themselves a couple of donkeys, and bring them back to him so that he can ride them into as a triumphant king. Well, maybe he doesn't say as a king, but right. But the point is and then Jesus he quotes one verse out of Zechariah chapter 9, starting at verse 9. There's a whole prophecy in there about a coming Messiah, just like Hans is talking about. And the Christian Bible is full of this kind of thing. So Jesus quotes this little section about a Messiah, a triumphant king who will come back on a couple of donkeys as a triumphant king into the land. People will recognize him. But anyways, so even Jesus, the point here is that even Jesus understands the prophetic stuff out of the Hebrew Bible. He believed in that stuff. He thought that he was a Messiah.
Yeah,
There are great Messiahs, but he definitely thought he was Messiah. That's absolutely correct. But if you go back and you read Zechariah chapter 9, it turns out there's a whole bunch of other stuff in there that this specific Messiah was supposed to do that Jesus never did. He didn't do any of that stuff. So you guys can talk all you want about somebody coming back to life. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not. It doesn't matter. There's no prophecy in the Hebrew Bible anywhere that says God, Yahweh, is going to incarnate as a human being, be born of a virgin woman, get killed, and then come back to life as a human sacrifice for all the sins of humankind. There's nothing like that anywhere in the Hebrew Bible. And if we are to believe that he is Yahweh, or that he's God, that, and I need a little more.
The book of Isaiah has the prophecy of coming of the Messiah. The whole entire Old Testament talks about the coming of the Messiah. And the thing is, Jesus did fulfill a lot of what was said or prophesied. No logical thinking people would not expect him to fulfill every single thing. You know why? Because the scriptures is written by man, it is by God. So those men that are writing it are expected to get some things not so good. Right? They're expecting. There's nowhere in the Bible that it says man is perfect. Whenever they are speaking for God, there's nowhere that it says that. It says God is perfect. But it doesn't say when God is speaking through his prophets, that they're automatically perfect. Right? So the point is Jesus himself. There's a lot of eyewitness. There's a lot of accounts that clearly states in the book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John that matches up with what Isaiah himself was saying. And that is based, and those are the things that we're going off of.
I think you raise a good point when you bring up Isaiah 53, right? Because it does talk about like the suffering servant taking on the iniquities of us all. I'm not sure if that was Elliot or whoever before was saying that's like not something that the Messiah is supposed to do, but I thought of that as well when he said that.
And see, this is the problem.
That Christian reading, but that verse, by the way, is not in the Hebrew.
Exactly. This is the problem, you guys. You don't get anywhere in the Hebrew Bible like typological fulfillment. It doesn't say anywhere in there that anyone gets to read prophecies from the Hebrew Bible as a type of typological fulfillment. That is only in the New Testament. So why should anybody think that that when we go and we read Isaiah, specifically chapter 53, and there's a bunch of other stuff in the Bible, like why is it that Christians where do they get this idea of typological fulfillment from? Because it's not from the Hebrew Bible. So, I mean, if you just go and read if you read Isaiah chapter 53 from start to finish, nowhere in there does it say anything about anyone dying and rising for your sins. And in fact, if you read the whole thing, so Isaiah is written in sort of three different time periods. So there's first Isaiah, there's second Isaiah, and there's third Isaiah. Second Isaiah is about the deliverance of the Israelites from the hand of the Babylonians, essentially, in a nutshell. That's what the whole, everything from Isaiah chapter 40 up to around 55 is all about just the Israelites being delivered from the hands of the Babylonians. Okay, that's what it's about. And it tells you on 10 different occasions explicitly who the suffering servant is in Isaiah chapter 53. It says it is Jacob, it is Israel, over and over and over and over. It tells you repeatedly who it is. And when the Christian comes along and they read Isaiah chapter 53 and they say, well, this kind of sounds like Jesus, so we'll just say that it is Jesus. I mean, you guys what are we doing here? It seems like when you guys look at these fulfillments, you're kind of going throughout the Bible and you're just kind of picking anything that remotely sounds like Jesus and going, this is a foreshadowing of what's to come in the future. But the problem is there's no objective criteria by which you can say this is a prophecy, this is not a prophecy. The Hebrew Bible itself doesn't tell you that you get to read prophecy this way. So,
I don't know that it really matters, right? Like the original point, as I understood it, was that there's not any sort of precedent in the Old Testament of this expectation that the Messiah is going to die for people's sins. And my point was,
I mean, from what I understand, I'm pretty sure that like Second Temple Jews did, at least some of them did understand Isaiah 53 to be messianic. So like whether they were rational in doing that is completely beside the point, right? As long as they did, then I don't think you can say that like that there's nothing in there that would indicate that this is what we were going to get from the Messiah.
You know, I've been like looking at this stuff like for many years, and every time I look at any prophecy that Christians say is a prophecy about specifically Jesus, the Messiah that Jesus thought he was, I go in there and I read the original prophecy. You know, in its original context, it's not about Jesus. It actually is never about Jesus. It's always about some prior setting, about like the ancient Israelites or something like that. It's never.
Well,
it's
self-destruction. That's the problem. For Christians, to make it work, they have to really bend and twist things to make it work. And Paul was very skilled at bending and twisting words. He was very skilled at that.
Again, though, I just see that as being like a very different point from the one that was originally being raised.
I know. I mean, it is like a different point, but you know, a Christian pastor would have you believe that Jesus is God. He would have you believe that, and so you ask him, "Who is God?" You know, his answer should be Yahweh. His answer should be Yahweh. And he can say more things like the Trinity and the Holy Spirit and the Father and stuff like that. But God is Yahweh. That's the name of God. You know, if we're supposed to believe that, you know, Yahweh is the God of the ancient Israelites and of the Jews. You know, so like, what is the connector between these two ideas? If not,
What is the connector between what two ideas? That Jesus is God and God is Yahweh?
yeah, in the new, yeah, you know, Christians today will have you believe that, you know, if you ask them what's the name of God, they'll tell you it's they'll say Jesus, they'll say the Holy Spirit, but what they really mean is Yahweh. That's what they really mean. So like, why should we believe that he is Yahweh?
That Jesus is Yahweh? Because we developed the idea, or we interpreted what happened with the idea of the Trinity. That's how. So you could say Jesus is the Holy Spirit, or God is the Holy. They're all one, right? Yahweh. Are you saying Yahweh is the Father, or Yahweh is the Trinity?
The only thing Yahweh is the Old Testament God.
Right.
Or Jesus. So you don't have any of the Trinity, you just have one.
Right. So Christians then, when Jesus came and his revelation was that he was
allegedly
the Son of God. Right. Well, that's what Christians believe. Then when they're saying now we have now we see God as a Trinity. Okay.
Well, they kind of made it up from scratch as a Nicaea.
Why are you fussing over the verbiage?
Nah, I think that's well before Nicaea.
What?
Trinitarianism predates the council.
I mean, but they had to hold a council to try to resolve it, didn't they?
Well, that was to resolve Arianism.
That was more about, Arianism than Trinitarianism.
Actually, Trinitarianism postdates Nicaea. No one at the Council of Nicaea was a Trinitarian.
Zilek had more claims and no evidence.
They killed that guy. What's his name? Arius? It was Arius. Yeah, they killed that guy.
Yeah, though they said he was punished by God by an illness. He wasn't poisoned, so it was God punishment.
I know, it's like in exactly the sort of fashion that, you know, Christians would expect, you know.
For trivial differences, like Arius, believed in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and believed Jesus was the incarnation, of the Logos, who's the Father's cosmic helper through whom he created in the universe, etc., etc. Oh, you had a detail wrong. Going to hate him.
I guess you guys in your conversation with Hans.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elliot. Go ahead. I just wanted to ask Delaney if what his thoughts on the resurrection are.
I mean, Aaron said these days, I don't believe in physical resurrection.
Okay, all right. That's all I wanted to know. Because I've listened to you speak before, and you sound like a very reasonable person.
But wait, he said physical resurrection. Is there something more than that, Delaney?
He believes in a spiritual resurrection.
Which is just a term from Christian history where, like, it's basically you believe God, Jesus' soul survived his death and he's alive after the death of his body. So nothing spectacular in the sense of, like, you know, like there being some miracles, physical kind connected to that. It's just a term that existed to understand this word resurrection.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus even says, don't worry about the death of the body, worry about the death of your soul, right? So, yeah, I don't see any problem with that. Are you a believer in reincarnation? Delaney, of the spirit coming back?
Could be crazy.
No.
Crazy like a fox.
There are some questions that I need to
Crazy
ponder
in
more.
love.
But they're gonna open a
Crazy
can
in
of worms
love.
with regards to other views that I have, and how, like, I accept some stuff from the Bible about, you know, universalism and etc. And it's like, I don't know, like if I in a nutshell, currently no. So I don't believe in reincarnation.
Wouldn't reincarnation of the spirit comport with the law of conservation of energy?
I don't think they're connected. I think souls are not really of the type of substance that is described by the laws that we can discover through physics.
Just my girlfriend.
Fair enough. I mean, I just don't need to believe that Jesus rose from the dead and to follow his teachings. It's just, I mean, his teachings, for me, make enough sense to follow on their own merit.
Well, you do if one of his teachings is that he was going to rise from the dead.
Yeah, he doesn't really say that gets you salvation. He says,
right, but you said you could believe his teachings without believing that he rose from the dead. And I'm like, nah, because one of his teachings is that he was going to rise from the dead. So it's not just the simple case of, I can believe his teachings without believing, in a resurrection.
I believe in his core teachings, like the reason he washed the feet.
Yeah. You believe in the ones you like, and you reject the ones you don't.
You believe that your feet should be washed, So I believe in his teachings, his core teachings, that we're to be servants to creation. Right? That's his core teaching.
Great.
And by the way, if you read the first 3 pages of the Bible, that's why God said he created us to serve his creation. So everything that Jesus teaches is very compatible with what Abraham and Moses and Muhammad taught. They are not compatible with what Paul taught. If you want to be a follower of Paul, have at it, dude.
Okay.
Just stay
the
your own
teachings
way.
of Jesus are not compatible with saying you can have sex with a 9-year-old.
I'm sorry, it's not compatible either.
That's a desperate move.
Do you think you'd even know about Jesus' teachings if his followers didn't believe he had risen from the dead?
Yes. Michaela, because the law is written on our hearts. That's what
Okay.
atheists
So we don't
were
even
trying
need
to.
Jesus.
Wait a
We don't
minute.
even need
Wait a minute.
Jesus.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to answer your question. That's what atheists were explaining earlier, and Cora did a beautiful job about it. She said, I have empathy. I treat people how I want to be treated. As a matter of fact, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. As a matter of fact, the great Rabbi Hillel was asked, can you sum up the Torah while standing on one leg? And he said, sure. Don't do what you'd hate done to yourself, to your fellow human. The rest is all just commentary.
That's right. So did
No,
Jesus.
there's nothing more. Why get into all this other stuff?
Well, you say it's written on our hearts. No,
in the first place.
You say if it's written on our hearts, we don't need any of these religions.
No, you don't.
Fine.
I mean, some people do. My 45-year-old daughter, when her kids were like 3 and 5, she would put this elf on the shelf and say, oh, this elf is watching you all day long and all night, so behave so you can get good presents for Christmas. So if some people need that type of guidance, I'm all for it. The problem is when they start condemning other people for not believing the absurd things that they believe.
The absurd.
That's the scary part.
Well, I agree with you. But I don't think the teachings are absurd. But I don't like people being threatened with hell. I don't really understand where that came from, and I couldn't have come back to the church if I had looked that square in the face this idea of hell. So, but I agree with you there about the threat of hell. I don't like it.
The beliefs are certainly no more absurd than thinking that pedophiles can be profit.
Aw, good for you, Dave. More points for you, Dave. See, this is why Christians hate Islam so much, because Islam exposes the resurrection lie.
Yeah, we hate pedophiles.
Oh, God.
We hate pedophiles. Muslims call them out on it, and they call the resurrection a monstrous lie. And Christians get really upset about that.
You say that's a monstrous lie while defending someone who had sex with a 9-year-old?
I don't know where you're getting all that, but you dredge it up all the time. But I bet you're one hell of a Trump ass kisser. And we know that Trump was raping
Oh, here we go.
girls, you know. So you bring that up all the time. But I'm willing to bet you're one hell of a fascist Trump supporter.
And who made polygamy part of the religion, you know, that's an absolute contrast to Christ, one man, one woman.
Joseph Smith and the Mormons still practice
they're not
to this day.
Christians. They're not Christians.
Oh, they think they are.
I know.
What is
this
polygamy take when like the entire Bible has polygamy throughout it the same way?
Yeah, but
that's
Christ
exactly
ended
right.
that.
Yeah. Let's not overtalk each other. Y'all can have the back and forth banter, but yeah, just maintain the decorum at least. But I'm also interested, Hans, you keep saying that the first 2 words in the Bible, in the beginning, God created heaven and the earth. That's more than 3 words. But
No, I said the first 3 pages.
Oh, first 3 pages.
Correct. And in the first 3 pages, God clearly says, I created you to take care of my creation.
Where is
He calls it his garden.
Where he says that?
Keep reading. It might, it might grow on you.
Genesis would grow on me. I just want to read it.
Well, go ahead and read. Go ahead and read the first 3 pages.
Okay, thanks.
I think we've used the word
I'll
dominion.
see if I can find it for you, James.
I think the word has been used, dominion, or there's another word, but I don't know if it's like serve. But there's dominion and something nicer than dominion, but I don't think it's serve. Tend, maybe, or
Well, I mean, do other believers in God think what he's saying is accurate? Or Bible readers?
I think it's more like dominion.
Who has dominion?
Man.
Man has dominion.
Adam.
Adam has dominion of
Over
the earth?
creation.
Over
Yeah.
the earth. Oh,
Yeah.
that's what you think of.
But there might be another translation that's friendlier than dominion.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's the verse. I think it's the verse. I open it now. 2:15. And God Yahweh to command. Sorry, let me open the actual translation, not just look at the Hebrew word for word. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. Now this word to work in Hebrew can mean in some context to serve, because like usually peasants, were serving the landlords. So it can mean like, to serve as a subject, like to a king or something like. But it can also mean to work in the sense of like, to till the land, or it can mean to work like be employed by a person. So I guess you could say to serve and take care of creation.
Yeah, we were created to be basic servants to serve God's creation that He made. And He created us to take care of it. Not to exploit it, but to enhance it and make it better. And by that, that's everyone from plants to humans. We are basically compelled to take care of everyone from plants to humans that are lesser than us.
But what I find interesting, like, okay, 2:15, Genesis 2:15, the Lord God took the man, put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord commanded the man, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of knowledge. So then it goes off into telling the man what to eat, not eat. Not necessarily, holding to the claim that Hans is sticking to, like, make sure you take care of this good and do all things the best for it. Like, this is your job. It just seems to, like, that's not very precedent as far as I can tell. The precedence is like, listen to me and do as I say kind of thing.
Yeah, and what He said to do was take care of His garden and not to eat from this tree of knowledge of good and evil. That was the basic commandments. I mean, it's like an employee, right? Here are the rules, there you go. I'll talk to you.
I think it's a trick. It's obviously a trick. It's like taking you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like you take your kids and you put them in the kitchen and you leave like a pot of cookies in there or whatever. You say you do whatever you want, but you just can't eat these cookies. And what do they do? They're gonna eat them.
I agree. I think it's a great trick, and I think it was done for a reason. I agree.
Those scientists do those self-control tests where they literally put kids in a room and they put a cookie in front of them and they say like, if you manage to not touch the cookie for 5 minutes, you'll get 2 cookies instead of 1. And then they like see which of the kids like succeed or not too.
Well, I think it was a test, Elliot, and if you want someone to manage your creation, they can't be read-only memory. They have to be able to be pragmatic, and the only way you can begin to be pragmatic is you have to be able to look out for your own best interests. So that's why he says, unless you eat from the tree of life, you'll die or you'll lose your soul. Because what God wants is like in the Shema, that you look at everything as oneness, that you value other people as yourself. So the first step is to be able to value yourself, which was eating from the tree of knowledge. And the next final step was to value other creatures equal or as essential as yourself. So not to exploit other creatures.
But so following that line of thought of eating from the tree of knowledge, if this God exists and actually wants mankind to take care of the land, wouldn't you want your people taking care of the land to have a differentiation between good and evil? Like, why deny them the access to the tree of knowledge to know of good and evil?
I think that's a profound question, and the only answer I can come up with is what Elliot said. It's basically a trick and a test to see when they're ready to take the next step. And you know, he even had Satan come in there and help them out, right, and influence them to start looking out for themselves, because eating from the knowledge of good and evil is your personal knowledge of what's good for you and what's bad for you. But that's also what separates us from the rest of the world, and that gives us our ego and the us and them mentality. I'm looking out after number one, you know, so that kind of separates you from the rest of the world, and it's desire, which also engenders fear. It's a trap that we have to wrestle our way out of and become one with creation. But yeah, I agree with Elliot. I think it's a trick and a test. I mean, you don't want robots running your creation. You want people who can think and, you know, deal with pragmatic situations that come up.
So, on your take, like, do you think God knew what was going to happen anyway?
Absolutely, 100%.
So
just like someone, like a farmer, he knows if you don't put a certain spray on your crop, you're going to get a fungicide. It's just the experience. I mean, that's what God told.
That's different than knowing, even though God said, don't eat from here, but God already knows they're going to. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Like Elliot said, it was a trick, it was a test. Because otherwise they would just be programmed to do what they could do. They couldn't, you know, process things.
So wait, otherwise they'd be so are you saying that since they did eat it, they're not programmed? Is that what you're saying? So wouldn't that be a good thing, since they're not programmed?
Absolutely. It would be the beginning of thinking for yourself, so God would not have to micromanage them. You know, you'd be like dogs.
So then why would God want to? Why would God want to say, "For if you do, you will surely die"? Like, why?
That's another profound question. I think God was talking about your soul, because once you start looking out after number one, you could go overboard and be an unfair, unrighteous person and lose your soul. God was talking about the death of your soul.
So how could someone interpret? How could someone interpret that if they read it and that they were reading it without any bias, like you want people to do, right? Don't eat from this, or you will surely die. Certainly die. So, okay, to me that sounds like, oh fuck. You're not gonna live anymore to take care of the garden. Like, wait a minute, dude. You asked me to take care of your fucking garden, and holy shit, look at the fruit on this tree. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I want to eat it, but if I eat it, I'm gonna die.
That's right.
What the
Well, that's
hell?
what Satan said. Exactly what you're saying. Satan told them, you can surely not die. But Satan deceived them, because talking about the death of the body, whereas God was talking about the death of your soul. Because if you know what's good and not good for you, you can overdo it and lose your soul by becoming a selfish, unrighteous person. That's why they say, now you gotta eat from the tree of life, because if you don't eat from the tree of life, you are going to die. So eating from the tree of what's good and not good for you put you in a vulnerable situation, because you're following the guidance of your ego. And that's why Jesus said, I am one with God, because he's saying my ego is one with the will of God. I can only serve what God wants, not what my ego wants. Buddha said the same thing.
Wait, does it really say Satan anywhere
anywhere
in Genesis?
What's that?
Is Satan really mentioned in the creation story?
I think he is mentioned in the original sin, isn't he? Isn't he the guy that encourages Eve
I
to eat?
thought it was just a talking snake.
The serpent, yeah. Yeah, those
Wow.
those are just like those are all like ideological explanations. Like, here's why men have to sweat with their brows. Here's why women have to have pain when they're in childbirth. Here's why snakes crawl on their bellies. You know, that's the more appropriate reading of that.
Well, yeah, if you're worried about number one and you're looking at what's good and not, then you're incredibly worried about, the pain you're going to suffer from childbirth. You're probably more likely to have an epidural and an episiotomy, But I have been at 5 births in a very intimate, delivering the child sort of way, and 3 of them were different women, and they behaved differently. The ones that fought the birth more had more pain. The ones that were worried about the pain suffered more, and the labor lasted longer. The ones that just went with it, okay, I'm going to go with it.
Wow, amazing sample size.
I know, right?
Yeah, women, if you just went with it, it'd be all. Come on, women. Jeez.
I'm just saying what I experienced. That's all.
Women's bodies have ways of shutting this stuff down.
It's the method that's been taught, the Bradley method, the Lamaze and all that. Women are taught how to go with it and not just them.
Yeah, Lamaze. Absolutely, Michaela. But Michaela, you also know there's that transition.
Lamaze is childbirth.
It's a method of going through childbirth, of dealing with the pain. I don't know about Lamaze, but the Bradley and there's other methods.
Yeah. Do you know the term transition during childbirth?
Yeah.
Michaela?
Yeah, it's when you can't stand it anymore, you think, and then
you let go.
Right.
Transition is about letting go.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah, I've had 3 of those unmedicated births.
Oh my God! Wow. Yeah. So you had 3 natural births. Huh?
Uh-huh.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I've been at 5, and trust me, I'm glad I'm a man.
My births, actually, they weren't very painful. They went real fast, but I was lucky.
The first one did?
Yeah, first one was very fast.
Wow.
I think I pushed twice or something.
Holy
In a few hours.
Well done.
Well, maybe, I don't know. And I was older, too. I was in my 30s. My last one, I was 41.
Wow.
And that was so fast, I couldn't stop it. They told me to stop it, and I ripped.
Wow.
Yeah, so, but, the whole thing with pain in childbirth is because the humans' heads are large, and we have to, they call, the newborns like the 4th trimester, they have to get out and then finish some of their development because their heads are just too big, their brains, so. But, I think a lot of what you're saying is a good interpretation, Hans, but I think that, I disagree with some of it. I think you've got this, do you even believe in original sin? I think you have sort of a Muslim point of view. They don't like to look at original sin and talk about it. Right? Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. What up? What up?
I just got my hair and beard cut. I went to this old school barber shop,
and it was kick ass, man.
Get the hot towel and all that good treatment.
Fuck yeah, like the razor on the
Yeah.
neck.
Oh yeah.
The fucking like dude had. I mean, it was like old school. Like
Yeah. When I was in the military, I used to do that when I was in the military. I loved it. Yeah.
Oh, it was great. The experience is just top notch. So love it.
I think there's places here where they have some hot women and do that, and then you get whiskey.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah.
Thoughts. I don't want. I want the dude. I don't want the guy. Sorry.
No, a true barber is a good experience. I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It's like the smells. All the smells made me think of like when I was a kid, going to like an old school barber. So it's great. Ladies can't really, I mean, they don't understand, so yeah, gotta be a guy, so.
They got salons and stuff. My wife worked in one for like.
Yeah, but the barber experience is completely different, it's like very male oriented,
Yeah, I think what Jason's saying is that a woman cannot relate to having another man give another man the barber treatment, the classic.
Yeah, that's true. It's always like dude talk and like, shaving you and like, whatever.
Is that what they do?
Yeah.
Is that what they do in the salons? Though it's like, like the ladies go in, they get like the perm and stuff, whatever they talk about, whatever.
Gal things, whatever. It's okay. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like this guy is like expert at like beard, the beard look, like, just getting your beard just right. Love that shit. I've been having such a hard time finding somebody that can like cut my beard like the way you want it. So.
Yeah, that's true. My wife went to beauty college and she learned like a lot of different techniques, but most of the stuff that she learned was like how to do ladies' hair. She didn't learn how to, give like a shade and stuff.
And getting your beard, like for a man, getting like somebody who knows how to deal with your beard is like it's an art. Like, I've gone to a bunch of people and they just don't know what the fuck they're doing and they fuck it all up. So it's always, I looked far and wide to find this guy in this shop, and then I looked him online. And people were like, this guy's like the best. You're not gonna find anybody in your area as good as this guy. I was like, oh yeah, that's what I want. Like,
it's expensive though. It's expensive though, and there's not that many of them. I just shave with a razor.
I think people just die for the experience, wouldn't they? Yeah.
The experience is worth it, but it is pricey. But but he made me feel very at ease. Loved it. I was relaxed.
I guess he would have to if he has like a razor sharp blade on your throat.
He better make you feel like Sweeney Todd or some shit.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Hey, Buster or Jason or Frenchie, i.e. Heidi, help me remember the person that was always on Clubhouse and did those opposite rooms. He was a watercolor artist. I'm trying to remember his name.
You know, Rascal?
Rascal! Thank you. So it was on the tip of my fucking tongue. I was like, God damn.
Oh, Rascal. Yeah. I haven't seen him in a while.
Nah, he left because of personal stuff.
Yeah. He was on Discord for a little bit, but then he got even more frustrated. He just totally bailed.
How do you feel about being swarmed, JCC and Elliot?
We're not swarmed.
No. I'm saying you're being swarmed by the Sundays.
It was a great. They had some great combos, bro. I was waiting for you to pop in. Jordan was here. They were giving Hans a run for his money. It was great, dude. I enjoyed.
Jordan, you mean Jordan? This Jordan?
Jordan. Jordan. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. All right, good. Leisure, Elliot, I like your drink and your PTR. Just wanted to say that. And Jordan, have you asked the atheist anything? This says, ask an atheist anything.
It was terrible. I just spotted this drink and I had to try it out because it has my last name on it. It was terrible. Don't.
Fair enough. Dave, have you asked the atheist anything?
Yeah, I asked them to how they would, interact with the case for the resurrection, and that got interesting.
Okay. Did they? Okay. Very good.
Yeah, surprisingly, they seem to favor the swoon hypothesis in this round.
Really?
Yeah, I was surprised.
Wow. Swoonies. Who would have thought?
What's the swoon hypothesis? I think Steve was actually interacting with you.
Just that he didn't die.
Yes, that Jesus didn't actually die on the cross.
He resuscitated.
That he fainted. The theory is that he fainted on the cross, and they took him down after 3 to 6 hours. And
yeah, that's your hypothesis. I think Steve just said he doesn't think a human being can come back from the dead.
Yeah, Steve didn't really interact with the case, but what was her name? Was her name Cora? She put that forward, and yeah, Hans was defending. I think someone else. Oh yeah, James took the bat for that as well.
I mean, medically, the best solution for anyone hates is for them to lay down, right? Because the loss of blood.
Why would you put them down if they fainted? They should die.
Why would you what?
Makes no sense. Why would you? You're supposed to leave them up there where they're not, till they die.
Well, actually, the men on either side of Christ, they broke their femurs so that they would speed up their death. Yeah. I mean, one theory is that the sponge that was lifted up to him had opiates in it, and it made him basically pass out. But I think it's far more profound that it was spoiled wine because it was a failure. The whole winemaking thing, metaphor throughout the Bible. I think it makes more sense that it was spoiled wine that he was offered that he denied. He didn't want it.
What if that guy said that Jesus is from another dimension? That the Jesus that you see on the third day is he came from Earth 424 from a different. It's like a parallel universe. Yeah, he's like parallel universe Jesus.
I think that makes perfect sense. I think he came from a very advanced. Like it would be one of us coming back to, 2,000-3,000 years earlier, where people didn't understand science or anything like that. They were literally retarded compared to our knowledge, and I think that's who Jesus was. I think Jesus came from heaven or a more evolved Earth.
Or it's like Jesus is a time traveler. This is actually in the future, or some shit like that. Why wouldn't that be the case? That seems
could be.
Why not? Yeah, it says he was sent from heaven.
I see him making a Back to the Future number, would it be 6 or 5?
Yeah.
4.
I like the other one. I don't know if it has a formal name or whatever, but I think it makes better sense that they actually did kill him in that fashion, and then they, these people saw it, and they're just stricken by grief to watch someone that you love dearly die in such a horrific manner.
Yeah.
I think they hallucinated him after.
Yeah, but he appeared to 500 people afterwards, 2 months
I reckon
later.
it was a person looked like him, pretty much.
They just bought him it's Jesus.
He let Thomas poke his fingers in his wounds.
It could have been like a twin brother for all we know. Like, you know.
What if it's like time inversion? It's like Tenet. It's like time has been in Jesus. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, all these things, like, people are like, oh, that's crazy, Jason. It's like impossible. I'm like, well, fucking
well, a resurrection. Come
that's
on.
impossible. I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, what would be the argument against, like, multiverse Jesus? Like,
Well, I think that there's going to be like a bit of an issue here, right? Like if somebody comes to you and says like, "Hey, I'm God," right, and you like want them to give you some sort of sign for that, right? And so then they'll start doing like these miraculous things. You'd be like, "Well, I can explain that by aliens, or that you're multidimensional, or like blah 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 blah." Then it just like seems like you're like insulating yourself so much that there like be no way for the person to reveal to you that they're God in the first place. Like whatever they do, you can come up with some weird ad hoc like thesis to explain that away.
You're the one that is coming up with the weird
I'm happy
ad hoc
to make your
because you're like,
acquaintance.
well, the way I'm explaining this is that A, I have to assume that God exists, and if God exists, then also God. So when you say that Jesus resurrected from the dead, you're not assuming that God exists to be able to make that.
Yeah, no, I'm not assuming that. I'm saying that's the best explanation of
Wait a
the
minute.
event
So
happening.
wait a minute. So Jesus resurrecting from the dead is more probable absent any belief in God.
No, I'm saying theism would be the best explanation for that event happening. So it's an argument for God's existence.
Wait a minute. But you're starting from the position that Jesus did resurrect from the dead. So you're like, okay, if we start from the assumption that he did resurrect from the dead, what's the explanation for that? Right?
Yeah, that's after we've already gone through my case that the resurrection happened. If that's been established, then yeah, I'm going to say God raising Jesus from the dead is the best explanation.
No, the position is we don't know if Jesus resurrected from the dead, and so we're trying to determine what, I guess we're trying to determine what actually happened, and what possibility is he resurrected from the dead. And your evidence that he resurrected from the dead is that God exists, and therefore it's possible that he resurrected from the dead? Oh, okay.
Who knows? You've heard my argument before, Jason. You know that's not how my argument goes.
You're gonna wait a minute, but is your argument some type of like minimal facts, maximal facts argument?
Mazel tov.
Yeah, it's basically that we have eyewitness testimony that's neither plausibly false nor not plausibly deliberately false nor plausibly honestly mistaken. So that leaves us with that it's true. Nothing in there appeals to God's existence.
Wait, but the presumption in your hypothesis of, I think that the facts, the minimal facts, maximal facts, whatever the fuck you want to say, points to a resurrection, has built within it an assumption that resurrections are possible with God, right?
Yeah.
And so therefore, the probability, when you're like trying to evaluate what's the likelihood of the outcome of these events, to say that the most probable outcome is Jesus resurrecting from the dead assumes that resurrecting from the dead is possible because God exists.
No, it's just saying that God's non-existence is not shown to be conclusively proven. And so given that, we have to remain open to the possibility that God exists, and so therefore the possibility that he would raise someone from the dead.
And so therefore
all it presupposes is that atheism has not been conclusively proven.
All right, fine. But it's so given that, then therefore it's more likely that Christ resurrected from the dead, as opposed to all kinds of other scenarios. He didn't fucking die. It was a mistake in the authorship. The hallucination, swoon theory is more likely than those outcomes.
Yeah, it's that a resurrection is better explained.
It's crazy. Like, I don't think you're providing the evidence to support that. Like, I could just be like, you're trying to say that it's more likely that the evidence points to something of which we have never seen ever. We have no conclusive evidence that people resurrect from the dead. I just want to be like, well, if you come to the conclusion that it's possible that God exists, then therefore my probabilities go up, and this evidence points to be more likely that Jesus resurrected from the dead.
No, that's just saying you can't rule that out as an explanation. That's the only point in like saying we take a neutral position on the question of God's existence.
In that theory, I also can't eliminate the fact that Jesus is a time traveler or Jesus is a multiverse person. So why is it more likely? That Jesus isn't just like a time traveler?
Yeah, well, I think I gave you the symmetry breaker there, right? Is that part of the data is that this event is being presented as the vindication of his divine claims. Now, you can say, I think he's like an alien or that he's a time traveler or whatever, and he's trying to deceive me about it, right? You can build that into the hypothesis, but then you're, making it more ad hoc, and you face the sort of, insulation that I highlighted before.
Yeah, but once again, to come to the conclusion that I think that the evidence points to him being resurrected from the dead is supported by God exists and he aided these events in a way. Yeah, but like when you say you don't appeal to it, I find that to be seriously tenuous.
Show me the point where I appeal to that.
Well, when you even the concept of Christ resurrecting from the dead has built within it that it's supported by a prophecy that is constructed under a worldview of which God exists.
I mean, you don't have to include anything about prophecies in there. I mean, I think it's there, but that's not doing any work in my argument.
So if you just eliminate all of that stuff, you think that the evidence that there were these things written down in the Gospels that that kind of stuff that leads you to believe, that provides this overwhelming evidence that it's more likely that the guy actually resurrected from the dead, as opposed to these other things that we know are possible. You want to go to the one thing of which we have never seen, or suggest that biologically it's not even possible.
Well, hang on. It seems like there's a lot being thrown out here, right? I thought we were talking about the resurrection, by God, as opposed to, time traveler or a wizard or something like that. And so, on that view, if we are agreeing on the data, right, that Jesus came back from the dead, and the question at that point, right, is the inference to theism. And we haven't seen Ives other things, too, right? So they're not going to be on a better foot. Now, these other hypotheses that, you're saying that we know these other things happen, that's at a different level, right? Because we're not talking about the explanation for the event. That's disputing whether the event even.
Well, there are two separate things, but one is whether the event of the resurrection did happen. But one way of explaining it could be that I saw this guy walking around that was after he died. He resurrected from the dead. One hypothesis, instead of him physically, his body was dead, and then God or something resurrected the body. Another alternative is he's Jesus the time traveler, or he's Jesus multiverse Jesus. So those are two hypotheses. One, Jesus multiverse Jesus to explain the situation. He was bodily resurrected from the dead. So of those two, you think that it's more likely to be bodily resurrected from the dead as opposed to Jesus the time traveler?
Yeah, and I gave you the reason for that, right? Is that is what's suggested, by the actual data itself, is that Jesus has said that this resurrection is going to be the vindication that his message comes from God. If he said, this is going to, I'm going to prove I'm a time traveler, and then I'm going to do this by showing up again after I die, then that would be the explanation suggested by the data. But that's not the way it's presented, right? So it's part of the data that this is supposed to function as a divine vindication of his claim.
In combination of the likelihood of a person resurrecting from the dead, plus that conditional or kind of, I don't know, how you would frame this, probabilistically, but so that it's written down that Jesus said these things. I don't think that outweighs other outcomes that could have happened that go against, or that have some likelihood of occurring in real time, or it could really happen. How do I frame this? I don't know if I'm framing this correctly, but we have a claim that he resurrected from the dead, and then we have writings of Jesus saying, this is what I'm going to do. I think that, I could explain that in other ways. And then even with those two things combined, it's more probable that there are other outcomes as to what happened as opposed to him resurrecting from the dead.
Well, I mean, that's fine, right? Then I would ask you to present which one, you think is most likely, and we can talk about it. But again, I was really more narrowly focusing on this, like, time traveler.
Yeah. Now, the reason I brought that up was because people want to say that Christ resurrected from the dead, and if I were to propose, well, Christ is a time traveler, or Christ is a multiverse duplicate, somebody might say that's just crazy, Juice. And that's just like not possible that he traveled in time. And I'm just going to then say, well, what's crazy is that you think he resurrected from the dead. So that's kind of the reason why I brought it up. So I don't know if it's an actual, it's not my position, but.
Yeah, I hear you. And look, if we were just dealing with, like, the bare fact that Jesus rose from the dead, right? Like let's take Jesus out of it completely, right? Like, let's just say that, like, King George III comes back to life tomorrow. Given that, I don't really have a great reason to say it's more likely that God did that than that King George III is a time traveler, or that, some other explanation is in play. So if we're just dealing with, like, that bare fact, Jesus came back from the dead, then, I agree that kind of taken in isolation, it's a bit ambiguous. It's when you have the specific context with it, right, provided by the Gospels, that's when I think it becomes a lot more plausible that God is acting here, because that's the way the event is presented.
Yeah, but see, I think that, one framing of this could be that we have a story. First of all, this concept of, resurrections, of people coming back from the dead, which have associations with divinity, are not uncommon. So that kind of mythos is not uncommon. So we have a story that is of people who wrote some shit about this person many years afterwards, even, I know you want to say 12 years, but the consensus is it's more like 30, 40 years, of which they want to express the story of divinity, associations with Jesus. Those stories are written, maybe some embellished, and I think it's just more likely that the combination of, those stories being written to support a view that they want to promote, combined with some people that thought it actually did happen that were mistaken, some people who had hallucinatory outcomes and were, had this view, other people that had other motivations, all of those combined provide a story or an outcome that may be much more likely than actually saying that the guy resurrected from the dead. So I just think that you could construct these kinds of points that fit with the statements that are in Mola or in other historical documents that are actually not in alignment with Christ resurrected from the dead. And then that makes more sense.
Well, maybe this will be a point of agreement between us, right? I think if, the mainstream scholarly position with respect towards the Gospels, namely that they are late, anonymous, working from earlier traditions, definitely not coming from eyewitnesses, or at least not directly from them. If eyewitnesses aren't involved at all, there's a heavy dose of legend and blah 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 blah. If I accepted that view, then yeah, I probably wouldn't believe in the resurrection myself, right? Certainly, I wouldn't be anywhere near as confident in it as I'm being. My own judgment, having looked at this, fairly considerably, is that assessment of the Gospels is just wrong, right? And so I really think that is where the heart of the conversation should be happening, right? Not whether aliens are a better explanation than God for raising Jesus from the dead, or wherever else these arguments usually go. I really think one's judgment about this is going to be heavily informed by what do you make of the testimony? What do you think it is? And look, if you think that you're justified in thinking that this is not coming from eyewitnesses, it's legendary, whatever, I would say that you would be justified given that conclusion, and thinking the resurrection probably didn't happen, right? That's just not what I think the Gospels are.
but like just from a person, like kind of externally, it just seems like once again you have the view that Jesus resurrected from the dead, and so now you're just kind of I'm going to use the word concoct, but I don't mean for it to come across as negatively, but you've come up with kind of a viewpoint that
Post hoc.
that's kind of post hoc rationalization aspect where you believe that Jesus resurrected. You know that if you accept the scholarly consensus on news, that like undermines that aspect. You don't want to sound unreasonable, so you're like, how do I figure out a way to make it sound reasonable? Well, one way of doing that is to say they actually are eyewitness testimonies, and it is closer to Jesus's time period. And I'm just going to throw out that other evidence. If I do that and believe this thing, then I'm more assured in my viewpoint, and I think it's more reasonable. So, but that just seems to be some biased thinking.
Let's say that's going on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, you can finish your point. That's fine.
It's incredibly biased thinking.
I was going to say, let's say that's going on, right? Like, let's say that I am completely biased. I mean, I'm not going to deny I have some biases. That's right. But I do. But fundamentally, like, there are facts of the matter about whether evidence supports propositions. And so, like, the propositions I believe and adduce in support of my resurrection argument, I take those to be supported by evidence. And principally, because there is a fact of the matter there, we can ascertain it. So even if I'm biased, right, I could be the most biased person on the planet, and it could still be the case that the evidence supports the proposition that Jesus rose from the dead. So while I understand the point that you're making, like, I don't know, I worry that there's like a hint of genetic fallacy lurking around here. And so, yeah, that's my thought.
Fallacy? What do you mean by that? Genetic fallacy?
Saying that my belief in the resurrection is false because it originated in the wrong way or whatever.
Yeah. No, I think they're just saying it because there's no evidence. Testimony is not evidence.
Yes, testimony is
evidence.
No, shit. Testimony without evidence.
You have an epistemologist, a philosopher of religion, and Dave, and you just said testimony as an evidence. Good luck.
And
not this again.
I'm curious if you guys can say why testimony is not or is not evidence. That's an interesting.
People can testify that Trump is the best president ever, but it's not evidence that he's the best.
It's just not proof.
Well, it's evidence that that's their opinion, right?
Well, yeah, an opinion is not evidence of fact.
Right, but I'm saying their testimony about their opinion is evidence of their opinion.
No, but it's more than that, Dave. It's also evidence for what they're claiming. So.
Right, but there's not going to be a fact matter about who the best president is, unless like we specify very clearly what it is best, right? And if by best you mean like the president who owns the libs the most, then like maybe Trump is the best president ever, given that criteria. It's just all going to depend like what are you building into your definition of best.
Trump doesn't own anything. He's a tool for Zionists, nothing more.
Well, I mean, I would say you're a tool of your own hands, but, we all have our opinions.
Okay, he doesn't accept Paul, he doesn't accept John, and he doesn't accept certain aspects of Matthew.
And he thinks the swoon hypothesis is reasonable, don't forget that.
And you don't accept the covenant of Abraham, and you don't accept the laws of Moses.
I was grafted.
Well, there you have it.
I do accept the covenant of Abraham and the laws of Moses.
No, you believe that
God made you don't accept that you're under that, right, Andrew?
You believe that God made these unfair laws that we couldn't
No, but I
follow.
accept them insofar as I mean that they occurred, they happened, they are legit, they serve their purpose.
Right.
You
I still think that's wrong. We don't think they're wrong. We think we're not under them anymore.
It's like Paul taught that.
Let's try not to talk over each other. Let's try. Jason Steen. Hans doesn't believe that either. So I don't understand why he's trying to hold me to that standard. He doesn't believe that he's under the covenant of Abraham. He accepts Jesus. So I don't understand. Anyway.
Jesus actually says not a single jot or tittle will drop from the law. Heaven and earth will pass away before the law will pass away.
So do you eat pork until?
Yeah, I do accept Jesus.
You always leave that part out.
Do you eat pork, Hans?
Do I eat pork?
Yep. Okay, when somebody has a period, do you cast them out of the city for a bit and let them get cleansed?
Look, at least the half of the laws are obsolete because there's no more temple.
Okay, so you agree things can change.
Let me finish. I believe since half the mitzvahs are obsolete, I believe what's far more important is following the spirit of the law. And the spirit of the law is to submit to the Creator's will and to fight my ego and to try to keep my ego in check so I don't cause suffering for myself and the people around me. That's the spirit of the law. And Jesus sums it up. There's only two laws. Love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and treat other people as you would treat yourself. He simplified it. Yeah, but he didn't get rid of them. He just simplified it. It's just like the great Rabbi Hillel. They said, hey, can you sum up the Torah while standing on one leg? He said, sure. Don't do to other people what you would hate done to yourself. And then he goes, the rest is all commentary. So, yeah.
Well, I'm largely sympathetic to that. I don't know why you think I don't agree either.
That's good. The only problem I have is when Christians tell other people, if you don't believe the way I believe, you're going to hell.
Well,
Here, let me help you go to hell. But I'm going to save your soul by torturing you.
First of all, we have to establish that hell exists, that Jesus taught that, and that Christianity is exclusive. Christianity is not an inclusive religion. It doesn't mean it isn't the case that everybody, just by virtue of them being human, that they're accepted without accepting Christ. Christ is it. So I don't understand. Like, it sounds like you want to try to make it seem like you can be a Muslim and that's okay. You can be atheist and that's
Hindu. Yeah, that's all okay. It's because it's your behavior that matters most, not talking the talk. It's some atheists I think are far more holy than many Christians. And you know as well as I do, Paul does say this in Corinthians, that you are to believe in the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, because that's how we're saved.
Yeah, but we're not racing to see who can be the holiest, Hans, and that's what saved you. The whole point is that Christ covers you for your failures. So even if you are a quote-unquote Christian who acts worse than an atheist, we're not trying to see we're not comparing who's done the most sin. Like, that's not how Christianity understands you get saved. You get saved, it's not who's better than the other person.
Okay, all I'm saying is that for Christians to say, if you're not a Christian, you're going to hell, absurd. I appreciate Christianity and what they believe in. I just wish they would stay in their own lane instead of stepping on other people's toes and assaulting other people for their beliefs.
I guess
Do you think anyone's going to hell?
Well, maybe it depends on what Christians think salvation is. I mean, what do you think salvation is? Is it a good place? I think I have a pretty good idea of it, but I don't know if anybody else does, because a lot of Christians don't seem to. But I take more of an orthodox view on this, and I think it makes a lot of things a little bit easier. So if you think that salvation is God like letting you into his social club, and like, oh, there's a good place and a bad place, I think that's mistaken. So one reason I think it's mistaken is because it's not how Jesus talks about it. Especially in John, he seems to do a lot of like theological carving out. What he seems to say is that there's like a connection missing between you and the only eternal life source in the universe. And the connection is a lack of sin. If you sin, you disconnect yourself from the Father. And the only way to be reconnected to the Father is by going through the Son. And so if you think of it that way, then it's like, it's not as if we're saying, or Christians or any religious person say, that you're just not saved if you're not a good person. What it's saying is that you aren't connected to the only thing that allows for life. So it's like there's a one eternal life source in the universe. Being connected to it is eternal life, and the opposite is not eternal life.
Yeah.
So if that's the way you think of it, then saying like God doesn't like certain people or some people are worse than others, it seems a bit like a category mistake. And I'm not saying anybody's making this. Christians present this horribly, and there's disagreement over it in general. But the way I've seen it sort of put is that it's like you're not connected to the life source in the universe because you've separated yourself from God. So the only connection you have to the life source of the universe is severed. So what's left is decay. So that's what we do. That's where we're at. And so Jesus, the reason it's good news that there's a gospel is because Jesus came to bridge that gap and allow you to do it without having to meet a whole bunch of like hoops to jump through. Initially, it was blood sacrifice and all these other things, but Jesus goes, okay, I'm going to be a sufficient sacrifice. I'll make a perfect bridge. And then now you don't have to jump through these hoops anymore. And it's so incredibly potent that in John, I think in Romans 5, Paul has to pause and say, now I know what you're thinking. Should I just seek more of my grace would have ended?
Wow. What are you talking about?
It's saying grace would have does that like, I don't know, like probably people don't agree, but I mean, does that make sense? Like if you put
No,
it
I
that way,
think you're making a lot of sense, but I'm just saying that Jesus was not casting out the law. He was just breaking it down to make it simple that we could follow just the spirit of the law instead of go through the motions. And the spirit of the law is to serve creation. That's why he washed the feet of his disciples. And they protested that. So he's just saying, hey, help creatures that are lesser than you. That's your job here. And he is the one that separates the sheep from the goats. And the goats always vacillate between fear and desire. And so when they're trapped in that, you're going to cause suffering for people around you, including yourself. So he apparently at Judgment Day, which I'm sure Andrew and Dave believe in, Christ decides who is saved and who is not. And I believe.
I think maybe a couple of things are a little. I would tweak a couple. I agree largely with what you said. I think that human beings are supposed to be the go-between between like the natural order and God. We were supposed to do that, and we completely blew it. And so now what we do is we dominate nature in horrible ways, and we misuse our prerogative and our abilities. And look at the mess it's got us in. I mean, if we were actually following what Christ said, we would be doing what you say. But I will say this: Christ actually says, he goes, I'm not here to condemn anybody. I'm here to give the world like he's extreme with grace. But it's the fact that you have to accept it. That's the troublesome bit. Now I don't say you have to agree with this. But I think that it's like if you see Christ as judge, you're right. But he says, I don't judge anybody. I just give grace. Like that's it. But if you don't co-sign on this and accept the free gift of salvation, you have no part with him. So when he separates the sheep from the goats, he's sort of talking about who's there and who isn't. He says, I don't know you, not get out of here. I don't like you or something like that. He's like, I never.
No, he says, I never knew you because you never served anyone.
Well, no. He says he was
very clear about
practice
that.
lawlessness. He said, I know, but I think the general. Maybe you disagree with the sense of what he's saying, but I get the sense that what he's saying is that it's like there's not a connection between you and me. You've refused that. So what's left is all.
And the reason there was no connection, he says, when did you clothe the naked? When did you feed the hungry? You didn't. So he says, depart from me.
Yeah.
And that's when he says, I never knew you. Right. So I'm just saying that I do believe that he chooses between the incorrigible, unrepentant people who served only themselves and those who serve the creation. And wouldn't you rather be hanging out on an earth that's civilized with people who are following the golden rule versus heading out to a new earth, caveman style, starting over again with the worst offenders that were rejected from this planet?
Totally.
I think that's what hell is. Hell is okay, now you're going to go hang out with the worst
in-person
sinners.
clubhouse. Yeah, hell is like an in-person clubhouse situation. And you can't, it's like a no exit Jean-Paul Sartre, like, we're just in clubhouse. And we can't get away from each other. We're just welded together with all the people that hate.
Well, you guys are all into the same book and the same God, right? Like you and Hans and Andrew.
Jordan, meet Honey Bear.
Matthew, right? You guys are all into the same book and the same God, is that right?
I would say the more I read the Bible, the more I believe it.
Well, no, you guys all, it's all the same book, the same God.
The guy who thinks that Pilate had a secret clue to keep Jesus from actually dying on the cross. This is the guy who believes the Bible.
I believe the goal of the Bible, not the teachings of Paul. I mean, there was this.
Right. You believe the parts that you like. We know.
No. I believe the prophets. The only person I have a problem with in the Bible is Paul.
And apparently Jesus saying that he's going to die and resurrect, all that stuff that you don't believe.
I don't believe on the resurrection. What's that?
You don't believe
Why
Jesus.
do you have a problem with Paul?
Well, because of his fruits.
Which way?
Well, I mean, what do you know about Paul? Maybe we can cut to the chase. What do you know about him?
Wait, this is the same book club members fighting still? Is that what's going on here? I'm just trying to figure out what I'm listening to.
Well, I mean, people can read the same thing and bring their bias to that book, right? I read the Bible as an atheist. I came from an atheist family. My father was raised on an Indian reservation. He fucking hated Christians because he thought they were hypocrites. So that's the environment that I grew up in. I did not even, pick up and read a Bible until after I graduated from college. So
yeah, I read the Bible
he
too.
had it with a different perspective. I'd be willing to bet you that Dave was born and raised in a Christian family.
But wait, so we all read the Bible?
I have.
And you guys the only difference between me and you guys is that you guys believed it. Is that right? And you thought it was like an accurate depiction of reality and what a God
I believe the goal of the Bible
Doesn't believe it. Well, he believes the parts he likes.
Well, no, but you guys all believe that like it's somewhat accurate representation of what a God would do and what he did and stuff.
Yeah.
Dark meat, honey badger. I'm just trying to get a clear bead on what you guys are actually fighting about.
No, I mean, this is pretty standard line from the atheist.
Yeah. Well, when I was 10 years old, I just stopped believing that it was actually real. I was like, oh, this is like Aesop's fables. Okay, I get it. And you guys just kept going with it. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't start till I was.
I think that's pretty accurate.
Maybe you should stop giving up on stuff so early. Maybe get a little bit of a.
Well, wait, Bush. What is it?
Michelle believe in leprechauns and fairies and Santa Claus. Like Michelle believe in all this stuff as adults, really?
I don't know if I can stop believing those things at 10.
Well, I kind of stopped the whole Jesus thing. It was still kind of romantic. I could like meet girls and stuff at these like events, and I could listen to Pastor Rick Warren. Yeah, I could listen to Pastor Rick Warren before he was a big mega church. Obama opening that.
Reverend Wayne, Gary Wayne, right? From
yeah, I could listen to all this stuff and still be like realistic about what I was taking in and absorbing as a child, right?
So what's your
or do you doubt was realistic about the Bible? Wait, do you doubt me when I say that? Like, is there something wrong with me? Like,
what's your background, honey? I'm curious if you have.
I just told you some of it. Did you hear what I said?
No, your education background. I'm curious what you do.
Oh, I just have a college degree, just a regular one.
In what?
Bachelor's.
That's fine. What are you interested in?
A bunch of things, tons of things. Yeah.
No, I mean no, I can tell you. I am curious about you though. I'm just.
Okay, but I just wanted to hone. I don't want to talk about me. I'm just trying to figure out So I just want to make sure I understand this. You guys all kept believing it as you.
Yeah, the fairy tale bit. I'm just.
Yeah. Okay.
Humanities or STEM side? I'm curious.
Yeah, I believe it all the way up to the Paul's bullshit and then the resurrection, that we're saved by the belief in the resurrection.
Yeah, all the parts that you.
That's when I start going like, what? Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Look at the fruits of Christianity. Christ said we should judge something by its fruits. Look at the fruits of Christianity.
Do you think your dad was correct in thinking that Christians are hypocrites?
Yeah.
I mean, when you hear about Christ, it sounds like a very woke guy for today's standards for the Christians.
Yeah, Christ seems way too hip to be a Christian, that's for sure.
I don't know. I always took Christ to be a lot more harsh than Paul. It's odd to hear. I've been hearing this line lately that it's like Paul's the problem, and like he created all this crazy doctrine and stuff like that. But it's like I've always taken Christ more harsh. I mean, he's the one who separates the sheep from the goats and stuff. I mean, he's the Dominical utterances are where you get most of the doctrine of hell. I mean, he talks about Gehenna quite a bit. He's extremely severe with people who are hypocritical anyway. Paul, on the other hand, it seems like you could probably get a universalist doctrine out of Paul's letters. So I wonder if anyone senses that tension or if that's interesting. I don't know.
They just don't like Paul because he's anti-gay.
No, it's not just that. I mean, Christ says
hell, but like Paul talks about the wrath of God, which is like I think more problematic theologically, being wrathful.
Yes.
Like hell, you can interpret
Jesus is
sort of
pretty radical. wrathful. I mean, that's one thing that I've noticed about Jesus. He comes down on people quite a bit.
It's also pretty cool. I mean, he turned water into wine on those prostitutes. I mean, come on.
Just talking about hell can be like understood in various different ways, including some like non-physical puricative, like universalist, like understanding of hell, like by Origin or Gregory of Nyssa. So it's like the wrath of God like seems, I would say, more theologically problematic.
Yeah, but it seems like that line kind of comes from Jesus more. I'd have to pull texts, but it doesn't seem like that's really the line that Paul takes. He doesn't like in the way what I said before was in Romans 4. I think it's Romans 4. He has to like pause and say, "Now I know what you're thinking. Everything you do accrues to your benefit, and any losses that you take are going to be accrued to Christ on the cross. So if you sin, grace will abound. So if you do nice things, then you get rewarded for the nice things. If you do terrible things, it just goes to Christ on the cross, and then you're acquitted. So it's like, so what you're thinking, he has to like pause and stop you and say, this is so loose that it's like, should you sin that grace should abound? He's like, no, that's not how you do it. You should do other things. But it's so incredibly open and unrestricted that like grace just covers everything. That it's like legit. It's like it's so much that he has to be like, now I know what you're thinking. We should just go party. But does that make sense?
No, it does make sense, but at the same time, God says he stands on two legs, justice and righteousness. So it's not just that someone who's gone through life being selfish and conquering gets the same reward as someone who behaved wrong. That's just not just.
Yeah, but Jesus does that whole parable of the workers, right? So the workers in the field. Yeah, like it's interesting because it's like the response he gives them is like he gives like the newest workers their money first. Everybody gets the same amount, and the people who worked all day are like, "Hey, we worked through the heat of the day." And he goes, "Is it wrong for me to do what's mine as I choose, or you just hate my generosity?"
No, that's not what he said. He said we made an agreement, and I stuck to it. I made a personal agreement with you, and you, and you, and you, and you agreed to it. So what's the problem?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like so, but that's the grace. It's like people who barely did any work getting a day's wage. Does seem unfair from the people who did all the work.
They didn't deserve it.
Exactly, it's grace.
Well, look, he was talking about a harvest, and I think he was talking about a vineyard harvest.
Judge Jack.
You wanna get it picked, so you're willing to make whatever deals, to get it done. And
but they were jealous. That's the point. They were mad at the work they put in wasn't acknowledged as more. And he's like, I agreed to give you the same as the other people. Why are you mad at my generosity? That was the only. I'm not trying to be contentious on the point. I'm just pointing out that
even when the work
was a good response.
Even when the work was the same, hold on, one second. Even when the work was the same, like with Cain and Abel, like just because one had an agricultural sacrifice and the other one had an animal sacrifice, doesn't mean that the work was any less. You know what I mean? He just preferred the sacrifice over the plant sacrifice. So he just picks and chooses arbitrarily sometimes.
Now, I think I've wondered about that too. I don't think that Cain gave the best of what he had. I think that's why God was displeased with his sacrifice. It doesn't really make it clear. You're right about that. But then God asks him to, raise your countenance because if you think badly of yourself, you're going to sin. And he killed his brother. So I don't know. I mean, Cain had an issue.
Who knows? What do you think, Dan? What do you think's going on there?
You felt anyway, it's interpreted.
You're kind of quiet. No, I mean, you're really quiet, bro.
There's a prominent medieval Jewish rabbi, I think it's Joseph Halbo, like if is here in the audience, he can correct me, that gave an interpretation or theory, whatever, like interpretation why it's like Cain, sacrifice was not preferred. And his theory is that Cain was vegetarian and thought that like it's unjust to kill an animal for sacrifice, and God thought that
telling his brother was fine.
So he chose
was equal in work, that, you know what I mean? And he got angry at that. He's like, I did just the same amount of work, but you're favoring him. And he got all pissed off and bent out of shape for that.
Yeah, and he got jealous.
There's also the prodigal son is also another example of kind of something we could see as unjust. Because one child was very good and the other one wasn't, and the prodigal son got all the benefits.
Being pissed off, like, because God didn't prefer his sacrifice. I think that's like, virtually explicit in the text. Like the question is theologically, and various Christians and Jews have proposed like, creative interpretations. Why did God prefer, Abel's sacrifice? That was the question. That's not answered in the text.
Maybe God likes a barbecue. I mean, what's the Jewish word? What's the Hebrew word for barbecue?
Yeah, so some people have actually thought that. Like, yeah.
I mean, it could just be that God doesn't have a preference between, like, the things they were producing, but Cain just did a shitty job.
Well, no, because the Bible says that God likes the smell of burnt flesh, so that's clearly not the case.
Does it say he doesn't like the sucker?
Yeah, some people have made that connection from Jade, but pleasing the raw of like meat.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, so some people have said like, the previous thing also, it is unconnected with the sacrifices, but there was some sort of that Cain did, like either in deed or mentally, and like that's why the sacrifice of Abel was preferred.
And maybe it didn't work out.
Huh? Yes. It's on my desk. Hi, Ari. You got breakfast? How do you feel?
I like Tom steaks.
I got you, Tom.
Mike is on.
Muted. Oh, good.
Yeah. I still think the Abraham and Isaac story is like the most interesting of those like early Bible stories. Like the Cain and Abel thing is less mysterious. Like how God
killing animals, here and there, but like killing sounds a bit worse.
I just think there's so much to that where it's like God commands him to go do something and then commands him not to do it.
On that issue, like Jews are kind of bad theories because of the words of the Hebrew language. So, I mean, technically, he didn't tell him to kill his son. He told him because the word for sacrifice is often used as a sacrifice. Like also etymologically, it means something totally like mundane, like raised up or something like that. Again, you can correct me. And like some rabbis were saying he didn't say to kill his son. He was to raise him up like to the hill that they were for him. And like he misunderstood and thought that this Hebrew word was used in the sense of sacrifice. Like was about to kill his son. And God said, "Whoa, no, didn't mean that."
That's even more problematic. That's even more problematic because that just means like I don't know what God was like unclear or ambiguous the first time.
Even more than that, you're going to have scriptures that clearly show that Abraham knew that God could raise him from the dead and all this stuff. That's not going to be if you try to.
That would still make sense if Abraham was just misunderstanding what God wanted him to do, was being told to do by God.
Well, no, because God brought back to his remembrance like things that were promises that not, and that doesn't make sense if he completely misunderstood and God didn't actually want him to go up there.
Also,
well, you think God would know like right away upon commanding him that he was taking it the wrong way?
Yeah.
No, but that's not what I meant.
Also, about God raising Isaac from the dead, like there are some other now like rabbis who have a different opinion, and they say, well, actually he killed Isaac because there's also like a quirk in the Hebrew text like where it says they go up the hill, but then he goes there. Like in some points, like it switches between the plural and the singular, and they want to say like, well, the text is indicating that Isaac is dead at that part of the text, and then like he gets resurrected by God, and like the bull, or not the bull, the ram is given like to sacrifice.
Like he's about to kill him, and then it's like, no, no.
I don't remember details. Like I just know such a theory exists, and then we make the Hebrew work somehow.
Interesting. Hey Zalini, I looked at the thing you gave me yesterday. It was interesting. It was mostly about Jeremiah 8 though, because he says the lying tongues of scribes and the lying pen of the scribes and stuff like that. But they do mention 7:28 or whatever. It was interesting. But I don't think I got exactly.
I couldn't remember like if he actually. I know that I think I vaguely remember the author of that paper does think that 7:22 is an example of like the corruptions that are referred in 8:8.
Right.
But I could like I was like when I told you the name of the paper, I was like, does he mention in that paper at all? I couldn't remember.
There was a collection of things, but it was mostly just it was a lot of squabbling.
So
It was a lot of
what
like
we're
people
gonna
squabbling
find?
about that Muslims say that the Torah is corrupt. That was the
It's
that
really
was
such a waste of time.
general line. It wasn't like they were trying to say like the specific thing that we were talking about was not quite what was an issue, but it was relevant. What you said was relevant, so I'm glad I followed up on it because it was interesting.
This ain't nothing.
Does he mention in that
Mm-hmm.
in that paper? Does he mention Epiphanius and these other like early Christian sources for alternative Torahs? I can't remember.
I didn't see. I looked at the paper, but I don't think I got exactly the paper. I saw like a collage of views because I looked up the reference you gave me, and then the collage of views that came up was like, it was a lot of different debates from people at the popular level. It wasn't really scholarly work.
The
Torah.
title of the
Yeah.
paper is called False
I
Like
see.
a Google Scholar, if you type in like
There's your thumbs up.
I think that's the name of the paper.
Yeah. I think what happened was I googled it.
Don't
And
eat
then
too much Indian food.
I went down the line. I got distracted.
Don't eat too much
And
Indian
I don't think
food.
I actually looked. So it was interesting.
Maybe I should have said it at the beginning.
Be
like,
careful
you
on
should
the muffin.
Yeah, I probably well, you shouldn't have to say that, but I think I maybe just got distracted in the middle. But it was interesting that's a point of debate, and I've been reading Jeremiah recently. So it's
there
just
is like
interesting.
because it's like historically it's weird. Like there are some data points like that are secondhand. So like Epiphanius and some other sources mention these existence of alternative Jewish groups, and they say something
Don't
like,
eat too
oh,
much
they
Indian
hold to the
food.
Torah, but
Be
not
careful
this
on the
Torah
chicken
that we
muffin.
have.
They're
They
number
have
4.
some other Torah which is different in content, and then like for example, which is
Don't eat too much Indian food.
Nazarenes depended how translated. He says like, and their Torah does not have commandments of animal sacrifice. He says that as an example of the differences between like their Torah and our, the official one.
It does seem like one of the tensions of Islam though is that like they're committed that like the word of God can't be corrupted, and they also commit that like the word of God has been corrupted. Like it's kind of interesting.
Can't be corrupted.
Well, you can reinterpret. Well, I mean, there's ways out of the tension. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Well, I mean, they do think that with the Torah and the Injil were divine revelation.
Sure, but they're not.
Yeah, but I think you get that from hadiths. I don't think that's in Quran, so they don't technically have to abide by that.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, just
He puts the Torah on the
point
kosher.
about the historic like groups. So like
I think there is some stuff in the Quran. Sorry.
Like the main problem, like in order to have like a robust theory of this, like what these alternative groups hold, is that we don't have the extant alternative Torahs that are like different to this extent, like mentioned by Epiphanius for Nazarenes. Of course, we have like the Samaritan Torah that does have various differences compared to the Jewish Torah, including like in the Ten Commandments. Like one of the commandments is like to set up the cult of Yahweh on Mount Gerizim, which is like totally unrelated to the Ten Commandments in this Torah that we have.
That's crazy.
Like,
Do you think it's contextual? Like, or do they run into conflicts, or is it like a
It's an alternative text. Like it has a bunch of like differences. There
That's
is
crazy.
one document which is very. I think like most even like critical scholars also, not just conservative scholars or whatever. Like, but most critical scholars think it's a forgery. It's called the Moses Scroll. I forget the exact name. Like how it's differently called, which is like some sort of alleged, at least, part of an alternative Torah that but yeah, as I said, like I think it's like a very minority position that this is an authentic document. But it would be cool to find this, like some sort of a scene, like non-Qumran a scene, or like some Nasserean from Epiphanius, like alternative Torah, to see like what is the exact extent of the differences. Because the only differences we know of is like they were, I guess, most shocked that there was no animal sacrifices.
Yeah.
That's what they
Hey, Zelini, can I ask what you do? Like, what are you? Are you have a regular job? Do you do scholarship? Anything?
have a regular job, but like just working class.
Oh, I was curious because I wondered if you ever thought about like trying to publish anything that you say, because you have a lot of eclectic knowledge. I mean, obviously you and I disagree on some stuff, but I would like to, I don't know. I just wondered if you ever thought about digging into any of that, or at like any sort of like putting work out there.
Like time, you know, I kind of just lost contact with. So I was first in seminary, and then right after seminary I went to philosophy, and at the end of philosophy, like I got kids and like just lost contact with college. Like didn't have time to do anything. Like some people have like called me like for a few years. You know, like I was a member of like a bioethics society, which was kind of like it's a facultative. It didn't give you like any points for classes or anything. Like but it was just like assistant professors, and there was a few like of us students who were like doing various discussions, writing some essays about ethics stuff. But like they were calling me at least to come back to that, but I was like no time.
You should do a sub today. You at least do a sub today.
I mean, like the closest thing that I managed to do like a few months ago, actually it's probably like half a year ago, and just because like my kids are now old enough to go to school, so I have more time. Like I did an interview in my language, my country, with a guy who has like a YouTube channel, and he brings like philosophers of religion, and he brought like, for example, Swinburne, he brought Graham Opie, he had like William Lane Craig, and I did an interview on his channel to explain liberal theology on like our language, and to explain like limited theism. And like the first video was 5 hours, and we like I just gave a cursory overview like of basically this chart in my profile picture, and the second video was like 3 or like half hours of, again, just an introduction of like limited theism, arguments against, arguments for, how it matches with the Bible and Christianity.
Do you have any information in biology?
Cursory overview?
Do you have any information in biology? Why would you be in biology ethics?
No, bioethics is just like a term. I don't know if in English, like in the West, it's used differently, but it is the same term in my language. So bioethics, but also like bioethics society. It means.
But it has nothing to do with biology.
No, basically, it has to do with applied ethics.
It's usually medicine. What's the Serbian word for it?
Well,
typically every hospital has a board member that's a bioethicist.
That's like a totally different.
Certain choices.
And do you have any information on
No.
What's it called in Serbian, Zoe?
We call bioethics just bioethics.
Yes.
It's the same term, but like the society that I was a member of, like the thing that we dealt with, you need a cursory knowledge of biology, of course, but the point of the society was to do applied ethics. So like we would do stuff like abortion, euthanasia, homosexuality, and like ethical discussions about those issues. Like that was like in general applied ethics was like basically the point of society.
But
you just called it bioethics for some reason. I don't know.
Okay, interesting.
Can I just say real fast that I think Zeleny having kids, right? I bet they fall asleep instantly no matter what he reads them at night, right? Can you just imagine, like, how good you would sleep if Zeleny was reading you a bedtime story? God, that'd be amazing.
Early church fathers didn't want any Greek eggs in hand.
Yeah, but Sully, like, it doesn't even matter if, like, what he's saying. He could read the most exciting story on earth and they'd be asleep in 10 seconds.
It's a lot of people.
I did teach my kids with like relaxation exercises and medicine they fall asleep.
I think you gotta start like respiring with jabs. You're just gonna end up talking more than.
Did you say exorcisms? Do you perform exorcisms before they go to sleep?
He does.
Exercises.
Doesn't everybody?
I perform my exorcism on myself every
Yeah,
time I rest.
it's an exorcism.
Name the demon to.
I mean, I do them nightly. I don't know about you guys.
Like, I exercise myself all the time when I'm crying in bed. Like, what do you mean?
So what else is going on? What else are we talking about?
Supposed to do a stream with my friend Ledouche from Discord too.
Oh, what's it about? So.
It's about we're like reacting to the Joe Schmidt and Miles Donahue fine tuning.
Can you give me a? I'll use $10 word. Can you limit it for me?
Yeah. So Joe Schmidt and Miles Donahue did a video where they just went through a bunch of objections to the fine tuning argument. And so they each, they go through like and say something about each of a few of these objections, and then my buddy wanted to like respond to what they were saying in that video. So they go through like multiverse responses, electrons in love is another one. There's a few. So I mean, you're probably familiar with some of the common fine tuning responses.
Yeah. It's not really my area, but I got the chance to delve into it a little bit. I mostly heard arguments for, and then people push back. A lot of times the pushback that I see is they confuse it with the design argument, and that's aggravating because it's like that's just not really what it is. Like the William Paley variety, and it's like it just isn't like.
Oh yeah.
A lot of times people will be like, yeah, like because Hume really did a number on the design argument, like saying that it's like, well, it seems like how do I say it? So it seems more likely that with the difficulties of the world that we live in, and the brokenness and the foibles in it, that it's like it's more likely that the God it indicates being created by is like a child God who did a first cut hypothesis of making worlds, and he got like a D+ on it, or like a senile God who like started making it and then sort of like fizzled out halfway through.
Sure. Like, so yeah, I mean, I think that's because the Paley stuff is kind of weak to begin with. But like, I mean, I would still consider fine tuning to be a design argument. It's just like a different sort of design. Like it's still you could class it under a bunch of different types of arguments. Sometimes it's considered a cosmological argument. Yeah. It's an inference to a designer. So like in that sense, it's saying like here's a feature of the world that's more expected given a designer, something like that.
Yeah, like it depends. Like, sorry. So it depends on how you take it, because like the thing that I found interesting about it initially was that like fine tuning is not like some philosophy of religion label that people are like, oh, it's got to be, a design. It's Will is here. He wants to see if you can come up. I don't know how you do that, so I was gonna let him off. But you guys will stir the pot.
I mean, Dan Linford does a good job of like explaining that when a physicist says fine tuning, they don't mean the same thing that the apologist means, right? Or that the everyday person.
Or at least what he said is there's like a few different things that only one of them is
right. Two have different definitions. It's one of those terms like theory has a scientific meaning and a colloquial meaning, which are close to the same.
I mean, Dan will say like there's a few different usages in physics of the term fine tuning, and probably the most common one is to say that like a theory is fine tuned, which is a defect of a theory, right? You want a less finely tuned. Yeah, you want a less finely tuned theory because like fine tuning is like
it's a bad thing to have as a standard of your theories because it makes it seem like it's not. It makes it seem
Not
like
every marriage lasts.
It's more like curve fitting, right? It's like okay, you have a framework, and then you have to fit the data
adjusting certain parameters in your equation, you know, to get it to work.
50-50.
Right.
Yeah.
So you want a theory that just does that for you.
The data looks like fussed with. Like curve fitting is a good term.
The theory is the thing that's like, it's like, so we have a broad curve, and then in order to have, so it's, I mean, curve fitting is an exact analogy of what I'm talking about anyway, but it's like, say, you know, you have a broad theory, say it's got laws, but like you go to what the constants are, and then you go and check the data, and you say, okay, if I make the constants this, then it works, right, with these equations, right?
The goal.
You want a theory that like you can just use to predict those values without having to do it by measuring them first and then building them back into the theory if you can get them. Right.
And that's the mark of a better theory. Because I'm so confident with model building in this kind of regard. I'm more my ground is less in that range. I can do stuff like that now because I have to do formal epistemology sometimes. So it's like my secondary advisor is a formal epistemologist, so I can kind of outsource more than anything. But no, it's an interesting idea. Like model building isn't my purview though, so I just like that. So it's like some of this stuff is a little bit occlusive to me, just because I don't do it. I don't work with it all the time. So does that make sense?
Sully, I thought that the thing though was not so much that it's a defect of the theory, the fine tuning, right? But that because it is like
this is
like
the way
very
that
specific. Well, hang on.
Let me finish.
Right? That it is because it's theory specific, right, or model specific, right? It's that you can't take it as saying something like actual about the universe, right? Is what Dan would say, right? Not that it's as much a defect as just like not like something that you should assume is significant that long.
No, we're just talking about when physicists talk about fine tuning in physics papers. Like what do they like? They're not talking about this art.
Yeah, but does this say that it's a defect of the theory? I don't think they say that.
Yeah. Well, they think that like the more like yes, you want a theory that doesn't require like fine tuning. If there's a better theory,
you would like your concept to be derivable, right?
Right.
But
so the point is that like okay, here's an example that's like relevant to the argument, right? So the cosmological constant, there was a predicted value from quantum field theory, which is basically like a vacuum density calculation, right? That they used to get a prediction for the cosmological constant, and then it's like widely known that it was one of the worst predictions in the history of physics because it failed by 120 orders of magnitude when they went and measured the It's from that they get. Yeah, that's literally where that number comes from, by the way. Which
and I also know that I think it's asymptotic safe gravity or something, right? Like one of the things that proponents will put forward is that it does derive like the gravitational or universal constant, whatever. One of those constants, right, that are just brute force put in there in most models, right? It actually does make a derivation score rather than just.
Right, and we would look at that as a good thing because the theory doesn't require as much fine tuning. Basically, is the idea. And so this is the cosmological constant 120 orders of magnitude thing is a good example. The idea is that the theory had to be tailored to match the data by that many orders of magnitude. And that's where people like Luke Barnes get this idea that, so the cosmological constant can vary across and only a small fraction of that. The
problem I've always had though is just that I think it fails on like a broad brush, like just first glance, right? Because God doesn't require like any specific values to create life, right? Like that's why Christians don't think heaven like follows physical laws, but you've got all sorts of life there, right?
Oh sure, yeah. But you want to be
angels and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, you want to be careful because there's this electrons with love objection.
Yeah, I'm aware of electrons with love. Yeah.
And it is like so that's like the idea, like okay, well, there's many different kinds of life that are not like biological,
Yeah, even if you want them to be physical, but
then what they'll do is they'll just say, okay, we're going to back around the psychophysical laws, right, to try to rule out all those possibilities. So then what I want to say is like,
No, but see, God could create life in any, regardless.
Yeah, I agree, but like what I'm saying is that
it could be like us.
doesn't even need physical
life,
right? And originally doesn't even use it. So why do you think like he requires specific like physical rules, right? When the original state like isn't even using that.
Right, sure.
It's completely non-physical.
One of the examples that I would use is like occasionalism. I think occasionalism is relevant to like occasionalism is like a coherent thesis under classical theism where there are actually no efficient causal relations between created things. So all the efficient causation is directly like from God. Like God directly efficiently causes every event. And then you get that like the things we're calling laws are actually like Humean regulators, right? And it's very clear like God holds to whatever
anyone actually like reporting.
No, he doesn't. It's pretty unpopular.
Not Roach came up with it, and there are people I think that hold to it or versions of it, but it's like it is originally.
Let me take that back. Christians, I don't hear.
Unpopular, but
I've heard a lot of Muslims say that though. Like
it's unpopular, but it's kind of irrelevant how popular it is. Like the point is just that it's like consistent with classical theism.
Right.
Most people don't deny that.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that.
And then from there, it's you at least get this idea that like, yeah, God, you know, whatever the mass of the electron happens to be, or the cosmological constant, or the fine structure constant, or like all these other constants and parameters that people appeal to. God could make life just like us. You know, it may not be us if you're like an origins essentialist, but like it would be very similar to us. You know, like if he poofed a rabbit into your lap, you would think that that rabbit is like a biological organism. You know, so he can make life like us in universes that have deviant constants. And then the question is like, does he have a reason to value these sorts of constants? And when you realize that the instrumental relation is breaking down there, it just seems to be the God can get any value he wants, regardless of what the constants and parameters of. So it becomes very unclear like why he has any special value for these kinds of quote unquote life.
Yeah, like there's a tension that I think any theist, right, who thinks that is like a good argument, they've got some tension if they also think like God's omnipotent, right? Because like it does seem like it'd be a very good argument for like just a potent God, right? But if you think he's omnipotent, then there's no reason at all to think that. Yeah, like Zeleny, like it'd be a good argument for Zeleny, I think, but not for like normal theists.
Which is, by the way, the same. This is like I was. Sally is gonna like hate this because it's repetitive for him. I sent him like a DM with these quotes. Stuart Mill like pointed things out like 150 years ago. He was a limited theist, by the way. He has this like it's called 3 essays on religion, and the third essay like goes through like various like stuff, you know, like design, divine hiddenness, skeptic theism, like all of these things that we keep debating, like 2026, like you basically already kind of knew it, not by name of course, but like if I could just, I'll try to read it quickly, just 2 short-ish quotes by him. So this is about design. It says, it's not too much to say that every indication of design in the universe is evidence against the omnipotence of the designer. For what do we mean by design?
Will you marry me? Oh, yes! Yes, I will marry you.
Who would use means to an end that he could achieve just by saying the word? The very idea of
will you marry me?
Effectiveness that the direct action of the being who employs them doesn't have. Otherwise, they aren't means, but merely clutter. And then he, of course, addresses like what would be the first response. He says that you might want to say, well, an omnipotent creator, though he didn't need contrivances such as man must use, he thought fit to use them in order to leave traces that will enable man to recognize his created man. I answer that this equally implies limit his omnipotence. For if he wanted man to know that they and the world are made by him, he in his omnipotence had only will that they should be aware of. Then of course he addresses, well, maybe atheist skepticism, basically where, that the non-atheist might say, well, okay, maybe he doesn't need the retrieval system, maybe he doesn't use them to leave clues for you, maybe it's some sort of other reason that we might not know. And it's like all of these things. I'm just fascinated by that essay because you're melting.
But it's fair. It's like a fair response to what I'm saying, right? But in the dialectic about the fine-tuning argument, you would not believe how much work the whole unlimited, no arbitrary limit stuff is doing. Like when you get into so there's so many back and forth between here's a response to the original fine-tuning argument, and here's a response to that response, and so on. And it comes up so often that they will appeal to no arbitrary limits to get a priori likelihood boosts where it counts and stuff like that. If you can't do that move, I think that you'll just lose one of the pillars that's holding up the whole thing right now. So even though what I'm saying doesn't apply to limited theism because maybe a limited God would have some reason to value certain constants and parameters if he had control of them or whatever, it's going to fail at a different stage of the dialectic.
Can I just say something really quick here?
But it's different.
Can I say something really quick here? Sorry. Given what I know from the fine-tuning argument, it's a strange conclusion when over 99.99 ad infinitum basically of the universe is instantly lethal to humans. If I walked into a house where every room, hallway, and surface would kill me, I wouldn't infer that this thing was designed for me. I'd kind of infer that I'm surviving in one little tiny corner.
Yeah, but I don't think they want to say that it's they don't usually say it's built for humans. They say it's built for life and biological life.
They're kind of inferring humans. Let's be real.
I thought the strong of the argument, because I'm pretty skeptical of this. I thought the stronger form of the argument was that it's not necessarily that life would exist, but that atoms would just goop. That there's very few iterations of the universal constants where you even have any interaction between fundamental elements of the universe.
That's one step.
That's necessary. It's not life would be hostile to me. It's that you didn't have anything, and so it's a backwards mystical room.
Well, if we just had atoms and no life, there'd be no point. It's about life permitting universes.
But you have to be alive if you wanted it, right? No interaction between matter or energy.
Yeah, so that's necessary.
I thought that was the claim.
Yeah, it's almost like they found a puddle in the Sahara, and the Sahara is now designed for water. No, it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't add up to me.
I'll tell you what was my criticism. And I thought this rejoinder was stronger.
The argument is. Hold on. The argument says that the conditional probability of life-permitting conditions on theism is higher than the conditional probability of life-permitting conditions on naturalism or atheism.
The conditional
There's a few different ways. So that's one premise.
conditional probability given that life exists.
Yeah, exactly.
The conditional probability.
No.
Given theism, but the conditional probability given theism is one.
Can I just finish? There's a relative likelihood premise which is just saying this data is more expected on theism than naturalism, and then there's a sort of constraint on priors, premise which just says that the prior on naturalism is not so much higher than the prior on theism that it swamps the strength of the support, right? And then they appeal to the particular physics to say that the probability of life-permitting conditions on naturalism is astronomically low, like you were saying, right? Which is it's very, very astronomically low on chance or on naturalism, right? And then this is how they support the relative likelihood premise by saying it's very low on naturalism based on this stuff from physics. And it's not that low on theism, clearly. It's reason.
I just wanted to make that point because I think if you start to say there's a weaker form of this that I had always responded to extremely skeptically, which was life is a we have a carbon-based life form, life's designed for us. And the answer's like, well, you'd just be a different kind of life, right? That doesn't prove anything. But if you start with, you have just no matter-energy interaction whatsoever, then you get around to like the odds that carbon-based versus silicon-based versus some other kind of based life. So I do think that's probably the way to think about the stronger, the more Steelman version is like you just have no interaction.
Yeah, no, that's why they'll say like
life fitting versus life fitting, right? Very different.
Right, well, what they mean is that there's this like parameter space that so basically the argument goes like this: they want to hold fixed in the background the form of the laws of physics as we currently understand. That's something we could grant. I don't think it makes much of a difference, so like we can grant that. And then there's a couple other things that they want to put in the background, but like that's the most important one is the form of the laws. And then they say the possibility ranges for these constants that we're not holding fixed, right, are huge. And only a small sliver of that can even give rise to complex structure formation, right? Which is what you're saying, right? Right. And that's why they say, so when they say like permitting conditions, really they mean like conditions under which like complex structure formation is possible.
Right. That's
sorry, I could add one more thing. In lieu of supernatural intervention. Right?
I gotta ask you a question based on this.
The thing is that that's such a bad argument because, like, given that there's something that has very small probability of happening, right? We don't make conclusions after the fact. Like it's like once something happens, like if you win the lottery, right? You have very small probabilities of winning them. But once you win the lottery, you don't calculate and say like, oh, I won the lottery, like that there has to be a miracle explaining this, right? The person who won the lottery, right, doesn't necessarily have like some fine-tuning example of like, oh, this person must have like divine intervention or something like that. It had to happen somewhere, and the place that happened, right?
Can I ask you a question?
I know, but you can't.
It didn't happen.
It's not quite that. It wouldn't have been a lottery whatsoever. The selection effect thing is a well-taken point, but like the idea that this would have been just by chance seems pretty unlikely to most people that examine the specific physical the constants. That's the usual idea.
So, sorry, I shouldn't be
the puddle example, and like a puddle thinks that it was it's perfectly fitted to the ground that it's sat in. That's not quite the claim. The claim is that there are ratios between like the strong nuclear force and different. I think not Luke Barnes. Aaron Wall told me that it was 17. There's 17 different constants that like if they were adjusted at all in one part in 10 to 10 to the 20 million, 10 to the 20th.
No.
You would have a universe rather than having a universe. You'd have humans.
How's your day, love?
That's not exactly right. That point is actually important because so people take this one the wrong way, right? It's the constants can actually vary by quite a bit from their actual values and still have complex structure formation. In fact, it's like 30 orders of magnitude for some of them, right? So there's on how much they could vary by and still give rise to complex. But the point is that even that range for which they could vary is like a tiny, tiny sliver of the massive possibilities things.
But the thing is like when you're talking about conditional probability, right? The fact that you're saying like what is the probability that these things are fine-tuned given that life exists? Isn't that like
it's not
Maria Celeste.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the probability that this constants were chosen?
How's your day? How's your day, beautiful? It's still LA Fitness.
Isn't that number one?
How's your day, beautiful? It's
we're not putting
probability distribution about the intentions of an infinite mind.
The point is not to background things that already entailed constants.
So like think of it like the teleological, like the strongest one of this is. So I agree with the selection effects criticism, so I'm not a supporter of the right-tuning argument. But if we're steelmanning their position, I think it's something like it's not this one thing happened, I won the lottery. I was walking down the beach, I found a space shuttle. What are the odds that the space shuttle just randomly assembled itself in one shot? It's more along
Well, it's not even just, there's further responses.
Right, but
You're right for the first shot. The first one to say, like, we should probably just stick to, maybe we should back around that there's a single universe. I still think that you're about the argument. But if you do a selection type effect thing, so either you have like a multiverse or the constant change.
Multiverse kills those, right? Multiverse kills those.
Well, no, because then what they say is like there's many different ways that you can have a multiverse, right? So you could imagine like a multiverse where all the universes have the same constants, or a multiverse where just like these types of constants that you have are still like
whichever way makes it work, whichever way helps your particular argument.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there's responses and responses, but like the
one universe that keeps collapsing and expanding. So you have you can say that all of them are different, all of them are the same, and then it supports your argument. We don't know, so you're just.
Well, they wanted the proponents wanted them to say a fine-tuning argument. Want to say like, look, you need like a sort of finely tuned multiverse structure to get the likelihood of
Is that how Luke does it? Is that how Luke argues it? I have a fortune universe, but I don't remember how he actually hashes this out with his atheist.
Hey, Sully, you sound like you know this. How much of that you need to find? Is there evidence for that, or is that mere postulating? Like, is it like, okay, so the theory is true.
Okay.
So you need to find into the multiverse.
Yeah, would you need to find that they would all be the same, or do we know enough about that theory that we can make reasonable prognostications, or is it just
as far as like end theories go right now,
from the pew.
Yeah, they're very like broad frameworks.
Alright, I'm going out for Jack.
In background, then we don't get a whole lot because even just for our universe, there are like 500 million different models of string theory.
These are men who for years are repeating themselves, saying the same shit. The same thoughts. Over and over and over again.
The fine-tuning arguments modality. So it's like, probably.
I'll be back.
I just wondering, is it just a matter of, well, it could be this, it could be that, if there's any actual, like, evidential arguments supporting it. Because otherwise it just feels like it could be my way, it could be your way, and now we're stuck.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I do think it ends up being a wash, ultimately.
I just want to know if I should waste time on learning more about this argument, or if
it's such a poor argument.
It's got an interesting, like, it's got an interesting, like, back and forth.
It's like a thought experiment more than anything.
I find it completely unappealing, but it's converted more people to Christianity than any other single argument I know.
But that's because the average person
is
like
subjective experience.
Yeah, but that's because like big numbers have like a magical effect on people.
Yeah, right? It doesn't prove me as a Christian, but I'm like severely in the minority of the folks I know, and many of the very smart, like theologians or philosopher people that spend their time in this space are very convinced by it. So it's interesting because I find it utterly it happened the way it happened. That doesn't prove I'm very much in that camp.
It's such a poor argument that I'm surprised that so many people believe this.
Has that been other people's experience? Because I find most people are very compelled.
It's throwing a dart and then drawing the bullseye afterwards and saying like, look, I hit the bullseye. Like, how people get convinced like that?
Well, like, okay, I'll give you the kind of basic like. Right? So it's like, okay, it seems like on naturalism, this is like a matter of chance. This is like the intuition, right?
Yeah.
It seems like on naturalism, if we don't give you any other information, like you're in a black room, you haven't looked at anything yet, right? And all I tell you is naturalism is true, right? You don't get a strong prediction between all these different values that constantly take. And then on theism, the idea is that these kinds of constants are like especially valuable because they give rise to life and all these other values, right? And for that reason, God selects for valuable things, so it's not as unexpected on theism, right?
I mean, I have a body for all. I mean, because just a minute, please. If you can, sir, give me 1 minute. Okay. How can someone live without beliefs? Our beliefs create our principle.
We're not talking about principle. We're not talking about live without
Live without belief. No. Nobody lives without beliefs. That's just stupid.
But if the argument is to compare
Well, there are
to the probability given
there are
theism,
folk psychological eliminationists who don't believe in belief.
Yeah, but
hey, if
they believe
hold on,
that.
Jude, hold on, Jude.
They don't believe
If the argument is to compare the probability of life given naturalism to the probability of life given theism, can you really compute probabilities given theism? Like, what's the conditional probability?
That's my whole
What's the
thing.
conditional probability of life existing in the center of the sun given theism?
Yeah.
This is not a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it could. I guess it could. But not so.
It's 100%. It's 100%.
That's not about the probability of like the life existing. The life existing is just the cherry on top. The argument based on the constant of the universe.
No,
Because
that's not
you can't. Yeah, you can say that. You can't make the argument without admitting there is
The
constants
constants of the universe
We're
gonna be
That's
something.
not the point of the argument.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna be something.
They are the core.
Just a minute, please.
It's that the constants are fine tuned. It's not that it just has constants.
But there is constant and you but
Hang on a second. This is a great room, great discussion. Let's keep it that way. Let's not over talk each other. And right now the discussion and topic is fine-tuning argument. Let's focus on that.
Thank you.
I mean, the law, thinking when it comes from our principle.
Can you mute this guy?
Yeah, dude, catch up to the conversation.
For the Russian and the Gulag.
yeah, if you admit there is constant, you already lost, by the way, in the universe.
In Soviet Russia, believes to.
It's not that they're just constants. It's that the constants are fine-tuned and fine-tuned for something. It's not just random constants fine-tuned for anything.
Yeah, but you might be mistaking your terms.
If you admit there is constant, you admitting there is a designer.
I don't know.
Wow.
That
The
sounds too strong.
concepts are fine-tuned for our models, not for our existence.
They're fine-tuned for
Can I ask you?
That's not
Can
right.
I flip? Can I flip the question then?
The
Can I
concept
flip
of
the
tuned
question?
or not tuned is the question.
Okay, can I flip the question then? Can you imagine perfectly cube thing? It's not like design, it just exists by chance.
Yeah, we can imagine that. Well, those aren't the two only options.
But what's the
Like there are plenty of Platonists who would say that perfect cubes don't exist. They're not designed and it's not by
What's
chance.
the
They're necessary
probability
objects.
of how the probability of perfect cube existing by chance against
It's
being
not by
designed?
chance.
Yes.
Like if you're a Platonist, it's not by chance. Jesus Christ, they're necessary Platonic objects. All shapes are necessary objects that do not exist by chance and were not designed.
So they are not designed and they're not by chance?
Yeah, that's right. Those aren't the only two options.
What's the third
And
option?
there is no perfect cube.
The third option is that they are necessary
Third
objects.
option is
Right?
necessary.
That they're Platonic objects that are necessary. Fourth option is they're just brute, right? That like chance isn't really involved at all and no designer. Like I'm sure there are more than four options too. So
Okay, what am I? Muhammad, you're talking about like a mathematical cube or like a physical cube existing?
all he said was perfect cube, so I interpret it, either way.
I thought he was talking about like a physical cube existing, which it doesn't
Physical view,
exist.
physical.
Okay, that could still be like necessary because the laws are not random. Didn't just like bump into each other.
It's just a probability question, right? It's less likely to have a physical cube than it's less likely you would have a perfect cube than a non-perfect. It's always saying it's just a reiteration of the same one, right? That exactly. There are more ways that you could have a universe of goop than a non-universe of goop. So the probability is such that you're more likely to have the goop. We didn't have the goop, then there's some odds that there's a desire to do that. It's all the same. And then the rejoinder is just
It depends what you mean by goop, right?
The lower probability thing could happen.
Yeah, it depends what you mean by goop, because if goop is like a physical thing, right, made of at least like
What I
subatomic
mean by goop
particles.
is not interacting matter, right? Like just inert dead space, something like that.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't consider that goop. I thought goop was like a physical thing that can be touched.
No,
Azra.
meaning you're just people call it helium soup, and then different ways saying this.
Okay, so you just mean like the mass density is so low that you don't get any gravitational
I thought
interactions.
that was the strong form, because as soon as you start talking about fittingness to existing life, you just can posit, well, there could be different kinds of life, and now you've gotten yourself nowhere. So I think the strongest form of this has to say, no. It's that you just have no interaction once there'll be different kinds of life. Response goes
or
away.
Like recollapse into a vacuum or something.
Yeah, it's something where you have no interaction. You can't even. It's not even having complex forms. You still have forms, right? You still have basic constituent parts at most. That's also the argument. And then the response, the like if you're me and you have a non-intuitive response, and this doesn't move you, it's because you go. Sometimes the low probability thing happens.
Yeah, but it also.
And so that made it.
Well, in my case, right, I just.
Depends on your on usability theory, right? Like.
Yeah, I'm doubtful that's even possible.
If you're
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Bayesian, right? Then this is not going to move you at all.
Right. Well, I probably land.
The thing is, like, if those things happen at random, let's say that this goop universe and like non-goop universe, like
do we want to use a different word than goop just before we go back?
Okay. Yeah.
I'd rather use a different word you meant.
Let's say a non-stable. Let's say non-stable universe.
No, non-stable would be active. Let's just say inert. Inert's clear.
Okay,
so
an inert universe and a non-inert universe, right? Let's say that an inert universe is much more likely to happen if we had like a probability distribution. All this universe have the same chance, and there are much more possibilities for inert, right? And kind of the argument that you're saying. So the fact that an inert happened, you're gonna say, oh wow, like there was such a chance of happening. But the thing is that analysis needs to be done a priori of the experiment, right? Not a forgery. Like if you're trying.
What experiment are you talking about?
Like the experiment of the experiment is like if creations of the universe, right? If you were to run to division of universe at random, and since the probability of getting an inert universe is much higher than a non-inert universe, right? You can make a conclusion if you do before you create the universe, if you get a non-inert, you can say like, oh wow, like just something unhappened. But the fact that you're analyzing it after the fact, then you need a conditional probability to understand this, and then you run into this condition and like, oh, what is the probability of this universe existing, given the existence of the universe, or given the existence of life in the universe? And that's pretty much one. Right?
I confess that my statistics is all descriptive, and I'm not a probability theorist, so I may just be missing this. And so maybe someone can help me, but I don't see why you could. If I have a set of data, I don't see why I have to run it before. Like you can say, what are the odds that what just happened, versus what are the odds of something that's going to happen? Like it seems like the same analysis to me.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that either.
Yeah.
So you think?
I mean, we do this all the time in real life, right? Like, some event happens, right? Let's say like someone's trying to figure out who did a crime, right? You can look at who was likely to have done it, do some sort of statistical analysis, right? This is how we like investigate like international computer crimes and stuff all the time. Like at least part of it.
And all of my data, when we run like group, this is basic statistics stuff. But when we run like group studies on people, we get all their answers, and then we say, what's the adjusted R-squared, what's the p-value? Like this is all after the data happened. I say, what are the odds?
No, that's not true. That's not true. You start with a null hypothesis, right? And then you say, this is what we want to prove. That's before the experiment. If you were to do that after the experiment, then you messed up the whole experiment, right?
I mean, you can set the null hypothesis. I mean, in theory, mathematically, you can set the null hypothesis after, though.
Before. You do it before.
You accuse me of p-hacking, potentially, but you can just set the null hypothesis. What are the odds of the universe doesn't exist? I think you did, and then go like you can do that after.
But But look at the difference of these two things, right? Like, I can say that what is the probability of William existing, right? The probability of you existing, like the probability of you existing and at some time in history, right? You could think of it as very small, but like you wouldn't say that the probability of you existing right now, it's like it's given that you exist is pretty much given.
I would say it's very small. I would say it's the probability that I exist is small, even though it happened.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on like the background assumptions, right? Like if you're assuming that like
I mean, like a deterministic universe, maybe.
Yeah, like universe isn't like fixed, right? And you got all of time to play with. Like the probability of him existing at this time or any other particular time is very tiny.
Well, okay, exactly.
If you assume like you have to have what the rules are now, then the probability of him existing right now is 1.
The probability of him existing right now, it's given that he exists.
That's not probability, though. That's actual. We're not talking about. I'm confused by this because that doesn't strike me as Lily. That's just the actual, like the data set. Like if I have all of the data, then like it's always 1, right? Everything that happened. But what you're suggesting, like if you had varied, like
okay,
you're suggesting nothing can have varied. My mom couldn't have walked left the day she walked right, right? Like I think what you're suggesting, like it's not even a question if we're saying there could have been no other variables. The universe is fixed and determined, and then like everything that happens happened. Okay. But I think the idea is like what things could have changed, how many of those things could have changed, and how many of those would have resulted in me not being. I mean, in some sense, you can't even run that data because it's too complex. So the idea being that once something happens, you can never calculate the probability that it could have happened seems off to me.
No, well,
yeah, so that's essentially what I think you're saying.
So look, the conditional probabilities, for example, if I say, what is the probability that the next person that talks after me, it's going to be William, right? That probability, it's a conditional probability, like given that you are in this set of people that can talk, right? We could calculate that probabilities. That's not a trivial one, right?
Let's spoke next.
But the way that you would calculate that, hang on. The way you would calculate that is the exact same way you would have calculated if you said somebody spoke after me. What's the chances that it was William? Whether you knew that or not, right? Either way, you would take like some data of like the rates at which everyone spoke up in the past and in what situations and for length of time and after who, right? You take all that data, you're gonna run it exactly the same way whether you know who actually spoke or not.
I think you're pointing out that you have to set your own hypothesis ahead of time is a methodological thing against p-hacking and that sort of thing more than you can still run the numbers.
Yeah, William's right. Like assuming you're rigorous and not like you're careful to not bias your conditions, you're gonna get like the same answer whether you know the result or not.
Okay, so let me finish this.
Okay, please.
Like, let's say we want to calculate the probability that the next one that will speak after me be you, right? Given that I know that only the people who are in this room above, like, have access to the microphone, right? And let me make an assumption, say, like, everybody has equal chance, like, every single person has equal chance to speak it. So then, since there's 18 people, not including me, that will be 17, so it will be 1/17. That is a conditional probability, right, of William speaking, given that you are in this group of people who can actually speak. That will be like the calculation.
Not in a rigorous way, but I'll grant it for the 20 ball.
Well, I mean, if all the assumptions that I made are correct, then it will be rigorous. Right?
Assuming everyone has an equal chance.
Yes, exactly. So all of those stuff will be rigorous, right? 1/17 people. Now, it will be very different, right?
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Avenger.
Right?
Without the head of the heart. ritual give the sign of Apophis.
That gives you a conditional probability. And you cannot say like, oh wow, it's such a unlikely event because it is not once you have that information. This argument already has very specific information. In particular, our own existence is part of this thing. We couldn't even consider this question to be done if we didn't exist, if there was no one to ask this question.
Yeah.
So saying like, oh, what is the probability that a human being will exist and will ask this question?
Can I add something, Carlos?
It doesn't retro.
Can I add something, Carlos? Carlos, do you mind if I? Can I
That's
forward
the
something?
anthropic argument.
Well, can I add something here? I worry that you might be. I learned about this, so go slow with me. But let me see if you vibe with this. Do you know what the inverse gambler's fallacy is? Like the gambler's fallacy is like the dice are blind, but the gambler thinks, well, I rolled 5 times, so I'm likely to get a 6 this time on a fair die because I've rolled 5 times, so it's probably going to come up. Like I'm overdue, right? Does that make sense? Okay, I'll assume it does. Okay,
Yeah.
so the inverse gambler's
Yes, I'm going to support him. It makes sense, yes.
The inverse gambler's fallacy is that you roll a 6 and you look at the die and you go, well, they must have been rolled a certain amount of times beforehand. That were like, I must have rolled like 5 times beforehand because I just got a 6 and that's highly unlikely. Okay, so if you're looking at something like Wheeler universes, which apparently is like the multiverse theory, I'm going to read this because it's from Roger White. I was just like looking at this while you guys are talking. We note that against all odds, the Big Bang has produced a life-permitting universe, extremely unlikely in one shot, but highly likely after several. So we conclude there must have been, or that there have probably been, many Big Bangs in the past. The mistake is in supposing that the existence of many other universes makes it more likely that this one, the only one that we've observed, will be life-permitting. Okay, does that make sense to you? So that's a pushback on something that's in here. I'm not sure if that makes sense to everybody. I'd rather forward that to you guys and see what you think. Have I explained that okay, or?
Look, there's such a thing as ex ante and ex post probability, and there's no difference in calculating the two.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just Google ex post probability. I think that's right. I hesitate to speak authoritatively because I got a B- in stats the first time I took it. Yes, the first time. And so I'm not the guy for this, but I do a lot of stats. But it's not this kind of thing. Me and R do a lot of stats, I should say. Thank God for R. But it's just ex post probability. So ex ante is what he's talking about, but ex post probability is not before. It's the same. You just have before the odd. How surprising is it that William spoke? Not surprising, he has a big mouth, but it's still how surprising. That's a different. I don't see why you can't.
It's like
Wait.
it's more like
It's not
It's more like William speaking, so everybody else must have gotten a chance. That's kind of it.
Ex post and ex ante has to deal with historical versus forecasting. Why would you think that they'd have the be equally
How surprising is it that
Strike the master.
The only reason to look at it in those two different perspectives is to account for changes going forward vis-a-vis the historical trend.
The reason you would look at it differently is where you are in the time continuum. Does this thing
That's
already happen, or am I wondering if it's going to happen? It's going to be the same path.
No, it's not the same. Again, it's like it's you have information a priori of, like, you have a conditional probability. I didn't know what word you were using, but I only know it as conditional probability, right? You know, like, once you know that it's like, for example, you are in this room available to speak, right? That information tells us that the probability of you speaking is not such a small probability.
I love that. And since you're talking, and I love that, and since you're talking about that, I want everybody except Concrete to mute up. Concrete, unmute, please. Concrete, Concrete, if I may. Concrete.
Don't take it personally.
Concrete, Concrete, I just wanted to say thank you very much for the way you treated me in your room the last time I was there within the past. Let me finish.
Can I apologize, Steve?
Yes.
Steve, I apologize. I was trolling you. I didn't think you were going to take it that serious.
What the hell's going on?
What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? What the hell is
Why
going
are you
on?
two beefing when we were in the middle of a perfectly like?
You know what? If you don't like it, I will kick you to the goo.
No, come on, Steve, don't do that.
We're calling dinner. We're calling it dinner.
Okay, well, just everybody mute up for 60 seconds. Everybody mute up.
Why don't we just message him private?
Hurry the fuck up, Steve.
Who said that?
I did, bro. Hurry up. You're gonna just.
Who was I? Who was I?
CM, bro. It doesn't matter. Just.
All right, CM, down to the fucking
Oh
goo.
my gosh, why is this happening?
All right.
All right, anybody else want to interrupt me?
I do.
And your name is?
I'm Jor. It's nice to meet you.
Well, Steve, just be honest. They were having a really good conversation.
I know, and I interrupted for 2 minutes. I don't care if they were having a good conversation. I don't care if everybody...
That's... Okay, there you go. Anyway.
So, all right.
What are the odds that would happen?
God damn, that was unnecessary. So, like, I have
Let me tell you, I grew up with two brothers.
Me too. I grew up with three, so I know.
Just back the house with peanut butter and bread.
Yeah, he don't eat the peanut butter. He don't do the nuts, but he definitely, you hear him in the middle of the night scurrying around and shit.
Yeah, any soda or any favorite beverage you have, just don't put it in the refrigerator. I'm just telling you from experience.
He's following my lead because I drink sparkling water, but I don't drink juice. I don't drink soda. None of that. Nothing.
Okay. So you're good with the sparkling water.
Yeah.
Well, you better buy more of it just in case.
Yeah. No, he told me, he's like, I like that sparkling water. I've been squeezing a lemon and it tastes like soda. Could you buy more?
Oh my God.
All right, you got it.
So what is he planning to do over the summer?
Luckily, one of my brother-in-laws is a general contractor, so he's been taking him on gigs, installing kitchens and bathrooms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's getting some hands-on work out there.
Okay. Well, at least he's not doing it at Howard. That's the good thing. Yeah.
Oh, Jerry.
Oh, Jerry. I can't help it. I can't resist.
Oh, that's
I can't resist. It is very nasty. I will admit that is nasty. Don't deny it at all.
Yeah, well, God bless you, Divine. I remember my summer vacation. There was one summer vacation, the summer break, where instead of working, I decided to coach, to help coach a basketball team. And so I was crisscrossing the state, with this team, and me and my best friend, we were working together, and we were in college. But we had put together this team, kids who, wanted to do something, but they weren't a part of the team, and they didn't have the money to really go places. So we didn't do it. It wasn't like a huge fancy team, but we
went to different, tournaments and stuff, and drove them, picked them up, and went, from San Antonio to Austin to Dallas to Houston, things like that. And but I had some downtime, and I drove my mother crazy. And she's like, "What's different about this summer?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't have a full-time gig job during the summer, so I'm home a little bit more." And she was like, I'm thankful that you have a heart to work with these kids, but you're gonna do this next summer, you have to get a job because you are driving me nuts. And that was the last year I did that. So bless you. Hope that you can, you can still get peace in the midst of having a young person home. But it seems like they have something to do, so that's nice.
I'm glad he's here because I did miss him while he was gone. He's like you. He gets on his mother's nerves more than me. He kind of leaves me alone. He kind of leaves me alone. All I get is Zelle requests. That's the.
That's hilarious.
You see that thing where they making songs out of they begging ass kids? I'm gonna make a song out of this guy.
That's hilarious.
I'm not
there yet, thankfully.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So you about to say something? You about to get at me again?
No. I was saying I'm at the gym. And, I'm on a treadmill, but I want to get on this roller thing. And I happened to look over there. I'm like, oh, all right, this should be done by the time I get up for this thing. They ain't moving on the thing. They over there glued up together. Okay, I spoke too soon. They leave her now. It's about time. What the hell? This ain't gonna come make out jet. What the hell's going on? Excuse me. I was sitting here contemplating, like, okay, am I gonna go over there? Am I gonna tell her, can I get here, please? What? But I don't have to do that now.
They should have filtered completely compatible garbage.
No, I would never. I would say, oh, I'm sorry. How much longer?
Now, before you get into the macro, can I ask you one question? When you cursed old boy out today, did you remove him from the room, or just move him to the goo?
I didn't curse anybody. What are you talking about?
Excuse me?
Excuse you?
So we were talking about not bearing false witness.
Exactly. So why are you doing that?
So I'm sorry. What did you say to Concrete when he was either removed or moved to the goo?
I don't know. What did I say?
Okay.
That's your opinion, sir. What did I say? See, okay. So before you tell me, no. Excuse me, because perhaps maybe I have a different definition. Curse out. Curse out to me means a rapid fire of curse words, profanity. That's what I think. So,
actually a filter that was
maybe your definition is a little different, because I don't recall doing that. You did.
Okay. So what I'll do is, did you remove him, or did you just move him to the goo?
I moved him to the goo several times today.
Okay. That's all I want to know. When I heard what you said, I was wondering, did that come with a straight removal or just a move to the goo?
No, when I said that, he found his way back on stage.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I left and he was back and they were talking again. That's why I said I removed him several times off the stage.
Well,
when I said shut the F up, he came right back. Somebody was playing with the dial. I don't know who it was. I don't know, brother. But somebody was playing with the dial. And yeah, so I'm being needed.
That's all. I love to know. God bless.
Not America.
She spoke about
Oh, good.
when she spoke about waiting for the machine. It reminded me of, you ever pull up to somebody and they in their car and you ask them, hey, are you pulling out? And they're like, yeah, I'm pulling out. And so you kind of, you back up and you wait for them to pull out, and they don't, and they take their time. Like, I feel like some people be doing it I don't do that. I feel like they do it on purpose to make you wait and wait and wait and wait before they pull out and give you the spot. Instead of just, let me get the spot, and you could double park.
Divine, I'm not mature enough for what you're doing. You're not doing it on purpose.
No, I'm talking about a parking spot, man. Damn, why you want me to go?
Exactly. I wasn't even thinking like that. These, I'm telling you, these people, y'all was, they need, exactly. And then blame it on you and say that you did it.
Y'all got to walk in the spirit.
How else do you get it? How else do you get out of the parking spot?
Walk in the spirit first, lady.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
How else do you get out the parking spot?
They just nasty first lady.
How else are you supposed to get out the parking spot?
Exactly.
You supposed to pull.
You don't pull out.
You supposed
Why
to
don't pull out?
You supposed to poke.
Wait. Okay,
You supposed to poke the head out first, first lady.
Whoa.
I thought it was the back.
No, you supposed to poke the head out first to get the, to get the angle.
Right.
And then you can pull it all the way out.
Oh, right.
Y'all would turn a regular conversation into madness.
That was straightforward. Hold on, Javon. That was straightforward. You know I wasn't going in there back like that.
Today is tell the truth.
Yeah, I went in there right straightforward.
First of all, let's be clear. Nobody calls the front of their car the head. So that wasn't even
the headlights. The headlights.
That's why I said the
tail.
The headlights.
Y'all look great. I was talking about the headlights, sir.
That's why I said the tail. That's why I said. That's why I said the tail.
Because double meaning, what y'all did was double down on the double meaning, no longer making it a double meaning, but just a single meaning that was sexual. God bless some things.
Bro, Missy, she was talking about the scriptures.
That's it. Not the head.
The Lord said you for the head and not the tail.
The same scriptures that Sweet read about swallowing the That's the same Bible.
You know what?
That's crazy.
God, Spinoza, I'm telling you, I was reading a poem. I was saying this last week. I was reading a poem. Lovely poem with the word enchantment, and I thought about Clubhouse, and that ruined it. It ruined it. It's terrible.
They got outdoor drawing, but they don't have indoor drawing. Yes, they do. There you go. Damn. This might need me fixed.
Oh, Devon, I have a question for you. If you're there. Hello? Do you plan on going to Summer Stage? You know it's the 40th anniversary.
Summer Stage. Where is that at?
It's in your neck of the woods. Yeah. Yes.
I didn't see anything interesting, to be honest, but I'll put it in the chat for you.
Yeah, give us the line. Give me the line.
But you would have to come to Manhattan for that.
Yeah, because it's at Central Park.
Well, we have one locally here that I frequent. It's called Wingate High School, and they have a summer stage as well. And we get some pretty cool acts that come through. It's like
what about Prospect Park?
Yeah, are you in Brooklyn?
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn. Prospect Park. I'm not. Oh, the band shell. Yeah. Well, I don't think Prospect Park is free. I know for a fact that Wingate Park is free. I was at Wingate High School. Their track and field, they turned it into a venue. And yeah, they have some good things. I've been going there since I was a child. And they always have a reggae night. They have a gospel night. They have a soul night. So it's on a Monday. Come to Brooklyn, Spiritus. Come check out Wingate High School's summer stage. You'd be like, oh shit, I'd go to that.
And then there's and then I don't know why they still call it Harlem Week. It lasts longer than a week. Harlem Week is like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But they just didn't change the name, so yeah, there'll be some stuff in Harlem to do this summer.
You in New York, Sherry? You're not in New York.
Yeah, I'm in New Jersey, but I know about all these. I know about all those festivals because I work at a radio station in New York. So yeah, I know all about them.
Do you remember when everybody used to go up to Grant's tomb in Harlem? Oh, what a time! Man, so you know, we got a good old time going up there. I haven't been uptown in ages. We used to go uptown like every Saturday night. We get on the bikes because it's a nice little trek from Brooklyn. We jump on the bikes, go over the Brooklyn Bridge, jump on the West Side Highway, go up to Harlem. I was with some wild boys. They would pick up these Harlem. I don't ride. Let me just say this. I do not take passengers on my bike because I don't want no liability. But my boys be just picking up passengers. One of my boys used to bring passengers back to Brooklyn and leave them stranded. I'm like, you a piece of work. But those were some wild times.
I don't know, Spiritus. I mean, Jose James is going to be there June 10th.
Oh, I like Jose James. I've seen him.
Yeah.
I've seen him a few times. Where you seen that? Where you seen that? At Summer Stage?
It's on their Instagram page. Opening night. So it's going to be what's her name? Lassesi, Jose James, Splilata, DJ Culture Child.
I mean, Jose James is more of a small club venue. That's the only places I've seen him.
It was Leslie on June 10th.
Yeah, and it's free.
Oh. Yeah, I saw her at the Blue Note too.
Okay.
Alright, that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know
So
what.
wondering if Sharon was trying to pronounce Legacy. I didn't know what you was saying.
Legacy. I'm sorry. Legacy. So yeah, they're all gonna be there opening night.
Yeah,
I don't know why I can't find. I'm like scrambling to find where the fucking calendar is, and there's so many different things going on. This is very.
I just used Gemini. I said Country Park Summer Stage lineup 2026, and then they got the 10th, the 22nd, 24th, 28th, July 16th, August 6th, and August 15th. Blues Traveler, the last show, August 15th.
Yeah, please stop sending her in New York. Thank you.
Oh Lord,
Jesus Christ.
And also the event. I mean, Summer Stage is all in all 5 boroughs. So
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, there are going to be events all over the place. What's going on? It's happening.
Sending people off.
Brooklyn want to talk about Chastain Park. Is that what's called Chastain Park? Whack ass venue down there.
I'm not saying, listen, I am against the censoring of cities. But especially New York, because it's a special place that people like to hate about. So.
Oh, Legacy is doing Dinah Washington?
Oh, yeah, she did a whole album. Oh. Yeah, I think when was the album released? I want to say, was it 25? Yeah, in 25.
Oh, they got the Metropolitan Opera on the 15th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, till Alta, New York City people. That's what's happening.
And I give the mayor a shout out Spiritus. There is a website for the youth to find free things to do all throughout the summer, all throughout the city. There's quite a few things, so they're trying. And another fun fact, that since the Knicks have entered the finals, Gunnins has gone down astronomically. I don't know the number. There is a percentage. You know, these people like to give numbers, so I can give it. But yeah, shout out to that.
Do you want me to throw out another stat? I just read a report. It said the run-up, not including the finals, but the Knicks run-up in the playoffs has generated $220 million in revenue for the city.
Well, did you see the prices for the damn? I don't know where that money goes, but no player should be leaving the Knicks because of the price. The ticket prices should be enough to make sure that these players are well taken care of. It's ridiculous. Here comes old New York right now. Not New York, old York. What's up, Arthur?
It's about to be on, Divine. Better be ready.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I saw it on the news. Spiritus mentioned it. Everybody in the city has on Knicks gear. Shit is wild.
Do you know any Ewing's jersey by people who weren't even born on their last run?
In fact, Patrick Ewing is heavily involved in Brunson's life. Brunson's mom is Jamaican, Ewing is Jamaican, and we know Jamaicans can be thick as thieves. And Ewing actually arrived with, he's rolling with them. He's with them everywhere. I think that's quite special. Maybe they'll give him the ring he never got. Just, you know, I think that I appreciate he's with them. He's been there. He's played in these high state games, and sure, you know, the big brother or the uncle with some words of wisdom. So shout out to that. Said the youth should leave the city. Yeah. Remember they used to have that, I don't know if they still do that. Arthur, do they still do that fresh air fund when they used to take kids from the inner city up to the Catskills, up to upstate to see the other side of New York?
They do.
I thought that was, oh, they still do? Yeah, that's good though.
Yeah, there's a lot of different organizations that do stuff like that. But yeah, that's a game changer for a lot of kids.
Are you there?
Hey, Banty Nuts, what's going on? Fine. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm good. I ate some shawarma, which I always enjoy. Just getting down
Okay.
with some joy, one of my favorite flavors. Yeah, that's.
Oh, that's good. So how'd you get the gas? I thought you were out of gas.
Oh, I just had to put it in the oven.
Oh, okay. So that was quick. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So I'm off mic now because I thought you had something to say, but clearly it was just a joke on me yet again.
I'm sorry, I greeted you and asked how you were, and so if you think that loving human exchange is a joke, I'll let you have it.
No, I'm talking about I stayed unmuted because I thought you had something longer to say. Not that I don't appreciate you speaking to me, because I think this is like maybe the first time today that we actually had a chance to, say hello. Because, you've been quiet today. You don't think you've been quiet today? Oh, I know you've been quiet today because I listened 6 hours, 7 hours of content. So, yep.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh,
Sherry.
We've arrived, looking sexy, looking fly. Bash chick, chick inside. DJ, jazz tonight. Spotted me, attend the night. There you are, come on back. Do you wanna dance with me? Can you handle me?
Please. Sherry, this is, I think y'all put a battery in Constance Bank last night.
If you like what you see, move groovy in with me. Body looks like I got you shook up and scared of me. Buckle your seatbelts now and think, I don't think you're ready for this jelly. I don't think you're ready for this jelly. I don't think you're ready for it.
Okay, so,
Patty, can you handle this? First Lady, can you handle this? Sandra, can you handle this? I don't think they can handle this.
Could you put espresso in your shawarma? Don't let her divine.
Take his phone, somebody.
No, don't take that. Don't take his phone.
When was the last time you had any plantain chips?
Right.
I haven't. He moves on to the next. So I haven't heard him smacking. Have you guys heard him smack? I haven't heard him smack. Have you heard him smack?
Then he had the shawarma. Was it chicken shawarma?
Yeah, no, but I think that we used to hear him eating the plantain,
right,
throughout the day.
Why
But I'm saying,
on the wall?
forget it. Just forget it.
Get body, get body, get body, get body, get body, get body, get my body, won't you get my body, want my body, you got my body, want your body, get my body, get my body.
So where'd you pull Beyonce up from? What enter your thoughts?
Skip to the front of the line. Let me fix my hammer before I go inside. Hey, Mr. Six, trying to get these chicks, cause you know they gonna block when I take this shit. Hey, Mr. Seven gotta make the rounds, give an eye to the guy, now think about it. Mission 8, give a conversation. You skip small talk, like a children. What we gonna do tonight? A little sweat, never hurt nobody. What is standing on the wall?
No. The lady in my house is like, there's something wrong. Somebody's screaming on your phone.
That brain
She doesn't speak English either. We like to
take up a collection and ship it to the Smithsonian.
She's like, somebody scream out loud.
No, your mama, you can't have that brain.
You said help.
I don't want his brain, but it needs to be studied.
You can't have it. If you study it, then it means you have it, because he would have to die for you to.
Well, I'm not wishing.
That's what I'm saying.
We need to write the paperwork for when, so that the culture could be moved forward from the research of his brain. That's, yeah.
But,
and Patty walking around with a phone.
If you stand and say, ooh, I ain't checking for better be street.
believe he knows these lyrics.
I told y'all the brain. Y'all don't get on
like the
board.
boys up there from the BK. Know how to flip that money three ways. Always riding big on the freeway. That East Coast slang has because he's like low cut seasons with the deep way. So quick to snatch up Beyonce. If you stay, say hey who.
Nixon for.
What'd you say, Spirit is? Did you say you a bad girl and your friends bad too? Oh, we got the swag sauce. We dripping swag. You a bad girl and your friends bad too. Oh, we got that shit. I may be young, but I'm ready. Woo, to give you all my love. I told my girls you can get it. Don't slow it down. Just let it go. So in love.
That's right, sing it.
I give it all away. Just don't tell nobody tomorrow. So tonight, I do it every way. Speakers knocking till the morning light. Cause we like to party. Know what y'all do. Know what y'all do. Hey! Your touch driving me crazy. Woo! I can't explain the way I feel. Top down with the radio on, and the night belongs to us. Oh, let's get into it. What'd you say, Spirit? What did you say? What'd you say, Spirit is?
That song bothers me. I may be young, but I'm ready. Oof, it's insane.
Chris, what'd you say?
I don't know. I think it was like Love TKO or something. Oh no, it was Nixon.
You said rest in peace to somebody.
Oh, Peebo.
Something that you told me stayed in my head all night long. Oh. You wanted me to love you when you say softly, reach out and touch me. My love is in your hand. Feel me. Ooh. I want to feel the fire. Yeah. Woo. It's actually People Bryson, not Stephanie Mills. I'm doing the People Bryson version.
Oh, it sounded more like the Stephanie Mills
You
version.
gotta keep up. This is the People Bryson version. Huh? What'd you say? Huh? What? I said it's the People Bryson version. Huh?
Hmm?
It was the People Bryson version.
Oh, it sounded great.
And let's hold this time. True as it can be. Barely even friends. And somebody passes unexpectedly. Just a little change.
Stephanie Mills gets enough love to be on.
She doesn't. I agree. I concur. Oof.
Did somebody say bring the beat in?
No. Honey, honey.
I can see the stars all the way from here. I can feel the sun whenever you.
Somebody muted you.
Ooh, somebody in the chat said this was this is the manic portion of a bipolar mental health crisis.
Yeah, the person that said that has the person that said that has the charisma of a comatose gnat. Who's been stricken with yellow fever. And so that person doesn't know these songs, and the only person he can entertain is himself as a comatose gnat with yellow fever. Do you know why it's called yellow? I was reading an article about yellow fever earlier this week. Do you know why it's called yellow fever? Anybody know?
Kind of racist? Is it racist, George?
No. No, but good guess.
Well, go ahead.
Because you get jaundice. It turns you yellow. Turns your eyes and your body.
Oh, yeah, that's
But
right.
wait a minute. But at least the man who said it is 666. Hello?
Wait.
Oh, 66 IQ.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know I'm full IQ. This is the manic portion of a bipolar mental crisis. Because if you're black, you're singing songs. But instead, I'll come up and talk about how I'm 50 years old, but a grown woman has to tell me to pick up my clothes. But you're having a mental crisis.
He's.
Yeah, he's.
I thought he was like 20, 21 or something.
I hate him.
I'm sorry you brought it up.
Oh, I saw it. I'm glad you brought it up. By you bringing it up, then I just after I was responding.
I saw it too, but I wasn't gonna say anything. Well, we don't need to talk about it because we're not experts. So
No, tell it on Tabitha. Go ahead. Hello.
First lady, are you there?
Yeah. But
First lady,
you
are
know,
you there?
Robin's. Can you hear me? You hear me?
Are you there?
I'm here.
First lady, wait, can you hear me, First lady?
I'm there. Are you here?
I want to tell you.
Oh, now you know that's my song.
There's something I think that you should know. Something that I should really love you. When we get to know each other, and we're both feeling much stronger, and let's try to talk it over. She said to all you niggas, she said, let's speak up before it's too late. Let's wait a while before we go too far. Which 2026 means eating sending kiss in the mouth. Let's wait a while before it's too late. Let's wait a while.
wait, do you ask? Oh, sorry. Do you ask? I'm gonna ask anyway. Do y'all ask for tests before you eat ass? I'm just asking.
Just go straight into it. People just go straight into it.
Okay.
If you get hepatitis, you get hepatitis. Fuck it. That's part of the thrill.
Okay. So I just
What's wrong with you,
We
sir?
are not experts. I wouldn't take that advice.
it was really just a question for Ben because he was the only one on the stage that had experienced that with me. But I mean, you know
what?
I didn't mean that. My bad.
That was a revelation.
Oh my God, Spirit Twos.
Oh my God.
I didn't mean that.
Oh man.
I mean, Yeah, that, I didn't mean that. I meant, you know what I meant. But anyway, keep saying.
No, I didn't know what you mean, but I'm on that.
What you mean?
I just meant like.
We will not engage, man. We will not. It's
Okay,
okay. We letting it roll. We gonna let that ride. Just let me ride.
So the last I remember, okay, so so what's going on actually? I don't know. Your mom might as well tell y'all. She was referring to some experiences we've had. So your mama, since you brought it up, all I hear is raindrops falling on the rooftop. Oh, your mama, tell me why'd you have to go? 'Cause this pain I feel, it won't go away. And today, this year is you. That's another banger. There's some real singers from non-singers.
Tamia can sing. You don't let her stop. No.
Oh wait, is this the category? Is this the category?
She got MS.
Not too much.
No, she makes good music. Well, okay, she can sing. She can't blow. How's that?
I think it's bigger.
In a special way. She did it first one with
Yeah,
that.
that one is pretty good. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's good. That's the way it's going. Stranger in My House is pretty good too.
Yeah, that's a good
I
one.
take back what I said. Yeah, I take back what I said. She can sing.
Oh, wait a minute.
Didn't she sing You Got a Hold on My Heart? Or Hold on Me? Or was that somebody else? Hold on my heart. Yeah, she has a nice soft, voice, but she can. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Do Foolish, First Lady.
Who?
Ashanti.
Ashanti sung that?
No, I'm saying do Ashanti.
That she can't sing.
It's a good song.
It is a good song.
Which song?
Foolish.
I don't remember.
Yeah, you do.
You gotta start it off. I don't know it like just saying foolish. But
Murder Inc. Ashanti.
I know Ashanti, but I'm saying I don't know how the song. Why are you laughing at me, sir?
No, that's how it starts.
Oh.
Got it, or whoever you start always say the name of the song.
See my
and
days
that's
I go
how it
without
starts.
you, but my
Murdering.
oh my clothes go without you.
Yeah.
That's right.
You
Oh,
see
yeah,
how I
no,
went right on cue? Like I went right on cue. As soon as that queued up, I went right. Murder Inc.
Yeah. And then I was literally saying that's what, and then he says Ashanti. Yeah, I wasn't taking it per se. He literally said Ashanti. See, my days are gone without you. Hurt me with you. And my heart can take. These lyrics. And though my heart can't take no more. How do you end a sentence with can't take no more? And it starts and though. Make it make sense.
The next line is I keep running back to you.
Oh, I like it.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, that was perfect.
I love it. Now, wait, give it to me again.
She's on tour right now.
See, my days are cold without you. When I'm hurt, when I'm with you. And though my heart can take no more, I keep on running back to you.
Okay, what's the mistake? Because it sounds right to me.
No mistake.
Oh, right.
No, but like a young 22-year-old girl in the hood, probably not in the hood. There's a young 22-year-old American, let alone black person, wouldn't say, and though my heart. Sounds like the beginning of a line in the Shakespearean sonnet. And though my heart has rendered asunder and thus, and though my heart can't take no more. It's good lyrics.
Well, it's THO, to be fair.
And though my heart.
But who wrote it? Who wrote that song?
I don't know who wrote Foolish. It's like, let's see who produced Foolish. Someone pinging Quint, he might have.
Oh my.
That was,
So it says here, Shanti Douglas, composer, lyricist, but also
Enterline Jordan, Mark DeBarge, Marcus Vest. So basically everybody, like 5 different people. Irv Gotti.
One line each.
Well, no,
Irv
Gotti.
He got the main.
Yeah.
What you call it?
Another production.
He got the main publishing. Yeah. What y'all think is more profitable without looking it up? Because I don't know, publishing or the masters.
I think it's publishing. I think so, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know either.
He answered the question before we could even hear that question. What's going on?
I said, which one do you make more money on, publishing or masters?
I think the masters, because when you own the masters, you can release it whenever. You can do like a 25th anniversary type of thing. And yeah, I think you could do things with it. Spirituals might be right though. Publishing.
I may be wrong. When I hear about artists stuff, their catalog, that's the publishing, right? So when I hear like Bob Dylan selling his catalog for fucking a couple $100 million, I think that's, I don't know.
Goliath said masters.
Goliath is the master. Okay,
Yeah,
I think Goliath is the master.
Yeah, I bet you with the popular stuff, it's definitely, like, especially the last 40, 50 years, is masters. But I feel like back in the day, like a Burt Bacharach song.
Right.
Then I bet you was the publishing.
Right, I think that's good.
Matt is in the
I think
chat.
that's
Matt is in the chat, man. He said, "Let the QJ relative teach y'all."
Oh, he's on the beach. No one's listening.
Yeah, the election's over. He's breathing.
All the way from where you at? I don't know. I don't want to.
Yeah, look, he in the Bahamas. He can't even bang. He got a Mai Tai in his hand.
Oh, well, come on up here and bang with your tits out in Nassau.
Oh, not the tits.
He's in a little thong.
I bet he is. I bet he is. I 100% bet he is in a song right now.
Yeah, sipping out of a coconut.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me read something real quick. It's all wild. So it says, in the music industry, publishing composition is generally considered the more valuable, lucrative, long-lasting asset compared to masters, the physical recording. However, the definition shifts entirely if you are discussing careers and education in the book or the media world. The music industry, publishing refers to the underlying composition, blah, 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 blah. Masters' rights refers to the physical sound recording. Yeah, I mean, we know what these things are, but they're saying the publishing.
See, I was torn on this because of Taylor Swift. Remember how they sold her masters, and what she did was she just redid everything and basically told her fans, buy my new stuff.
Wait.
So that's why I was kind of torn on.
2 different versions of the same song by Taylor Swift?
She did,
all
her albums. Yeah, Taylor's version.
Genius.
She took the.
It's smart as fuck.
Yeah, she redid them all.
Yes.
All of her, and then she went to DTC, to get all her fans to buy him.
Yeah, she's like, fuck the owners of my masters. Here's a new version that's
and I'm the master.
Period.
I mean, it's like when Prince changed his name to the symbol, right? He said, fuck y'all, I'm no longer Prince, I'm this symbol, and I'm gonna put my own shit out, and I'm gonna keep all the money.
Yeah, but the music's ass.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all, like maybe 2 songs. You go on here.
But Divine is actually better because literally she got the fans to stop playing the old stuff, buy the new stuff.
Yeah, he did
It literally devalued everything else.
Yes, he bodied. I mean, Matt said his body is T, but he bodied the old master.
Let me ask y'all a question then. So I remember, what was the big Taylor Swift song maybe 15 years ago? Name one of the big songs that she had.
Shake It Up.
Shake It Off.
22.
Shake It Off.
Yeah, Shake It Off. There you go. Shake. Wait, that's Mariah Carey, but she had to Shake It Off too. So that version, somebody now owns. So she has another version of that.
Well, So she made more versions of certain albums, and she was going through her whole catalog. And then she got to a point where she was able to then devalue the old masters and then buy them back. And now she owns everything.
Who advises her? She's like Ray Charles.
And gets to walk away. America.
How old? I don't know anything about this. How old, like, was this person? I don't know anything about
14-year-old.
Oh, are you, really? Oh, God.
14-year-old.
Seriously? And it, really?
Yep.
And they let it, really? I mean, how did this is fucked up.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I can't listen to this stuff. It's just this country, that is disgusting. I'm so sorry. It's kind of the news I didn't want to hear.
Sorry about that. See, we gotta educate, well, I don't know, we gotta try to combat the massive mullah ideology in this country. Because we think that that's something that's okay. It's the same. That's something the mullah would do and get away with it. You know?
Exactly.
A jury of their peers, of the mullah peers, said, yes, acquit him of all charges. Let him walk free.
Why do you think he ran from the store?
Flight or fight. 14-year-old teen. He already was pressed in the store, right? He didn't walk out of the store and start to run. He was pressed in the store. Hey, what do you got in the pockets? He shook the pockets. He said, I don't got nothing. I don't have anything. You know, multiple questions, sat there, left, was walking out, and then people started to chase him. It was just his instinct to run.
But he did have something in the pocket, didn't he?
Sure did.
You know, who would shoot anyone? Come on. I mean, that's the whole thing is worse. Like, the thing is that the problem is that people, a 14-year-old kid, I mean, people have done things like, we have a president that's doing wrong things, and like, we're gonna try to justify this? I mean, come on, people. I'm sorry, it's disgusting. 14-year-old kid, I mean, like, shit happens. You don't fucking shoot someone. Sorry.
I agree with you, see, but I just, the fact he had a legal gun, so that's why you hear people in this happen in the shooting. I don't see it. I don't see how they say he turned around and brandished it, but I don't.
Well, they say. There are different stories. The boy's father, so Rick and Andy were the store owner, and Andy is the store owner's son. They're the ones who chased after him, right? Then they claim that the boy, Cyrus, drew a gun on them, and then Rick, the father, wanted to protect his son, so he shot Cyrus, killed him. Boom. But this is the thing. Even Andy's original statements to 911 said, he pulled a gun when my dad pulled his. He knew. He fled because he knew that he was in danger. He knew that these people are unhinged. He knew it. And was he right? He sure was. That Rick was carrying a .45 cal in his pocket. To do what? Chase him where? Why? How? When? What are you going to do? And he pulled out his gun to say, hey, look, protecting myself. What happened? Kill him. This is something Adams would justify. Adams, you're going to get shit because you didn't hurt me. You're going to hurt Beaver? No, you're not coming out. Oh, okay. Never mind. I like Adams again.
Heureusement, j'avais gardé mon arme, ma nouvelle 205 GTI.
He was found out.
about this show shipping acquittal.
It's a weird Wednesday as far as I just feel it's so weird.
Pull it together, man.
I'm fine! Basketball fans. I'm fine!
Pull it together, man.
I'm fine! Yeah. I want to kind of change my...
Pull it together.
When I have a spirit, if you will. So, yeah, I'm excited about the Knicks. Like, this will be fun to watch. Yeah, are you?
Yeah. I saw you go in that room. I'm like, see, a basketball fan. But...
Yeah, dude, I got a couple basketballs. Yeah, I like basketball a lot.
I heard Karen Bass scored a 3-pointer at the Lakers game. The whole stadium went wild.
Really? Did she really?
No, I'm just messing with Beaver.
No, but that would be cool, dude. I mean, honestly, I don't follow her that much, but shit, I mean, I would love to, like, I mean, to do that. That would be pretty cool. If anyone of us on stage were to do that, that'd be pretty cool.
Do you think Pratt runs for governor after he wins this, Adams?
Nah, he's done. You know, the numbers are updating, Beaver. You know, Spencer Pratt, you know, he slipped out of the 30s. Mithya Raman's catching up to him.
The cheat is on, isn't it? We'll find just enough votes.
Yeah, I'm a little bit upset though. My governor pick didn't. He's not doing too well. Bianco.
I'm not familiar with that Bianco. I'm not quite sure which one.
Chad Bianco. He's the former sheriff for Riverside County.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Right. He's got a mustache, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a big mustache.
He was doing well for the beginning, and then
he's got a serious mustache. He does. He has a serious mustache, I must say. But he was good. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know him, so I just remember his mustache.
Yeah. He's up against, Steve Hilton is taking, it looks like Steve Hilton's leading. I have some concerns about that. I definitely don't want somebody representing my state that's been an American for less than 6 years and used to be a very, very intricate part of a foreign government think tank and strategy. I think that's a horrible idea.
I hear you. I totally feel you. Like, I totally hear you. But, I mean, you know, look at, like, the president's wife. I mean, who are we to say it? But, yeah, so he's at 28%. He's on the news right now. But they're getting still more votes in, right? I mean, please, like, correct me if I'm wrong, right? It's not done yet. Like, right?
Oh, no, it's not done. Like, and this is what I was saying from the beginning with the LA City race. It's going to most likely be Nithya Raman and Karen Bass. That's mainly going to be the runoff.
I don't know. I'm from Northern California, so I don't know. I don't know much, but I don't know anything about Raman. I just know Karen Bass, like, about fires and all that stuff. But I just heard some things about Raman that people didn't like his attitude or something. I really don't even know who this person is. So.
She just had a voting record of just voting on policies that were just not conducive to cleaning up the homeless problem. But outside of that, she's pretty popular in LA. So, I mean, people look at the Pratt campaign and, they hear things that they like, but at the same time, they have to understand that those things that you're hearing that you like and that I like aren't necessarily going to be practical things that people are even going to consider through this election cycle here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's kind of a shit show. Yes. It is, actually. I mean, it's a big deal. LA's a huge city. I mean, it's a big city. I mean, it's massive, dude. It really is. I mean, people don't understand that. It's really, the demographics of people, across the board, I mean, it's huge. So, does he have any experience or she, Raman, do they have any experience? I don't even know who this person is. I really don't.
Beaver, does Spencer Pratt have some sort of political experience I'm not aware of?
Yeah, he was on the Hills, and he was able to manipulate a lot of people.
Inserting himself into women's drama that's going to prepare him for being mayor of Los Angeles?
Well, he's married to Heidi still with 2 kids. He stole Heidi away from Mel C. I can't believe I watched that bullshit.
I can't believe you did either. That's actually I'm a little bit disappointed, Beaver. What's going on?
I don't think you grow up like easy. Do you necessarily need? I don't think that matters anymore these days.
Political experience?
Yeah, I don't think it. I mean,
Really?
the norm has been broken.
I mean,
Like
seriously.
Trump didn't have any.
Yeah, that's a little bit different.
Ronald Reagan.
And Ronald Reagan was governor.
Schwarzenegger,
name recognition. People actually like Schwarzenegger. People did not, and if you remember Spencer's run on the Hills, people did not like him.
Yeah, but that means his message is resonating because people are tired of the shit, the literal feces on the sidewalk.
Okay,
Have you ever
and
seen
his message, and let me tell you how his message is resonating. Okay, his message is resonating in people voting for Nithya Raman to get him off the ballot to prove a point. And this is what I don't think that you understand what's happening, Beaver. Like, the second that Nithya Raman called him a MAGA Republican on that stage, that was over for him.
But he's making the runoff.
He's not making the runoff because they're not done counting ballots, Beaver.
It's like a 98% certainty that he's going to go on.
No, it's not. Even Kalshi, doesn't have any hope for him. Let me check this right now.
Let me check my model 1 second. What's up, Mountain?
Yeah, Kalshi says he's going down. Let's see. They have Karen Bass at 69%, Nithya Raman at 20%, and Spencer Pratt at 10%. So, I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of people are just kind of seeing the writing on the wall.
I bet I know Mountain's position on this.
Well, he's going to vote for Spencer. I mean, well, yeah, I don't think that Mountain lives here, but if he did, I'm sure he would vote for Spencer Pratt.
Fuck, dude, this app keeps glitching on me. Oh. Happy to be on. How you guys doing?
Chilling.
Nice.
You ready to argue?
No, not really.
Alright.
I just got off work. I'm tired, not really wanting to argue, so.
Listening is good.
I'm gonna talk here and there, so.
Okay, so Spencer Pratt is he's the reality TV guy, right? Right?
Yeah. That would be correct.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it looks like he's not gonna, or we don't know yet. But okay, so he's not faring well right now.
No, he is. He's gonna the top 2 unless if someone doesn't get over 50%, which is the case.
Okay.
The top 2 advance for a runoff, and he's at least a 90% certainty to advance.
I don't think so. I think that if you look at how the voting numbers, the ballots are coming in, his numbers are dropping, Beaver. Nithya Raman's picking up more votes. Like, this is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah, but you won't be able to make up the difference unless it's like massive fraud.
No, it's not massive fraud. 40% of the votes have been counted.
So, do we know about the governor race? I mean, is that decided yet? I mean, do we have?
It's looking like it's most likely going to be Hilton and Becerra.
That's really interesting. Wow. It's looking like it, though. They say a lot more votes are going to be coming in. So, it's really interesting. So he's only been here 6 years. Is that what he said? Yeah. Hilton, right?
Yep.
do you think about this Chinese store owner murdering this black boy that was running away?
What'd you say?
What do you think about this Chinese store owner murdering a innocent black boy who's running away?
I've yet to watch the video, I guess.
You know.
So I don't really get into that shit. That's some clubhouse nonsense, Beaver, that you shouldn't even entertain.
You know. You don't think his life mattered?
It's not something I'm going to talk about because I have other things to worry about. People die every day, you know, so some clubhouse bullshit, bro, that the black community wants us to be outraged about. I'm not going to be.
Yeah, sorry, it's not anything to do with that. It has to do with your understanding of what self-defense is. This is a self-defense, right? And how far you can't manufacture. This is talking about manufacturing incidences and then claiming self-defense. You can't claim defensive force when you're the aggressor. That's what this is about. It's nothing to do with race. It's not a clubhouse thing. This is more important than anything that you could talk about because it's how you should act, what you have the right to do, and what other people's rights are.
The problem is that no one wants to talk about guns because there's no power. Well, guns are the problem in America. I mean, so that has been the case. So it's reality, and it's really fucked up, and it's wrong. No kids should be shot in the back. Kids, are that age. It's ridiculous. It's wrong. I mean, but we can't. I mean, it's really sad. I mean, that we live in a country that this is what we live with, and it's really unbelievable. I mean, I don't even know how to comment on this. It's really just more than disturbing. But I think you don't even hear anyone bring it up anymore. We just let it be. Like, okay, it's bizarre. I mean, it really is. It's really fucked.
We gotta keep our guns, though. We have to. We need our guns.
I mean, we could bring the race thing into it. I think that that's a whole nother conversation, but I think that could definitely be a conversation here. But I don't think that most people would be able to separate principles from that conversation if we mix them. So we could just focus on principles. We don't have to bring up race. People can find out later and then do whatever they're going to do or think whatever they're going to think. But you think that this would have happened if it was a white kid?
To be honest, I have no idea anymore, honestly. I mean, our world is getting so, and I mean, I hear you, I'm sure, like, a higher chance, of course, like, that if a white kid, probably not, but I don't know anymore. Like, I think that we are literally changing as a country, as a society, in so many different ways. I don't know how things are, I really don't know anymore, because I'm being serious, I really don't know. Like, it's really disturbing to say that, but I mean, it's disturbing to think that, like, it would be someone of any color or any, like, none of it should be happening. But the thing is, like, that's the point. But I mean, I understand your point, and just the whole thing's fucked up. Okay, sorry, I'm kind of trying to get in a better mood. Go Knicks or go Spurs. I like Wemby. Go Wemby. I want to get in a better mood.
Let it go, let it go. You're gonna get in a better mood with this room. This room is let it go. Make sure that you, no obligation to say, if you have to go, you go, okay? I don't want you to get upset. You know what I mean? So stay as long as you want, and then feel free. We're okay with whatever you choose. So, just to talk about it, to update everybody in the room, there was a scenario. There is a store, gas station. Gas station has Rick, the owner, Alice, his wife, and his 23-year-old son, Andy, working in the store. Kid comes in with a backpack. Alice says, hey, keep your backpack up front. Kid says, all right. Takes his backpack off, keeps it up front. Kid goes to the back, goes to the cooler, opens up the cooler, takes out 4 water bottles, and for the sake of this part, I'm not going to tell you what exactly happened because this is post-facts, right, that we find out later. So I'm going to only give you with what happened at the time. So he takes out 4 water bottles, and then it looks like he pockets one. He puts some of them back, and Andy, the son, suspects that he stole a water bottle. So as he goes to the front, because now he has nothing in his hands, he goes to grab his bag, and the wife says to him, Alice says, hey, what do you got in your pockets? He says, I don't have anything. And she says, let me see. And so he has a hoodie on. He has his hands inside of the hood, like the hoodie, like the pocket in the front, and he like shakes it to show that there's nothing in there. Andy, the son, says that he saw something heavy. He believes he took the water bottle. So the kid then takes his bag, walks out of the store, walks to the corner of the store. Andy decides to run after him. So Andy rushes out of the store, runs after him. Rick, the father, follows Andy, and as soon as the kid realizes that Rick and Andy are chasing him, he starts to sprint. He just takes off. He takes off. He runs out of his shoe. His phones fall out of his pocket. They chase him for a football field and a half off the property of the gas station. They just keep chasing him. At one point he falls, stumbles, gets up. Andy, because he fell, got real close to him at that point. And then he said that he saw a gun, and he aimed, and the kid got a gun and aimed it at him. So Andy says, he's got a gun, to warn his dad. His dad shoots him, shoots the kid. Kid dies. Is Rick responsible for murdering Cyrus?
I don't know. I bet the jury just felt compassion for the hardworking Asian man who had been, people had been stealing from him.
Yeah, of course they would. They wouldn't feel compassion for an entire lifetime that a 14-year-old's life has been stolen. They'd feel compassion for the man who's been married and has a kid and he's a professor, has had all the opportunities, all of this, right? But he can snipe just a 14-year-old hoodlum, right? Fuck it. Don't worry about it. Move it on. Keep it moving. You're good. You're good, Rick. You're good.
What
You
are we
just stole a life.
supposed to do? What are we supposed to do, Bima?
Not kill somebody. That's a
Okay,
first.
so I mean, it sounds like the man's gonna be arrested, right?
No, he was acquitted.
Okay, so he was acquitted. So what does that mean? That means that he cannot be tried again, correct?
Yeah, trial's over. He's done.
Okay, so
He
what
won't
is it
spring.
that we? So what is it that you need from us as the American people here now, right now?
To be able to understand how this was an example of injustice, that those 12 jurors which are most likely representative of what America is thinking,
What
right,
did Beaver
are
say?
gonna agree with them.
Beaver,
They
did you
were
just say
totally
his
not.
name?
I sure did.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. Karen Bass. There you go.
Cyrus. Thank you, Cyrus.
Karen Bass. Say it loud.
But that link doesn't bring. I mean, he's still gonna win.
No, he's not.
He's gonna make the runoff. He's gonna make the runoff, Adams.
He's not.
You wanna make a? You wanna make a big wager on this?
I'm not gonna make any wagers just for the simple fact that there's a lot of people on Kalshi that are probably gonna lose a lot of money when we go to a Nithya Raman and a Karen Bass runoff. So we'll see what happens, Beaver.
Well, yeah. But back to the they have those signs in those Asian stores. If you break, you buy.
Yeah.
Well, now if you take, you die, apparently. Apparently people are okay with this. And he didn't even take anything. Peter, what were you saying? You were saying something.
America's fucked.
I was saying that the person, I mean that my idea is that the person who is handling the gun was the main guilty person, because the child who shouted that he has a gun, it doesn't mean that the person who possesses the gun should handle it that irresponsibly and should first and act second. He should have made sure that he has gone. And for this, I think that as he said, what should we do about the situation now? It is some kind of no feeling. It is normalizing and he wants to move on. It is not that easy. We need to, for example, condemn the situation. It is not normal thing. If you hear something like that and you want to move on without any reaction, then it's a problem.
Maybe his finger slipped on the trigger. I mean, why do you guys jump into judgment? Were y'all there?
These are just words. This is the process. The trial already happened, so it's their words.
So they heard the words of the people who were there, and then the jury acquitted him.
Right.
So what is it that I'm missing? Because it seems that maybe the jury had certain instructions when he was being sentenced. I mean, I'm trying to understand. I mean, if the jury acquitted him, they acquitted him. What is their frustration about? Maybe there's aspects of the situation that aren't made very clear to the public as to why they acquitted him.
The jury acquitted OJ. Well,
yes, because he was innocent. The glove didn't fit. You saw it.
So we have a clown justice circus.
Yeah, the difference is like there isn't any disagreement on the nature of events, mostly, right? There is some about whether he aimed it or not, or who pulled the gun first. But ultimately, I don't think that changes anything. I don't think I would have the same exact position if those elements were shifted in the discussion. It didn't matter who pulled it. It didn't matter if the kid pulled the gun first or if the kid aimed it or not. I would still have the same position. You can't aggress upon somebody, right, with uncertainty. You could follow them, right? You could do all of that. But you can't manufacture an incident where somebody else then believes they have to use defensive force and then claim the use of self-defense. This is how fucking stupid Americans are. This is how fucking stupid Americans are. And the worst part is we ran this story through, Clubhouse, and people are, yeah, it was defensive force. He's self-defense. Fucking idiots.
Well, it sounds like it was self-defense.
Did you not hear what I just said?
I did, and it sounds like it was self-defense because the jury acquitted him. I don't understand why are you guys so pressed over this?
That's the whole point, is they're claiming that it was self-defense. The man claims that's why he did it. He did it in self-defense of his son. But I'm saying that you have full responsibility for manufacturing an entire incident where defensive force had to be used. Somebody else felt that they need to defend themselves, and then you say that you need to defend yourselves because you're aggressing upon somebody else who gets scared for their life and they take out a gun to defend themselves, and then you kill them and walk away. No, honey. That's murder. That's murder. You caused it. You're responsible for it. You manufactured it. You caused the entire incident to happen. It was all you. You don't get to walk away. You don't get to just take somebody's life. That's crazy.
I don't know. What you just described sounds like self-defense to me. I mean, that sounds like the begonias of self-defense, in my opinion. I don't know what's wrong with these people. Like, I really don't. Like, they just come out of their mud hut in some foreign country and bred and just think that we want to listen to that shit on the internet. I really don't understand their appeal to doing that. But going back to what I was saying, Bima, what you described sounds like it's self-defense. So, and it sounds like the jury agreed that it was self-defense. So I'm trying to understand where your smoke is. So you're saying that two people in this situation had a gun. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, well then it's self-defense. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Why it's not self-defense?
Grab the gun, like we know, like why did he grab the gun and run out after the kid?
Because the kid had a gun.
Yeah, but he didn't know. I don't think he knew the kid had a gun at that point when he grabbed this gun.
It sounds like he did because he alleged that it was self-defense. Maybe he saw a holster. Maybe he saw something funny or him moving strange. I mean, I don't know.
Hold on real quick. So I did feel sympathy at first for the store owner, okay? Until I found out he did this 2 other times prior. Just FYI. He shot openly in public 2 other people.
So what does that mean? What does that mean? It just means he has a good shot. Man,
No.
he practices.
Look,
Now, where are you getting your information?
that was, like, research it. Like, at first I was like, yeah, screw that little black kid. Who gives a shit about that motherfucker? He probably...
What does race have anything to do with this?
What doesn't matter? Ooga booga. Doesn't matter. But anyways, nevertheless...
Okay, well, let that be the last time you keep bringing race, because when a person's black, white, pink, purple, yellow, it really doesn't matter.
I'm trying to sympathize here, so relax. When I did hear that he did shoot 2 other times to two other patrons, then I was like, okay, completely ruins the whole narrative of him being actually innocent, because he absolutely provoked this kid. And
was he arrested for those 2 other shootings?
No.
Well, it sounds like people presumed it to be self-defense. Yeah, so because somebody is put in a position 3 times, to defend themselves means that there's some sort of nefarious something going on. Like, this man is a storekeeper. The nature of his job is that he's probably going to have to interact with combative and possibly criminal people.
I get it, but it completely ruins or nullifies the thought or idea that he ran after the kid and whatever.
No, it doesn't. If I heard that the man shot somebody out of self-defense and he had 2 other incidents where he shot people out of self-defense that was effective, that would probably be the person I would hire to manage my store.
Dr. Adams, did you see the video?
What video? Post the video at the top of
No, I can't believe it.
Yeah, just like you guys like to, you showed me that video of that cop shooting that woman that threw that pot, and you wanted to fight with me for months at a time over this shit.
Listen,
show me the video.
I'm all for Chuck the Builder to get freed, okay? But at the end of the day, I think the shop owner was wrong about this one.
I don't think that Chuck the Builder should be free. I think that Chuck the Builder, he should take this fat ass to the shooting range and have better aim.
No.
This keeps getting worse and worse, Val. Did you also hear that the shot went through his lower back?
To who?
And the corners, the kid's lower back.
Oh, the shop owner shot the kid in the
he could have turned right before the shot. I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, I did hear something about that. I didn't understand the complexities or the nuance of how the kid got shot and how it was done afterwards.
Does anybody have the video?
If you watch the video, you see
the shop owner and.
Now, did you not just hear what I asked? I said, does anybody have the video?
It's not there's no video of the
There is
actual incident. Hold on, there's
Oh,
no video.
what are we doing?
Let me finish. There's no video of the incident where the shooting takes place, right?
No,
The only incident is, the only thing that they can see from that day is when the kid was in the store from 25 different angles, walking, proving that he didn't.
Wait, somebody in the chat said that the young man died of fentanyl overdose.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Okay, so then there's no video. Now we have possible
blocking
No, it was James. You better not block that black man.
James.
You better not block that black
James
man.
is. I know James. He's making a joke. Good one, James. I appreciate that. So there's no video of that particular at the actual shot moment. But there is the entire trial that you can listen to. You can listen to the witness testimonies. You can listen to everybody. Cross-examine everything.
And people heard all of that, and he was still acquitted. So I don't understand why you guys are mad. Well, a jury of his peers heard all the things that you just said without the video.
That's why we're here, because I'm saying that they're all wrong. They're all idiots.
But who are you, any of you, to say that they're wrong?
Well, that's why we're here.
So did the judge set aside the verdict?
No, Adams. Can you research the issue before trying to argue?
Well, but
you're kind of frustrating me right now.
Okay, but I'm asking simple questions that, again, it tells you.
But you already asked.
Juries are given.
We already told you that he was acquitted. It's done.
Okay, so it sounds like the jury made the right decision, and the judge
and
didn't
you keep
disagree with them.
repeating the same things, but you're missing the point where that's why we're here having the discussion. Because there's an entire trial, and the trial was shit. The jurors were shit, and most Americans that think about this is actual shit. So we have to course correct.
But that doesn't make any sense, because the jury who sat in the courtroom that you didn't sit in, that heard the evidence, and they sat there and listened to the expert testimony that y'all did not listen to. They came to the conclusion that they did.
We listened to enough of it.
But they heard all of it.
We listened to hours of Andy's actual testimony.
But they were there.
The 911 calls. Right. We listened to the things straight from the horse's mouth.
But did you listen to the case in its entirety?
We saw. Well, there's two witnesses that I didn't get to hear out yet, and I didn't hear. I don't know if they had whoever else they had. So it was.
So maybe the witnesses said something that put the jury on the same page.
All the witnesses were saying the opposite. They said that he never aimed the gun. They were in support of the kid. So it's even worse.
So you got conflicting testimony. You have a judge that has not set aside the verdict and accepted the verdict. I'm not seeing how you feel.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Because the judge has to accept the verdict.
In some places, a judge totally the veto a verdict.
Yeah, they can set the verdict aside.
But they don't.
No. They ruled. He's been ruled not guilty. It was read and accepted. It's over. I keep saying that to you. I said that like 5 times. It's over. He walks. It's done.
You think he's going to open up another location?
This guy's fucked in the head, boy.
Hey, he could start a franchise. Ducking Bullets. Convenience. So, Beaver, while I have you up here, how long do you think it's going to take for Trump to let out Ghislaine Maxwell?
I don't know if he'll even touch that. Why do you think he would?
I don't know.
Beaver, I think you want the laws to be rewritten. And I mean, like.
What I want is for people to be educated. There aren't any, I mean, at this point in our fucking society, if we look at the different types of ethics and principles that would have us make an assessment on this, every fucking scenario shows that you can't claim self-defense when you've manufactured the incidents where somebody else fears for their life and your property isn't stolen. Your property isn't taken. That's your responsibility. There's no ethical standard that suggests that he's in the right in any case. If there is, I challenge anyone to bring me an ethical standard to prove that you can claim self-defense after you've initiated you've aggressed upon another person, causing them to claim self-defense. I mean, like, think about it this way. In any case, if we were outside, right, and I bumped into you or something, right, and you thought I took your watch, right? Maybe you thought I pickpocketed you, but really, you just had your wallet in your other pocket. Okay, you forgot where you put it, and you look at me, and you come and you touch me. And you're like, hey, you took my wallet. I said, I didn't touch your wallet. I don't got your wallet. And you're like, no, you got my wallet. And then I start backing up, and I'm like, I don't have anything. And you're like, come here, you got my wallet. And so I start running, right? I'm like running away from you. At some point I fall, and you're just chasing me now, okay? And you and your homeboy, both of you start chasing me, right? I take out a gun, and I'm standing there with my gun. Even if I'm holding it, you can't take your gun out and shoot me and kill me and say, you thought I was going to shoot you and claim self-defense. You can't fucking do that. Not unless you know for certain that I have stolen your property, right? And even in that case, when we're talking about lethal force, okay, you only use lethal force when lethal force is being threatened. If I have your property and I've stolen your property, your life isn't being threatened. You know what I'm saying? So even in that case, but my life is being threatened in the immediate with violence, with you doing something to me. What am I supposed to do? I didn't take your fucking wallet. I don't have anything, and I'm trying to defend myself. And so I take out a gun to defend myself, and then you shoot me and kill me. And then you go to trial, and you say, I thought she took my wallet. It turns out she didn't. It was in my other pocket. But when I thought she did. And then she pulled out a gun, and I shot her because she aimed it at me. I thought she was going to shoot me. But I had to defend myself. You don't get to fucking do that.
Wait, are you using this as an analogy for a real situation or no?
Yes, a real situation.
What real situation?
Beaver, you want to update him?
Is it about Chuck the Builder?
No, just Google Chinese Chow's store owner murder.
What ended up happening? Just brief synopsis.
We don't like it.
You don't have to add race into it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, he's being descriptive. Go ahead, Beaver.
People see the black thing. That's what
Yeah, it's stupid to say I don't see color. No, it's what you really should say is I don't
I'm
judge
not
a person
saying
based
that.
on
I
color.
think that it matters.
But
I
unless you're
think
colorblind, you're gonna
well,
see
this
that the
is the
person's black.
problem. This is the problem. I definitely think that it matters. No, I definitely think that it matters, and it's definitely important to mention it because I think that's the only reason why this guy got off was because the kid was black and not white. However, I wanted to test your IQ and understand where your principles were without understanding what the kid looked like or what anybody looked like. Just the standard principles.
You can ask me about a bunch of black guys shooting white people in self-defense, and I'll be on their side if it's actually in self-defense. So go ahead.
So, a 14-year-old young student.
Black kid.
okay, was walking into a Shell station. Was he stopped and asked to put his backpack down before he did anything, or was it after he went to the water cooler?
So it's in the hood, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so he walks into a store. The wife, there's 3 people working in the convenience store. Rick, the owner, the father, Alice, the wife, and Andy, their 23-year-old son. Okay, the kid walks in, he has a backpack. Alice, the wife, says, hey, keep your backpack up front.
That makes
sense. Okay, so he takes the backpack off, puts it down. He goes into the back by the water coolers. He opens up the water cooler, he takes out 4 water bottles. He thinks for a second, he's checking for a second, okay, and then he puts them back. Okay, we don't know now if he pocketed one or if he has one in his pocket. Okay, so.
No, let me guess. The kid walks out, they think that he stole it, they confronted him, and then he attacked them, and then they shot him.
Well, this is the thing. No.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
No, that's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
Oh, okay, because that would have been self-defense.
Okay, so the kid goes back up to the front now. He goes to grab his bag. The wife confronts him and says, hey, what do you got in your pockets? He goes, I don't have anything in my pockets. She goes, yeah, what do you got in your pockets? Right there. And then he, shakes his pockets. He goes, look, I don't have anything in my pockets, lady. And so then he picks up his bag and he just calmly walks out of the store and he's walking. And then all of a sudden you can hear screaming, and Rick and Andy start chasing after him. So once he gets to the corner of the gas station, because he walks out the door, turns right, the corner's right there, then Andy and Rick start chasing after him, so he starts to sprint. He sprints, he runs, his phone falls off, his shoe falls off. They chase him off the property. They chase him for a football field and a half. They chase him for 130 yards, okay? And they're just chasing after him. At one point, the kid falls. He falls, and when he falls, Andy says that, because he was closer to him, says that he saw him have a gun, and he held a gun, and he claims that he aimed it at him, okay? So then Andy puts his hands up, and he stops, and he backs up, he says, he's got a gun, and then he says it again to his dad, who's right there now with a .45 cal of his own. He says, he's got a gun, so then the dad just, boom, shoots him. He dies.
Okay.
That's the scenario. Is Rick guilty of murder?
I mean, yeah.
Thank you.
But it wouldn't have mattered if he was white or black.
Thank you. Yeah.
But I know you're going to try to make that argument because he's black.
Well, this is the problem.
Well, Bima, just real fast before you go off on this. So there's a video you can actually look up where there's this young white kid, and he's walking out of the gas station, and somebody had said that they thought that he was up to no good or something. The police officer is walking behind him, and the kid had headphones in. And he's like, yo, come here. Hey, you, get over here. Yo, get the fuck over here now. And the kid, as he's walking, I guess heard the police officer over his headphones blasting music probably, reaches down to grab his pants and pulls his pants up because he's a fucking white little wigger kid with his pants sagging. And he starts to pull him up, and when he spins around, the cop shoots him right in the chest. Do you think that's justified or no?
Right, no, absolutely not. That's insane.
Do you think he was perceiving him as a threat because he was black or no?
Well, he perceives him wrongly as a threat because that's what the violent institution of law enforcement does.
Well,
so
no, I mean, it's
not
because
black people that are victims.
Yeah, but it's because he's in the fucking hood, and the cops are constantly getting fucking guns pulled on him by fucking 16, 17-year-olds getting shot at, and a lot of his fellow officers,
right, so let me ask you
had to go to their funerals because they get shot in the face by 16-year-olds.
No, I get you, but we're talking about the violent institution of police. Kids can be subject to the same problems that black kids are. Absolutely. However, black kids are probably, well, not probably.
Yeah, but black kids commit more crimes.
We know for a fact. Well, if they're police more and look more and harass more and profile.
No, Bima, we have to.
I'm not having that argument with you.
Okay, we have to first. We have to first agree.
I want to close this first.
We have to first agree to concede.
So hold on. So the first scenario.
Black students commit more violent crimes.
I just want to.
You're not going to concede that
scenario. I want to conclude the scenario. So the guy Rick should be charged with murder, correct?
It depends if the kid actually had a gun or not.
He did have a gun.
He did?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, he's
justified shooting him. Yeah, 110%. I think that he didn't have a gun. I thought like this was the story was the kid didn't actually have a gun.
This is what I'm talking about.
But yeah, it's 110% justified.
So the kid couldn't claim self-defense? But
No.
Rick could claim self-defense?
No,
the kid's being chased. Rick's not being chased.
Bima.
Hold on.
Hold on.
The kid's being chased with a 45 caliber and two guys.
Can I say something real quick?
Guys.
Okay. Like, you go ahead and Ray.
It's chasing the kid. The kid's not chasing them. The kid's not going after them. He's running away. Explain to me how they could claim self-defense.
Yeah.
As they manufacture the false
Bima.
This is what I'm talking about.
No, this is not it. I thought you meant the kid didn't actually have a gun and he got gunned down. If the kid actually turned around and pointed a fucking gun at them, then they're legally able to fucking defend themselves with self-defense. Even if they're pursuing somebody.
You cannot.
Yes, if they're chasing somebody that they thought.
So let me ask you this. So at what point
Bima,
let me ask you a question.
This is for clarification, Bima.
Rich, I have another question for you then.
No, we're not gonna do your goddamn dying.
No, it's not. I have another question for you.
No, I'm not gonna fucking answer. I'm not gonna engage with you.
At what point did the kid have the right to claim self-defense and be in fear for his life and defend himself? At what point would you say it's justifiable?
You fucking socialist Nazi.
I'm more freedom-loving than you. You are
No, you're not. You're authoritarian as fuck.
freaking statist.
You're authoritarian as fuck.
You appeal to the law.
You're authoritarian as fuck. You just want to be the authority. You want to be your self-governing authority. You want to go around and fucking murder everybody who fucking disagrees with you.
When a bunch of white men wrote down on
shut the fuck up,
they had dominant power. They had the biggest game in the world.
This is so fucking stupid. Such a played-out, lame-ass argument.
Maybe don't appeal to law.
Like 90% of the founding fathers said that they didn't want slavery.
Don't use logical fallacy.
Like 90% of the 90% of the goddamn founding fucking fathers, you goddamn lunch said that they didn't want slavery to fucking return, but they knew it would cause a fucking goddamn
All
civil
you
war.
have to do is appeal to principle. What I'm going to challenge you to do is show
Goddamn dumb fucking retard. You and your fucking 90 IQs like date fucking podcast.
show me the principle
You're on the
that
same
says
fucking tier
that
level.
if you're in fear for your life, okay, and you take out a weapon because you're being aggressive, someone's chasing you, and you take out a weapon,
You guys from a gas station are
that then
chasing you without
somebody else
weapons?
can kill you.
They're chasing you without a weapon.
They're in fear of their life.
They're chasing him without a weapon.
Well,
They're chasing him without a weapon.
No, they chased him
They're
with a weapon.
chasing him without a
They
weapon.
chased him with a weapon, 45
No.
cal.
Let's see. Okay,
They
here we
shot him
go.
with a 45 cal.
Was the goddamn fucking gun concealed or was it fucking open carry when he was running with it?
It
We don't know.
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter.
It does not matter. It doesn't matter.
It
does not matter. It doesn't.
come out in the fucking
It doesn't.
fight.
It's self-defense. It's self-defense.
This
Whether
is
I
what's
have
going to come out in the
okay, well,
evidence.
explain to me.
If you're a gas...
Hold on.
Okay,
Whether
you
you
stupid
have a
fucking
gun,
goddamn lunch shark
Whether
bitch.
you have
Listen,
gun,
if you
don't
are
like to-
fucking chasing
so you
somebody
don't like logic,
and you're not
all you wanna
threatening
do is
them with
appeal
fucking
to the
deadly
law.
violence,
all
and you're not saying, I'm going to
what?
shoot you,
You're not
stop,
able to
or
think
stop you
outside
fucking
of the
nigger, I'm
law.
going to shoot you in the back, or
You
I have a
can't
gun.
think outside of
If
the
he's
law.
not saying any of
That's
that,
your problem.
young little 15-year-old boy who
Here, let me ask
has
you
a fucking illegal gun, clearly it's fucking illegal.
Rich,
He's
if
underage,
you
he's
have,
concealed carrying a
listen,
firearm.
do you think
He's
you
running
should
with a
have the
goddamn
ability
fucking gun
to
and turns
defend
around and
yourself
shoots a gun at him.
and
And
have
they're
second
legally
amendment?
justified
And
in
if you
shooting
do,
him.
do you
They
think
have
that
not
it should
shown.
only be
They have not shown
concealed
that they were
because there are
willing
some
to use
states that are
lethal or
concealed
deadly
and there are
fucking
some states
violence.
that are open carry?
Like this fucking
Is that correct?
goddamn stupid ass.
So if it's
No,
concealed or
the
open
entire
carry, it
fucking
doesn't matter.
the entire paradigm of this fucking
They could
argument
both be
changed
concealed.
the second that I realized that, oh my god, he has a gun.
Both be carrying.
Yes, they're
They could
legally
both- but that doesn't matter.
justified in shooting
See,
him.
this is the idiocy, the low bar, low IQ inability to actually look
Oh my
at
god, if a
principles.
fucking security
Because all
guard,
you're doing is
if a
appealing
security
to
guard
law
on a goddamn
and
mall
what the
property,
statutes
if a
are,
fucking security guard on a goddamn mall property,
dissecting
if a
everything.
goddamn security guard, if a goddamn fucking security guard is on the mall property and he's chasing someone that needs to leave
It doesn't
stolen
matter.
property,
You still have
he's
the
chasing
same
the
right
person
to
on the
self-defense.
property, even off the
Still
fucking
have the
property.
same
We
right
just
to
had the same
self-defense
goddamn thing
if
happening.
your gun is concealed or if it's seen. It does not matter.
No, it does. It
Still
does
has the
matter.
same- Okay,
Because
so
the
so
young
hold on, so
kid,
explain
the
to
young
me.
kid,
Let's go with that.
I
You
am.
said
I'm
it
trying
does
to.
matter.
Goddamn
You
dirty
said it
butt
does
shark,
matter.
fucking
No, no,
90
I
IQ,
want you to
retarded.
no,
Who fucks
I
sub 85
want
IQ
you,
fucking niggers?
I want you, okay,
Goddamn dumb nigger
you're
lover.
gone. That's what you wanted to do. That's what you wanted. Sorry, I'm not going to be disrespected like that. You don't have to resort, right? Relax. You have an inability to actually address the comments. You have an inability to address the topic. Explicitly respond to what I'm saying. Make comments. Why are you going to attack me personally? You're an idiot. I'm not attacking you. You're dumb. Low IQ. This is the best that America has. This guy supposedly has 140 something 1 IQ, right? My fat, dumb ass. God help us.
What do you think? Let's go to Peter. Next up, Tom. Long time listener, first time caller, Peter. Go ahead. Peter from Berlin, are you
I
there?
didn't change the paradigm. The paradigm has been completely the same. You have to prove that somebody's ability to have the right to self-defense is going to change, whether it's concealed or open. Go ahead. You first start with that. Prove that, Rich. Prove it in the comments. You dummy. Oh, by the way, without appealing to law, okay, so don't say the law says. Prove to me that your right to self-defense changes is if your gun is concealed or if it's seen. Go ahead. Dumb fuck.
Damon, I really would know how the law would settle this because they both would have the right to self-defense in this case. It's like they're an adult
No,
or
they
something.
do not. They both do not have the right to self-defense because one is the aggressor. You cannot manufacture an incident where you claim self-defense once you're being the aggressor. The only way is if the table's turned, right? If he stops, okay, and he
So wait a minute, what if they say
hold on. The only way that it would change is if then the kid started chasing them and chased them all the way back with a gun. Then he can turn around and claim self-defense. But he was running away. He was still running away when he was shot in the back, gunned down, cold fucking blooded daylight. And everybody just said, well, self-defense.
But what if you could say that the kid came in and he touched the 4 bottles and put them back and then left and then they sold this off and he didn't, which he, of course, I guess he doesn't have to. But then he takes off running. I mean, is there any culpability on him for that simple situation by taking off spraying?
Absolutely not. He's allowed to. He has the right to run. He has the right to run, jog, hop, skip, flip, twist, twill tail. He can do whatever the fuck he wants once he leaves the park. It's up to the store owners to set their standards of what they allow in their store, and he abided by every rule that they asked him to. He said, "Put your book bag up." He did that. He was not violating private property at any point. He went into the store. He went to go shop for whatever reason. He changed his mind. Most likely because the simple reason is you forgot your fucking wallet, or you just changed your mind. Maybe you wanted to use your money for something else. Maybe you thought, maybe getting a gallon of water is cheaper than buying 4 water bottles. Right? And they don't, because there's plenty of times that I've gone into gas stations and they don't have gallons of water, but they have water bottles. So what do I do if they're out, they don't have gallons of water? I'm going to go to the grocery store. It's cheaper. He's a 14-year-old. He doesn't have income, I'm assuming. There's a million reasons why he would chose.
Okay. But what about the suspicious behavior of him taking 4 bottles and putting them back?
It doesn't matter.
That would set off my alarm bells.
It can set them off. And then it could set them off.
Wait, let me finish. And then he decides to abruptly leave. And if I don't get a clear look, I'm thinking he probably took something. Or, I mean, why would he go in there and then They tell him to put his backpack up. That probably thwarts his plan if he was planning on stealing something. So he goes, and he's like, fuck, they're looking at me. There's no way I'm going to get away with this. So I'll put it back, and then I'll just get myself and leave. That's probably, in all honesty, that's probably what happened. Or another possibility could be he got pissed off. They think I'm a fucking thief. Fuck this place. I'm not giving them my business. And it goes that way. But why? But he has a gun also. I mean, that. Why do you take a gun? I've never once walked into a convenience store with a gun in my waistband or pocket or whatever.
Well, that's interesting. If you listen to some of the witness testimonies, which the defense was hilariously pissed off by, they were asking, the guy, one of the witnesses said that it's common in that area for kids 13, 14, 15 to have guns. And the defense got pissed. And he's just like, you're saying that it's okay to break the law? And he's like, no, I'm just saying that you, in our area, you have to be able to defend yourself. It's typical of a bad city. My city, same case, and I made this case the other day. I mean, it's typical. If you're if you live in that type of society, in that type of community, which I did and which he did, right? So I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying that he's not harming any person, right, or person's property by making sure that he could defend himself from gangs that typically would want to fuck with him, hurt him, threaten him, or do whatever else. He has the ability to defend himself. He's walking the streets, you know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't matter. And as a shop owner, Rick, Alice, Andy they had the right to follow him. They had the right to follow him. They had the right.
Oh, thank God! I see that they were said not guilty. That's all fucking amazing that the court system worked out.
You're an idiot. We don't need you. Go away.
Well, maybe you got to hear the opposition.
He can't respond to anything. He's just going to gish gallop and make arguments that aren't about what I'm actually challenging or what actually needs to be looked at.
All right, we'll just give him.
You're just going to gish gallop and you're going to talk about everything other than what matters. Just please.
Well, why don't we give him a minute to say his piece, and then you can respond, and then he can respond.
Well, if you bring him up, you could bring him up, that's fine, but I'm not going to listen to him. I'm going to actually go make my dinner. So. No, that's not true. And the evidence is Rich, when other people come in that are smarter than you, that are able to civilly have discourse and go back and forth, you can witness how I can have a conversation with them. You'll be able to watch with your own two little eyes and ears how Beema's able to have a full conversation with somebody who's not going to be an idiot like you.
Well, I don't know how I feel about this. This one's really got me torn. All right, come on up, Rich, Thomas Patrick. Damn it, already invited Peter? Gotta invite him up. Peter. All right, I'll just turn off the hand raising on this. Just do that. All right, unmuted. All right, Rich, let's go.
It's gonna be so amazing tonight. I'm gonna get Rafi and fucking BB to open a room, and we're gonna have Abby fucking argue the position of the defense, and we're gonna keep Beema in the fucking audience the entire time while she crashes out, because we're gonna fucking mass flood people into the fucking room, and Beema's just gonna sit in the audience like a good little bitch and not be able to talk.
Rich,
just like she wants to do.
I didn't disrespect you.
Yeah, you did. You disrespected me when I was trying to refute what you said, and I was asking for clarification. And you did this goddamn nigger fucking shit where you jumped out and you kept screaming over me.
always do these, like, how much, the grains of sand in the universe, we get into science discussions, right? It's a good way to frame it. Like, if I say, how many grains of sand do you think there are on all the beaches of the world, right? And you say, I don't know, 5 trillion. And then I say, I don't know. The fact I don't know doesn't make it a belief that there are 5 trillion grains of sand. It's just a statement about what JCC saying. It's my epistemic position, right? Like, agnosticism is not some third religion competing with Christianity that I hear floated out all the time. No, you're not saying that, but that's where this tends to jump down. I'm withholding judgment pending sufficient evidence, which is the only adult thing to do. This is why I criticize theists, because you're not acting like normal adults. You don't have anything that would even come close to holding a candle to invalidating all the laws of known physics. And you go, yeah, but I have this book from 2,000 years ago. No human being in the world would pick up a book if it was written today that said that kind of stuff and go, this has to be true, unless they have something mentally or cognitively, the same thing, wrong with them.
But you're saying wrong with them, but that's not, okay. But
you have to. I'm just saying, if you're a sufficiently educated person, there's no person that believes people can just walk on water and resurrect.
Not naturally. They don't believe it.
No, but there's no person that naturally has evidence of the God, except the circular argument of people that believe in the
Well, you're just claiming that though, Pro, because people can.
I don't have to claim it. I'm just talking about a person that's grounded in laws of physics. There's nothing else to be grounded in. You can't bring God back into it and not bring God back into it whenever you want. I'm saying a person who we're devoid of God, right? And then we get introduced to, there's this idea of this book that comes out and says all of these crazy miracle kind of things just happened. Everybody would say, what the hell is that? And then someone could say, oh, well, you haven't heard? It's the idea that there's a God. Oh, and what does the God do? Well, the God has, he's all powerful, all knowing, all loving, the kind of stuff that you guys do in your specific religion. And what I'm asking you to do is not divorce yourself of that idea. When you say that, there's no plausible way your mind can make sense of that statement, because there's no way that the most intelligent, powerful, super incredible thing can just be the first thing that created everything. Nobody would say that makes sense. What? They'd say you have to be out your fucking mind. No, but that's the premise of the religions. That's the premise of the human religions.
That it's nonsense, right?
No, I'm certain that nobody today, unless they had a biblical book telling them that this is what they should believe, would have any reason to think that's true, because that's not how anything else works. We don't have that.
That's nonsense, then. Right?
What if I was? How does that change what I'm saying?
That would make you an atheist.
No, it would make me an atheist, but how would that change what I'm saying? Whether I'm an atheist or not, whether I believe Michael Jackson is the best singer in the world, how would it make the fact that what I'm saying any different?
I was just trying to figure out if you're an atheist.
I'm agnostic.
Well, apparently not.
Apparently?
I mean, you literally just went on this whole spiel about how stupid
I can't go on a spiel. I can't go on a spiel.
No.
I can't go on a spiel. So you can't take this. So you can't walk this with me. Apparently, you're a theist.
What the fuck are you on about? Hold on a sec. Sounds not right.
It's probably God.
I think part of the
Jehovah's Witness.
I think part of the thing is too, what I'm trying to argue,
the Mormons,
saying that you're agnostic,
we got a planet for you.
Saying you don't know.
Yeah.
I'm saying that you can still believe one way. Like,
no, I can't. I can think something has some merit, and I can assign some probability to that.
That's all I can think of.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. I can't do. I cannot affirm that we could be in a simulation.
I'm not telling you. Sorry, I'm not saying that you can't based on your evidence, your life. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying somebody who's using this modern label of evidence, which is like not knowing. Or even saying it's unknowable.
If I say I'm atheist and I just say I do not have your belief in a God, that doesn't mean that I don't believe in God per se. Think about the difference of that statement. Think about the statement. I don't actively believe in your God, right? Like isn't the same as I'm not open to the possibility of it being true if you gave me sufficient evidence. Those aren't the same things. And that's why we use the word agnostic.
Are you open to the possibility of the sun not rising tomorrow?
Frenchie, there's no basis for anything that you said. If you think that you're saying something
What?
The fact that you wanted to jump into the conversation midway and think that you're saying something to me makes it sound like maybe you have some leg up on what I'm saying that I'm not aware of, right?
Just ask you a
If you
question.
want to debate the actual merit of the things that I said, that's cool, but don't come in and asking me a bunch of questions.
Ask you one
Don't do that.
question. Because
I don't want to answer your questions.
Exactly.
I stated
Yeah,
what I
that's what I
believe,
thought.
like men do, right?
Oh,
I said I'm a grown man and I have this
question.
and I have this idea.
Yeah.
Come on,
And then a gnat
Pearl.
flies into my ankles and starts
Pearl,
talking to me.
She's actually giving you an honest question here. Like, you can say you don't know if God exists or not. However,
I heard it.
Yeah, but on the belief side, do you believe a God exists? Yes or no?
I have no active belief that a God exists. I hold the possibility that one could.
Do you understand the problem with that or not?
No.
Okay, that's why I asked you the question, right? You could be open to the possibility it'll explode, right? But it's a tiny possibility, right? It's just logically, Paul. You're not infallible. It could happen, but you would probably be incredibly confident that's not going to happen. And I'm curious if that's your level of confidence in God.
I don't know. I don't assign confidence to it, so I'm not into the confidence
You haven't
here.
done introspection. Okay, cool.
Yep. Haven't done any introspection, but I was telling you when I was in the middle of actually telling you what I think, as opposed to you doing the interrogation. I was actually saying those things. It is quite possible that we could be in a simulation. I have multiple ways that if you wanted to have the time and we could go through a thorough understanding of what I mean by that and what it is, we could. I don't want to do that, but I do hold the possibility that we could. And I want you to hear these things carefully. I do think that we could be in a simulation. I do think it's possible that there could be a civilization that had a 1,000,000-year head start to us, and it'd be unfathomable to think about the level of artificial intelligence that could exist from some kind of alien life form. Andrew knows that I say that the only pathway to an actual God, it basically is keeping those two alive, is that God's an alien. God, by definition, isn't a human, so the idea that he would be an alien, I don't find to be very wild and crazy. I think if you hold those things open, which I do, then sure, I'll grant you that could be the thing that people call God. But it doesn't give me any more understanding to solving a problem that our brain cannot solve is how could an Abrahamic God possibly be the first thing? What would be the impetus for something that has all the superpowers imaginable to just be the thing that there is when there's no evidence of anything like that ever have existed? And we just want to posit that it is, and it gave rise to everything. We're just kicking the can down the road because the next question is, how did that start?
Yeah, I agree. How could it possibly be
So
true?
that's why my brain doesn't work that way.
That's why I'm an atheist, because I think it's incredibly unlikely.
I've heard your stances, and I know you're an atheist. I've heard you multiple times speak on this. We've been in rooms scores of times together. I understand your point.
Unless you changed your name, I don't think we have. Did you use something else?
No, I think maybe you did. I've been in rooms times.
You were always called Pro?
I was always called Pro, yes.
Sorry, I don't.
Yeah. Well, I usually was doing a lot of the listening. But there is no way to get past that for any level of intelligence. It's the end of the story because we can't answer that question. But to say, I believe that's a thing, you have to be honest.
I have a question. Maybe this is for French. French, should we take a question?
Yeah, I do. I'm happy to answer any question.
While you were talking, you triggered a thought. I appreciate this notion, like a lot of people, belly navel gazing about whether there is a God or not a God. Now, it seems to me that is a question that kind of belongs in an 18th or 16th century European isolated time frame, because it implies that there are two choices, God or not God. And it seems to me that in a modern age where we have airplanes flying to every corner of the globe and a full catalog of human religious expression, that the question is sort of like, are there 10,000 gods or are people just making up this shit? And this question, like, is there a God or not a God, just seems really archaic to me. And do you feel that? Or do you think it's still relevant today?
I think it's probably more accurate to say, as an atheist, you believe there are no God or gods. You could just say the gods, if that makes more sense to you, if that's your question. We typically just shorthand it to God because we live in a culture that has Abrahamic
single gods versus, we don't all live in India where there's thousands of gods. But if we did, we would say, I don't believe in gods.
Well, no, I grant that. So you kind of agree with me, right?
I
This is
guess.
a cultural.
Yeah.
This is a cultural.
Yeah.
This is a cultural vestige of the 16th century conversation, which is highly rooted in the singular God. But to me, the way I resolve this is I say I believe there are 10,000 gods. I just believe that every single one of those 10,000 gods is some fanciful imagination that somebody farted out of their ass.
Farted it out. Yep. Now, real quick, Frenchie, the agnosticism thing that I was trying to point out, and hopefully you'll see what I'm saying here. So, agnosticism has a burden. It most likely is going to have a burden. Certainly in the Western context, where you have people that are familiar with hearing the kalam and the fine tuning and all these different arguments that have been around for centuries, and different formulations of them, popular apologetics, Frank Turek and William Lane Craig, and all these people, right? Because Christians certainly want to get their message out, right? So the chances are you're going to be, you have been exposed to it. Conversely, you've been exposed to the problem of evil. Most people thought, if God exists, why am I suffering? Why is there, So you have these different reasons for and against the belief in God that have been presented to you. And you do have some burden. I'm not saying this to you, friend. I'm just saying if you understand where I'm coming from here. You do have some burden, unless you're like some kid that was raised by wolves and didn't have any exposure to apologetics or anybody that are anti-apologetics. Unless you, and sorry, Jason, I was just getting ready to say, can somebody bring up Jason? I meant to say that a second ago. Unless you've been exposed to, unless you haven't been exposed to those things, you're going to need to give count as to why these particular reasons don't persuade you, right? So, in other words, somebody could be like, hey, the Kalam, I think, does show God exists. And you say, well, it doesn't for X, Y, and Z reasons, right? You're going to say, well, premise 1, I don't agree with that, or premise 2, and that's why it doesn't bring me to God. These deductive arguments, right? So, or whatever it is, the deductive versions of these arguments. It's like, well, I don't come to God's existence because I get off the train somewhere, right? And so that means you do have a burden, unless you're what's called you have invincible ignorance. Like you don't know about any of these arguments. You haven't had the chance to survey them back and forth, to consider them, deliberate back and forth. If you haven't had any of that, then you could just be like, okay, I'm invincibly agnostic, and I don't have a burden. But agnosticism in and of itself doesn't get you off the hook. And I was trying to say to Pro that agnosticism, even want to say that it is the position, it's a psychological state decided, or you can say, I don't know if there's a God either way. You still are going to have beliefs surrounding that, and that you're going to have beliefs, namely, theism, and the arguments for theism don't work.
I'm not persuaded by your not persuaded thing. Me being not persuaded isn't the same as a burden of proof, and I feel like you're shifting the burden to me. If somebody just comes up to you and wants to argue that God exists because of the Kalam, the burden's on that person, as it always is in any kind of scientific room, making the positive claim to support the premise. I don't need a complete alternative cosmology to say I don't think the argument succeeds.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but just like if somebody's the defendant's guilty thing that we were talking about earlier, a jury doesn't need to solve the crime to say the evidence hasn't convinced me. I can just reject the argument. It's not the same thing as proving the opposite.
Do you mean agnostic atheists have a burden? Because I think a true agnostic would just say, look, I think there's good arguments on both sides, and I just don't have I haven't taken a position. But agnostic atheists, of course they have.
What I mean is dialectically, Frenchie, there is something about, and Piper's good at bringing this out, but there is something about in a dialogue with somebody.
I would like to hear it.
Just taking an agnostic position doesn't therefore mean that you shouldn't have something to be.
Yes, it does. It just because I'm exposed to all kinds of stupid ideas all the time, right? And exposure doesn't create obligation for me. Like you're saying, I've heard the arguments, therefore I owe an explanation. But why? Not necessarily. I've heard I've heard in this room arguments for flat Earth, the homeopathic stuff and astrology and all this stuff. It just because you have an argument doesn't give me some kind of burden. In fact, I don't do it. I don't go debate flat Earthers for that reason. I actually listen to them and tell them why they're being dumb on certain things. But I'm never in there trying to prove the Earth is a sphere. Why stop at Christianity, Andrew? Like if the exposures create some kind of burden, then all you Christians have a burden too. Because have you studied the Quran? Have you studied the Hindu metaphysics, the deism, and that?
Why we don't believe those, or why we think that we don't have to.
Why? Okay, so we could do that, right? But it's weird to do that across the board for everything and say, well, I need this person to come. Give me a reason for not doing it. But why?
Only notice what I said though, bro. Only if you've
been exposed to it, bro.
Only if you've been exposed to it. If you haven't been exposed to it, then obviously it's not reasonable to say remember when I said invincible ignorance, right? So if somebody has invincible ignorance, meaning they haven't had exposure to any of the arguments for a particular proposition, then no, you shouldn't be asking them, hey, what are the reasons you don't accept this particular proposition?
You see when I go in your rooms, and I've debated people on Kalam or whatever, and you see how tired I get with this stuff, right? And how like silly it is. And I don't want to be boastful here, but I dismiss those things like swatting flies, right? I don't find it entertaining to go into a room. Even if the Kalam worked perfectly, it gets you something like there's a cause of the universe. It doesn't get you Jesus or the Trinity or heaven. There's a big freaking gap between the first cause exists and Christianity. It's true. This is what I try to say to all the morons who do this stuff. An agnostic can simply walk up and say, hey, I might grant you a first cause and still not be convinced of your Christianity, right? So agnosticism can be the default. Imagine like you, and again, I'm sorry to go to the math things, but you got a jar of jelly beans, right? And someone says, the number's even. And then I just go, I'm not convinced. You don't suddenly acquire a burden to explain the exact number just because you said, I'm not convinced, right? It's like, so like God exists? I can just say, I don't know, without that becoming some kind of competing theory.
So the case that you're not convinced that God doesn't exist?
Oh, I guess you asked me, right?
Oh, I didn't hear what?
Is it the case that you're not convinced that there is no God?
Wait, there's double negative there. I'm not convinced.
I know. You're not convinced that God exists. You've said that loads of times. But are you also not convinced that God doesn't exist?
Yeah, I'm not convinced that God doesn't exist.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. You just seem pretty sure. When you
that
enormously long spiel about why religion was rubbish.
You're doing a longer spiel telling me about my spiel every time.
I sat
Same
through
thing,
it.
I tell you what it is. There is no succinct way for your brain to make sense. Don't, oh my God, you jumped in the middle of it, and I'm just telling you again what I said, and you're asking why I don't understand, why you want to say it again, and you don't understand what I very clearly said. Tell me how you make sense of it. As an atheist, tell me how you make sense of it.
My point is simply this. You gave a lot of reasons that seem to indicate you think this is a load of bullshit.
I think your definition of the Abrahamic religions are bullshit. What aren't you understanding? That there could still be a God.
Okay, so you are an atheist to the Abrahamic God, right?
Yeah, just like you're an atheist to every God you believe in. If you're a Christian, you're an atheist to Hindus. Yeah, but then we don't use that word. It's a silly way to say it.
I think you're just hiding behind the label quite frankly.
No, I don't like the label because I don't have belief in it.
No, you're hiding behind it.
I don't have belief.
Here we are living here, super dog.
You don't believe that God exists. Is that right? You don't hold, I'm just trying
I do not hold the belief that God exists. No.
So technically that would give you an angel? Yes, but you don't.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why that she's saying I'm hiding.
Ignore Frenchie, she's a moron.
Bastardized and corrupted, and only for no, I'm withholding saying atheist for a reason because nobody used that word for anything else but religion.
Yeah. No, not religion. God. You don't believe. I mean, you don't believe
God.
You don't believe that God exists, but you don't know it exists.
No. It's slightly different than that. The nuance I think is important, don't you? You think I don't have any reason to actively believe that God exists, but if there were certain evidence, I think there's a pathway that I could say it exists, but that evidence doesn't exist.
Can I offer a comment?
That makes
makes sense. It would just have to check your boxes.
Just to make a little
That's
just to make a little bit of peace.
That's exactly what it is.
No,
I think it is.
that's somebody who's that's somebody who's taking the scientific process
No, Marshall, that's what it is.
That's somebody who's taking the scientific process and saying, here, just give me a second. They're taking the scientific process and they're saying, if logical questions are answered and they can be answered satisfactorily, he might believe. But as of this point, nobody who happens to believe in a god or the gods has given him any scientific explanation that makes any bit of sense with logic. That's what he's saying. Those two aren't in competition.
I just want to try to make some peace here. I think that it's, Pro, I think maybe you are not aware of a long conversation that happens between people like Richard Dawkins on the topic of the word atheist. And there's just a claim by a lot of atheists that the word does not make sense in absolute. And if the only people who are atheists, if it only applies to this nascent, narrow, tiny sliver of people who can somehow express total confidence in the absence of God. But I think it more generally is like the third of people, or the third of the system, in which the agnostic is like the middle third of probability, and atheism is like the other third of probability, the lower third of probability, right? That's just the general category. There's other people who get tied up in agnostic versus
It makes for fun.
belief versus faith or something like this. I think you're frustrating French because
That's good.
I think what you're doing is you are insisting that the word means something other than what other people insist the word means.
So I am insisting that the word has been co-opted and that the word has been used to mean something that it should not be needed for. You should simply be
Doesn't
able to say,
everybody at this point
I think,
realize that the word is a little spongy?
yeah, I think people should be comfortable with saying they don't know something instead of trying to pin them down and say, then you have a belief that it doesn't exist. No, I have a belief there's no evidence for something.
That aligns with at least one special.
But if you ask me, do I think? No, it doesn't. Okay, cool. But like, I know Richard Dawkins says he's like a 7 out of 8 or whatever it is, 6 out of 7 on the scale. I know all that stuff, right? And I'm not far off from all that, by the way. What I'm saying is the Bigfoot thing. We don't do this, right? Like, do I think Bigfoot's real? No. Could I be wrong? Yeah. It's that simple. And the fact that theists are so hell-bent on having a word for that because they don't understand the nature of without belief, and they try to turn it into a whole other thing than it is frustrating to listen to. It's just, the word is good enough. Like, atheist means without belief, right? They don't mean that when they say that. That's not what they mean when they say it.
Let me see if I can proselytize. Let me see if I can proselytize Frenchie. She'll probably say no, but I want to knock on her door and offer
Before you do,
some
can I just state my position, like, really quickly? Because pros people,
Sure.
we'll... Okay.
Wait, was I close, Frenchie? Was I close at my assessment or off the mark?
Well, to be fair, you just started, so I just want to state my position so everyone understands it. I think Pro has a belief. I think his belief is there are no gods. I think he has loads of reasons to support that belief, and he's happy to express them. And I think that makes him an atheist. Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm just saying, Pro, like, I don't know, man. So, if you say that you...
Wait a minute, I have a question for Frenchie. Based on what you just said, Frenchie.
Yeah.
Based on what you just said. I have heard all the same from Steve Attell, that he doesn't believe that God exists. Now, Steve Attell regularly celebrates, calls himself a religious title, says that he's a member of a
Oh, come on, don't do that.
Totally irrelevant.
Please don't.
It's a question for
No.
Yeah, I already answered it. He's a cultural Jew. Who cares?
Fuck. Okay.
Benjamin, you're beating a dead horse. Stop it. Stop it.
That's it, we're good. Andrew, go ahead. And then Ellie.
So, all I was going to say is, Pro, so I hope people can, I'm glad you're getting caught, maybe you can help me parse this out. So, Pro,
And
is
You're
next.
far out my mind.
According to your.
No.
Elliot is next.
That wasn't a derogatory.
So finish your thought, Andrew, because
I'm
Elliot's
trying to, Benjamin. So, bro, when you said you're an agnostic, okay? And by that you mean you don't know either way. Well, then I have to ask you a further question because it doesn't tell me what I'm wanting to know. What I'm wanting to know is if you think that you don't know either way, that's fine. But I take knowledge to be justified true belief. And then I'm wondering, okay, well, do you believe that there is a God or isn't a God? Like, do you believe that there is no God or isn't a God? Like, do you like believe that God does not exist or God does exist, right? Because saying you're agnostic you could still be under that definition, saying that it just means that you don't know one way or the other. You could still believe there is a God or believe there isn't. So I have to ask you a further question, which is why I don't like that use of agnostic. I prefer agnostic just to mean undecided. Theist means you believe in God. Atheist means you believe there is no God.
I get hung up on the word belief, right? I regularly claim in rooms that I don't really believe in anything, right? I think agnostic answers what I know, and atheist answers what I believe. I don't know with any kind of certainty, but I also don't currently believe the God claim is meeting any kind of burden that I think you guys should be running around saying you believe in.
I don't
like believe. No, I think.
You have said that before, and I remember when you and Shamos had a big old blowout over that. And because you said that you don't believe anything. And the thing is I take belief just to mean that you affirm something is true. So if you say...
Belief is a subset of knowledge, or knowledge is a subset of belief, whichever way it goes, actually.
But knowledge is a subset of belief.
Knowledge is a subset of belief.
It actually starts with belief.
Yeah, exactly.
Elliot is next. Let's hear from Elliot.
It is PQ. Okay.
Andrew, your question was asked and answered. Elliot, what you got?
Well, we didn't quite... thank you, Benjamin.
You gave an answer.
No, Benjamin, it's left ambiguous. It's not quite finished.
Elliot said he had something I want to make space for Elliot, but
we can't get to the bottom of it.
He's struggling to get to his...
All right,
his
Elliot.
mic. So,
go ahead, Elliot.
You guys are wild. So like usually like when I go into rooms and I talk with people about religion and atheism and all kinds of other kind of wacky things, flat Earth and vaccines and all manner of shit. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt from the outset. I want to understand where they're coming from, why they believe this, why they believe that, and how they think about those things. So from that perspective, like if somebody comes at me and they say, look, here's how I define atheism. This is what atheism means to me. I'm just going to take them at face value, and then we can discuss the reasons for it. And Andrew, you were dead wrong earlier when you said that the historical definition of atheism was the more modern version that the philosophers use. We have belief that God don't exist. That's what. Okay, well, if you had those mixed up, okay, then all right.
No.
Just so you know, that it is. No, I'm just saying it is true that the historical understanding of atheism is without. That is the historical understanding. It was that way for thousands of years, and there is utility with how modern philosophers use the word atheism in a different way. There's utility in that. But the point here is just to say that it is at the end of the day just a philosophical definition, and people can accept or reject.
I agree with that, Elliot. I'm saying under the
I feel the same way, bro. The same way about the whole philosophical use of belief and knowledge. I think that in ordinary, regular language, belief and knowledge, they aren't merely some different level of confidence. They're totally different things. And I know that's not what the philosophy bros want to do. Most people today use the word this way. Knowledge is something that you think is supported by really strong evidence and some kind of justification. And belief is something you're going to accept, even if you don't have, if you have incomplete evidence or uncertainty, right? Like, I know the Earth orbits the sun, and I believe there's life elsewhere in the universe. Most people aren't using belief as the superset there. They're just distinguishing between some kind of evidence-supported conclusion propositions you have with some kind of uncertainty. That's why I say I don't really believe a whole lot. When I say the way that you want, and I know what the standard, the order of operations is, right? You go from belief to knowledge. That's what we had the big blow up, and you've answered that many times. That I think that's not what people do when they speak normally. That's not what they mean.
I'm fine with saying that people usually mean this. minutes now. People.
No, before you go, I wanted to comment real briefly on Elliot, what Elliot said. I tend to strongly agree with Elliot here, and I do mourn when a word loses its utility. And I think that it's clear just by spending 20 minutes in this room that these words, agnostic, have lost their utility. Because the point of a word is to avoid having to go in and define it. If a word is just an invitation to argue about its definition for an hour, it's really a shit word, okay? It's really a shit word. And you all need to use better words.
This is my central point. This is my central point. In everyday language, I say, I know my wife is home. And I say, or you might say, I believe God exists. That's what we mean when we say these words in normal speech. To do the whole justified true belief thing with knowledge is like, it's philosophical debate bro language. It's almost trip people up to get them on the atheist train.
There's a reason why people use this kind of language, because it's trying to be less sloppy with the terms of knowledge and belief, and that's why philosophers use it. So I think
it's been under attack since the 1960s, bro. This stuff has been, but philosophers themselves don't treat that definition as settled. Like that stuff's been on the.
What are you talking about?
We get here, bro. That's what happened back in the 60s.
But that's just an attack on the ATB. There are other forms of theories of knowledge, and those
But I don't like when people import technical philosophical depth into a conversation where ordinary language matters. From Benjamin's point, in modern use of belief and knowledge, they're contrasted.
I was going to say
they're not nested. You're trying to say like they're these nested values so that you can have a fun about what someone means about a word when they say, I have a belief in the crazy ass thing that you believe in, right? I don't have that. There's no reason for you to actively believe in it, but I can give you a pathway if you're ready to accept it, and I don't know the answer to those pathways. You call that whatever the hell you want, but you know damn well what I'm saying.
Benji, what about this? Believer, non-believer, an undecided person. How about that? Instead of atheist,
I am a non.
It's not bad.
Fantastic.
You're used to the word.
Yeah, thought so. Yeah.
Were you calling pro Benji, or were you just directing at me?
No, because you were saying you didn't like the words because they just.
But a non-believer.
But you know what she meant is that.
So it'd be easier if we could just say believer, non-believer, and undecided.
I don't think that's quite
And then that way, Pro has just said, now he's fine. He's like, yeah, I'm a non-believer. And that's great. That's true.
Exactly.
It's just.
So can we now move on? We can move on now.
No, does not believe that God exists, but he doesn't know that God does not exist.
Hey, can we take a moment of silence for some great words that no longer have a shared meaning? I want to hold space. I just want to take a brief moment.
Most people would call it a
can support and remember.
Agnostic atheist.
Yep. I feel like it's from somebody who's a believer. I mean, I was looking in. I feel like
we're gonna just hold space for the passing of great words. With dear friends, we've had them close to our heart.
Come on, Ben.
For a long time.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Just take a brief, just a breath.
Yep.
And just
breath.
Like seconds of silence just to remember words that no longer feel any use.
I think it's great.
Deepak, I was making it, and I'm trying to answer some of the stuff. Pro.
Does anybody want to share their fond memories?
No. Can I please talk for a second? Deepak.
I don't like Benjamin's humor.
I don't like. No, we don't, bro. But I like Benjamin in some ways. I like it.
There's a bus for y'all.
Go take care of your bees, dude. How are your
I think it was time for benediction, Benjamin.
Hold on. So Deepak, I was trying to argue.
What are you doing?
What the fuck, dude? Are you serious?
What he's doing is he's having a conversation, which the fact that everybody's really excited about is cool, but I think he's trying to end it. But anyway.
Deepak, do you agree? Because I was trying to argue with Pro that agnostics don't, unless they're invincibly ignorant, they don't have, dialectically, there is a burden. Like, they don't just get to say, I'm an agnostic and I don't need to give any reason as to why I find these particular deductive arguments for and against God unpersuasive. Like, you don't feel it.
I think if I understand what you're saying, like obviously if you accost somebody random on the street, randomly on the street, then he's like, fuck off, right? Obviously, but like, you don't get to just say that I don't have to give, because he has to give reasons for why, like, arguments for or against God that are common knowledge, right? Or that you just told him about. Yeah, I think.
Yes. So my point is that like if I was to give you a deductive argument, you say you're an agnostic, right? And I said, premise 1, objective moral values and duties exist. Premise 2, objective moral values and duties can only exist if God exists, like as the necessary ground of morality, right? And then conclusion, therefore God exists. That's a deductive, that's a deductive argument.
What you just said is incorrect.
That was a shit
Well,
argument.
that's fine. You may think it's incorrect, Carmen. That's not the point. The point is you got to say why it's incorrect. Because dialectically, morality. I'm fine with slugging it out with you, but you are very mistaken. You're not very reasonable. I'm not talking about whether it's right or not. You're not even listening to this forward. The reason I'm saying it's pro is because he's saying he's an agnostic. And I'm saying, well, if you're an agnostic, for example, why do you not accept the deductive moral argument for God's existence? And then this is where you would say pro, well, premise 1 I don't accept, or premise 2 I don't accept.
No. I can say, what do you mean by objective morality?
I want to bring us back to our tomorrow. And remember that we're here to say goodbye. We're here to say goodbye to our two friends.
I gotta go watch the New York Knicks myself.
It was a wonderful thing to have
Good job,
to see you. It no longer.
Benjamin, you just fucked up a good room, dude. I hope you know that.
Just like Steve did earlier.
Wait, fucking dork.
Did Andrew and Frenchie go and make a new room?
Yeah.
Are they blocking you? Can you not join them?
Oh, you know what?
I have to go watch the Knicks and the Spurs.
Yeah, the third quarter is about to start.
Have fun trying to come in a room with me, Benjamin. Have fun.
Okay.
Fucktard.
Yeah, dude. So when Benjamin's
I'm not blocking you, but I'm going to make it kind of difficult for you to talk. I'm going to do what you do in your about that little boy. You little airplane boy.
You need a reason why you don't know whether God exists. Like if you're, I understand if you're an atheist, it's just you don't believe in God. You know, it's probably good to have reasons. But if you're saying you don't know whether God exists, you need to have reasons as to why you don't know. Sounds kind of weird.
Just a little bit. Just a little weird. Like I have to. Why?
Science says something come. You can go apart.
I actually think it's, for you guys, I think it's far simpler than that. It's just me from the outside looking into this discussion. Scientists, really good scientists, and those that are trained correctly, are always willing to reconsider their point of view once new evidence and information has been provided. That's not a bad thing to do if you're an atheist. That's
right, exactly.
Sure, that's a mature, humble thing to do, right? So when you say,
let's call it non-resistant non-believer. Non-resistant non-believer.
What I mean by that is like,
no, I'm telling you what that means. It's a non-resistant non-believer.
Wait a minute. I'm going to announce the birth of a bright new shiny word. Non-resistant non-believer.
That's not new, dude. That's not that.
It's a good word.
No, it's not that. It's not that novel.
That's not what I mean by it. I mean,
but that's exactly what you're saying, though.
If you let me finish, it would be
I will.
nice to get the whole thought out.
I just want to.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Please let me get the whole thought out. So, if one says, I don't believe in God, but if I ever got valid scientific evidence, it might make me rethink my position. That seems like a scientist training taking a hold when it comes to religion.
Thank you, Marshall. Yeah.
Which does not seem like a bad thing. for people who are scientifically minded.
Yeah, that's what a non-resistant non-believer is. They're open to be convinced of a God existing, regardless of their position. Whether they're a scientist, a biologist, an archaeologist, a retailer, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Somebody does not...
Which God, Jesus?
Existence of God. That is the definition of a non-resistant non-believer.
ACC, which God are they open to believe?
Any God that they can be convinced
all of them simultaneously?
Okay, I don't know. That's a little bit more than I can answer, honestly. So if there's a claim of a God existing and they don't believe it, or any gods existing and they don't believe it, and then all of a sudden they're being open-minded, open to be convinced of any of these gods to exist, and then something comes along that convinces them, and now they believe in that said God. That's all I'm saying. That's exactly what a non-resistant non-believer is, and I am one of those. I'm a positive atheist that I say I believe there is no God or gods or anything supernatural. However, I am also recognizing that I'm a fallible human being. I am open to be convinced until I'm demonstrated that I am mistaken.
Like when you look at the Brotherhood of Hunter, right? Hunter says that they're levels beneath, and that he was up there talking loudly to somebody using like foul language.
So you're acting like an agnostic.
Yeah, okay. You know what? You know what you say? I want to get this wrong. This is the report, or this is like a report on the news.
Hunter made that statement when he was on the interview.
That sounds like Islam to me.
He was not a star.
I want to translate this. This is a single person who will absolutely change his religion in a heartbeat for the right girl.
That's right.
No, that is not right at all. Any hot pussy is not going to believe in God. I've had many women in my life that were God believers, and they accepted me for who I was. I didn't have to be fake and say I believe in God just to get in their pants.
I've never had to say it either, but I've withheld evidence. Let's just say that.
Withheld evidence.
Objection. But I have not told the whole entire truth.
I can explain that.
I've definitely gone to it
very easily. Sure. You talking to me, Elliot?
I've been to ask James a question. I have the answer for that.
With a woman who I thought, this might go somewhere.
Yeah, it is serious.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny how atheists get off the hook. How theists get off the hook when they're atheists on every religion in the world, and we don't make them do this. Hey, I want you to drum down all of your reasons why you don't believe every religion on earth. It's like,
hey, raise your hand if you think the room is better now than it was 5 minutes ago.
I'm waiting for the meta conversation about this moment.
I know.
Not yet, Benjamin.
That's genius. This is such genius. You are in the hands of the master.
So the real thing that I'm sorry. Go for it.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting listening to you guys talk. But I do want to say this thing too. The God that fucking James is talking about. He says I'm just a non-believer. The God there is the God of classical theism. Anybody can look that up. That's the triune God. It has Aseides, forever, eternal, unchanging, and there's a bunch of other.
I don't know.
There's a formal definition.
Like it's just calling someone out.
But what James is talking about is.
Well, no. I feel like the thing with her is, I feel like she switches her personality, like depending on who she's around. So it's like if she'll be around like a certain demographic of people, then she'll embody different stances politically. She'll think differently about religion. She'll she's very pick me, and that's like one of my big pet peeves. Like I can't stand someone like that, and it's just been so many situations where I feel like she's been a pick me, and she has again just I don't know. Switched up in like her way of thinking, her way of seeing things. Like she'll say this one day, and then a week later she'll be around that person, and then she'll say something else. Like I just think it's I don't know. It's weird, and I call it out. Why? What's going on?
Hey girls, happy Pride Month. I'm gay and I would like to convert to being straight. Hey girls. Hey Jerry. Love the show from Comedy Central.
Did you bleach your asshole, girl?
I did. Today's the month. I'm breaking my gay virginity. I'm going to the Pride Parade and I'm gonna be sodomized on a parade float. It's gonna be so exciting. Hello?
I'll see you at Market Days, Alistair.
Excuse me? She's bad and she's on the stage. Yasmin pussy pics going for $1 a labia. $2 get you the full labia. Welcome to the room.
I don't think anyone wants to see that, so.
No, her pussy looks disgusting, I swear to God.
You've never seen a roast beef and pastrami on rye?
She has like her fingers in her pussy and it's wet and it's so disgusting.
It's slimy pussy juice.
Is this the reason why we're gay?
Sephardic cum.
We were talking about this earlier in the clubhouse room. I believe there's more variability in the total possibilities of combinations of ways that vaginas can look versus penises. Do you agree?
Ooh, you know what? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna say no, because you know what? I have no idea.
There's a lot of different types of pussies out there. That's just a fact.
They can look very radically different in shape and size. And
There's a lot of
penises,
different
there's like
pieces too, but
Well,
like,
Jeffrey Epstein's penis was described as cone-shaped.
well, yeah.
Well, I know her Jewish ass loved that fucking shape.
That's really like being called girth master.
Oh lord.
Did you ever hear about this Spanish king who got married and he supposedly, actually his penis is still stored in an archive in the Vatican to this day?
They have Napoleon Bonaparte's penis.
So special about it.
It was supposedly one of the most deformed penises
Woo!
in history.
For mankind.
And such that he went through a series of wives, all who could not bear him children because his penis was so like gangly and misshapen. And it actually was an international diplomatic incident.
Does anyone have a picture of this?
Let me find the story.
Girth master.
Or like just link like an article, because I don't think that you can post a picture technically.
So I just wanted to let everybody know this Pride Month, I am going to the Pride Parade with a sign saying that I can convert you to being a heterosexual for $10, 10 not 11, 10 not 9, and if anybody wants to become straight, I can straighten you out.
What's the process?
How would you do that?
With alcohol, cannabis, coffee, books, imprisonment, regular electroshock therapy, magnetic therapy, LSD, DMT, books, the gym. Maybe you could watch Apocalypse Now, Saving Private Ryan. Those work well. Yeah, that's about it.
It honestly sounds like some gay BDSM stuff.
Yeah, why does that sound like a little like fetish?
Well, it's because once you pass through the experience, you'll no longer want to do it. You see what I'm saying? It's like giving too much heroin to a heroin addict. When they overdo it, they cut back the second time, and then we get them back to base level, which is being a heterosexual.
So it's like the father who catches a 15-year-old boy smoking cigarettes and makes him smoke them.
Exactly.
Okay, but in this case, you're gonna make him suck like 20 cocks in a row.
No.
Heroin addicts do what you said, they just die from the overdose instead of.
Well, no, the cigarette metaphor.
It's OD on nicotine and not like it than it is on heroin.
Today we're gonna implement the good old 20 cocks method.
Yeah, like what are you gonna do? Like rape someone until they're straight?
No, you don't
I
understand.
don't enjoy that.
This is all just an experience on screen and via books. No actual sucking of cock will be allowed in the treatment facility.
But how are you gonna? But like no, but that defeats your. But that defeats the purpose.
Trust me, this is the way it
The
works.
example of the cigarette smoking, like when you over.
No, you don't get it. The thing is,
the word is in English,
in the future,
overuse something.
you don't understand. In the future, when a cock is presented to you, you will think of Matt Damon. And when you think of Matt Damon, you will puke in your mouth.
So then I think technically you have to like
Matt Damon
to the point where they don't want to ever again.
No. Matt Damon is technically the root tool that we're gonna root out.
So you wouldn't fuck me to a point where I couldn't take dick ever again.
No, you'll puke in your mouth. Haven't you seen the movie Clockwork Orange? It's the same thing when they program.
You're not like a good that's like such like you're such a bad person. I can't believe that you wouldn't fuck me into a point where I don't like dick. That's actually so mean.
So wait, who are you rooting for the World Cup?
Not me.
England?
I would say honestly, I'm rooting for Iraq.
No,
Jasmine is too.
No, that's the Shia team.
Jasmine loves Iraqi men, Iraqi men. Literally. Oh no, I know she is rooting for Iraq.
The most exciting part about our breakthrough.
With her tits out.
The most exciting advancement in our research into detransitioning homosexuals has been Yael's labia. Actually, using Yael's pussy photos has turned over 100 men straight.
I think that it's done the opposite actually, because I feel like me seeing her naked made me even more gay. So I don't know. I'm not that statistic of you.
Well, you just don't like wet pastrami.
If you want to be delusional and believe that, I will.
No, it made you trans. That's worse.
Oh.
It made me want to cut my dick off, actually.
Let me ask you this.
And get a pussy so I can show her how to use it properly.
If the sun is a man and the moon is a woman, is the Earth the child of the sun and the moon, or is the Earth?
Shut the fuck up.
Is the Earth trans? Is the Earth trans?
Why is he talking? Like, why are you allowed up here? Like, I don't understand. They're like, you know what?
Because this is a gay man room, isn't it? I'm being gay right now. Happy.
Babe, the only one that's being gay here is you.
Exactly, because I'm probably the happiest person on stage right now.
I don't think you are.
Have you gotten into the LGBTQ conversion therapy?
Being happy right now and not busy trying to convert people into another sexuality.
Well, if Pride Month means anything.
Doing conversion therapy that's not working instead of doing therapy for yourself that might work and get you a better life. But here you are, wasting your fucking time.
Wait, I have to turn on the projection alert system. Projection alert system has been activated. Projection alert system has been activated.
You know what's so embarrassing? It's the fact that he really did that and really thought that it was gonna be so funny and like.
It was funny.
And everyone was gonna unmute themselves and throw laughing emojis at him like, oh my god.
Come on, everybody, throw some emojis at me. That was brilliant. I think my projection alert detection system is a brilliant response to people's projections. See? I got emojis! I got an emoji!
Right now is you. Because you're the one coming in here trying to convert everyone.
See, the thing is, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Hello? Hello?
I want the 20 cops conversion.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
I want the 20 cops method.
What is the difference?
20 cocks method to imagine.
Hello?
Like,
hello?
Think that you could never even take it anymore.
What is the primary? I have a legitimate question for you.
Bonnie blew the fuck out of me. Like, let's see what happens.
Hello? Let me ask you this. What is the primary difference between the ego, being gay, or God?
What the fuck? That question makes no sense.
It does make sense. They're all three of those are concepts.
I mean, of course, but it makes no sense.
All three of those are concepts. Hello? Hello? It makes a lot of sense.
Have you ever been a bottom?
With 150 women, absolutely.
Did you hear that?
Absolutely.
Of course I've been a bottom. Babe, I feel like that is why you hate being gay on the inside, because you were a bottom and you like scattered your shit all over someone's cock and then you're just like, fuck, like I can't be gay, right? Like I have to stop. It's because you can't be gay the
right way doesn't mean that we can't. Like, I take my fucking fiber pills, I eat my fucking,
Ooh.
my salad and my fucking,
Ooh.
sweetie. We don't, I paint, but it's usually on paintings when I'm bored. Not in that way.
Sorry, everybody. See you at the Pride Parade. I'm gonna be a bottom on a float. Ooh, float your kidneys. I just want to quote my mom when she always says, "Float your kidneys, float your kidneys."
Off, and then at the same time, I'm like hungry, but then I'm like, oh, like I really don't want to eat food right now.
Go to Subway. You want me to pack you up and put you in a Subway bag? Put a little slice of motherfucking delias, a little fucking lettuce, a little tomato, a little radish, a little fucking mustard, a little cucumber. You want me to articulate more in your Subway sandwich before I ejaculate in it? You want me to ejaculate and glaze and articulate your Subway sandwich for your dinner? Gonna glaze it.
That'll be cute. Let's do it. I'm down.
Happy Pride Month, boys. See you all at the parade in Boys Town. I'll be at the manhole from 10 to midnight. Drinks are on me, boys. Ooh.
Glittering on my nipples.
You need glitter for your nipples?
Well, and then the back is hard to apply myself, so I need a friend to help me apply it.
Wait, to apply what were you want? What do you need?
Glitter.
Glitter?
Glitter for your titties.
Wait, glitter, but where?
All over.
All over.
Like your body?
Yeah.
Don't forget to put Vaseline on your butthole before you apply the glitter glue.
That's good advice.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You never know when you might accidentally be impaled and you need to be pre-lubed.
Ooh. I didn't know we had our own navy.
I won't eat for a few days, so there's no risk in that.
I won't eat for a few days. I love that. Babe, honestly, if you want to bottom the right way, just get fucking fiber pills. Like,
Oh.
changed my fucking life, let me tell you. The way I can eat my pasta dinners and everything, and nothing disrupts me. It's just so crazy.
When was the last time you puked and shat on the toilet at the same time?
I don't buy my meat at fucking Dollar Tree, babe.
Oh, my stomach is hurting so bad. It feels like there's a steel ball in my stomach.
Not too bad to get fucked, though.
That's good part, that was crazy. Yeah. Wow, I found like 4 poppers bottles as I was cleaning my room, and that's just tells you how big I am. I'm so sorry, but I'm never gonna
Don't spill it on the carpet. That smell will never come out.
Babe, literally, why did that happen? So mad, because it really doesn't go away. It will always have that lingering popper smell like you're at like some fucking gay bar. And it's just so embarrassing. No, I can't do it.
I went to the gay bar last summer, and
So yeah, that makes them just like everyone else. Now, maybe the only difference I'd say most other countries don't do this to Western human rights activists. Like I think Turkey.
Oh yeah, that was weird. Oh, I mean they didn't. Oh, you mean the flotilla people?
Yeah.
The flotilla people. There were some cases of searches, and there were cases of like fondling, but I didn't see any actual rape.
I'm saying
They were like inappropriate searches.
Absolutely, yeah. They're the only ones I've seen do the human rights activists.
They're the only people you've seen. I know that was like a war crime for sure. They should be counted for that.
I mean,
and they're doing it. They literally the whole point was to humiliate them. You know.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's worse depending on who you did it to, right? But I did genuinely believe that yes, and all the wild shit I've seen.
But also this is Ben Gvir's police. It was like literally that guy's order to do this. Not justifying it, but like.
Like coveted. No one denies.
Like you saw that crazy guy with like that evil grin who's like, yeah, gotcha, running around like laughing like an evil fucking maniac.
I don't know if you mistake me a Muslim. I don't think Israel is uniquely evil compared to most countries. I just genuinely thought, like, wow, of all the war crimes I've seen, I've never seen, like, physical...
This is the only one where they live stream their war crimes on television, you know?
They know plenty of other people have done that, too. You
just need
You know,
like media.
it's funny that, like, how many people have such a distorted view about Israel. And the funny thing, the best thing is that, like, 99% of all people that talk all this shit about Israel have no idea until they actually, like, if they had a chance to actually go to Israel and actually experience Israel itself, I think they would have a very different view and perspective about
Is this your house rubbish or what?
Yes, it is.
But the thing is, you can also go to America and enjoy, human rights, but it does not justify whatever they do overseas.
Oh, I agree. Listen, I don't agree with, like, the whole semantics and everything that's going on right now. But overall, before October 7th, anybody that had any idea about criticizing Israel and the people itself, complete different world from what other people think. And I don't know, their perspectives, like, if you go to Israel, a complete different world. It's a complete different world from what you would actually think.
Before October 7th, really
No, I can't say anything. I can't attest to anything that's happening now after October 7th. It's so fucking messy now. I mean,
October 7th,
it's
buried Egyptian soldiers alive in the Sinai Desert.
Yes, we do take like isolated incidents, but that overall things were there were periods of relative quiet where people life went on, right?
There are periods of quiet in the Soviet Union, Laos, China, like.
I don't know. You really lost a lot of credibility when you told me you've only seen one army in history ever rape prisoners.
Zion, if you really believe that, you're like new to the world, my man.
Or do you think
No. Amy, you're breaking up. Amy.
He thought the Nazis didn't even rape prisoners, male prisoners.
Are you kidding me?
You guys are
He doesn't know fucking basic history.
You guys are defining rape differently
It's so
than I am.
fun to know more than Zion about something.
Did I really not tell you that, yes, I'm well aware that the Nazis castrated black people in the world? Like,
Can I tell
But
you
they
about,
also raped their prisoners.
can I tell you a testament to, like, what Vietnam is? Like, my dad was in Vietnam.
Including balls and stuff. No, I'm talking about literal dick and ass.
So far you've provided zero evidence of any dick and ass.
Okay, but you haven't provided dick and ass of the
You claim to have seen a video when the video was literally, if you had read the indictment that accompanied the video, it literally said he was penetrated by a metal rod. And you claim to have seen something that only showed an impression of something.
When I see people thrusting and I hear someone got raped.
There's no one thrusting that video. You saw a guy on the floor.
That video.
And you see people kicking him on the floor. We all saw the same video.
Just FYI, like, even from my father's when he was in Vietnam, I can tell you, attest to not only, like, did Americans, like, sodomize the Vietnamese, it was also the Vietnamese that also sodomized us as well too. So it goes tit for tat. It doesn't matter. Like, that's just warfare.
It's just warfare. I wouldn't go that far. It's like
it's to minimize and like morale, breaks down morale, like even people like POWs and all that. Like, they'd break their
Do you think
arms.
it's justified? You think it's a good method of war? Now?
Doesn't matter. They don't give a fuck. They're like, well, we're gonna have to put them in camps. They're like, well, we gotta fucking, like, make them feel like shit. We're gonna fucked up their psyche, and they would rape them.
No one's disputing that, they were electrocuted.
I think Zion's just like innocent, you know? He doesn't understand. Rape happens everywhere.
I'm saying
He's so sweet.
It's a tool. Zion, it's a tool in warfare. Even heterosexual males, they would sodomize other people just to make other men feel inferior. You need to understand, this is a tool in warfare. And it's not whether or not they're actually attracted. It's to minimize and make them feel lesser than what they are. That's what warfare is.
I think
What, Annie?
I think he gets that. He gets that it's not a sexual thing.
it's not good. All kinds good. Like,
Yes, Ali, what's that?
people have been castrating and
Yeah,
electrocuting balls. I'm talking about specifically dick and ass, dude.
Literally, you can find no evidence of no
Okay,
dicks and ass. It's all they do these fights.
No, it's a tool. Like any other tool to minimize and undermine your enemy.
You keep saying this like I didn't hear you the first 10 times.
Yeah, I understand that, but you need to understand these are the issues. These are the
We're
places.
repeating themselves, but why do you keep saying dick and ass when you provided no evidence of that?
You guys keep arguing and correcting something I never said. Yes, I
You
believe.
said that 4 times.
But because you keep saying it. You keep saying you didn't know the Nazis
Wait, what happened?
You know that famous video that was leaked from the prosecutor of the
Yeah,
army because of the Stay Tame-On rape case with the 5 guards? Well, so in the indictment, it talks about, and the medical records, it shows that a metal rod is inserted that did damage to his internal organs, right? But this guy, this pervert over here, thought that it was actual guys fucking him in the ass.
I thought I saw the guy pumping.
That's such a Christian nationalist view of things. Everything's fucking perverted. Everything's about gay sex.
Why am I perverted for thinking that, okay,
Because you a matching stick in your ass. Nobody did.
No, that was actually what they were doing.
No, it didn't show that in the video. It didn't say that in the indictment. It didn't show in the medical records.
Andy, I hate to break it to you.
And by the way, many soldiers have testified about the rape, and they all said they excused it by saying there were searches. There were violent searches.
I hate to break it to you, but one, I've known a guy on here since 2022 that got searched, shall we say, by the Israeli army, and I've known since 2021 that the Israeli army electrocutes people's balls. So, yeah, no, it's not that, I just believe this can be, no, but I saw
What
a
does
video.
that have to do with dick and
Because I saw a video about a
yeah, but you're just a pervert for thinking that. You Christian nationalists are so perverted.
If I
so obsessed with gay sex.
If I see a video, listen, if I see a video saying someone got raped, and I see someone standing up, holding someone in place, and kind of thrusting, that's what I'm gonna assume.
Wow, no one saw thrust except you.
Wait, is Zion a Christian?
Isn't it funny that it was pornography for this guy, this Christian nationalist who hates gays?
Wait, Zion a Christian national?
I'm not a Christian national, I'm just
No, he's anti-Zion. He's a Catholic nationalist. He's a fundamentalist Catholic. He's a fundamentalist Catholic. He thinks we should ban pornography.
What's your ethnicity?
I'm Nigerian.
You're Nigerian? You have no room to talk. I even think less of you now. What the fuck, Nigerian?
Talk about what?
Nigerian? Motherfucker! You got no room to talk. You lost all your credibility.
Wait, for what? For what? Be specific about. Be clear what you mean.
No, I don't listen to anybody from Africa. Fuck out of here.
That's really racist.
Fuck it is. You should have no opinions at all about any of this. You need to worry about your own community because you have so many issues in your own community alone. Let alone to think about.
He's MAGA, this guy.
Even think about anything else outside of your own problems. Motherfucker, worry about your own shit. Don't even worry about anything else. You have more atrocities to deal with than all combined, okay?
On the contrary, no. No, you guys.
Motherfucker!
Yeah, you guys killed more people in Gaza than we have. Then
why do you give a shit? Who gives a shit?
Because people are people, dude. See, I'm not a fag. Where someone's life is based on how close they are based on an amount of genetics. I understand that's a uniquely kind of Jewish problem, and I guess some of the Muslims and Arabs also have the same issue. But like this, where I'm from. Now perhaps you want to learn from that, but then again, I really think this was just your I don't know, your way of thinking. Let me trigger side. Yeah, I don't care about race. I don't care about your ethnicity. Behaviors, filthy values, those things fall.
It's a humanity problem. Everybody has a right to think about this.
Yeah, Indians don't belong in our country.
Your country? Wait, why is this your country? You're a Jew, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm America first. So.
Oh, you're American, yeah, but you're a Jew.
Yeah. So wait, where do I belong? Do I belong in the United States or do I belong in Israel?
According to you, you belong in Israel.
No, according to me, I didn't say anything about belonging in Israel. I'm saying I visited Israel.
Yeah. Listen.
I'm a big proponent for Israel, but what do you mean? So wait, are you? My country of birth of the United States. Do I belong in the United States or do I belong in Israel?
I'm going off your logic, right?
Okay, we're going off our logic. Let's base it out of reality then. Do I belong in the United States or do I belong in Israel? Yes or no?
According to your logic, you belong in Israel.
Guys, this is really juvenile. I don't care. Can you stop cursing me?
No, but I'm just going off this logic because he started screaming, "Oh, you're an African. Go worry about Africa." Okay, so go back to Israel. Dude.
You guys have an issue with the LGBT community. You guys can't even come to terms of realizing that people. You guys kill your own fucking people alone, so just based on their sexual orientation. So get out of here.
Yeah, so do you do.
So do I. So
Yeah.
do what?
Yeah, you
what?
Jews killing other Jews and like harassing other Jews.
Where? In Israel?
Yeah,
We have the largest. In Israel has the largest gay community anywhere in the Middle East.
Or they stay in Jerusalem, dude. Me, I'm anti-gay, right? So me, I'll let.
Oh, anti-gay.
Of course,
What now suddenly like Mr. Hasbara? What happened?
Oh, he became like. I don't know if he came here just like
So wait, you're saying that I belong in Israel and that Jews kill more gays than any other country, right? Is that what you're saying?
You're doing too strong, right?
Well, hold on. You're telling me that I belong in Israel and that that the Jews should not associate with gay people.
Africa and the problems of Africa are my problems.
Okay, then worry about your issues. Then why are you infecting your ideas and your opinions about the Middle East? You don't belong in the Middle East.
You're not getting.
You're African, my man. You're African.
Okay, by that
Stick with African issues. Don't worry about the Middle East.
Go back to, okay, you're Israeli. Go back to Jerusalem.
I'm not Israeli.
Yes, you are, because you're a Jew.
What makes me Israeli then?
What makes me not American?
You're African.
Where was I born?
In Nigeria.
No.
This is like a really infantile conversation.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Based on your logic, you're American, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then why are you still intervening with opinions and ideals pertaining to Israel?
The same way you as an American are doing the exact same.
Okay, well, I didn't say I was a proponent of Israel, right? I was just saying.
We're intervening on topics concerning Israel, and yes, this whole thing is childish, juvenile, and you're wasting my time. And you're wasting everyone else's time.
Not really.
Yeah.
It's an open forum, right?
Yeah, but you're not adding much to it.
Yeah, well, it's also an open question for every humanity living on planet Earth, so everybody can have an opinion about it.
Exactly.
Right. So, based on the pretense of being American, I mean, I have a right to an opinion and.
Okay, so I have this.
Disseminate any kind of information I have, right?
Exactly. Well, I have the same right.
Okay. So then.
Yeah, you're still talking.
I just don't understand why do we want to worry about something that you have you have no skin in the game. So why worry about any of these issues?
You're American first, right?
Well, hold on here, but why are you? No, depends.
You're not America first. You just said we're America first 5 seconds.
Hold on. I'm asking you a question here. Why interject into something that you have no ties to? That's the question.
Me, I'm a humanity first, right? Because I'm Catholic, right? So
okay. Why not worry about the environment? Why not worry about your own country? Why not worry about the plights and the issues in Yemen? Why Israel?
People can walk and talk and chew gum at the same time.
Right. But
why? Zion is interested in a lot of different.
No, just wasting time with this whole
Do you know each other? Is this the first time you're meeting?
No, I don't really know.
No, I know Zion.
Yeah, I know him. He comes into my rooms with the fucking clubhouse's glitch, and he ruins it because
Oh, it's gone. Well, no, it's fun. It's fun to see everybody scatter and have problems.
Or are you just shouting racist shit at him? Weird.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't bother me as much as it's a waste of time. It's
I mean, it's the nature of clubhouse. It's fun, right?
Okay. As long as you enjoy it, you're both having fun. I don't care.
No, I'm really not. My time is being wasted.
Well, autism is a hell of a drug, I gotta tell you.
Autism is a hedge. You would know very well.
Well, what flavor autism do you have?
None.
Oh, my man, come on. You definitely are neurodivergent, for sure.
My man, I assure you, I'm completely normal. Now you, on the other hand, I can tell I'm mentally fried. On a level that doesn't make sense. So.
What makes you the DSM-5 expert?
Me?
Are you a psychologist?
No.
No?
Are you?
Maybe.
Yeah.
No.
You're not. Now, my uncle is a psychiatrist, right? So, we can start there. Yeah.
Okay. What kind of drugs do you take?
None.
Are you on any antipsychotics?
No.
Low SSRIs?
The fact you obsessed over these things, right? Like most people on Clubhouse, you are 100% projecting. Okay. Now, given the circles I've seen you
Am I?
Oh, one absolutely do.
But how do you know if I'm projecting?
No, I have no idea. I'm just making a guess. based on the circles that you're in, the weird.
You're making generalizations.
You could have called me anything.
He's definitely projecting.
Yeah, exactly. You could have called me anything under the sun. Said, oh, I'm an idiot, I'm a racist.
Every accusation is an admission.
Yeah, exactly. You went straight to drugs.
Subjective. That's very subjective.
Yeah, but it usually tends to be correct.
And very nuanced.
So I'm a narcissist, right? So I think you're dumb. I also retarded.
That would make okay.
I didn't jump to you do drugs. You jumped to drugs because 100% you're probably like suffering.
So you have NPD then?
What?
You have narcissistic personality disorder.
Yeah, and you see the fact.
Oh, so you have problems with structure and authority then, right?
No,
that makes sense. Do you beat your girlfriends?
Yeah, no, the fact that you research, you're speaking, right? And each time you interrupt, it just shows.
How's your relationships with your girlfriends?
Yeah, well, like the fact that you went so deep into all this like mental health stuff, and you're like asking how's your relationship with your like.
So how do you cope with a person with narcissism?
And you want to avoid my question so badly. So which girl hurt you, dude? Or how many rather?
This is really how is your guys? You should just get a room.
My ex-fiance, but that's besides the point.
Okay, yeah, your ex-fiance, yeah. You know, I would like to say I want to know how she did, but truth be told, I don't really care. Like, it just.
Do you have any friends actually? Like, just okay.
Yes,
do they know that you're diagnosed as a narcissist?
I really don't think. But to be honest, I don't care whether you do or don't. Right?
Well, seems like you do.
No, I really don't. I'm not asking you about your.
Oh.
Your friends to me are irrelevant.
Well, how about if I say I like you, Zion?
I wouldn't care.
Right, because you have narcissism.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so you have an inability to share empathy then.
No.
So,
what is this conversation, man?
This is what happens when mentally broken people feel like some weird need of like it's what happens when you come here to troll, but you're mentally broken, and then you like realize the troll isn't working.
What if I'm bored?
You know.
So have you ever been to Nigeria, Zion? Or were you born here?
I told you.
I don't believe you're Nigerian then.
That's true, he is Nigerian.
Oh no, I mean, you know what? I'm Canadian.
You're like first gen, right?
I'll see you free faster. You know what? Yeah, that's true.
Well, every Nigerian I know has like doctors in the family, so.
Oh, wow.
His parents are doctors.
What was a psychiatrist?
So what are you now? Are you a scientist?
I'm a quant.
Are you an engineer?
He's like a professional black
Are you a finance?
Yes,
white supremacist.
Oh, nice.
A financial engineer.
A financial engineer. Is that a thing actually?
Yeah, called quant.
I mean, is that a
quantitative analyst? People.
Yeah, I know what a quant is, my man.
Okay, so then why are you asking what's that of?
I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand the.
Okay, if you know what it is, aren't you like asking?
I'm just trying to make sure.
Make sure what that I know what. Why would I lie? Like you of all people.
There's a lot of liars on here, so.
Yeah, I know. Bridget, I'm not one of them. So. And then was your like like option of not saying, oh
Annie.
God.
Talk about something interesting, or I'm gonna close the room.
No, but before you do, now I understand this was like your last fluid of seeing. Okay.
Guys, you can get your room.
My man, there's no last chance here. I live, I exist.
What do you?
share your diseases more intimately, more directly than ever. Welcome to vampirism.
It's breaking bread is for friends.
Lovers and other strangers, now starring Benjamin.
So it's funny because that blood of Jesus, like, it was in a prayer, like I was having prayer, I was praying with someone, like, and they like, just washed by the blood of Jesus, and I just like kind of like looked at them during prayer, and I'm like, is that just something you're regurgitating because you heard somebody else pray that exact same line? And it's interesting when you think about like natural language processing and prayer, because this is like if people are not speaking it out loud, like a mental kind of phenomena. Now, what's interesting is just how frequently people who are new to the faith, their prayers just regurgitating what they hear other people say, and that blood of Jesus one is one of the most regurgitated lines during prayer. And it's like, are people really have their heart and mind and soul immersed in prayer when they're just regurgitating one and copying one another? So yeah, kudos with the blood of Jesus quote. But anyways, academia. A lot of people who thrive in academia just regurgitate information. They just do the same thing, repeat, copy, and memorize. What IO does is actually much more profound. It's actually like he's able to make abstractions that from his knowledge base that other people that might have PhDs or postdocs just can't do. And I think that comes from like probably a combination between like, incorporate the spiritual here, but I would say possibly a combination between like physical and mental. So we all have our own neural networks, and our neural networks are able to process our sensory information and our thoughts and our reasoning and all that other stuff. So like I would say that some people have strengthened their neural networks to a point where IO has, but also anyways, I love that I was in academia, and more people like I should be in academia. People who are able to make real abstractions from the knowledge of not just regurgitate and copy like so many academics.
Looking forward to it.
That's if you're a cop, normal.
You steal
That's
something.
if you're a cop,
No,
normal.
but
That's if you're
what
a
if the
cop,
Amazon-
normal.
Anybody.
That's
What if
if you're
somebody
a
accidentally
cop.
delivers something to your
normal.
not your doorstep?
No, I'm not being emotional.
delivery.
He's cut me off. He's cut
You
me
get an
off.
Amazon delivery
You
by
ain't recognizing that he's
you
cut me
liable to
off,
shoot
go-go?
at the driver. Yeah.
Go-go dancer?
Bro,
You ain't recognize that he cut me off, go-go dancer? Yeah, you can get some too.
Don't let your 14
Get some of this stuff, cowboy.
Now you're 30.
Yeah, all right, man, look. I know. I'm fighting the wild vermin right now.
And carry a
Entered into Oregon Trail. All I'm saying is, just let me live.
Yeah, I grew up in.
You can't let me, I know. You grew up in the Oregon Trail.
Where did you grow up?
Have water better than beer. You know what I'm saying?
Where did you grow up?
So it's all good.
Maybe you don't remember.
In the real society,
Did they
to where
rock
if
you
So
somebody,
can you make your point and
and
then make
I'm
them
trying to, I'm trying to. You don't recognize that the Jews cut me off?
You don't really have a point.
I know, I do have a point.
It must be the
Yeah, I know. It must be hard for you to understand anything outside of Hebrew.
I'm good at English.
And that's
right?
good.
It's not
Look, all I'm saying is,
norm
Yeah.
for the
this is not the Hammurabi codes.
Right.
Excuse me, Monica.
That's right. In U.S. law.
Yeah, look.
It's
All
U.S.
I'm
law.
saying is, if
Right.
somebody,
If somebody robs you
No,
and has
and
an illegal
no.
gun, they're gonna get their ass
if he
shot
was robbing
all day
him,
long. Yeah.
no. It's
Yeah.
it's called retail theft. It's
Yeah.
not robbing because
Yeah.
he did not brandish the weapon to take their for said item. So it isn't robbing, it's
And then he
retail
ran it,
theft.
And then he got
Nope.
shot.
And it's a whole different crime.
Yes.
I
But that's
understand.
not us
Just
here.
relax, sir. Just relax. You
Crime
too,
is
go-go
that I
dancer.
went to the store with
Just
an
let me
illegal firearm.
finish.
I don't give a
Robbed
shit
it.
Y'all
about
making this longer.
Yeah.
Y'all making it longer.
Eventually you'll get
Y'all
shut down.
making it longer.
That's
I
right.
can go all night.
Don't come into
I can go all night.
Don't
I can go all night. I can go all night.
Do you agree?
I
Don't
can
come
go
into my
all
store.
night.
Don't come into my
I
store
can
and
just
rob
stop,
me
Norm.
with your illegal
Just
gun.
stop,
Do we
Norm.
agree? Do we agree?
Just stop, Norm.
We don't agree?
We don't
You want to
agree.
rob me with your illegal firearm? at
No,
16 years old?
no, because
No?
if
Okay,
he
so
did not pitch, he did not therefore say brandish. He
Yeah.
did not say brandish.
Well, he did
Weapon
That's
in
what the
order
He's not a gun.
to take said item.
When the kid
Right.
got a gun, that's
So
what
that changes.
That's what it
Hey,
was.
hey, normal. Do you
Yeah.
know that changes the definition
was a weapon
of what?
Normal.
when they on the
What said
Was it
crime
brandish?
is?
during their pursuit.
It's retail theft.
Okay, so it wasn't
Okay, so the
brandish in
pursuit
store.
was not
He
supposed
stole.
to happen,
I don't
normal.
think so.
No, this ain't the Wild Wild West days, normal.
Just so you know.
That's my point.
Normal.
You think that you should be able to pursue somebody for retail theft? Because I could show you 10 articles
The
of
problem is
people
not the
getting
pursuit.
shot.
The problem is
Actually, we done had somebody get killed at Walgreens,
The problem is not the
CVS,
pursuit.
for
The problem
pursuing,
is stealing with
for
an illegal
pursuing,
firearm. Yeah.
for pursuing
Yeah.
somebody that committed what? Retail theft.
Right.
Retail theft.
Unfortunately, the kid was
Retail
with a
theft.
gun.
I wasn't done.
Yeah, I know.
Retail theft. Retail theft.
You've been done.
Retail theft.
You can try to justify
Retail theft.
but you could
There's
get
no
The problem
reason
is,
to pursue or
Why not?
take someone's
why
life.
not? Wait a second. What did you
Again,
do them?
retail theft.
And somebody stole from you.
And
You're not pursuing
it doesn't matter if I'm in a store, which
Yeah.
I've owned a store before. You know I've owned a store before.
You know, there's
Guess
a reason
what?
why you don't own it.
I've had insurance.
Because you
Yeah,
couldn't
I know.
manage it.
I know.
You couldn't manage
I
it.
know.
You can't
No,
handle
owned
your
it.
business.
Owned it.
So these
here?
What tribe?
Yeah, no, whatever.
No tribe.
Whatever. No,
Yeah,
you don't get that. What you get
you're
is the law get to the law.
We're the
Suck. That says
you're
retail theft
I said, we're the
is a different crime. You hear this, Normal?
We're the
Lawyer Normal?
Listen, Mr.
You know what I'm saying? Matlock? You hear this, Matlock?
You from the
You hear this, Matlock? You hear this, Matlock?
Hey, Nike,
You hear this, Matlock? You hear this?
Where's your tribe?
You want me to show you how they're different, Matlock?
You don't have much of a
You want me to show you how they're different, Matlock?
Oh,
don't worry, I'll show you. I'm more than happy to show you. They're retail theft. Yeah. Retail theft. I'm from the Booyah tribe. Because I'm busting your bubble. Booyah! You know what I'm saying, motherfucker? Anyway, look. Boy, yeah. I'm not a McGrath. I'm not like you.
Yeah, really?
I'm definitely not like you.
You didn't come in a boat?
No. I'm not like you. I didn't float in on that tire.
I'll bet you $10,000 you came in. You want to bet?
You bet what?
I bet you $10,000 you came in a ship.
No.
Want to bet?
No. Me, myself? Let's bet. Let's bet. Let's bet. Dig into your piggy bank. I'll destroy you.
Yeah.
Dig into your piggy bank.
Was that a yes?
Dig into your piggy bank. Because all you're going to do is pull off somebody else's history, and I'm going to pull you on mine. You're going to lose. Save your coins. Save your coins. I don't need them.
Or are you afraid?
Save your coins. I don't need them.
Mr. Fakari.
Save your coins. I don't need them.
So in other words,
I don't need them.
Are you afraid?
I just don't need them.
What tribe?
You're going to lose. You automatically lose. Because me as a person, I don't exist in the day when ships are fucking bringing people over, unless you're talking about right now, it's like the Chinese crates and shit. Yeah, I know. No, this is easy though.
Take your nice win.
This too easy.
What tribe?
Yeah. Anyway, look out.
What tribe?
Look at the Booyah tribe. I'm busting your bubble.
So wait.
Anyway, look. I'm talking about the Booyah tribe. The Booyah tribe,
You're
motherfucker.
mocking yourself?
Right now, from the Booyah. I'm busting your fucking bubble. Yeah. No, look out. That's beside the point. You're making another argument. Yeah, I know. He can't prove he from his tribe. Why I gotta prove I'm from mine?
Some solid points, and then you
exactly.
And derailing the conversations. Can we get back to the subject?
Yeah, let's get back to the subject. Please do that. I'm saying that just to land. Retail theft is categorized different than armed robbery. Thank you. Have a good night. Have a good night. Don't try to tell it to me.
The discussion was who pulled out the gun first. That's all that matters. The person that pulls out the gun first is the one that started the use of deadly. And the person that
There was no gun enough. There was no gun enough.
There wasn't a night.
Yeah, the night. They found the gun, but they had to show that he brandished the weapon.
He never
pulled it. We're talking about in store. He never pulled it. It's done. Okay. If he pulled it and robbed it, show the evidence. You have the clip. No. Let's just deal with the bullshit because the facts are out and the trial is over. I want you to show the clip of him in store, pulling the gun out and robbing the store. Because that's what robbery is. If you can't do that,
you don't understand the story, Night King.
No, I get it. I've been following this. I've been following this.
You can't follow it.
Yes, I can.
You
can't follow me.
In the store.
You can't follow me?
I am following you.
No, you're not following
what
me.
happened in the store.
So describe the difference between retail theft and armed robbery.
It doesn't have to do with that. What has to do with is the use of deadly force and self-defense. So who gets charged with the illegal gun and who gets the defense of self-defense? And there are 5 elements for self-defense in the state where they are. And one of them is if you have a reasonable expectation that deadly force will be used on you. So when that kid pulled his gun, and the Asian son of the Asian store owner said he's got a gun, then the Asian store owner has a reasonable expectation that his life is in danger, and he gets to use deadly force.
Yeah, or his son's life in danger. Yeah, his son's life. Yeah, the store owner had a reasonable expectation that his son's life was in danger.
There you go.
Yes, but you can't claim self-defense when you've created the emergency situation where.
Created the emergency.
No, you can't claim self-defense when the person is claiming self-defense. Right? If you're the aggressor, it's the original aggressor. If you're aggressing upon somebody, you're facing somebody. Yes, but no, you keep saying that, but you do realize that he didn't steal anything, right?
I don't know that.
Well, I can tell you how we know that he didn't do that. So I listened to hours and hours of this trial. Apparently, Rick is a professor of some, tech. And so, I'm going to explain. And so is the son. So they have a highly sophisticated tech system of they have racial what is it called? Facial recognition software that they use inside of the store. They have over 25 cameras, 25 different angles, and they're able to very clearly get facial pictures of people to the point where facial images to identify facial features from multiple angles, from over 25 different angles, that they can upload it into a system, and they have an entire system behind the counter, and you can see this. It shows during the trial. They show it. It's an entire dedicated program where the only thing that it does is recognize facial features for people that are coming in.
What does this have to do with this discussion?
Well, okay. So my point is it was so clear that not only can they use that. My point was just to express the power of the high power. The high power of the technology. I'm explaining the high power technology that they use of the different angles, that they verified that he did not take anything. He took out 4 water bottles from multiple angles. He took out 4 water bottles, and then he put all 4 water bottles back.
So why did they pursue? Or you don't know?
Because, at the time, they weren't looking at the cameras.
So they didn't use the technology that you were saying.
Right.
The kid didn't steal anything.
No, that's true. Hold on.
So
Yes, this is post-fact. They absolutely believed. Hold on. Can I explain? They absolutely believed at the time that he stole. They weren't using the software. Okay. Right.
Okay.
So at the
what does
time.
it have to do with anything?
So I'm explaining. So at the time.
You're not really explaining. You're bringing up irrelevant details.
El Normal. I'm explaining the situation where clearly you don't have this information. You don't have this information. No, false. He did not have anything, and all of the angles, over 25 angles, prove that he did not steal anything.
Why did he not steal anything? It's not relevant, Bima. By your own admission, they didn't see anything on the cameras for them to be like, hey, we're using the camera.
The only reason that it's relevant is because that then gives the you then have an understanding of what they have the power to do. If they're not certain with 100%, so they only had suspicion. They had suspicion that he had stolen. When he had gone to the front, right? So he walked in the store. The wife immediately approached him and said, "Put your book bag down." He takes the book bag off, leaves the book bag up front. He goes in the back, opens it up. He's looking around.
Why do you think they put the book bag down? Why do you think they did that?
Well, we all know El Normal.
Because they got dropped a lot, right?
So yes, they get robbed.
Okay.
So so they talked about how many times they had gotten robbed in a particular frame.
Why didn't he take the water and put it back, Bima?
Thank you.
He made her point already.
He forgot his wallet. He wanted to get a gallon of water, and he realized that because he's 14 and he doesn't have any type of massive income, that 4 large water bottles were much more expensive than buying a gallon of water. They didn't have a gallon of water, so he wanted to go to the other store so he could buy a gallon of water versus 4 water bottles. Right. No, he knows how much a gallon of water costs. He didn't know how much 4 water bottles would cost.
How much
Okay,
does it cost?
$3.19 for a gallon of water
And he didn't
versus
$3.19.
4 water bottles at $2.86, right? So it was.
So how much did
so
he
it was,
have
it
on
was,
him?
it was a
How
lot.
much did he have?
Exactly $5. He had $5 on him.
So he could pay for the water then, right?
No, he could pay for a gallon of water.
How much
He
does
paid
a
for
gun
a gallon
cost,
of
by
water,
the way,
but he
Demas?
couldn't
Poor
pay.
kid was no
But
money.
he
How much
thought
did his
that
gun
4
cost?
water bottles maybe was $1.15,
How
right?
much did
And
his
he
gun
realized, when he was looking, he realized that it was a lot more. So he wanted to get the
How
gallon
much
of
did the gun
water.
cost, Demas?
So,
The gun he was carrying.
well, I mean,
$1,000?
is self-defense? Does self-defense matter? It was given to him.
You mean
He inherited self-defense. He inherited self-defense. That's right.
But that's
because
not true, Bima.
people care about
So
self-defense.
he was
That's
poor,
not
but
true.
he got
All right,
$1,000 for an illegal business.
All right. Somebody
We're
shut up
self-defense
and
in Texas, that's not illegal.
so I can
We're
get
not
back
even
to
talking about
the
Texas, we're
facts.
talking about South Carolina.
Yes, thank you. Please.
But I mean, but proportionality still is a requirement, like for self-defense in South Carolina. So like him having a gun versus somebody that's not armed, like obviously, like he doesn't have that, right?
Is it in South Carolina or Texas?
South Carolina.
There.
Okay. So he had gone. He put the 4 water bottles back. He took 4 out, put 4 back. He walked to the front. He grabbed his book bag. Alice, the wife, said, "Hey, what do you got in your pockets?" He said, "I don't have anything in my pocket." She goes, "Yeah, you do. What do you got in your pockets?" He took his pockets and he shook them.
Maybe it was the gun.
He says, "I don't have exactly." He says, "I don't have anything in my
So he
pockets."
brought an illegal gun into the store. That's a crime right there, you know.
Well,
You aware of
yeah,
that?
I mean, like people, it's a crime because
It's a
it went to people. It's a supposed right. It's an against the norm because a group of people decided.
Against the norm or
Right,
against
right.
the law?
A more. It's a
No,
norm.
it's against the
A
law.
moral norm.
More is the
Well,
law.
that's what the law is. It's when a group of people come together and decide, hey, this is what we're going to allow other people in our community to do, right? And we're going to make a consequence when people don't follow that. So that doesn't necessarily mean that that's moral or not moral. It just means that it's illegal. Hold on. So it just means that it's illegal. It doesn't mean that it's not moral to not be to have to
Yeah, but we're being judged by the justice system. Morality doesn't enter into the equation.
So
What matters is the
all laws are based on moral behavior. The reason that we have
I'm not
laws
saying that. I'm
is
saying
to
the process
shape
will not
behavior because we decided what is good and bad. So he has an
I'm
ability.
saying that
So
will
even
not
though it's
exist in the
against
legal
the law,
process.
against it's what a group of people said that you can't do, right? It's against the law, but it doesn't make it immoral. You still have the right to self-defense no matter how old you are. And right, but he didn't commit any. He didn't hurt another person or person's property.
But he walked
Okay,
into the store
but
with
he
an
didn't
illegal
harm.
firearm.
But hold on, he did. But that's not harming anybody. A lot of people
Well,
walk
you
in.
think you should
Well,
do
guess
that?
what? Rick has a firearm on him. He had a .45 caliber, right? So okay.
This
So
is
why
probably
did Rick
illegal
defend
by
himself?
caliber.
But this young man doesn't have the ability to defend himself in a neighborhood which we have said.
Against what?
Well,
What is
you
he
just
defending
mentioned
himself
it.
against?
All those people that are committing crimes.
What
He's
people?
up against, and he's all the people that are going into the store. You said, how many times does he get robbed?
Yeah.
How many times does he get robbed? So obviously they're in a bad neighborhood, right, Norm? So if they're in a bad neighborhood, would
So
that
you
young
can
boy
carry
have the?
illegal guns in a
But would
bad
that?
neighborhood.
So hold
That
on.
is very
So
upside
you
down.
so again, you're still
reality,
talking about law
You don't really
versus
think that
morality.
people can
Yeah,
do
but
that.
law and morality are
That
two
kid
different
is dead
things.
because
You
of the kind
always
of
have the
excuses that you're
that
making
kid
for
is
it.
dead because he had
Because of your
agency
ridiculous
and he
upside down
knew that
logic.
he wasn't because he had a better idea to not shoot. He knew that it wasn't a good idea to shoot. He was
Well, he
still
shouldn't have pulled the
like,
gun out.
no, do you know what
It
he
cost
should
him
have
his
done?
life.
He should have pulled out a gun and he should have fucking popped Rick right in the fucking face. That's what he should have
you're
done.
a violent
And then he would be
barbarian.
alive.
Okay,
No,
I'll
because
bet
it's
you- I always
self-defense.
knew this
It's
about
self-defense.
I always knew this
Just
about
like all the
you.
Palestinians
I
should
get
go
it.
over there and pop
You're a
every
savage.
IDF. Every
You're a
fucking
savage,
IDF, they
Dina.
should all get popped right
You're
in
a
the fucking
savage
face.
murderer,
Every
Dina.
single one of them
It took a
that
while
have
for it to
gone
come
over
out.
and have harmed
But we got it.
Palestinians, they all
You're
need
a
to die
savage
right in
murderer,
the
Mike.
talking
the
about?
eyes.
You
You
deserve
take them
you
the
should
fuck
be
out.
around right now.
Aggression,
This is
crazy,
what
the
we're doing.
I'm passionate about self-defense. I'm passionate about self-defense. I'm passionate about self-defense. Don't harm people, don't initiate aggression upon peaceful people, and no harm will come upon you. That's
And don't
it's a very simple principle. But you keep equating to legality as though it's moral, but you'll
I
need
never
to
said it
keep
was
to
moral.
deflect. Hold on, well, then why are we talking about it? Does he have the right to defend himself? El Normo, does that 14-year-old boy have the right to self-defense? Does that 14-year-old boy have the right to self-defense? Did that 14-year-old boy hurt? Who did he hurt, El Normo? Who did he hurt? Who did he hurt, El Normo? He didn't hurt anybody, but somebody hurt him. Okay, so a law-abiding citizen, someone who had full ability, may actually murdered, and he wasn't the one. So the criminal ended up being the one that was murdered, and justifying the criminal. The man who actually had a legal weapon and actually used it. Okay, so he was supposed to be legal, right? But listen to what you're supporting. You're supporting a man who had a 45 legally, a 45 caliber legally, and he supposedly murdered the criminal, okay? And the criminal did not harm him. Didn't harm him. So what are you really supporting, El Normo? What are you fucking supporting?
I'm not supporting the law, Bima, which you
No, you are supporting the law. That's exactly what you're supporting. You're supporting this man to come over and murder this other kid, chase him 130 yards off his private property, and he has. Listen, I'm not a savage. I'm not. You know what savage is? People that defend genocide. They're savages. People that go and murder. Those are savages. People who oppress other people. Yes, we know that.
Other people.
El Normo, you commit genocide and you refuse to discriminate. Yes, you are. You're complicit in it. You're complicit in it. You're complicit in it. And you go back to this definition.
You are responsible for the death of those Palestinians.
If you click my link and you go to my bio, I have an extra, a wonderful documents that explain the actual full official definition of the explanation of what genocide is. And that's why Trump said and admitted that Netanyahu was crazy. That's why Trump admitted that everybody hates Israel because of Netanyahu. And this is the man that you're supporting. Netanyahu is crazy. Trump admitted it. He said you're fucking crazy. Everybody hates you now because you're immoral, because you're a genocide, fucking dictating, murderous, rampage tyrant. And a shameful fall upon you. Yeah, exactly. So what do you think about you? So what do you think about what? By claiming self-defense? By claiming self-defense? You're the one who's defending tens of thousands of murder of children. You're the one who defends it.
Your lack of moral.
You're the one who defends it, not me. You're the one who defends it, El Normo. I don't defend death.
Your lack of
morality. In this case, I'm not defending death. In this case, you're again defending death. Why is it that every time you come to these scenarios, El Normo is constantly taking the side of the person who is murdering people? You're constantly in the defense of people who is aggressive and murdering people. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that you're constantly taking the position of people who are murdering other people? At what point are you going to wake up and realize that you're the aggressor? At what point are you going to understand that you're the problem? El Normo, every time we have these scenarios, you're the one who's defending the murders. We're not defending murders. You're defending the murderers. You're defending murderers. You're defending murderers. You defend murder. You say that it's legal and it's lawful.
Have they been charged with murder or have they been charged with manslaughter?
I don't know. We're talking about the South Carolina.
He was charged with murder.
Second degree, first degree.
I guess in South Carolina it's only murder. I don't think that there was
a illegal gun came into his store. He pursued him, and the kid pulled out the gun, and the guy shot him.
Yeah, because he was claiming self-defense. At what point, El Normo, did that 14-year-old? Let me ask you. Well, let me ask you.
What was he defending against?
Two men. One with a gun was chasing him.
Did he know the boy that the guy had a gun?
How
would you know the guy had a gun?
Andy said it. Andy said.
There was a case like this down where I live.
He pulled out a gun when my dad pulled his. He pulled out a gun when my dad pulled his. No, El Normo, that is direct from Andy. That is the exact quote from him. It's not the story that's not the story that you that's not the story that you want to accept. You want my truth. That's not a lie. That is a direct quote. That is a direct quote that everybody here. Do you want me to play it? I'm gonna play it with Andy's voice. Let me go grab it. Let me go play it. Let me go grab it and I'll play it Andy's voice
Your
saying,
stupidity,
I quote, he
savagery,
pulled out a
and
gun
lack
when
of
my
morality
dad pulled out his.
is
Hold
why
on.
people are
Okay,
dying.
all right, well, okay, we'll see,
Yeah.
El Normo.
And
I'm
a
gonna
lot
go
of
get
people
that
in your
quote.
community
I'm
get
gonna get
killed
that quote, El Normo, and I'm
because
about
of
to play it,
stupidity
and we're
like
gonna
yours.
listen to it. We're gonna
Yes.
listen to it,
You're
honey.
not gonna talk
We're
your
gonna,
way out
and
of
so
the
then,
dead
and so then, what are you gonna say? What are you
That
gonna
kid's death, that kid's death is on your hands,
what are
Mima,
you
and you
gonna
have a
say?
dark
What
heart.
are you gonna say when I
You
play
have
it?
a dark,
El Normo, what are you
savage,
gonna say when I
murderous,
play it?
barbaric heart, Mima.
Let me get this
And
out.
it's not gonna work.
All right.
It's not gonna work in this society.
All right, deflect.
You're not gonna
Deflect all
talk
you
your way
want.
out of this lack of
Deflect
morality.
all you want.
Sorry,
I'm gonna
Mima.
get the clip. I'm gonna
It's
get the
true.
clip and we're gonna
It's
play
true.
it.
And you justify genocide,
Hold
you
on.
justify racism, and you call it justice, and it won't fly.
I'm gonna get the clip.
Sorry.
We're gonna hear
Sorry,
Andy
not sorry.
himself, the son, who was there saying,
Sorry, not sorry.
when my dad pulled
Mima,
his.
you're not going to talk your way out of this. Just repeating yourself is not going to exonerate you. You're being exposed for a lack of morality and lawlessness. And lawlessness gets people killed. We're a nation of laws. If you don't obey them, you're going to be held accountable. You're going to pay the price. And this is what happened. And if you don't like it, you can advocate changing the law. But if you go and flaunt the law and you bring illegal guns into a store and you rob a guy who's trying to make a living over and over and over again, and he's had enough, and he finally says, okay, I'm not going to take it anymore, and pursues the thief, then the person who's been robbing him gets what's coming to him.
And that is your problem. You have more
That's
empathy.
not a problem.
with
That's
the
a
man who
solution.
has stolen
It's called a
a
solution to
14-year-old
lawlessness.
His
It's a
life was
solution to lawlessness.
stolen. His young life was taken, and you're justifying it.
Because
But
of his bad story, because of his bad decisions.
You
His
enjoy
parents should have raised him better.
Whatever
You
reason.
said he was a poor kid carrying a $1,000 pistol around and can't afford a $3 bottle of water.
Get rid of them. They're the problem. That's exactly what your mentality is. Same with the Palestinians. We already know it, El Normo.
My mentality with the Palestinians is if they threaten Israel, they are going to be held accountable. Just like that little boy with his illegal firearm.
He committed no crime.
He did. He went into that store with an illegal firearm. It's against the law. It's a felony, Mima. It's a felony, Mima.
No person or
It's a
person's
felony.
property.
I'm sorry, he broke the law, Mima.
Hurt anybody.
Next time, don't break the law.
There was no victim.
Here's a pro tip.
No
It
victim.
doesn't matter if there was a victim.
Oh, no.
Here's a pro tip.
Okay.
Don't break the law and you won't get into this problem. Don't rob people and you won't get into this problem. And you think it's okay to rob people at some point, apparently.
No harm.
Good job. Wait, the harm is when you break the law, Bima.
Wait, did he brandish the gun to get the goods?
No, he brandished the gun when he was being pursued by the store owner.
Okay, so there was a case very similar to this in Texas. Somebody stole a guy's TV, and the guy had the right to defend and shoot the guy in his home, but he pursued the guy and shot him in the back. And the state is as quaint with its laws as we are. That guy's now in Huntsville. Because he pursued and shot the guy. So, I don't know what South Carolina's law has to say about that. But I imagine my very conservative state, very stand your ground loving state, would hold somebody accountable for that. South Carolina might be, I don't know, slightly more litigious.
I don't see how shooting someone in the back could be self-defense. I don't see how that could be a case, but I guess it is legal.
No. It happened to the guy who claims self-defense for shooting him in the back is now in prison.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Because he didn't have the right to pursue.
Yeah, I know it's happened. I know people can shoot people in the back, but I just don't see how that could be something that's like justifiable. I don't understand.
In most states, it's not. As I said, in Texas, as liberal as we are with our self-defense laws, that behavior is illegal and lands you in a state jail felony up in our big prison in Huntsville.
The store owner testified that the kid pointed a gun at his unarmed son. Case closed. The jury heard the evidence and they rendered their verdict. I recommend that you appeal if you disagree, Mima. I'm sorry that the facts disagree with your made-up story. Your perverse,
rendered its verdict, and what's up with the discussion?
No, it's just like post, right? And I think what's important here is that I was hoping that Bimo could kind of like look at what the jury's saying with the father's like vantage point and it being different from the son's vantage point, right? So like if you're able to look at it through that type of a lens, you can make a case on like why the jury came down with the verdict that it did. You know, but if the father wasn't there and it was a 1v1, maybe Bima has a better case, right?
I mean, I'm shocked that anybody would have such a lack of morality to defend a kid with an illegal firearm who pulls a gun on a guy in a convenience store, or a guy from the convenience store who's pursuing him because the guy's been robbed so many times. I mean, how many times did he get robbed this guy's convenience store? And then we heard in this room on the stage, well, he's got insurance. He can take. Really? That's your answer? Go rob people and tell them to take it off their insurance? I mean, that level of lawlessness is not sustainable in a society. And I suspect that people are not going to take it anymore. Stop robbing stores. Stop carrying illegal weapons. The felony. And then somebody said, oh, it was, the kid had an illegal firearm to defend himself. How about moving or something if you feel that threatened? Hey, this is insane. Well, then you want to bring up a topic you know nothing about, the Palestinians, and try to work that in there. That's real madness. But you know what? We're having a clash of civilizations here between people who think that we should defend the rule of law and people who think that the law is whatever they want to make up, whatever story they want to make up. They don't care what the law is because I don't know what, because oppression, because some history that they don't know. Okay, try that. Try that story and see if it flies.
Damn, normal.
There you
got them all the way.
There you go.
Unbelievable, normal.
Yep.
That's right.
Unbelievable. Isn't it? Wow. They know, they've seen me do it before. Don't mess with me if you don't want to get the normal treatment.
Samoa, you stood by and you let them do this to the room? What's going on?
Brother, I could have sworn you were the one that said, Samoa, let them go. Let it happen. Wasn't that you?
That's what we call an instigator, Puff. Yeah, that's what they call an instigator, Puff.
Right, Puff. Look at him. The one that had the gas on his gloves. He got the gas on his shit. I was never there.
Yeah. It wasn't me, right? What are you talking about? It wasn't talking about.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
And you called me taking hair of her on the bed.
What are you talking about?
It wasn't me.
Guys, let her finish. Let her finish, guys.
It wasn't
guys,
me.
let her
All right.
You know, if they both did it,
There you go.
if they both did it 10 toes down, they both obviously know more about the case than everyone else knows. So why not let them hash it out? Like they both obviously.
Well, let's see the story of the case. It's not DNA.
So, I said again, the problem there is that that's the assumption that you're making. And like, for example, where the gun was found, like in proximity to his body, does not say he never drew the gun.
Okay, so let's listen to Andy tell 911 operator he pulled out a gun when my dad pulled
Okay, he misspoke. There you go. Now what?
Oh, he misspoke.
No,
when
don't do
he
that.
had
Now what?
right, he misspoke. When his memory is absolutely fresh and he had no time to corroborate what happened, he told what happened. He told
you there, bro?
That's what happened. He told the truth
Hey,
immediately after what happened.
Just hold on real quick, Bima. There's something called like in the law, like it's something like utterance or something like that can be stricken because of like it being like this high adrenaline rush or whatever this.
Emotionally fraught situation.
Yeah, like.
Okay, all right. Well, let's just hear him say it because El Normo says that this happened. So.
Oh, this is great.
I don't have a very good job.
You have to listen.
If I were you, I would not go into the law as a profession. You're not doing very well
If
right
you're
now.
talking, you can't hear it.
No, the sound is bad.
Quiet.
It's bad audio. You weren't talking. Don't lie,
No,
Mima.
it's, well, you gotta remember, I'm playing a court audio that's playing the audio of the 911 call in court, so you just have to listen. So just listen.
No, good job.
We were listening. We can't hear it. It's bad. It is bad. Okay, this is useless.
That was very clear. Pulled out a gun when my dad. Listen, it's 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds. Just give me 10 seconds of quiet. Just hear it. 10 seconds.
Oh, we came back at the same time.
It's literally only 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds. Just
Okay,
10
no,
seconds.
just read the transcript.
Dominic, just listen. Just 10 seconds, please. 10 seconds. You just have to listen carefully, please.
I'm going to listen very carefully. Okay, go.
There you go. He pulled out a gun when my dad pulled his.
That's not what I heard.
That's exactly what he says. Well, I
think he said he pulled out his gun and my dad pulled his.
No, he said he pulled out a gun when my dad pulled his.
Not the testimony, Beamer. You've lost. It's over.
Yeah,
It's over, Beamer.
No, we all.
You lost. We did not all hear it. It's
All right, I'm
absolutely
just
unclear. Go ahead, play again.
He pulled out a gun when my dad.
No, you're lying. And that's when my dad pulled out his.
He pulled out a gun when my dad pulled his.
No, and
He
that's when my dad.
added words. He added words for his personal comfortability.
And that's when the play it again.
Can you play just one more time? One more time. Turn it down a little bit, Beamer.
Let's play.
Turn it down a little bit.
I can't believe you, Beamer.
He pulled out a gun when my dad pulled his.
That's right. That's exactly.
And that's exactly what he said. You don't know how to do You're doing transcript.
You got a very
transcript.
I agree with the jury, Beamer. I'm
You
sorry.
agree with
Of
the
course you would.
transcript.
You enjoy murder of innocent people and minorities.
No.
You want to erase black people.
Yeah,
You're
it's
both
you're
minorities.
in constant
No, you don't.
murder.
Hey,
We're
Bima.
both minorities.
Hey, Bima.
We're
Can
not
I ask you a quick question, Bima? If you don't mind. Do you think that the kid could have like view of the father? Do you think that the kid can see the father when he was running away from Andy?
Do I think? Well, if you're running away, your eyes are in front of you. The only time you can see is when you're turning around and you're looking, right?
So my question is, like, is your point that maybe the kid was pulling the gun out because he's seen the father's gun?
What do you mean? Is my point that the kid pulled out the gun when the father pulled his?
Like, let's say the kid sees the father.
Yeah.
Like, do you think there's a difference between the kid sees the father pull out a gun, so the kid pulls out his gun, or the kid just pulled out his gun without knowing that the father had a gun?
Well, I think honestly, either way, it doesn't matter for me.
The first one matters a lot. The second one doesn't.
When I was listening to the prosecution, that was just something that was added, and I thought that was very interesting because that would make it a lot more powerful, right? But I don't think either whether he pulled it first or second, it doesn't matter because he was the one that was being chased. So at what point does he have the right to defend himself?
Yeah, I think it's stronger if there was a case that was being made that the kid only pulled out the gun when he's seen Rick pull out a gun. Because now he's meeting force, right? But if that's not being argued, then you could say the kid independently brandished the firearm without even knowing about Rick being armed, which doesn't really do him any good here.
Why wouldn't that do any? Why is it that he doesn't have?
Because we're right back to proportionality.
Hold on for a second.
Correct, Samoa.
Let me ask you a question. Simone, when you're being chased, but when you're being chased by multiple people, okay, he knew he was being chased by two people because they were both screaming so he could hear them. Okay, so they were both yelling. So when you know that you're being chased, and when he was running, you saw him turn around and look, and he saw the two of them coming. So he knew that two people were chasing him. So at what point, when two people are chasing you, Samoa, and you have a gun on you, at what point can you claim self-defense to take out your gun? Because you don't know what these people are going to do when they're chasing you. You don't know. They might not do anything. They might just walk up to you, want to have a conversation. They might chase you for a football field and a half just to say, oh, I just want to talk to you, please. But at what point, after a football field and a half, 130 yards, okay, what point do you have the right to take out your weapon to say,
back up? We have a fear of deadly force and not before. That's the answer.
Hold on.
We have a fear of deadly force and not before.
I want Samoa to answer.
Well, that's the answer.
I'm just gonna say what because you haven't addressed the proportionality situation that we're like offering you here. And when Norm says, when you are able to like observe deadly force or like the potential of it and not a second beforehand is my answer as well.
That's correct. That's correct.
So wait a second. So Samoa, you don't believe that if you're being chased by somebody, even if it was just one person, let's just say the steel man, and let's say it was
ask the same thing over and over. You're gonna get the same answer, Bima.
Well, right. Well, I just want him to answer because I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. So
he doesn't answer to you,
if you're being chased by one person, not two people, and we're gonna say that they're the same size as you, they're not much bigger than you, okay, much powerful than you, okay, because we saw.
That work for him. Yeah.
Okay, so we're just gonna say that it's somebody that's your same height, same stature, same weight, and they're chasing you. At what point do you have the self-defense authority to take out your weapon?
We just answered the question, Bima.
Hold on.
As soon as the threat like rises to like the proportional response, right? Like you have to meet the energy where it's at. Like it has.
I need an example.
For example, like I might draw down, right? But I will not be able to use the firearm at the moment because it
What does
doesn't
draw
rise
down
to
mean?
that
Does draw
threshold.
down mean take out and hold down?
Say that again?
What does draw down mean?
Yeah, so like they say
to pull out your gun.
Yeah, you just pull the firearm and say freeze. I'm armed. I got a gun. Whatever, right? Because you understand the person is unarmed.
Okay. So you think that? So you have the ability to draw down when you're being chased?
No, when there's a risk of deadly
No,
force.
please. I'm not talking to you. It's different.
Doesn't matter.
We're
on the same page.
El Normo, I just want to hear from Samoa because you're answering, he's answering. Just please.
It's all the same answer. You're not going to get a different answer.
I'm asking, would you just be respectful and just let me talk to Samoa?
Oh, because you're so respectful? Give me a break.
El Normo, you're always the one interrupting. You're the reason that every topic is destroyed because you do this.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Do this. And I'm asking you, and when we are play and we say, hey, look, can you just give me an opportunity to talk to me?
You always argue for the criminal murderer
El
genocidal
Normo, are you
maniac.
going to, so you're not going to respect, okay.
It gets old.
Let's just finish this real quick. Let's just finish this real quick.
Where we won't allow El Normo.
So let's just finish this.
No, I can't, because I have a bunch of questions.
All right.
I have about 3 or 4 questions, and I'd like to have a good conversation with you.
Look. We can do it right here. The only thing I'm pointing out is clearly, right? I would be able to pull the firearm out and basically tell this person to back the hell off. It's a warning, right? But I'm not justified in firing the firearm, right? Because like the potential threat doesn't actually like meet that threshold for me to be able to fire the firearm. Okay. The problem here is the third vantage point, where the father perceives this brandishing of a firearm, and he doesn't know. He just knows that, bro, I don't know the motivation of this guy. I gotta neutralize this now before my son's dead. And that's why decoupling the two, the son and the father, was so important for the defense. And they ultimately won, right? So.
You couldn't bear to hear it, Samoa.
Say that again, brother?
You couldn't bear to hear it. It made her brain explode. She left.
Yeah.
This is what happens. You speak the truth to people. The interview. Because they're so married to their delusional view of the world. makes themselves a victim. You got all kinds of minority groups. Yeah, black folks are minorities, Asian folks are minorities, Jews are minorities. Narrative that like the kid is the victim here. Okay, they tried it, but it didn't fly. And everybody's racist. The jury's racist, the judge is racist, the prosecutor's racist, the Asian folks are racist, the Jews are racist, and this kid is innocent. Not gonna fly.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Carmelo Anthony case, and I mean, obviously, right? It's like we know both sides of the argument. Most likely, like what the defense is going to argue. Like my job, especially like when I look into these types of things, is what's their best argument, and can you make it as convincing as possible?
Are you an attorney when you say it's your job, or you just mean as a citizen?
As a citizen, as a well-read person to.
No, a foreign citizen. Yeah. But I mean, I think the country slid into delusion for a number of years under the previous administration leadership, and frankly, under the legacy media, under our institutions of learning, like our universities. They slid into this delusional view of the world. And folks like me were getting a wake-up call that's like, whoa, we're not buying that bill of goods anymore. Don't come into the store with a gun and rob me. That's not American. And I think it's very hard to hear. Just as it was hard to hear under the Voting Rights Act that you cannot discriminate against people based on their race.
Yeah, that second district, Louisiana thing. Especially on Clubhouse, right? A lot of people still walk away from that, saying the voting rights, it's gone. They can be racist. I was like, oh my gosh, it's like read the opinion. It's pretty like a lot of this stuff makes sense. You can't just assume that this is a motivation. If that's the case, people will get whatever the hell they want.
Well, that's why when they said you can't include or exclude somebody based on their race, and she argued, well, they're lying. Well, you want to make a legal argument based on lies? You're going to take the lies into the legal system and try to say, well, they did it, but they just lied about it. That's not a real argument. It just won't fly anymore,
No, and it's not. It just depends on what the audience, like what type of audience you have. A lot of people like to kind of fall into that. But hey, man,
there's a clash of perspectives now in this country, and we're going to see which. I hope it doesn't have to be the annihilation of one perspective for the victory of the other. I'm hoping that the two sides can actually speak to each other, rather than having like a race for annihilation. But you see, she left, and I've had this with people a lot. They just leave. They can't bear it. I mean, I think she was hoping to somehow persuade you that you should change your mind.
No, the problem with that is that you have to deal with what's being presented. And when you just gloss over something that somebody has said, like you can kind of detect already that, all right, you're not even listening. Like you have to address the proportionality element of this, and you're not actually doing it at all. And that's the problem.
She thinks the store owner is the aggressor.
Yeah, because they're hinging on the chase, 100. That's why you asked the question, what does that have to do with it? The 130 yards.
So here's something I thought you guys would mention. There's I think every state has the shopkeeper's privilege, right? Normally, you can't detain someone on your own, right? But unless you really you actually saw felony or something being committed, but a shopkeeper could detain you for, let's say, misdemeanor, I believe even. But they have to detain you in a reasonable way for a reasonable amount of time. So I think the whole running after them breaks away from that shopkeeper's privilege doctrine. But
you mean it's consistent with it, or it exceeds it?
they shouldn't have chased them, but that doesn't mean, the kid should have fucking pulled out a gun if that's what happened, right? So it's just, it was an active
That seems
fluid
to be the
situation.
testimony.
Yeah.
But by the way, those Asian guys, they don't fool around, right? They're in a tough neighborhood. They're trying to scratch out a living for themselves and their family. They're not like the if you'll excuse the expression, like the pussified white folks. It's like, well, if it's under $1,000, let them go, right? That's the law that they're passing in a lot of cities. Well, if they steal it, so you see people going into stores and stealing, $900 worth of stuff and walking out like it's theirs because the state has passed a law that says up to $1,000, it's just forget about it. And I had somebody who worked for me who did try to steal from Target, and they did detain him. They'll take you into the cellar. They'll get their security guards and take you into the cellar and detain you. So for the record, this guy who worked for me is a white guy. What are you gonna say?
Oh yeah, absolutely, they detain people all the time.
Yeah, they take you into the basement. They start searching through your stuff.
Best Buy will press charges even if you steal like a Powerade. They're really strict with that.
Well, that's where the Asian guys were coming from. Look, it's tragic that this boy lost his life beyond description. But somebody should be raising this kid and not letting him run around with a gun. And then for FEMA to say that he had that gun to defend himself is unbelievable. Like, where is that argument coming from?
He was 14, right?
14?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking at the statute now, right? So
the shopkeeper's privilege.
Yeah, so it does have the shopkeeper thing where it says that they get detained for reasonable amount of time. Not that you actually seen something, but just if you have a reasonable suspicion of it, right?
Yes, probable cause.
But it doesn't explicitly state that they can't extend it outside of their shop. Right? So a person would argue that, hey, the law doesn't say you can't do it. Right? So, but
did you
check
specific states?
Well, just South Carolina. I'm just looking at South Carolina.
I think you're gonna have a little spectrum there with California might be a little narrower.
Yeah, I was just looking at South Carolina because that's where this case is at.
Yeah, for sure.
But then look, the reason why, I think because there was two of them, this was pretty clean for the father to get off, right? I think that if it was just 1v1, I think it'd have been a different narrative. It's kind of spun, but hey,
that's cool. Interesting. I just went and read one of the CNN articles about it, and I'm starting to understand that your position is, Samoa, that the father acted to defend the life of the son. That's your position, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just starting to understand that.
Yeah, because if it was a 1v1 type of a thing, right, then one would say, hey, you're the one who initiated this whole stupid thing. You're the one who caused all this. But then the father can play ignorance here, right? The father's like, I wasn't actually looking for the kid. I was worried about my son. And then when I seen the kid go for the gun, I know my son isn't armed. I had to help my son. Something like that, right?
Yeah. So that must have been some crazy case. I wonder if there's going to be protests or something or what. I wonder where this is going. We're going into a fraught summer, and Trump does not exactly calm tensions. I think Trump makes a lot of people very nervous.
Right. They're just waiting for one of these ones to get juiced, man. They're just waiting for it. Once it gets juice, then we'll have another 6-year anniversary of the Summer of Love.
And it's going to happen by accident. This Derek Chauvin character, he was a depraved piece of garbage, but I don't think he killed the guy on purpose. I think he just killed him out of like depraved indifference or negligence or whatever. He wasn't trying to kill the guy. But so whatever happens, it's going to be like unintentional.
Yeah, plus, the case is this Chud guy, right? As far as his attempted murder charge. Then you got the Carmelo Anthony case, then this child case.
Chud seems like dead wrong, although I haven't studied the case.
I don't know. I actually got a bid on here for $10 that what he's being charged with now will not like basically be the outcome of a guilty verdict. I've been kind of looking it up a little bit. From what I understand, he went to the courthouse. A couple of guys, are familiar with him or whatever. They had some words. Person says step away. He walks away about 70 to 80 feet away from them. The person closes the distance on him. Scuffle begins. He gets 2 shots off. One hits his own arm. One goes into the guy's belly.
The guy survived, right?
Yeah, the guy survives. Yeah. But the fact that, and Louis kind of spoke to this, and a couple other people spoke to this, right? The fact that he walked away. A lot of people are using a lot of his other videos, like where he's using the N-word, chipping out, this and that. They're using that to gas up, like the pressure of him being guilty in this one instance. But I think that if it was like the other videos or him being provocative or whatever, we would have been seeing, something weak. So. It's closing the guy closing the distance on him about 80 feet, kind of where it kind of bothers me, and for like the clean case.
With the case of Chud, I mean,
yeah.
He just seems like a complete garbage person, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, he is a garbage person, and like I watched a couple of his videos. His view is regardless on how the race relations are, we should be able to coexist. And little itty words like this shouldn't bother people, and that he believes certain minority groups are utilizing these types of terms to get an advantage with the society. So he says things like, if I say chimp out, just call me a cracker with cheese. And we can just laugh about it and keep on our day. Right? So he's not like a separatist. He's not like all black people should be burnt. He's more like, stop being a snowflake.
Stop freaking out about the N-word. Yeah, but that's, that word has a real third male kind of electricity attached to it. You can't just throw that word around. I mean,
so
that's a fighting word. Huh?
Yeah, it's a live wire. Just another way of making massive amounts of money.
So what wish you could say it no more?
Say again?
You want to say it?
Me, no. Not my word. I mean, you guys are willing to say any damn thing that comes into your mind, any racist garbage, any bullshit, but we're not like that. We don't use that word. We're not racist.
I think you are.
I know you.
But y'all don't call it racist.
You're saying that.
Y'all call it eugenics.
You're saying that because that's your own.
You're eugenics.
What's a eugenics?
You're eugenics.
What's that? Meaning what? What does that mean to you? It means I think that we should create a superior master race.
You're eugenics.
You don't even know what the word means.
Okay, I know.
Yeah. So why don't you say what?
Yeah, I can't read. I can't read.
Try saying what you mean.
I can't read. I just know
you
guys are eugenics. That means your name is Eugene.
I see.
Eugene, yeah.
Did they drop you on your head when you were little?
Well, I don't know. Obviously, they dropped you. That's why you got a bald spot in the back.
I don't have a bald spot.
You do got it.
No, I don't.
I believe it.
You don't
We're going by stereotypes. I thought we was doing stereotypes.
You did?
We're not doing stereotypes.
Who said that?
Oh, man.
So what's the
Who
eugenics?
said what?
What's the eugenics?
What's the what?
You don't know.
I can't believe what?
Why use?
I can't believe it.
Why would you use?
Then
you embarrass yourself.
What do you mean?
Now you're left
What do
talking.
you mean by that?
You're left sounding like a fool.
What do you mean like I don't read what I say what I mean?
What? What's that? you trying to say?
No, no.
Don't know. I believe that.
Yeah, I don't know anything.
I
Or
believe
do
that.
you?
I never said that, but I believe you if you say it.
Of course. What makes you think that?
What makes me think it? Your demonstrated lack of understanding of the words you use as you was eugenicist.
Right.
So you just make empty accusations because you're bored or you're flailing about for some sort of moral purchase, which, by the way, is slipping through your fingers like sand.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah? Slipping through your fingers like sand. And you're freaking out, and I don't blame you. Because you're getting the rug pulled out from underneath you, right? Am I right?
No, it isn't. You're not
It's
right.
It's not? So what's your interpretation of the Voting Rights Act? Or you agree with Bima that everybody in the world is racist except for you?
Yeah, I believe everybody in the world is racist.
Except for you. Because you can't be racist, right? Because you have moral superiority. You were born without original sin. You're God's chosen people, right?
Yep, I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
You're God's chosen people.
Oh, yeah.
You were born without sin.
I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
I didn't know that, but if you tell me that.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, according to you, I'm doing all the stereotypes.
No, I never said
So,
that.
so I'm a Hebrew Israelite. According
No,
to you.
I never said that. You said that.
Just to you. No, to you.
No, I never
you
said
doing it. You were headed there.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were headed there. I believe that you were headed.
You don't think
What is everything?
What's the evidence coming? What's eugenesis mean?
The evidence is desirable outcomes when it comes to children.
Yeah, what's the eugenesis?
What's the
You don't know, right?
White.
Right. Gibberish.
That's what you do.
Your position is gibberish.
Children used to be black.
What's that?
Oh, damn.
Say it again?
Oh, man.
Huh?
Hebraic features.
What's that?
What are they? What are Hebraic features?
There are no Hebraic.
Oh, no, damn.
Must feel weird to be so exposed. Does it? How's it feel?
It feels great.
Okay, good. Then maybe you will grow from it.
Because Jacobus taught me about, like, nakedness.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And guess what? I'm naked right now.
There you go.
I'm saying.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm a shameless person. I'm like Adam in the garden before Eve.
Before Eve or before they ate of the tree of knowledge?
Before Lilith.
But you don't really know that either.
Before you understood what the hell it was.
You love to not know, don't you, Nigeria?
Yeah, I do. I just don't know anything at all.
No.
You know what? Guess what? Because before the apple was bitten, who knew anything?
God.
Uh-oh.
God.
Oh.
Next question.
No, that's a person. You're personalizing God?
Not at all.
You're aspiring a person to God?
Beg your pardon?
You're giving personhood to God?
Not at all.
Yes, you did. So that's what you sound like.
No, I did not.
No. Don't take it back now. You can't take it back now. I speak perfect English. Yeah, no, I can articulate myself. I'm from the north. I don't speak with a list. I don't speak with a list. You speak with a list. You speak with a list. Swallow your spit.
Right.
Swallow your spit. Swallow your spit. Swallow your spit. Swallow your spit first, sir. Swallow your spit first, sir.
Right.
Swallow your spit.
You said who knows.
Can you swallow your spit first, sir?
I beg your pardon? Why
Swallow
are you
your
all
spit.
in my mouth? You go.
No, because I hear you. You're all up in my mouth, so I'm gonna be all up in yours.
Is this your the argument?
It's wet.
Having lost the argument, you
just swallow it.
Let's
swallow the spit.
I think the spit is between your ears.
No, I think the spit is between yours.
Your head, man.
You think I'm speaking another language?
You got
I'm speaking I'm from a different planet to you. Did you say I was from Mars?
Yes. No, you said that.
No, you said that. No, you said that. You said that. You said that.
From Mars.
What? Look at me.
You said you were eugenic. What? Mars. And what does that mean?
Yeah, no.
You're eugenicist meaning.
You don't.
You believe you come from a
You don't.
Oh, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. You come from a
You don't. Where's the mix in your family?
You come
Show me that you're not. Show me that you're not.
You come from a superior
Prove that you're not.
You can't prove it.
Prove that you're not.
Uh-oh.
Prove that you're not.
What year did you drop out of high school? Or was it grade school?
Never.
What year? I beg your pardon?
I graduated with honors.
From where?
And went on to college.
Honors in what?
Honors and kicking your ass. Anyway, look, all I'm saying is, yeah, oh my God. You know who Melville Herskovich is?
Do you wish
Do you know who Melville Herskovich is?
Do you wish you
Just
did your
simple
homework
question.
now?
Do you know who Melville
Do you
Herskovich
wish you
is?
did your homework now?
Oh, do you know who Melville Herskovich is?
What were you doing instead of doing your
You
homework?
don't know who Melville Herskovich is?
What did you do instead of doing your homework?
Okay, I guess you don't know who Melville Herskovich
I
is.
guess you don't know what eugenics is. Potatoes
Yes,
are-
I do.
Oh,
I
really?
already told you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Breeding for desired outcomes.
Say again?
Look it up.
Reading for desire.
Oh, damn, you think I said reading? Oh, no. He can't hear.
Really?
He can't hear the difference between reading and breeding.
But I
Look at him. Fucking can't hear.
One of us could.
Hey, Norm.
Yeah.
Hey, Norm. I know you're about like 70 years old.
No,
Turn your hearing aid up.
Right, but you're the one who didn't.
Turn your hearing aid up, sir.
You're the one who said.
I know your hearing aid must be low.
Why don't you?
The battery must
out of
be
your head.
lithium. And it probably hasn't been charged in a while. Charge your hearing aid, Norm.
So you're gonna have
Thank
spit
you.
out of your ears now?
Oh, like.
Why do you have spit between your ears? What happened to you? Is it like some kind of a condition you have?
Why are you sexualizing Wayne?
No. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think you are.
Between your ears means.
Well, no. I think you sexualizing my ear, Norm.
Okay.
You want to spit all in my ear and shit like that? What, you want to put a tongue in it next?
You brought your.
I knew you were an Epstein kind of guy, but I didn't know you swung that way, Norm.
You bring
You
it up.
dirty little rascal, you, Norm.
You brought the
You
spit. Now you're gonna have to spit in it.
want to lick me in my ear?
You
You
brought up the.
want to do that thing to my ear?
Seems to be your
You
fantasy.
picture of my ear, right?
Seems to be your
You.
fantasy. That's about as much as you've ever contributed to any conversation. What you just did.
No.
Yeah, it's true.
No, it's
You
not true.
literally have nothing.
I have everything.
No, you got nothing.
Okay, everything.
Empty-handed. Huh?
Empty-handed.
Empty-handed.
I don't have any arms.
For the record, a Jew who marries a black Jew is not a eugenicist.
There are no such thing as black Jews.
Yeah, of
They're
course.
all cop.
No, that's incorrect. You don't
No,
understand
that's
what our
all the way
rules are.
correct.
No, you're wrong.
According to your Jewish society right now that you exist in, yes.
Exactly wrong.
How come you don't tell Z that then?
Who is
Z, the Arab Jew,
I don't know.
who wanders around with the Spider-Woman photo.
Don't know. Can't help
You
you.
don't know her?
But I do know black.
Yes, you do know her. You know all of them.
No.
You got them on speed now.
You
got them on
right.
speed now.
You're wrong on everything you say.
Bro, no, I'm
The
not.
only thing we gotta do is listen to you do the opposite.
No.
Yeah. That's all we gotta do.
Of course.
So now I've taught you about the Jews in eugenics. Yes, we marry black Jews.
No, you don't.
Sure we do. There's tons
Show
of
me
them in my
one.
synagogue.
Show me one.
Just look up black
Show me
Jews
one.
and find one yourself.
No. Show me one. Finger in here right now.
Why would I want to do that?
Finger in here right now.
Why would I do that?
Show me. Reveal her.
I've seen her on the app.
Abracadabra.
And
Alakazoo.
they have a beautiful child.
nation never exists?
It exists, and she's a Jew.
I don't believe you.
That's good, because you're an idiot.
You're illiterate.
You think so?
You don't understand the law? Yeah.
What part of the law do I not understand?
Your legalese is off balance.
Okay, tell me what's the evidence?
I told you about the difference between robbery and retail theft.
There's
no difference.
No, I didn't say that. The case has nothing to do the case has nothing to do with that. And that's correct. You brought that up because you didn't understand the case. That's what I told you. And I'm right.
It wasn't about the case, it was about the law. Keep up.
Yeah,
listen better. Oh, turn your hearing aid up. Turn your hearing aid up, Nora.
Right. You brought up
just turn your hearing aid up when you talk about.
Right. You brought up
Yeah. Just turn your hearing aid up.
I don't have hearing aids.
Yeah, you do.
No.
You got a disability.
I don't have one.
Yes,
you do. With that. So you brought up.
You ain't got Asperger's.
Right. So
you ain't got Asperger's.
What you contribute.
You ain't got Asperger's.
Had nothing to do with.
You ain't got the Jewish signature disease. You ain't got Asperger's.
I don't have racism.
Oh, okay, all right.
But you do. And this is what destroys your moral position, your own racism, your own hatred. It's filthy.
You ain't got Asperger's.
Cell phone genie.
What is Asperger's? I don't know.
Really?
That's when you're talking out of your ass, like you're doing.
I don't know what Asperger's is.
Here we are leaving.
It's a word. Wow, 72% think Carmelo Anthony's guilty. They must all be racists.
Ooh.
Everybody's racist.
Right, handy dandy. I just feel like logically, as adults, we should be smart enough to understand that somebody's not going to chase a kid and then just randomly shoot him in the back for no reason. Obviously, you don't have a gun.
Okay, here it is. Let me see. He pulled out a gun. He pulled out a gun. He never. Hold on, Joel. But let me say something. So the three witnesses say that he didn't aim the gun at all. Then he even admits immediately after it happened on the 911 call, he said he pulled out a gun when my dad pulled his. So he didn't say he pulled out a gun and he was aiming it at us, or he had a gun and he was pointing at it. He was going to shoot me. He said the exact words he chose to use was he pulled out a gun when my dad pulled his.
Oh wow! Amazing.
So I mean, like, so we don't know. So we don't know if he pointed the gun or not. The only people that are testifying that he pointed the gun is Andy and Rick.
I'm also going to go ahead and say that just the mere fact, let's say he did point the gun, let's say that's true, that still doesn't make it clear.
Exactly.
He could have had justification for pointing the gun himself.
I agree. I think that even if he pointed the gun, I think if he pulled the gun and pointed the gun, he was still being aggressed upon. He had the right to self-defense. He was being followed and chased. At what point do you have self-defense to be able to defend your body?
He has the right to use force to defend himself at that point until they pointed their gun. Like, it's very, literally, this is so annoying, but it's second by second, literally.
Well, I mean, essentially, like, he was the one who, though, escalated the situation by, having person to pursue him to begin with.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
Like, I mean, specifically...
Be more clear with your pronouns. Who's the he?
So, yeah, so Cyrus, it seems to me like, he had committed a crime. Granted, that itself was not justified for.
What crime did he commit?
Well, he stole something, right?
No, he didn't.
Or did he?
They thought he did.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, either way, even under the assumed, like, he stole, like, something as petty as a water bottle, that in itself.
No, he didn't.
No, but I'm saying, even if we were to assume that he did, that wouldn't be sufficient grounds for him to be, to believe he was a threat to be shot.
Obviously.
Yeah.
He did have a gun illegally, but they didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, specifically, though, just saying that, for him to, yeah. So, and I guess, it's interesting. I thought that he actually did steal something.
I'm just curious. What are not that this matters, but now I'm actually curious. What are the races of each of these people?
Yes, I think Cyrus was black.
Cyrus was a black boy, and Rick and Andy were 8.
Okay. That makes zero difference. It was just, I was curious.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, that's really why it's such a hot story.
Yeah, because you
I'm
know,
gonna watch this video.
because everybody knows, pretty sure like 20 black people are killed every day, but the pro-blacks don't care about those people at all. I never hear them talk about that. But this might be a controversial take, but I just, first of all, but before any of this even happened, we have a 14-year-old walking around with a gun.
Yeah, that shouldn't be happening. That is a crime already, but that's not a known crime.
No, I'm just saying, realistically speaking, is this somebody who's gonna, become a doctor? Is he contributing to society in a healthy way? What was he doing the week before?
As it turns out,
that.
as it turns out, he may have actually needed that gun to protect himself.
Right.
Maybe, depending on how this looks.
What is a 14-year-old?
Honestly, it sounds like a ghetto neighborhood anyway, so probably you're right on that, Zach, probably.
Yeah, but there are plenty of 14-year-olds in that neighborhood, and if they're scared of, crime, then you just don't go outside.
No.
You
don't go outside. Just avoid the sun and fresh air and fucking wither away indoors.
Just walk around with a gun and just shoot people.
He didn't shoot anybody.
He didn't shoot anybody.
No, but that's why he
and he didn't even point the gun at anybody either. So.
It sounds like he did nothing wrong.
Obviously, he's carrying his gun.
Are you just assuming? So now you're just assuming the only reason why he has a gun is because he wants to shoot people. That he doesn't have reasonable grounds for self-defense or concern.
No, of course. If you have a gun, you can use it for self-defense. But I'm saying, a 14-year-old should not have to think about that. A normal 14-year-old is not thinking, oh, if I'm scared of something, I'm gonna have to shoot somebody. It's like, no, you just try to avoid those situations.
It doesn't mean don't carry a gun.
Yeah.
Also,
well, it's illegal too. So he's committing crimes.
14-year-old lives in privileged, safe, suburban neighborhoods. So, there's different factors that go into it.
Unfortunately for these guys, they live in a Democrat shithole, so it's high crime, but partially their parents' fault for voting for those people. But
do you know that he is in a Democratic area?
Yes.
I think Columbia, I think, is pretty blue.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I didn't know where this was.
Yeah.
This does raise a good question, actually, for constitutional carry and whatnot. Does that apply to any age? I know it doesn't by law, but should it?
No.
This whole game
has children carrying guns.
That doesn't mean there's going to be children carrying guns. It just means in a case like this, we wouldn't even have to argue whether or not he was committing a crime to begin with, because it is not a crime. It's not a crime.
It would be a crime against humanity if we had a government that let children carry guns.
Disagree. I don't think children should carry. Well, better yet, I don't think untrained people should carry guns. I don't care what age you are, as long as you are adequately trained.
I think people should have, I don't know, fully developed brains and be adults.
That would be part of the training, sure. But if you can show competence, I'm all for everybody having a gun.
Everybody.
If they can show competence, if they can, I'm talking not everybody. I'm talking about like if they meet the qualifications of a sane, sober, moral, prudent person.
Yeah. Well, either way, like the thing is that whether or not he should have had the gun specifically, I mean, like the thing is that it's not grounds whatsoever for him to be shot.
Well, yeah, I think. Do we all agree on that? Like I think we all agree on that.
Yeah. Joel, do you agree with that?
Oh no.
You don't. So you think that any kid who has a gun should be shot?
I don't know about all that.
Well, I mean, if your kid had a gun, do you think it'd be right for somebody to shoot him?
Realistically, if there's a kid with a gun, in my opinion, that's a riot. It doesn't matter what race he is. There's an Asian 14-year-old with a gun, a white 14-year-old with a gun. They're a danger to society. Because they don't have a maturity to carry a gun. They should not be carrying.
Well, regardless of whether or not they have the authority, is that grounds to shoot them? If your kid had a gun, because we know kids do stupid stuff all the time. Like, and they don't even have real guns many of the time. Plenty of them have fake guns that look like real guns. Is that reasonable as grounds to shoot them?
They're definitely committing a crime. It's not reasonable to shoot them, but if they point at
then you agree that him owning a gun him having a gun is not a reasonable grounds for him to have been shot.
No, not to get shot.
Okay.
But any kid, if you point a gun at somebody, you should expect
to dispute whether he did actually point a gun.
Well, a jury seems to believe.
The jury believes there wasn't evidence to convict for murder.
Exactly.
Whatever the charge was.
Like, is it the case that there was evidence that he was a threat, or was it that they could refute that it was self-defense? Because that's kind of like it was in the Trayvon Martin trial, where it's like there wasn't evidence to refute that George Zimmerman did not escalate the conflicts.
That one was murder.
Well, I mean, that's what most people think. I mean, they believe that George Zimmerman was following him, as I do too. But I mean, in the trial, there was no way to know what started the conflict, and so there was no grounds.
Did the shooter have like a broken nose and a beat up face?
Yeah, but there was an altercation, but there was dispute as to who initiated the altercation.
Yeah. I looked at that case. I say who was the guy?
George Zimmerman.
George Zimmerman's the one that shot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he followed him. He instigated. In my opinion, if I was on the jury, I would have said guilty.
Well, and that's what most people think, even myself, that the grounds was just that there wasn't evidence to refute that George Zimmerman did act in self-defense, because there wasn't any evidence to.
I think there was.
Yeah, and we had to make up for OJ. We had to make up for OJ with that one.
OJ was.
Well, yeah, he was convicted or he was found liable in a civil court.
Although I heard something recently. I'm sorry, I guess don't know if we're gonna go off topic here too much with the OJ stuff, but real quick, I did hear it's possible OJ wasn't the one who actually killed them. It might have been his son. You guys hear that?
I've heard that theory, but no, it was definitely OJ.
I didn't mean to read his book if I did it.
Samoa, what's up? Also, I was just curious. You know that depending on like the gun culture and where you're from, there are shooting competitions that happen all over this country. Like kids as young as like 6 years old, like those clay, like the clay, what do you call it?
Clay pigeons.
Yeah, the clay pigeons.
That's allowed. That's totally legal. Anybody of any age.
Right, you know what I'm saying, but right, and I get that, but I'm saying, like, he's like, no person should have it. I'm saying, like, there are plenty of instances, like, where gun culture, kids all over the nation, they compete even at, like 10 to 12 to 8, or 10 to 18, I think, right, is the typical range for. I've seen young girls. I remember this one girl a few years ago. She was like 12 years old, and she was in the pistol situation. But anyway, my point is that it ranges.
Yeah. The stipulation is that they just need to basically be supervised, and it's during certain activities like hunting or sport shooting or competitions like that. You can own a gun at 14 and keep it at home. You just can't carry it around in any state.
Right. So yeah, that's what they say. Right. But again, this is just a belief of what the large majority of society feels, without respect to the circumstance, the location, the obstacles, or the current environment that the person is up against. Right. So I mean, there are cases. Yeah.
Like, I just had a defensive gun use on Saturday. So I'm part of the statistic now of the 1.5 million or so encounters where a gun was used in defense. Obviously, I survived. But I think everyone who's capable, everybody who trains should have a gun. Men, women, you need one.
So Small, what were you saying?
About. Sorry, you mean the child case or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only speaking about like proportionality and like in self-defense for like a lot of these states, like it needs to be reasonable force, right? So a person who's unarmed and a person who has a firearm, it's never going to be reasonable force for a person with a firearm to fire at an unarmed person.
Not true.
All right, give me an example.
On Saturday, someone attacked me. I did not see a weapon of their own. That's the only reason why I didn't shoot him. But he did manage to get a hand on my gun, and had I shot him, it would have been justified.
All right, so notice how what you're saying and what I'm saying are two different things, right?
He didn't have a gun, I did. He put his hand on my gun.
Okay,
I kept
so
control of it.
All right, so like the reason why Cal Rittenhouse was able to like get away with what he got away with is that the first person, Rosenbaum, grabbed his firearm. There's a chance there where he could disarm and then use the firearm against you, right?
Correct. And then chase him blocks.
Okay. What if the person's 2 feet away from you? Can you
shoot him? As was my attacker.
Wait, 2 feet away from you, no hand on the gun. Can you shoot him?
Possibly.
What would need to happen for you to be able to justify please shoot him?
I would need to articulate that I was in fear of death or bodily harm.
Yes.
Which in my case I was. Even before he put his hand on my gun.
Okay, so like, there's what you think at the time, and there's what a reasonable person thinks, right?
Correct.
As soon as you posit that he had his hand on your gun, every person that's outside of you would say, boom, that's a reasonable person right there.
Okay,
like his arm
I think a reasonable person, so I'm not small. I'm 6 feet 2 inches ish. But
that's fine.
I'm not small. This guy is 6'5". And I'm currently standing when this happened, I'm currently standing in a hot tub about 4 feet below the ground. So I'm down at a level, he's towering 6.5 feet above me. And he's now 2 feet away from me, intending to kill me. Without a weapon, mind you.
Well, like, this is what you're thinking. Like, I'm speaking from a juror's
Right, so at least the deputies, at least. So maybe not every single person, maybe not every jury, but the deputies agree that is imminent fear of death or bodily harm from my standpoint.
You killed him?
No, I would have been justified to.
Wait, what the hell happened? Before he engaged with you,
before the gun was even involved at all, I was in fear of death or bodily harm.
No, wait, hold on. Like, there's a difference between, like, how you feel before the gun's a part of the equation, right? Like, is the gun reasonable reasonable in meeting the threat is the question. And this kind of goes out to like this Carmelo Anthony case with, Metcalf, and kind of goes to the Chow case, kind of goes to the Kyle Rittenhouse case and all these types of things, right? So like this is pretty across the board. So me not knowing you or the situation, as soon as you said he reached for my gun, right now, brandishing the weapon is absolutely fair. It is totally like, hey man, you're crossing a line. I'm demonstrating that I have a worry, and this gun is to deter you from advancing any further. Now, if that person reaches out and touches your gun, I'm immediately on your side. I'm like, you've already drew a line. Now they're crossing the line.
So I haven't brandished the weapon yet. So I'm in the water. My gun is on a chair next to me. When he tried to get to the gun before I even made a move for it, that's when I was just closer, so I got there faster because I was in control of my weapon at all times. Even when it's not on my body, I was still in control of it. But he tried to get to it before I could, and he got one hand on it. I managed to pull it back, and I never pointed it at him. I never shot it.
That changes everything. That changes everything. Yeah. So
my point is that once I had control of it, had I decided to shoot him with it, apparently I'm justified.
All right. How about this one? How about if when he's standing there, he doesn't make an attempt towards your gun? Are you justified in shooting him then?
No.
Regardless on how you feel, he's standing there. He's outside the pool. The gun.
If he's just standing there.
Yeah, he's talking a lot of shit.
Talking shit, standing there. It would depend on his exact words, but probably not.
Let's say that he used every bad word in the book.
No. It would depend on his exact words, but probably not.
Well, all right, okay, good. It would take an extra effort of his to advance towards your weapon, right?
I don't know. You tell me. You're making the situation up now.
No, I'm just using the scenario you're giving me, brother.
You're not.
You said that you were closer to your firearm, it was in a chair, and he made an attempt to get it, and you got there first.
Correct.
What was the whole thing about? What was the whole thing about?
Does it really
someone just tried to attack me.
But like, what?
Go ahead, brother. Let's see if it really matters. Go ahead.
What was the ethnicity of the guy?
He was black.
No, he was a big white dude. Something like that. Dumbass.
Oh, so you were okay. You were in a hot tub, and you didn't know who this guy was. He just wandered up.
I know who he is. If I didn't know who he was, I might have been less inclined to protect him and save his life. But I chose not to shoot him because I didn't think I needed to.
Okay, so
should have shot him. I probably should have. Honestly, I would have had less headache now.
But Bima, when we were talking about like proportionality, right? Like that's like a main requirement within basically like every state. So like when we had this conversation about Austin Metcalf, right? The question is like, did this kid, right, like respond to Austin Metcalf's advance in a proportional manner? And one would say a knife to a fist fight isn't proportional.
I agree.
You know,
that sounds like self-defense to me.
Yeah, like something like that. So with the child case, the reason why it's a little bit more complicated is because it's not a 1v1. It's not one person chasing one person and then one person pulling out a gun and then one person shooting the other person. It's not as easy as that, right? There's a third person that has to be factored in. With a third person, what he's appreciating of like what's unfolding in front of him could be totally different from the reality of the other two people that are involved in this scenario, right? So when he's looking at his son, the only knowledge that he has is that, oh my gosh, there's the third party who's pulling out a gun and he's going to kill my son. So that he neutralizes, unfortunately the word neutralize, the 14-year-old, right? With the expectation that the 14-year-old will get a shot off and kill his unarmed son. Right? So like that's why I agree with it. But if this father wasn't in the scenario and it was just the son versus this other kid, I'd probably look at it a little different. Like, why the hell would you chase the kid in the first place? Right?
But you're still justifying. You're saying that he has no accountability for his actions. because he didn't understand what was happening. That's what you're telling me. Because he made a bad call, he didn't know what was happening. He didn't have enough information because there is somebody chasing somebody, which, by the way, that narrative I vehemently disagree with. There were two people chasing one boy. They saw him the entire time. He got shot in the lower back. He knew exactly what he was doing, okay? And there, you can't claim, and I keep saying this, but you can't claim self-defense when you've caused a situation where someone else is claiming self-defense from you. They're scared because you've created the scenario. So you better be prepared in that particular case. If that person has stole from you, or you think that you better be prepared that you're right. Right? Because what are you going to do?
You don't have to be right.
Well, hold on. Because morally, right? We're going to talk about two different things.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Because legality and morally, we're going to do two different things. So legally, yeah, sure. We can go with the legal bullshit, but I'm challenging the legal bullshit. I'm saying that that's correct. Hold on. Well, morally, you can't chase somebody and have them put themselves. They're risking their feeling. Once you begin to chase somebody, you create the scenario where they're going to run the risk of feeling their life is at threat, that their life is being threatened. Okay, so in that case, you have manufactured this incident. So now that you are, but you're the target. Okay, so you're the aggressor. I mean, so you're the aggressor. So if you're the one causing this person to run, the person wouldn't be running if you weren't chasing them, right?
Right, but this
They
game kind
wouldn't
of bites
feel
you.
in their life. Well, hold on. Let me just and then I want to hear whatever argument that you have. But you don't, Rick. It's his responsibility because he didn't know. That doesn't mean anything. All you're telling me is that he showed up on the scene and he fired because he was scared that his son life was at risk, right? But the thing is if that was because you have to understand that they're the aggressors. So would it be justified if in the same case scenario there were two people who were robbing you, right? Or they were going to rob you. They were going to do something to hurt you and they were running after you. And then you turn around and you pull a gun and then the same thing happens. They shoot you because you were scared that the one person was scared that you were going to shoot their partner, and then you get away.
Yeah, I think the problem here is like your framing, right? So like, let's use your moral like line here, right? And let's see exactly like who started and who reacted. Okay, so who started like the suspicious behavior, right? So we can take it out the legal framework and we can say, is there a reasonable person that would believe, hey, this looks a little fishy? My intuition says there's something wrong here. Morally, this person is not wrong. This is the way that they feel because somebody has placed them in this environment. Question, why do these shop owners feel the way that they feel? Because they were agreed upon by a 14-year-old kid that came in doing some suspicious things. Now, I'm just using your line here just to show you, like, you need to rewind just a little further to see if this actually, like, tests out by the inferences that you're drawing. I'm saying that this doesn't actually work in your favor. Because if they've already started by saying, hey, can you place your book bag here because we've had these robberies or whatever this is, theft or whatever this is, and then the kid, like complies, the kid understands that there's, like, a scenario here where he's already being asked to check his book bagging at the front. So they're already on, like, level 10 in like, suspicious people. Not specifically to this kid, to, like, people who walk into their store. So now he starts putting bottles of water in, out, walking around, this, that, right? So, like, this is raising a reasonable person to believe, hey, something doesn't look right here. And then the running away. Like, why are you running away? Like, morally, tell me where the shop owner's perception is wrong in what I've, like presented to you so far.
So far, everything is okay, right? So he goes onto their private property. They're uncertain that he stole. They don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
So they, hold on, let me
Would a
just finish this.
reasonable person believe
Hold on.
that something could be going on?
Well, hold on. So, apparently, I would hope that I would consider them to be reasonable, but at the same time, I understand where they're from, and I understand their hypervigilance. So, when you have a store owner who's hypervigilant, who's had 2 shootings before that, who has faces of people who have stolen plastered all over the store. They literally call it the wall of shame. A whole bunch of faces all on top of the counter. They have faces plastered by the door. They have faces under the counter. They have faces plastered on the actual credit card machine. They have faces plastered on the cigar container, on the counter, on the aisles. They have these faces because of this whole situation. So they're hyper vigilant. Okay, so could this be just why isn't it just a regular 14-year-old kid going in and out of a store looking at shit? I mean, I've done it a million times. I can't even tell you how many times I've gone into a store, pick stuff up, put it down. Why is it suspicious? Okay, well, you want it, listen, subjective. You want to say it's suspicious? I wouldn't say it's suspicious. I'd be fine with it, okay? So now, again, we're in the subjective realm. They still have deemed it to be suspicious. Okay, well, now, where do their rights start and end, and where does this boy's rights start and end? Okay, so he's on the private property. I'm talking about self-defense, so morally. I'm not gonna appeal to legality. I prefer the moral aspect. So I have a right to. So private property is the ultimate use of objective point, right? So he's on private property. He's in the store. Did they have an ability to detain him in the store? Yes. Right, he's inside the store. They could have if he was on the store property. I feel like there's a million different ways that this could have happened, but they approached him. They said, "Hey, look, you got water bottles?" He said, "No." She said, "Yeah, what's in their pocket?" He says, "No, look." He shook his pockets. He's done. He grabs his bag. He walks out. As he starts to walk out, they chase after him. Do they have the right to chase after him? We don't want to be discriminated against. They have suspicion that he stole.
We don't want open borders that further our ethnic and racial replacement. We don't want policies like no cash bail that let black criminals out because they're uncomfortable with the number of black people in the prisons. So we have particular interests. We have a particular identity. In order for us to have those things taken care of, we're the only ones that are going to be able to do that. Black people are not looking out for our interests. They're looking out for their interests. Jews are not looking out for our interests, are they, ever?
Hello?
They're looking out for their own interests. And the same goes for immigrants, and the same goes for Somalians and Hispanics and Asians. Every other group is looking out for themselves. That much is clear. That is how it works. They have all taught us how to behave. And when these groups come here, they immediately start up these affinity organizations. It's Asian cultural associations. It's La Raza Legal Group. It's the NAACP. It's the Zionist Organization of America. They taught us how to play in a liberal democracy, which is they don't believe in the public good. They don't believe in America. They're not looking out for the underrepresented other groups. They're looking out for themselves. They're looking out for their own neighborhood and for their own language and their own fucking holidays. And whatever legal category they're in, like if you're one of the Dreamers or if you're a dual citizen for Israel, they're looking out for their home countries like India or Somalia or Israel or Palestine for that matter, or wherever. So what is the answer in a multiracial, multicultural America? We need to arm up. Every other group is doing it. We are playing as individuals. They are playing as teams. We are thinking of the world as individuals, white, black, red, and purple. They're looking at the world as factions.
No, they're looking at the world as like human resources and commodities. They're looking at it as resources, and we're just a resource.
On a team. They're ganged up, and we are not. So what is the solution? We need to gang up. And when we gang up, we'll be the biggest gang. And you can't win an election without us. And we'll have the most billionaires, and we'll have the most money, and we'll have the most land, and we'll have the most power, and we'll be able to look out for ourselves. Now, unlike the other groups, we're not greedy, we'll be benevolent, but we need to ensure our survival before we can look out for the privileges of our guests in our country. So to me, all of this is basically common sense. All of this is basically indisputable. Have I said anything you disagree with so far? We are being replaced. We are becoming a minority. These groups that are replacing us, they are playing a team game. They are looking out for their own ethnic self-interest. As a result, we are losing. They are increasing. If we want to reverse this, we have to take a page out of their playbook. Similarly, we have to collectivize and look out for ourselves. Well, I saw a show today from Tucker Carlson. And Tucker Carlson addressed this killing of Henry Nowak. And he talked about it in detail. And he talked about what happened. And he talked about the double standard and so on. But I also know that Tucker Carlson has repeatedly said in the past that white identity politics is pure evil. He has said on not a few occasions that identity politics for white people is just like every other kind of identity politics. And it's just as bad. He has said the most dangerous thing that we can do is embrace white identity politics. He has attacked me for promoting white identity politics. He said that I am distracting everybody from the real issues of our time, which are the economic issues, by talking about race, religion, by talking even about immigration through a racial lens. He says that my promotion of identity politics is what makes me such a toxic and bad force in politics. So what then does he advocate as the solution to our problems if it's not white identity politics? Well, the answer might surprise you, but it will sound familiar. Tucker likes to use this term lately, blood guilt. He's particularly fond of talking about blood guilt. He says our civilization is founded on the idea that we are all equal and we don't bear the sins of the Father, and we cannot hold each other accountable for the actions of other members of our group just based on shared ethnicity, just based on shared blood. So in other words, what is he really saying here? He's saying that if white people are being exterminated, if white people are being replaced, if white people are being victimized by this double standard, he says, what's the solution? More liberalism. Liberalism is the answer. He says, because under liberalism, everyone would acknowledge that this racism against white people is wrong. Liberalism says all individuals are equal. All individuals are the same. All individuals are innocent until proven guilty. All individuals should be judged according to their own actions rather than as part of a group. So in a world where white countries are being invaded, in a world where white people are being genocided, in a world where white children are being murdered by non-whites and then arrested by police because they're accused of racism, Tucker says the solution is simply to remind everybody that that's not fair. Well, we're supposed to tell the selfish, tribal, invading hordes that are murdering us in our own country, hey, that's not fair. Hey, pal, hey, fellas, if we all want to get along, you know what made this country rich that you're currently raping and...
And it leads to this. It leads to us dying. Liberalism is no good, man.
Treat us fair.
We need nationalists and
We need
natives.
to remind them that blood guilt is wrong. We need to remind the Jews that are pushing endless pro-Israel policies, hey man, blood guilt is wrong. We need to remind these black people like Carmelo Anthony stabbing Austin Metcalf in the neck with a knife, hey man, blood guilt is wrong. We should also, I guess, remind all those other black people that raised $500,000 for him for killing Whitey, hey folks, hey colored people, blood guilt is wrong.
Bro, he said colored people.
I don't know about you, but that liberal mentality is what got us here.
Oh, that's what I just said.
That liberal mentality is exactly what created this situation.
Yes.
That is what created the open borders.
Bro, yes.
That was the basis of the Hart-Celler Act in '65, which got rid of the national origins quota and allowed people to come into this country from Asia and Latin America in large numbers. That was the basis of the Civil Rights Act. That was the basis of DEI. That was the basis of all of this.
Yep.
And by the way, we white people are the only ones that believe in that. Where else are there liberal societies? Are there any liberal societies in Africa? Is there even...
Bro, it was literally the narrative that they needed, that they told us to get us to be okay with being replaced, to get us to be okay with them importing a bunch of people and putting our women to work. That's all it was.
One? Are there any liberal
They made the decision whether we liked it or not.
Or South Asia? Or East Asia? Or anywhere? Are there even... a few? Is there even
and he's just like, oh, that's fine. And you can also have Gaza. And the same thing happened with fucking Jordan. Jordan fucking lost, and they gave him the fucking West Bank. And they revoked all the citizenship. And if we were really going to fucking finish this shit, we would tell all the Palestinians in the West Bank to go back to fucking Jordan.
Quite imperfectly. And to this day, even within our own countries, we're the only ones that believe that. That's what got us here. Tucker gives a speech about, we don't believe in blood guilt. Hey, bro, speak for yourself. You don't believe in blood guilt, and I don't believe in blood guilt, and maybe we white people don't believe in it, but they do. So what now? The black people do. You want to know why they believe in blood guilt? Because they're still tearing down statues. Because when they talk about Donald Trump, they think about Robert E. Lee. When they talk about the police, they think about the Ku Klux Klan.
They've been trained to.
They're still thinking about the sins of our forefathers from 170 years ago. And the same goes for the Jews, by the way, who are still talking about how the Roman Empire suppressed their rebellion 1900 years ago. And the same goes for the Hispanics, who want to reclaim all their lost territory from the Mexican-American War. And they might be in the majority, they might not be, but the people that represent those groups in the Democratic caucus, and even increasingly among the Republicans, they do believe in blood guilt. So what are we supposed to do? That Sikh that killed Henry Nowak, he believed in blood guilt. Carmelo Anthony, who killed Austin Metcalf, he believed in blood guilt. And every non-white person that has ever shot, stabbed, or raped a white boy or girl and said, kill Whitey, they believed in blood guilt too. So what are we supposed to do as white people? You want to go to the south side of Chicago and give them a copy of John Locke's political treatise? You want to go to India and try to tell them, hey man, there's this guy named Jesus Christ. He said there's no blood guilt. We're cool now, right? It doesn't work that way, actually. That's the mentality that got us here. Because the only people that are buying that is whites. And what that has effectively done is, just like the British banning white people from having knives, you are disarming us. You are disorganizing and disarming us. Every other group gets to form a militia, but white people are being told, you can't, that's wrong. And we're supposed to what? Sit around and wait for everybody else to lay down their arms? Getting together as a group is like a technology. Identity politics, one way to think about it is it's a military technology. If you can get a group of people to arm up together as a group on the basis of race or ideology or religion, you have a military advantage over the group that does not have that stick-togetherness. You can mobilize more numbers. You can mobilize more soldiers. They can't. Who's going to win? The group that figured out how to work together, or the group of individuals that don't believe in blood guilt and believe everybody will be judged according to their individual actions? Well, the group is going to win. So to tell white people, hey man, we can't succumb to blood guilt. Hey man, we can't believe in identity politics. We can't do what they did. That's the wrong way to go. You are ensuring that white people will be exterminated. Because white people will be having debates and discussions about fairness and propriety, while non-white people simply load up on guns and knives. They're going to be having more kids. They're going to be sharpening their blades. They're going to be loading up their rifles. Well, we're sitting around having a debate about, what's going to be actually the just and proper and moral way to deal with this problem. We can't give over ourselves to blood.
They're not targeting civilians.
So this is a real issue. And by the way,
because they're not. I mean, we can clearly see.
Is a Republican operative, okay? He wants J.D. Vance to become the president. How are Republicans going to win an election? Well, for Republicans to win the election, they need to appeal to Indians and Hispanics and Jewish money and all these other groups. So what I mean by this is Tucker is not thinking about white survival. Tucker is thinking about what is required for us to win enough votes in, like, Pennsylvania. You understand the difference? I am thinking ahead to 2050 when we are a minority. I am thinking ahead to 2100 when we're a minority everywhere. He is thinking ahead to the next election where we can't play too hard into the white identity politics because we can't alienate everybody else, because then they might not vote for our candidate or something. And it's problematic. This is like a Pied Piper effect. And you can't tell me, well, hey man, maybe Tucker is just hiding his power levels. Maybe he understands this, but he needs to be careful about what he says. He's concealing it. Understand that Tucker is going in the New York Times, and he's not saying, that's not for me, those are not my beliefs. Tucker went in the New York Times a few weeks ago and said, Nick Fuentes is working for the elites because he's pushing white identity politics. In other words, he is deliberately going out of his way to delegitimize and discredit anybody who's talking like this. So it's not like he's passively omitting these things. It's not like he's going on a show and he's leading you to the right conclusions without saying them explicitly. He's sort of passively omitting this part, which is a little edgier and a little more controversial. Because if he was doing that, maybe he could be excused and forgiven. No, he goes on his show repeatedly and says, white identity politics is evil. It is as bad as any other identity politics. It is the most dangerous thing we could do. He says that anyone promoting it like Nick Fuentes is a distraction. Don't listen to them. They're working for the elites because they're dividing us. Those are not the real issues. What are the real issues, he says? Taxes. He says, why are investments taxed at a lower rate than income? Why is work taxed more than financial speculation? He says that's the real issue. And if you're talking about race, religion, immigration from a racial point of view, well, that's just a divide and conquer strategy.
Pretty much.
Well, you know what? That sounds like Hassan Piker. That sounds like some serious workers of the world unite bullshit. Forget about race, forget about nationality, forget about religion. It's all about we're the working class. Why are us working people being taxed so much? Sorry, I don't have anything in common with these other... What are you talking about? What do I have in common with these H-1B Indians? What do I have in common with these black people that live on welfare? What do I have in common with these non-white immigrants that come here and they stop voting Republican because we're deporting too many illegals? I have nothing in common with them. I don't care what their income strata is. We have nothing in common. Culture is real. Race is real. Nationality is real. White genocide is real. We are really in a civilizational struggle here. And I don't know why anybody would be telling us not to think about it on these terms. It's very dishonest for him to go and do a monologue saying white people are under attack, white people are treated with this double standard, white people are being killed for being white, and then turn around and say what is to be done? Let's all just take a deep breath and remember blood guilt is wrong. Let's all just take a deep breath and remember that the second we team up as whites, we're no better than them. Well, they are winning. So maybe we should be like them then. They are winning. In case you haven't noticed, blacks get what they want. Jews get what they want. Muslims and Hispanics get what they want. White people are paying for it. All of it. Well, we are dying. Your welfare, your Medicaid for all, your foreign aid, all that stuff is paid out of pocket by whitey as we are shanked and raped to death by foreigners. And we're being told, hey, don't worry about it. One of these days they'll assimilate. One of these days, do you think these Sikhs, Muslims, Africans, American blacks, Hispanics, Chinese, do you ever envision a scenario in your lifetime where these people are looking out for white people the way we have looked out for them? The way we have bent over backwards and contorted ourselves to make reparation for slavery and colonialism and stolen archaeological artifacts, all these endless things. Do you ever envision a scenario where any one of these minority groups are together in the sociology department at some university talking about how microaggressions against those white people? How can we make a space that's safe for white people, where they feel comfortable, where there's white bodies and white faces in the room and representation for... Do you ever... It's not in their DNA. It's not in their DNA. It's not in their bones. They can't do it. The second they have power over us, it's going to be South Africa. The second they have power over us, it's going to be like the Ottoman Empire. We will be their slaves. They will be taking our stuff. They will be killing us in the streets. They will be insurfing and enslaving us. And they will do it with these historical vengeance narratives. You're playing with fire here. This idea we're going to wait around for them to see us the way we see them, not going to happen, folks. It's not going to happen. So that is a seriously disturbing message. And I wish everybody would just pay attention. When people tell you who they are, believe them. It's so funny how much crap I get, how I get discredited for nonsense. I get discredited, I get called the Fed, I get called all these different things for nonsense. Tucker Carlson, his father, ran Voice of America for the CIA. His nephew, Charlie...
Yeah, well, no shit, Nick. You're both feds, bro. Like, why are... Do you think that... like, oh my God, it's a total daisy. Like, they're both feds, and they're using each other as a foil to pretend I'm not a Fed, he's the Fed. They're both feds.
Works for Palantir. His son worked for J.D. Vance's press office. He himself makes every major life decision after talking with Peter Thiel, whom he's known for 35 years. Meanwhile, he is out there reminding everybody how much he loves Israel. It's his favorite vacation destination. Oh, I love Jerusalem. It's my favorite city. I go there all the time. Israel's not my enemy. And then on the other side, white identity is evil. We cannot become like them. It's actually dangerous. We need a colorblind meritocracy. And this guy's cool. Everybody's cool with this guy. I don't get it. Make that one make sense. For some, it's simply the size of the chair, simply the size of the platform. But if you read between the lines, you see what's going on here. And what is going on, let me just put it very plainly and very frankly, is that the elites have known for a long time, that there is a lot of resentment among white people in this country, and they're terrified of it. That is maybe the single biggest threat, and they say it all the time. They talk about it all the time. They say, for example, Van Jones on CNN said, white people are doomed. It's just a question of how long and painful the funeral is going to be. They talk about our anxiety as whites, how dangerous we're becoming because we're being replaced. And they talk about the electoral effects, that classic proverbial white working class vote in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, right? They realize that white people are furious, that white people are going down demographically, and they know that white people are not happy about it. And so it is effectively a Republican operation to see to it that white people are placated, to see to it that white people go gently into the night. And this is why our racial grievances are sort of pandered to and maybe acknowledged in some way, all the while the policies remain exactly the same. We're never told anything effective that will reverse or change the situation. These grievances are aired out. They're vented.
Bro, the elites literally turned the blacks against us, the Mexicans against us. They fucking stir up all the historical hatred. They're the slave owners. Kill them. Get those bastards. They've taken everything from you. They turn every other group against us. Our own women they turned against us. Every other group, bro. They want our asses dead, man. He's playing. Oh, they want to dishearten us and get us to retreat. No, bro, they want us fucking dead, man. Why else would they do all that shit? Why else would they turn everybody against us to where they're talking about?
You are the love of my life. Your mother won't be here forever.
This is the Super Dog, Super Cheesy here on the northwest side of Chicago.
What do I have in common with these non-white immigrants that come here and they stop voting Republican?
Your mother won't. This is your chance.
My hands.
This is unbelievable. This officer just needs to be able to articulate that they're going to need their weapon. It doesn't have to be in that moment. A civilian would have to say, no, it was imminent threat. Now.
All right. So are we gonna parse like the difference between like rights and privileges? Should we say now that police officers have more rights than a civilian does, or are we going to just like attribute this to like more privileges because of their profession?
They don't have any more rights. They have a different duty.
Well, now you're back where I'm at. All right, thank you.
Okay, so to be fair, that's literally what was also responded initially. Beaver said that they had a maybe it was Zach had a different duty. Okay, it was Zach then. Yeah, they have a different duty. So I mean, I think y'all should just agree because.
Here, I'll put it into a perfect example that's apples to apples with the scenario that you're talking about. Instead of Bima's husband or whoever the person was that showed up in that scenario, let's say an officer shows up, has no context, no idea what's going on, doesn't even see a gun, just sees an altercation. They probably aren't going to, but they would be allowed to pull their weapon and start to control the situation. They're probably not going to, but they might. Especially if there was a gun, they definitely will pull their gun and control the situation, even if that gun is still in a holster. A civilian can't just come up and see someone with a gun in a holster and point the weapon at them. A police officer can.
If we go back and we just look at this, like, I do not understand why people with no context of who's right or who's wrong would see a loved one, see somebody that's a total stranger, reaching for a firearm and has to wait until this person fully extends their arm and potentially hands it before
the reason is because all life is prison. All life is a secret. All life is secret, not just your life, not just somebody else's life, not just people that you love. This is why it's principled. If you were to move it around, let's say there was an off-duty police officer, okay, he was in his regular attire, and he had a gun on him, okay? Now, he's being chased by two people, for whatever reason. He doesn't know why he's being chased. Maybe they misidentified him. Maybe who knows? Maybe just, who knows? He's being chased, okay? Now, he falls to the ground, he picks up a gun, and he goes, he didn't point at it, but he picks up the gun, or let's even say he pulls it out. We'll even still, we'll say that he picks up the gun, and he points it, and then one of the guys gets scared for his friend and sees that this guy's gonna shoot, so he shoots and kills the officer. Do you see a problem with that, or is that okay?
I'm so sorry. If you could run that back one more time.
Okay. So an off-duty police officer is in regular attire. He has a gun on him. He's doing something. He's walking outside in public, okay? Two guys, for whatever reason, they start chasing him, right? He's not entirely sure, but the officer he's scared. So the officer starts taking off. Officer's running. Guys chase him for a while, okay? He falls, he turns around, the officer's on the ground, tries to pick himself up, picks up his gun, and he points it. As he's pointing the gun, right, at the guy that's about to approach him, he's right on top of him, right, because the other guy's, he's right on top of him, and Andy says that he was right, he uses those words, right on top of him, okay? He says, so this other guy, so he pulls out the gun, so you gotta remember, this guy's coming, he's like a foot away from you, he's right there, and the officer quick pulls out a gun and points the gun at him. But now, his friend sees this guy pointing a gun at his friend, so he, boom, shoots the officer dead. Is that okay?
Yeah, and the officer getting chasing him with a gun. He's not saying it's a gun. So everybody, some people chasing him and all that.
Okay, that's consequential. He doesn't have to announce anything. He doesn't have to say anything. He's been chasing, he's been running for 130 yards. He's overweight, he's American, obviously. He's screaming, whatever he's screaming, stop, whatever, what are you doing? Whatever he's screaming, however it's happening, he
but
falls.
your framing of the off-duty police officers that like there's no background of why the two people are chasing him in the first place, so then you would say this is an unjustified pursuit on these two that are initiating an aggression, right? That's what your framing is.
My frame, go ahead.
Yeah, the problem is that you're lacking why the two would even be interested in the off-duty police officer.
The frame is they thought that he stole something. They thought that they just pickpocketed. It's the middle of Mardi Gras. They thought that that was the guy who just pickpocketed their friend. He thought that was him. So they just start chasing him.
Well,
and he knows.
Well, then you have to give us some of the things that the police officer was doing, or the off-duty police officer was doing, to make them believe or perceive that he was doing something underhanded.
Yeah. So the off-duty police officer was bumping into people weirdly. Bumped into a couple people weirdly. Like a pickpocketer. And so when they look over, they realize that the wallet's gone. He's the only person that just bumped into him in the past couple minutes. Oh no, it's him. It's likely him. It has to be him. Who else is here? Who else was close enough to us? I know I had my wallet 5 seconds ago. I don't have my wallet. By the way, it's in the left pocket out of this, right? Okay, so now he takes off. Right? He starts running. He falls. He takes out a gun. And the other guy shoots him because he thinks he's going to shoot his friend. Is that right?
They were chasing. No, that's not okay. Yeah, I would say this is the apples to apples. If you are to decouple the two by saying one is affecting the other because the end is so different, then I would say that you have to say, hey, this person was like privy to all of the information of the encounter of Andy and that you talked about this your opportunity to on the and PC was the description of the person
reception of mens rea, right? What does that mean?
I think she's saying
Yeah.
that the owners
Every single day I take.
Mens rea is guilty when you commit a crime that threatens to access a act is the act is heinous. The actual act of and mens rea is your criminal crime. You have to have the intent, the criminal intent. And when you have a mistake of fact in the scenario that you just gave, you can sometimes use that the mistake of fact does not have the component of the criminal intent because they had a mistake of fact. So you're shooting the officer in your scenario, the plainclothesman. I was just reacting to your hypothetical. The person can claim mistake of fact if they perceive that to be somebody else when they shot. Well, they actually thought it was him. They thought it was the officer. They looked at him. They didn't know that he was an officer, but they were looking around and they thought that, hey, this is the only guy that bumped into us. He must be the one who just pickpocketed us. So they weren't mistaking him for anybody. They knew that he was right. The mistake of fact is that you're saying that they shot an officer. They had in their perception. They believed that the person they were shooting was a criminal.
Well, in their perception, the crime that was committed wasn't worthy of being shot.
Of course not. So that's a different argument.
Real quick, I just want to address something in the chat. I just saw a joke. No, I did not shoot anybody.
Oh, but okay, thank you. So that's the same case, though.
Is that a scenario, Zach?
I was attacked on Saturday, but I'm part of the statistic for defensive gun use, but I never pulled the trigger.
Oh, okay. I thought you had shot and killed someone. Don't be talking about that. You're someone out the window.
Yeah.
Well, I take it all back. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Legal question.
What, Joe?
After a shooting does occur, how long is it reasonable for police to continue, even if they clear after the first night they can clear someone? How long do they continue?
In terms of rating someone, are you saying after they've made the arrest or before they actually make the arrest? Because time can be determinative based on how the 72 hours to get someone arraigned. But are you saying to actually do a forensic investigation before they arrest? Explain that one, Joe, which scenario? Well, I mean, if they made the arrest, then they have, it's usually 72 hours unless the person, has a health reason that they have to be incarcerated, not incarcerated, but, held in custody longer. But usually they'll have to have some form of an arraignment. But in terms of, before they make the arrest, they have to get their forensics and they have to make sure that it's a valid arrest. And there's so many factors because stuff gets thrown out, just based on how evidence is gathered. And the concept of fruit of the poisonous tree, there's so many factors before you put your case together. That's different, but if they made the arrest, then usually it's an arraignment where during the arraignment they have to show their probable cause on the arrest. Come up with not all their evidence, but enough to show that they had no one.
Did you have an involved in this job?
No, I started reading it as listening to you guys, but
so I don't have in-depth knowledge, but I mean, just logically, so Mima was saying, yeah, she was doing her hypotheticals. That's why I was writing in the chat. So I didn't mean to interrupt Mima. What you were doing.
Well, if she wants to philosophically maybe being like that, get rid of the mistake of fact. Because that is an offense, right?
Yeah, mistake of fact could be.
Because Amy maybe doesn't want philosophically she had it her way. Maybe that would not be a legal defense.
So I just want to reduce the severity. I mean, it's not going to necessarily get you off Mima, but it can. A successful mistake of fact defense can reduce the severity of the charge, or it can be an acquittal. But it doesn't 100% get you off, but it's definitely a defense of the law. There's a distinction between a mistake of fact versus a mistake of law. You understand the difference there?
No. Could you explain, please?
The mistake of fact is being wrong about a circumstance. You pick up a cell phone and it looks just like yours, and you really believe it's yours, but it's somebody else's, right? A mistake of law is being ignorant of what the law says. If you look it up, usually the examples sort of like carrying a concealed weapon and thinking it's legal when it's illegal to do it. The ignorance of the law is an excuse. It's usually not a defense, but a mistake of fact can be a defense. Makes sense.
Did make it Iris at the Blackstone water bottle for their silver is the mistake of fact in this case, I would say.
I know that's you, Keisha, Rich. I'm not dumb.
I have to say about the Chow case, talk about y'all, I've been in studies for a long time. I was 14, 15, 16 year old when that happened. So, did they, and I don't know this case, this is the first time I ever heard about it. In this, where this Chow had his gas station, was there a lot of crime committed by this age group?
I don't know, Beeman, you know that? I know Beeman said he had shot his gun before 2 different times.
I looked up his gas station's Instagram. It said, "Don't fuck around with Mr. Chow or you will find out." That's what he said on his Instagram.
He didn't say that.
Did you look up his business's website? No, I did. He's got an Instagram, Google page reviews, and it says, "Don't fuck with Mr. Chow. Fuck around and find out."
You're such a liar, John.
I'm not a liar. I am helping. I'm doing my part to stop structural white racism today by bringing facts.
I didn't think it, I never knew it to be like a ghetto bad place.
Do you know, it's weird. We had a case here in Nevada. I actually know the people that were involved that owned a pawn shop, and they were Asian, and their son was working in the pawn shop. It's so similar, the facts. And a kid came in and, was trying to, I'm brandishing a gun, and they shot him. And obviously the pawn shop, they have tons of guns there that they sell, but they also, because of the nature of that kind of business and who comes in, they shot and killed the guy, and there was a big trial. They were acquitted. It's so similar in the facts. Not the water bottles or anything, but the parties are similar. And I think the person they shot was a juvenile. I have to find that case.
Can you help me? Because you're saying the mistake of fact. So in the case of Andy and Cyrus and Rick, I can give you just a quick breakdown, and then I'm curious if you could identify, because I think there's like 2 different parts where you might identify. I don't know. I want to know what you think. So the scenario goes, the kid walks into the store. The store is owned by Rick, Alice, and their 23-year-old son, Andy. Okay, Rick and Andy are up front by the register. Alice walks around and watches everybody. So as soon as the kid walks in, Alice approaches him and says, hey, leave your book bag up front. He says, okay. He takes his book bag off, puts it up, leaves it up at the front. He goes in the back. He goes to the water containers. He opens the cooler. You see him take out 4 bottles of water. He's sitting there. He's like moving around for a minute, and then he puts 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. But you don't know if maybe it was 3 or 4. You aren't sure, but you saw him take out water bottles. Okay, the 4 count, and before and after that was a post-fact finding, which I shouldn't have mentioned at this point. So anyway, he goes back. He opens it up. He's taking water bottles out. He puts them back. Now he comes up front without any water, and he goes to pick up his bag. And then Alice says, hey, hold on, what do you got in your pocket? And then he says, I don't have anything in my pocket. And she says, yeah, what's right there in your pocket? And so then he takes his hoodie, because his hoodie with the big pocket up front, and he puts his hands in his hoodie, and he shakes his hoodie, and he's like, I don't have anything in my pockets. And he's like shaking his shirt out, right? And so then she's just like, okay. And so then he walks out he takes his book bag, puts his book bag on, and he just walks out of the store. But Andy, when he heard his mom say that, he had looked over and he saw that there was something heavy in his shirt. So then Andy ran after him, ran across the store, ran out, and Rick, the father, ran right behind Andy, just a couple feet. As soon as Andy gets outside, the kid is at the corner. He opens the door. He takes a right. It's a little short distance. He goes to the corner of the building. He turns the building. Okay. Andy and Rick come out, run out, and then it pans over to the parking lot, and you see the parking lot video footage. And you see the kid starting to walk, and then he turns back, and all of a sudden he starts running, sprinting, and right behind him, sprinting right after him, are Andy and Rick, sprinting right after him, right behind him, across the parking lot, out into the street, okay, up into the street. So then, this is the part where we don't know what happened. So there's assumption, whatever. The story, if we're gonna say what Andy says, Andy and Rick say Andy got there first. So the kid fell. Andy was right on top of him. He saw the kid pick up a gun, point the gun at Andy. Andy threw up his hands and started to back away and said, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, to his dad. His dad then pulls his gun out and shoots the kid. So, now, where would be the mistake of fact? It turns out that he didn't steal any water. Once they go back and they look at the 25 different footage angles that they had in the store, he took out 4 bottles and then he put all 4 back. Okay? And so he didn't have anything on him. He dropped his phone. He ran out of his shoe. He lost his shoe during the chase. He was chased. He was chased. He did have a gun next to him when they got his body. Got to his body. Okay. So what would the mistake of fact be? Would it be that they thought that he had stolen something, and that justified them chasing him and justified their use of self-defense? Or was the mistake of fact that he thought that the kid Cyrus was going to shoot his son?
Okay, so first of all, there's a lot of stuff there. You have, if the son was let's say the son was the initial aggressor of by chasing him, the son retreated. There's a law with respect to, I think I'm using the right term, retreating, where the son, by holding up his hands, he backed off. altercation. That's an important factor also. The son made a determination that whatever aggression was happening by putting up his hands, he de-escalated it. I don't think the water bottles are really the significant part of this. I mean, because even if they had reason to chase him, again, the chase stopped when the son put his hands up in the air. But if they had reason to, I mean, if the father, and with that little fact that you don't know whether all of a sudden he has a gun, and the gun was such that it was, noticeable or showing in the hoodie, or that was what was sticking out of the hoodie, or they had reason to believe that. That's then. I'm not sure where the mistake is. What I'm saying is I don't think that's part of the defense. I think that wasn't a mistake. If they had a reason to believe that they were about to be shot and there was a threat, and it was an imminent threat, and then they hit the reasonableness standard. Like, mistake of fact doesn't really come in. The motivation for chasing, maybe there's a mistake of fact if he didn't steal anything, but he retreated from the aggression by putting his hands up in the air, and he stopped the aggression. And then if the gun was brandished at that point, or the father had a reasonableness of threat, then I don't that doesn't come into play. You follow what I'm saying?
Okay, so let me ask you this then. So
if I'm hearing all your facts straight.
Yeah, so if Andy, the son, is aggressing the kid, okay, or the suspect, and the suspect turns around and he pulls out a gun, right? He doesn't chase Andy. He doesn't shoot at Andy. He just pulls out a gun because he can't run anymore. He lost his shoe. His foot hurts, right? He's running on rocks. God knows what else. And he doesn't want to get beat up or whatever else. So he pulls out a gun. Does he have the right to pull out a gun at that point?
No, he doesn't. And the other thing, when I said the retreat, when did the de-escalation occur? When did the kid hold his hands up? He held his hands up in the air when he saw the gun?
Immediately, he says that as he fell, and then he was right on top of him, and he claims that he took the gun and pointed it at him.
And then the son de-escalated by putting his hands up in the air
and stepping back, and the kid proceeded to get up, right? And he was shot in the lower back. He was shot in his back.
So they had threat that they were going to be shot. I mean, I can see why he got acquitted on this. I mean, you don't see it, but I see it.
So you're saying that
mistake of fact is only really dealing with why the chase happened, and and it would be a defense if that was coming into play, but it's irrelevant. I mean, not irrelevant, but it shows some of the intent to go after him, and it was a reasonable mistake of fact, and especially if something was bulging out of him, that they were chasing him. I mean, maybe they didn't know if he stole anything else either, but again, it sounds like the son de-escalated it.
So I just want to be certain that I heard you right. So the person who fell, Cyrus, he does not have the right to defend himself.
Not with a gun. Not even close. He wasn't. What were they pointing a gun at? Wait, let me just understand this. This is part you didn't tell me. Did they have a gun that they were pointing at him factor here?
Well, I'll tell you.
Does anyone know that?
Well, I'll tell you what I've gotten from the trial. So what I got from the trial is Andy says that he.
I'm talking about Kazi. Kazi's that type of guy that needed to be like, yeah, I'm on a private jet, you know. And then if you walk back 10 feet or you just turn around and you'd be like, we're actually a warehouse. Like, he's not even in a jet right now.
Yeah, I had to go to fucking watch John was always trying to make those. And it's like, I feel like we're doing something out of it. Get across to the people that hate them better and you should.
Yeah, but I'm not also a couple tip that's gonna be like, well, I have to be sensitive about what I'm gonna say, and I have to just choose the right words. And I'm in my own stand. I'm from a different generation. I'm not with this fucking whole shit. Woke for me was in the 80s. Yeah. Rappers were actually singing about positive shit. But you sing off the streets. Yeah, that's gay.
You know, I don't like what you're saying about Kazi because I gave him $1 million and he turned it into 100 million. He's the greatest financial advisor
Oh, he's Donald Trump now.
anyone could ever hope to ask for. And you're right. Sometimes he does get confused whether he's on a private jet or in an empty warehouse trying to sleep for the night. It gets stressful at times when you're at that level of the game.
The fuselage of the jet. And they cut the section of the fuselage out and put it in a fucking warehouse. If you zoom in, it looks like you're on a jet. But in reality, you're in a fucking warehouse. And you're paying somebody $300 an hour to go in and fucking do videos.
Well, I can't spend another night listening to Bima litigate a trial of a shop clerk who stopped a robber who tried to kill him. Bima is so far gone, and I think it's probably because she doesn't go to the gym.
I had this conversation with my dad. The guy who ran the gas station.
His name was Chicky Chow. Chicky Chow.
Yeah, he has shot at 6 people in the last couple years.
Oh, well, shit, man. It's not easy running a fucking business where people come and loot you every day.
No, I get that. But there is also people that are like, you know, like those 2 fucking rednecks that chased down that fucking black guy. The black guy that was just out like fucking jogging and shit, and he just stopped in front of a construction house, and then was like looking at it, and then just fucking went back to his daily jog, and then was chased down by the father and son who shot him with a shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those guys were looking for shit, you know?
Well, this is the problem
I think
with...
I think it was stupid to chase him off the property for 4 bottles of water. If you want to chase him out of the parking lot and grab him, that's one thing. It's another to fucking chase him.
Listen, you don't come to Chicky Chow's convenience shop and take 4 bottles of water, stick them in your bag, put them back, play games, mouth off, walk out. Like, you fuck around with Chicky Chow, you're gonna find out. Don't fuck with me. Please. Don't come to my store and cause me stress. I can't even pay my taxes. This is Chicky Chow.
Well, check this out. Bima ran through this because I wasn't familiar with it. And I was like, Bima, can y'all just fucking tell me a story? And they went through the story, and I thought that they said that the dad ran up, or the son ran up and grabbed him, and that he did not have a gun, but the son yelled to the father that he had a gun, and then the father shot him, even though he didn't have a gun. And I was like, yeah, that's wrong.
No, I think he did have a gun. He did have the jury.
That's what ended up happening. So I ended up getting more clarification, and they're like, no, he did have a gun, and he pulled the gun out and pointed it at them. And I'm like, oh, then he's justified. 110%. I'm like, yeah, if they thought that he was robbing them and they fucking chased him down the street, that doesn't give the right to the fucking guy to point a gun. Like, maybe if the guy's pointing a gun saying, I have a gun and I'm going to shoot you, then maybe the black kid would be justified in pulling a gun. But even then, he has an illegal fucking firearm. And the only reason Rittenhouse wasn't fucking charged was because he brought a rifle across state lines, and because of his age, he was like 17 or whatever, 16, is that in that state, you were allowed to transfer firearms across state lines for hunting purposes and also self-defense as a fucking underage minor.
Do you remember when Kyle Rittenhouse cried on the stand? He was like crying like a retard. Yeah. Do you also remember the judge? How like daffy crazy the judge was at the end of the whole thing because he was like happy that he could like exercise the Second Amendment call. It was beautiful actually. It was great because that's like what America's all about.
Yeah, I don't think Rittenhouse went there with the intent to fucking kill him.
They tried to kill him. They fucking tried to smash his head open with a goddamn fucking skateboard.
He went with the intent to bring the rifle to discourage, violence and riots and shit.
Does it matter? Do you go somewhere without your cell phone? No. In America today, you go with your A6, your A16, A4. I mean, you go ready. You go with your cell phone and you go with your firearm to protect yourself.
Because they'll murder you.
Yeah, which they tried to do.
They'll try to stomp us out of it.
It was the worst summer ever. Was that the summer of 2020?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my God, dude! The BLM riots here were crazy. They robbed the Walgreens by me, and for 3 days they kept robbing it. And so one day I go out there with my camera and I'm just standing there in the sunset. And so this white guy comes up to me. He goes, "Who are you?" I go, "Oh, I live down the street. I'm just concerned about this Walgreens because it keeps getting looted." And as you can see, the windows are blown out and, Schwarzes keep jumping in and out and accessing the pharmacy. And he goes, "Oh, well," he goes, "I'm the alderman." I go, "You're the alderman?" I go, "Where the fuck are the cops?" And he goes, "Oh, we got a lot of problems right now." So this dumb alderman, who's still our alderman, takes a garbage can and puts it next to the window with the hole. And so later that...
an alderman?
It's like an elected official on the council, the city council.
Oh, okay.
So then a few minutes later, he leaves, and then I see a Schwarzer run up, uses the garbage can as a way to get up into the window. I was like, oh, he gave him a fucking ladder, this fucking idiot.
Chicago.
He is a really like strange
I don't know how you
alderman.
can spend another fucking day in that city. Fuck. I get it if you lived in like. Where I just tell people all the time when they want to move to these fucking cities, I'm like, how much money do you have? Oh, I work at Burger King. Well, don't move to those fucking cities. And they're like, what do you mean? I heard Chicago or New York or LA is really nice. And I'm like, yeah, if you have a lot of money. Like, the only reason it was fucking fun in Atlanta is because my parents had a lot of money. Like, it was really fucking nice. We were able to go and do lots of cool stuff. And we were able to live in a really fucking nice neighborhood where there was no fucking crime. But if you're going to move to New York and you work at, like, the fucking gas station, good luck.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I see shit all the time where I'm just like...
house in LA that, yeah, you're living good.
I see shit all the time where I'm just like, thank God that's not me.
Yeah.
Thank God that's not me. Better you than me. Better you than me.
And even here in Lubbock and shit, like, if you live, like, if you live inside the loop, there's constantly fucking shit. Like, there are all kinds of fucking crime and shit like that. You live in a fucking affluent neighborhood like I live in West Texas and shit, my town. There's no fucking crime. Like, the cops have been on our fucking street probably twice in, like, 10 years. And that was, like, some dumbasses that lived, like, a couple houses down that were having, like, domestic shit. And they ended up moving out, and now the cops never come down our street.
Well, you know that movie Taxi Driver with De Niro?
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because, like, he was trying to help the young prostitute. She didn't even want his help. And then when he finally goes into the whorehouse and he murders everybody, he's considered a hero by the press. The press spin it and makes him into a hero. And then the last scene, he sees the blonde again, who he never got to pluck, and she's like impressed with his press release of like murdering all the people in the whore hotel. Travis Bickle. Anyways, Bima is fully retarded. Like, I can't believe. I don't know why they mod her. Like, she is actually a socialist communist. She's not a patriotic American.
Why does Bieber mod her?
Yeah.
Because Bieber wants to fuck her.
Exactly.
That's the only reason she's a moderator. I'm just, one of the biggest things that perturbs the shit out of me and really frustrates me is all these cuckold fucking simp guys. They're like, you can't say a bad word to a woman. It's like, she just said that she hopes my whole family dies in a horrific car accident. And they're like, yeah, but we gotta protect women. You gotta be nice to the women's. And I'm like, what? No. I'm like, she's a bitch. I'm sorry, I wasn't raised by a single mom that I had to fucking protect. Like, my dad was there. He would knock your fucking teeth out if you fucking said shit about my mom. You know, I can be respectful, but fuck, I'm not gonna, like, suck this girl's fucking clit. I'm not married to her. She's not my fucking mom. She's not my wife.
She's pathetic. This app is pathetic. Have you know, I'm reading Ayn Rand, and it talks a lot about moral. Well, have you ever read it? The Virtue of Selfishness? Well, Bima likes to claim that Ayn Rand was her favorite author, and it shaped who she was. And I'm like, bitch, if you ever actually read this, it goes against everything you say all the time. So you clearly didn't comprehend what the fuck you read. And, you know, that's the criticism of this app is if you mention like an author or something, oh, I've read those books, it's like, it doesn't do any justice. It's like, well, let me hear you read one fucking page, you fat pig. Let me hear you read one fucking page about something other than running your fat fucking mouth all fucking night long drinking Kool-Aid.
I told her tonight that got me kicked in the audience. I said, you fucking 89 fucking IQ having to fucking mud shark having to fucking black eyes with their 85 IQs so y'all can have fucking similar conversations. So you're same peer level, you fucking nigger loving orange. Next thing I was in the audience.
Have you ever heard her talk about her boyfriend? She's like, I don't actually see him.
Oh my god, he's such a piece of shit, bro.
She's like, I don't actually see him that often.
Family somewhere.
Yeah, she's so lame.
He's a truck driver. He leaves for like multiple months on end, and then he says he's not able to come back and visit her and shit. She's like, I'm just waiting for my
totally in
bus,
denial.
and I can't wait till he comes back, and I miss him so much. But he told me he can't come and visit me, and he has to stay on the road for 3-4 months. And I'm like, yeah, because he's like fucking going to see his actual wife, you know, with his actual fucking kid somewhere.
And he's swiping right. He's swiping right in every major town. And you know, you're sitting at home on Clubhouse with your mom in the other room.
That's honestly one of the biggest issues I would have if one of my kids, especially if my daughter wanted to date a black guy, was I know how the majority of African American men are.
Mm-hmm.
They are fucking whores.
Yep.
I had a buddy, dude. We were having a house party. You get done with the house party, and my buddy Jay, he's a fucking white guy that's adopted by an Italian family and raised in the fucking hood. So he's like, he's a wigger. And but one of our black friends was there, and he's like, man, I gotta go to my room, man. I gotta get my phone. I gotta call these bitches. And he's got a phone, and it's like a fucking old school like Nextel phone, like a Nokia. And I'm like, why do you have that old Nokia? And he's like, because it holds 10,000 numbers. He's like, I can put as many bitches as numbers I want in this. And he's just like calling every girl that he can, dude. And then he fucks one girl in the fucking garage, and he's out there fucking her. And then he's slipping that. He comes and opens up the front door. He brings one girl into his fucking bedroom. Then he goes back into the garage. He gets that girl, and I'm sleeping on the couch, so I'm watching all this. And he goes and gets the girl out of the garage, takes her out, and then he goes and fucks the girl in the bedroom, and then he gets her out of there, and then he brings another girl back in, and then fucks her. And he fucked 3 different girls that night. And I'm like, this is what Beavis boyfriend's doing. Like, this is the majority of black guys that I know. They're fucking animals when it comes to like, and then the hillbillies and the rednecks down in fucking Annabelle and Appalachia, they're all the same way. All the fucking white racist fucking cracker honkies and shit. They're all just fucking everything that walks to.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they got it from. They adopted all that culture. I used to not understand it. Then I read, you know, the Hillbillyology and Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Thomas Sowell. And I read it like fucking 7 times. And I was like, oh my god, this all makes sense. And I'm literally just looking at it. I'm like, oh my god, he's so fucking right.
Fucking Thomas Sowell.
From the very first day I took office, our administration has waged the most successful war on crime in American history. Last year...
Well, it's not like I really care about Bima. It's not like, you know, if she stopped using the app,
Last year the murder rate...
I would never think of her again. You know, I could care less.
Yeah, but she's the detriment of fucking society. She's a scourge to our fucking civilization.
No, she's not. She's just another fatty loser on a fucking cell phone, sitting in her shitty little room all night long.
I just love how authoritarian she is. Yet she's a fucking... I'm not a socialist. I'm a fucking anarcho-capitalist. And I'm like, no, you're an authoritarian.
Yeah, she
You said
is.
it yourself.
She
And
is.
if you lived in
She's a
Lebanon,
Karen authoritarian.
if you lived in Lebanon, you said yourself,
Yeah.
you would fight for Hezbollah because the Israelis would have fucking bombed you. I'm like, how about not be a fucking murderous, terrorist fucking regime, and then Israel won't fucking bomb you? Like, don't associate yourself with those people.
I think being obese, you know, have you ever seen like an obese person get angry? Like uncontrollable emotional disorder, you know? I mean, it just goes hand in hand with being a big fat dumb person, you know?
Bro, if my brother woke up tomorrow and he went out and fucking murdered a cop and robbed a bank and drove down the road and started shooting people with his fucking AR out the window, I would expect the police to go and fucking kill him.
Yeah.
And the same thing, if I lived in Lebanon and I seen a bunch of murderous Lebanese wanting to kill a bunch of Jews and shit, I'd be like, yeah, they should kill all those people, and I'm gonna get out of here.
Well, that's pretty much again why I could give two shits. And Bima is like a lot of people; they're unredeemable. They can never be changed. They will always be left woke, mind virus, low IQ, but yet claim intellectual intelligence and knowledge and oh, I've read all those books. I know all that information. But yet, when you listen to what they're saying, see, Bima likes to play the role of a fake lawyer. A lot of people like to get their dopamine that way. They sit there and they read.
That's because Abby kicks her ass all the time and she hates it.
But Abby is also pathetic. You know, some supposed successful casino lawyer coming on a stupid conference call app every night, acting like she's the chief clownhouse litigator, using a couple technical terms here and there, then getting yelled at by Florida Man, and she yelled. It's just like everybody here. Like this is what Ayn Rand is talking about. Like you should make moral pronouncements on the way that people spend their time. The way that people spend their time here is so stupid. When you really listen to what people are saying and you think about, oh my God, I'm sitting here listening to this, it's so stupid. It's such an uninventive, non-creative way of spending your time.
John, is it ironic that you're saying this while you're on Clubhouse all the time?
No, because I'm making them. No, because I'm in the top 1%. I read a book today, probably unlike you.
You're making a moral judgment?
Yeah, I'm making a moral pronouncement on you, on Pepe, on Bima. That's right. That's what the book told me I could do. That it's within my right.
I'm trying to think. I didn't read a book today, but I did listen to an audiobook today.
There's nothing like reading. I mean, I recorded myself reading it.
I really enjoy audiobooks just because I can sit and do other things simultaneously.
Well,
I could sit and put headphones in and just listen to audiobook for like 8 hours.
this book is not long. It's literally 150 pages. I'm on page 85, and it's not like it's interesting because it's not like a theology book. I read a lot of philosophy books, but this book is about the expansion of morals and ethics and virtues, and then in the political arena, and you look at the debate, you can question all the content that everybody creates and drafts all the time. It's all bullshit. It's all a fucking scam. All of our politicians, none of them are leaders, none of them are business operators. They're all parasites, and they're all liars. It's unbelievable.
I would say half my books are either space operas or like sci-fi shit, and the other half are educational stuff.
I got you can get the entire Mark Twain collection on Audible. It only costs you 1 credit. And right now you can get Audible for $6.99 a month.
Yeah,
Gives you
but
1 credit. And you
it's.
can get, I think it's like 130 hours long of all the Mark Twain books ever.
I wonder if there's a way to like take a photograph of a page and then just do like photo to audio. You know.
Yeah, there's an app for that. You so what you do is you take a picture of the front cover of the book, and then you place the phone on the book, and then it starts reading the entire book to you. Because all the books are held in the library.
Yeah.
You know. But it's a subscription based, I'm guessing, app. But yeah, you can do the same thing with 9 grand thing. You just take a picture of the cover of the book, set the phone down, and hit play, and it'll start reading. It'll find the book on from the photo, and it'll reverse whatever you call it, Google image search, and then find the book, and then it'll start reading it. It'll narrate it, but you can actually narrate it. You can have it narrated in different voices, like Eminem or Snoop Dogg or President Trump, all kinds of stuff. I just usually use Audible. I got a bunch of the Bill O'Reilly books and stuff about World War II and Vietnam, all kinds of stuff. Lincoln, JFK. Wait, have you read Dr. Thomas Sowell's work or not? Like,
No.
Black Rednecks and White Liberals?
No, I just seen a lot of his YouTube videos.
Oh my god. Okay, so if you want to cheat on it, go on to YouTube and type in Thomas Sowell, Black Rednecks and White Liberals. It actually comes up with a video up near the top. And it'll say it's like 15 hours long or 13 hours long, something. And it has the picture in the center of the cover of the book. And then if you hit play on that, it's actually from Audible. Somebody uploaded like the 13 or 15 hour audio book from Audible on there. So that way you can listen to the entire thing and not have to pay for it. It's phenomenal, dude. He talks about the Tuggsville, all that kind of shit. It's fucking crazy. You ever heard the expression, it's all my bacon?
No.
So there's an old saying, or an old expression, it took all my bacon, or I'm bringing the bacon home, or whatever. That expression comes from people on the Mississippi who used to get in these, what do you call them, broiler boats. They would be in these steamboats, and the fucking people would race the fucking steamboats down the Mississippi. And there's a story of this woman. She took, they kept feeding the broiler and filling it, and they ended up, were about to lose the race, and then she took like her $500 worth of fucking bacon, and she told the broiler man to throw the bacon in there. And so he takes the bacon and throws it in, and it pushes the fucking boat past it. They win the race, but at the very end, the entire fucking boat explodes, and it blows people's arms and hands and feet off and shit. People died, and she said, I won, but it took all my bacon. It was an old white lady. Yeah, the book actually starts out, it says in 1917 in Indianapolis, there's a letter posted on a door for an apartment for rent. It says, these people are uncouth, good for nothing, lazy, loud, rambunctious, don't pay their bills, and it's got this entire fucking rant. And at the very bottom, it says, no white Southerners allowed. And the correlation he's trying to make, or the correlation he's trying to show, is that white Southerners were treated the same as black Southerners in that era, when the Great Migration of people from the South came in for the industrialization. But nobody wanted the fucking hillbillies up there.
I saw videos of black families that moved into apartment buildings in Chicago from the South. And after they got into their units, they were like, this sucks. I kind of like my house in Mississippi better than this shitty apartment. And the landlord just raised the motherfucking rent on us. What the fuck?
Well, I'll tell you the biggest issue that we have in city shit, and you probably see it even more in fucking Chicago, is what you were getting at is that people in the fucking worst neighborhoods will go out, get an education, get a fucking decent paying job, and then they move into the fucking nicer neighborhood into the suburbs. And guess what they do? Do they show up and fucking not get in trouble and fucking stay out of fucking trouble and not fucking shoot up the place and steal shit? Nope. They show up and they're fucking do the same fucking shit that they were doing in the fucking shitty downtown. So you'll only drive through it and be like really nice neighborhood, and then there's just a fucking rundown, raggedy shit fucking house. It's like, $300,000, which is a lot in fucking West Texas. And you'll find this house and it's just got dilapidated, beat up fucking cars in the grass knee high. And then you just sit there long enough and you'll see the black people come out and they're all like ghetto black people, and you're like, okay, that makes sense. Never mind.
Okay, I asked, what are the top 10 extracts from Thomas Sowell's work and research? It says number 1 is no solutions, only trade-offs. 2, scarcity rules economics. 3, knowledge reveals your ignorance. 4, truth helps people, flattery doesn't. 5, who decides is greater than what is best. 6, procedure is greater than outcomes for bureaucrats. 7, progress often ditches what works. 8, unaccountable power is reckless. 9, preferences turn equality into discrimination. 10, intellectual excuse socialism's flops. Oh, intellectuals excuse socialism's flops.
So see, he has a bunch of different types of like subjects that he does. He does like he's a world-renowned economist and a historian, and so he has the economic, can't get the fuck word out. Economist type of books that he writes, economic books that he writes, and then he also has like the historical and then the cultural. So specifically asked about like what's the best takeaway from like black rednecks and white liberals.
Mm-hmm.
That book is one of my. I've read a lot of his books and stuff. I've got like 10 or 15 that I've read, but black rednecks and white liberals I've read like fucking a boatload of times. Well, like I say, I haven't read it physically because I can't. I don't have the time to sit down and just fucking sit, smoke a ball, and be like, I'm just gonna read this book for the next 3 hours.
I know,
The world is burning, bro.
Because
I got a fucking wife. I got a wife and 3 kids.
yeah, I know. You know why you can't do it is because literally every word takes 1 second.
What'd you say, John?
I said the time, because I record myself reading, so you can actually break it down to like how many words per minute, etc. And then, so it does take a long time to actually get through material, but the value.
But on speed, I understand speed, I don't know, but did you comprehend the book? Did you chew it and then digest it?
Well, that's one of my points is that some people will claim they're reading, but the comprehension just isn't there, and it doesn't reflect in their conversations here.
Just talking about Bima.
Bima! If you're not working every day to stop structural white racism, you are part of the problem! This conversation right now is stopping white structural racism!
Who's this?
Bima! Be master of your emotions!
Fat white girl that fucks black guys.
Yeah.
Oh, that white girl that fucks
That's a
black
type.
guys? I'm dead, bro.
That white Italian girl.
I'm dead, bro.
It's
a very specific type.
Mud shark, yeah.
It's mud sharks, yeah. I was gonna say.
Yeah, coal burners, mud sharks.
Mud sharking!
The one I always heard when I was growing up was mud shark's a white chick who fucks black guys. And it's kind of like ghetto.
Mud shark. What's the
Super
unpack
ghetto.
for me? Maybe like she's a great white
shark
that's
that
in
lives,
the mud?
A shark that lives in the mud, yeah, around the mud areas.
But like, why is she the shark? Is she like eating up all of the black men she dates?
I guess, but I think
it's shark. She's the white shark.
Right, but then the mud is like the black environment, you're saying?
The black people. Yeah, the black
That's just like a weird one. Like, I've
I've heard Oreo. I think
No, they do that for a reason too. They kind of
Oreo is a
Oreo.
no, they do that.
White on the inside, yellow or black on the outside. That
They do that to kind of evade from, I guess, or the guardrails of prejudice or racism, I guess, on the internet. So they kind of make this other term.
Just mud shark. That's like weak, right?
No, but that's another term, like how they do juice box, like juice for Jews, right?
Juice box. Oh, that's just because juice sounds like Jews. Like
Michael,
yeah,
how about coal burner? Coal burner.
Yeah, coal burner. Yeah.
Coal burner is what? Someone who kills by setting them on fire.
You burn what is it? You burn the coal.
Coal burner's coal burner's white chicken fucking that also.
Yeah.
Why is that a coal burner?
It's a coal burner. That's how it is. Look it up on the go on X and just type in coal burner and then type in mud shark. You'll see.
Oh, yeah, I just never heard these terms. I think these are like lame ass terms.
Smoke jumper. Smoke
jumper, like you're jumping smoke.
Yeah, you're jumping onto the
These
smoke.
are terrible like terms. There's a reason these haven't caught on.
Can we just say nigger lover?
Oh my god, no.
I mean that at least has a historic pedigree to it, right?
Nigger lover?
That one has been used longer than the term mud shark.
Don't use that term right now, please.
Booga booga.
I'm not.
No.
Okay, the term coal burner is a derogatory and offensive slang term used to describe a non-black person, most commonly a woman, who is romantic or sexual relations.
Oh, I understand. Okay,
the phrase is rooted in racism and colorism, acting as a label.
Okay, but I get it. You're saying like any like coal worker we know is always covered in coal.
Yeah.
You're just saying like if there's a person that's like non-black hanging out with black, they're gonna be kind of black. That's what you're saying.
If you roll around in the bed.
Is it true that the Jews invented isms?
Sure, why not?
Probably.
We're definitely the best at the tism.
Well, that's for sure.
We actually do have the highest rates of autism of any group on Earth. The second is actually the second
byproduct of being smarter than everybody else.
The second one is the Bedouins.
That's cool. Bedouins are hardcore. I love those guys. I'd hang out with them all day.
You know what the median IQ of Saudi Arabia is? 81.
Yeah, I know. We were discussing this. It was sad. They're bringing down the global average intelligence.
Oh yeah, you were here. I remember now. You jumped on Marie.
I dipped. I'm still, settling the kids post Hawaii.
Oh yeah, you went to Hawaii. That's right. How was it? Was it fun? Nice.
Yes, I just got back. Yesterday morning, I think technically.
2 weeks there or no?
1 week.
Oh, okay.
Where'd you go? The Hawaii Big Island or Oahu?
Wait, what kind of white or black is Sangre?
He's Mexican.
He's Mexican.
Yeah, I'm a first generation, so I dropped out of college. I'm a little retarded.
Booga booga.
I majored in the School of Hard Knocks and in the trades.
So black coffee.
Hey, bro.
Sangre.
What's good?
Low IQ?
Low IQ, but high EQ.
Not for you. Low IQ and low EQ. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about.
He means me.
No. Other people.
Yeah, I have a 141, so it doesn't apply.
Yeah, I know. But I don't know.
I've never mentioned any.
It does go down over time as the dementia and Alzheimer's sets in. You're gonna start slipping. What are you gonna do? Read a book?
John, did you know that I might have a rare genetic mutation?
Mm-hmm.
What's it called, Val?
DEC2 gene.
Yeah, there you go.
What is that? Like, I like to make death threats on John Kitover's YouTube live and get his accounts deleted. Is that the retardation gene you're talking about?
Was that Sangre?
What? Oh, no. Sorry, John.
Oh, no. John's talking about me and...
Gotta turn the volume down. Let the evil pass.
kind of like when BB's like, bro, I made you a mod. I can't believe you boomed the room. Bro, I told you that I made a Buttercup account. I can't believe you told everybody. I'm like, bro, I told you in the back channel. Don't fucking trust me. Do not fucking tell me shit you don't want me to repeat, because I'm going to repeat it. I'll do it solely just for the fucking troll. Like this, pal. John, you there?
Thomas has ODD.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're there, John?
Thomas, you have ODD.
John, check your profile. Or check the screen, John.
What is that? Oppositional defiance disorder?
He left Instagram and now it's been streaming on TikTok.
Highest average IQ is.
You can move everybody in the audience right now. You're gonna send fucking bullshit for the next 3 hours.
This is my house, actually.
The Church of Buttercup, yeah.
What are you clipping?
It's keychain.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving to Boca.
Really? I told you where to move, John. You don't listen.
I was looking at used cars in Boca because my favorite car is the Mercedes CLK 320 or 430 convertible, like the old one.
Why?
I don't know. I used to own it. I used to own one, so I just like.
Oh, was it like a first car? Like a favorite car?
I used to work for a guy who had one, and I used to drive it around the city in the summertime, and
Right.
so it's very nostalgic.
No, I hear you.
Don't move here, please. Please don't move here.
John, where do we talk about you need to move?
I don't know. Where did you say?
Come on, John.
I don't
The
know.
only state that you need to move to.
I don't know.
Same place I'm trying to get Rafi to move to.
I thought you left Florida, Mike.
No. I
You're
love
still there?
Yeah, I'm such
Dude.
What's wrong with Florida?
You
Man?
have that pit.
What? Why is Florida a pit?
Yeah, go to
What?
Texas.
Florida's great. What are you talking
Find some
about?
of those big women.
Oh, yeah.
Big Texas state.
You can fulfill your Dominican ancestry. I don't know how you got hung up on the idea that I'm Dominican, but it's funny. Whatever. Some kind of Latin.
Yeah, no, he's got something Latin.
Yeah, some ching chong shit. So.
Ching chong, really? That's your sense of Latin? Come on, you're talking about your mother
What are
here.
you talking about? He's a diaspora.
Where's your mother from?
It's Florida, guess.
Yeah, yes. Cuba. No, that's no, getting there.
Okay, so you're gonna say not Cuban, not Puerto Rican, and he's crazy for thinking Dominican.
Oh yeah, I'm not island. He's thinking island. I'm not. Are you Mexican?
Okay, so you're saying you've got like some Mexican pride against the fucking island scum.
Yeah.
I'm not. By the way, 100% island dwellers are weird. Like, don't trust them. They're weird.
Yeah, I mean, he's got plenty of it.
Hey, Bao, I have to confess to you.
Yeah.
I'm a white Mexican Hispanic extreme nationalist. Like,
buddy, you got some mestizo in your blood, man. I seen your fucking photos. You got mestizo in you, man.
Oh, and what? You're like a pure-blooded Native American?
Listen to me.
No, he's like fucking shit.
Fucking
The Sangre is like fucking Che Guevara.
The Sangre is
Whoa, slow down. What pissant thinks he and his people should have taken over the world?
Bro, after Pearl Harbor, why did we give anyone else a chance? We dropped an atomic bomb. We knew what we could do. Why the fuck didn't we keep going? We should have took over France.
Sangre definitely has.
Should have took over.
Sangre has.
Argentina.
Dude,
Canada.
Okay, slow down. Slow down, buddy. You're a little dumb. We did. America did conquer the world. They own the ocean. They manage the air. And they allow what occurs on the planet.
Yeah. That's true. You sure about that?
You're just like dumb.
Yeah, you take that. You like that.
Makes a This is
listen. I'm like a minor shareholder in the American apparatus that conquered the world, but like we all can be honest here. We're speaking English, and I detect American accents. We know that America controls the world.
The beauty about Big Zed is the fact that he's able to cut through all the bullshit and he romanticizes the real facts, and it's really good how he actually.
Hold on. Michael, we have that.
Is romantic. It is the most successful war in crime in American history. Last year, the murder rate showed the single largest decline ever recorded, falling to the lowest level in 125 years. We've reduced the fentanyl coming across our border by 60% from Washington to Memphis to New Orleans to our southern border. We are restoring law and order to America. Now we're taking our next big step to defend public safety in America. In that direction, the Department of Justice is beginning work we're calling the Model Cities Initiative to slash violent crime in major metropolitan areas all across our country. In selected cities, the Department of Justice will provide $300 million in grants to hire police officers, modernize equipment, provide training, and improve law enforcement. This historic funding will go to confronting substance abuse, preventing youth crime, and combating repeat offenders. In short, we're committed to making historic investments in improving the quality of life of city residents nationwide. For the next 90 days, any city or local government representing a population of more than 100,000 people can apply to take part in this exciting new program. It's amazing. Tell your local representatives to apply now by going to www.justice.gov/grants. With your help, we will put more police on our streets, and we will put dangerous criminals behind bars where they belong, and we want to keep them there. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good time. You're amazing people.
The idea of America First is a disgrace to the Federation of States. Every single citizen should be in favor of their state first.
Well, of course.
America second.
Good for you, sir. I'm gonna lobby for you. How much money do you need? Are you for sale?
He works for
Yes, I'm a Jewish attorney from New York. In what capitalist world am I not offering my services for sale?
Well, I'm Mexican. The Jew, what happens when the white guy and the Jew...
Mexicans also offer their services for sale. And by the way, Mexicans do great work. Have you seen Mexico?
loves you.
Yes.
Mexico's amazing.
It's coming up, to go on.
They've got like cultural weak points, but everyone has cultural weak points. The Germans have cultural weak points, the British have cultural weak points, the French are fucking assholes. The Mexicans have some drawbacks, but they are good. Mexicans do good fucking work.
There you go. In lawn care.
Terrifying. Okay, look, hey, America as a garden of Eden of Earth that God gave us was maintained better than Europe. Europe is covered in stone and roads and aqueducts and rats.
Really? By Mexicans.
Fucking Europe. So don't criticize the Mexican gardeners. Yes, they garden better than you fucking European.
Yeah, I agree. That's why.
It's the patience. It's the patience.
And they're better at the job. What do we want?
Yeah. It's
they're better at
and you should see their architecture. Their architecture is way better.
Mexicans love lawyers too. We like to.
Well, the Mexicans need to interact with the law a lot. The Mexican indigenous Spanish history is reckoning with the English law.
Shout out to the Mexican bar lawyers.
Hell yeah. The Desperados, I think of them as. I don't think I have any Mexican attorneys on our team. We should get some.
You can convert to Mexican. Mexico was an empire. You can convert to Mexicanism.
No, if you research Mexican history, they're the Mexican states of America. They have multiple states as well. They actually modeled their system after the American Federation of States. With I saw this in their like little Mexican history performance. Some people from New York
called Yorkers. So they asked some Yorkers, hey, how did you form a federation of states? And then with the train, up and down, they united the different regions into the Federated States of Mexico.
Mm.
So
It was a French.
Mexican is not an ethnicity or a race. It is a federal union like the Americans.
I think I read they like to celebrate their Independence Day, but the French came back and conquered them, like destroyed their independence. I think it was like Napoleon's brother or his son or something. I can't remember the story.
Well, every country has to deal with wars. They're a young country. Young countries get their ass kicked. It's amazing. What can you do?
No more Mexicans. Gay Mexicans and Mexican women left. That's about it.
So what do you think's gonna happen with Iran? Like, are they just gonna simmer and then we're gonna attack them again in a couple of years and just like keep doing this prairie cleansing where we light it on fire so new grass can grow every couple of years? Hello?
I don't know. I'm confused with this whole. I'm not even. I've completely checked out. I'm not even paying attention to most of it.
Me too.
You're like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Donald Trump came on television at 2 a.m. and said we're all going to war with Iran. We killed 100,000 of them, and now we're giving them $300 billion to rebuild the country.
Yeah,
Hello?
So we're officially at war, kind of, sort of. Even though we've been at war. But
Oh yeah, I mean it's just normal business, everyday business. We just drop a bomb on the head of the Ayatollah.
John, do we have any boots on the ground or no?
Dude, we got advisors and CIA operators over there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, aside from intelligence, I mean, like actual infantry, are we like boots on the ground, or is it just still air and water?
If it wouldn't surprise me if Donald Trump surprises the world and fucking invades the country.
You know what's the war we don't hear about that I'm interested in? Satellite warfare.
It's a big thing. It's been a big thing for a long time. I had a sponsor family in college. He was the president of Eastman Kodak. They were extremely wealthy, Jesuits. And I said, what was the biggest product line when you were at the head of Eastman Kodak in Rochester? And he said, the spy satellites. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, SATCOM, satellites, spy satellites, communications, all that shit. Because if you get back on communication, I mean, I don't know, are we really headed towards World War III? Like
they say your Wi-Fi router is actually capable of deciphering and detecting who you are without even like using a device. Like your Wi-Fi, just your basic home Wi-Fi router.
Based on frequency and
so you're telling me, it sounds like to me like alien technology, bro. Like,
no, it's actually pretty easy technology. It just uses a certain frequency to determine. I mean, like the Wi-Fi can essentially like figure out like who's in the room.
Alien technology is not complicated. They just generally use bolt cutters.
I got a job working. Doing what? I was in IT, working for security.
That's pretty cool. Where?
Fort Lauderdale, and then until Spirit Airlines got fired or got let go.
Oh shit! You were working with Spirit? Did you get like tanked in one day?
Yeah.
Oh shit! That's so cool.
Oh man, my bad, bro.
Yeah, I lost it.
What happened? Like at some point, your supervisor just sent out a mass email. We're all done.
Well, I got fired. I got let go like just before all this happened.
Okay, right.
And then like I didn't like I was like what? Like
how long before?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Right.
And then I was working there for like almost 3 months, and then that was it. Like boom.
3 months and then down to 2 weeks dead.
Dead, just like that.
Amazing. A Florida story.
Dude, I've been so sick of it. I've been sick of this shit, and that's another reason why I want to get out of here.
Okay, so what are you doing something now, or you're just like close Spirit?
Just freelancing and just.
I hear you.
I hate it.
I might have a project for you. Reach out to me. Send me an email. Got it.
Yeah, I do.
There you go, Mom.
Okay, good. I got a project and I think you'd be good for it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mixon.
Actually, no, thank you for being part of Spirit. Did you ever fly Spirit?
No, I worked for the airport. Like I was a contractor for the airport, and
and then like just that whole division that was like on the one side, on the one end of it, like because I mean they would take care of the whole airport, but my department was like in that terminal, and they just let go of a few of us, and we're just like scratching our heads like what the fuck, like what the hell, and boom, and then we just figured it out like after 2 weeks. I was like, oh, well, they laid off like the entire terminal, gone, just like that. And that including, Spirit, because they went bankrupt. There's nothing to service within those 2 terminals, so. Yeah, I worked right above Spirit, actually.
I have a tenant who worked for Spirit, but she got picked up by Southwest, and she's still late on her rent.
How much were you making, if you don't mind me asking? Like, or was it commission or hourly commission salary?
I mean, here in Florida, for Florida, this is actually a good salary. I was making $80,000 a year, so
That's not bad.
for Florida, it's not bad. And given
In Chicago, that's nothing over here.
no, it's nothing of it. I mean, we got no state tax and no state income tax and all that.
We're getting rates here in Illinois with taxes.
Yeah, but I also was getting benefits too, which is fucking amazing.
$85K a year is $1,000 a week after taxes.
About 50. I was getting about
200 a day.
5,500.
You gotta get up.
Truck driver, and we're halfway through the year. Right now, before taxes, I'm at 47,000. But I've been taxed already 16,000 out of it. So yeah.
Wait, you got taxed 16,000 out of 46 that you made for the year,
Yeah.
and your taxi, you're saying?
Not a W, but it's a W-2. I used to do 1099. I didn't pay much in taxes.
But now you're doing W-2?
Yeah.
So you got hired as like a taxi in like a company?
Repeat that again? What was that?
You're a driver for a company now, whereas before you were freelance?
company. Yes, yeah. Free agent, freelance, independent contractor. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the mileage you go through? Is it Is it just the
I
interstate?
think he said he's a truck driver, guys.
Yeah, but where?
Truck. I thought he said taxi.
No, truck.
No, trust
Oh,
me.
okay.
Are you city, state, region, or national? Like
Yeah, how do you drive? How far?
I'm local
Which state?
city. I have 15 years of experience, both
cool.
driving and as a petrol engineer and as a mechanical engineer. So
Oh, you got some specialty driving licenses?
Yes, I have Class A and former training with such companies as John Deere, Toyota, Nissan. What's that one fucking big cat engine, the C16?
But you're saying the new W-2 is now like biting away all your tax, all your profit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to do this.
The employee relationship. We could use some stronger unions, right?
Oh man, I wish Florida had.
I am in the union. I get charged $180 a month.
Does it help? Does the union help you at all?
Protecting me from. I've seen. I mean,
why doesn't it help you with the taxes? Why doesn't it help you get an independent thing and force your boss to recognize you as an independent contractor, but give you all the perks of being an employee?
Yeah, the union.
Politics. Fuck you, politics. Where's my fucking mob?
It's corrupt. The union's corrupt, bro. They just take my money and do the bare minimum.
The fucking unions.
I filed
Unions are worthless without the goddamn mob.
I filed an EEOC complaint against Scott Besant and the IRS and the Treasury Department. So the union that I was in, the National Treasury Employees Union, they refused to represent me for the sexual harassment claims that I brought. And so the judge with the
You wanted to hire their attorneys to sue your employer over a sexual harassment claim you were making against your employer?
Correct.
Okay.
So they refused to represent me, and then I wrote a letter to the
Just
president.
hire someone. Hire an attorney if you have a good case.
Well, anyways, I wrote a letter to the.
So, like, if you don't have a good case, they're not going to just give you an attorney because you're a member of the union.
Yeah, they said that they said they did not believe I would win. I would be successful based on my
They don't want to waste their lawyer's time. The lawyer bills them. He's doing important things for them.
I know, but I just wanted to get the satisfaction of calling them out via email saying I paid 5 years and you guys didn't do shit.
Okay, I get that.
And the manager.
Shit, that's a good complaint.
And the manager would specifically say, I fucking hate the union. Everybody there is useless. The guy told me on the first day, don't join the union. It's a waste of fucking money. And I brought that up in the email. I said, this is the guy that you're not going to help me do.
Listen, a union sucks unless you and all of your coworkers agree that working there sucks. Then the union is perfect.
It does protect you from companies using employers to. I've seen the union.
Exactly, they act as like a watchdog.
There was
once you got people that can report and look into things, you know, it keeps things chiller.
Well, you know, you can.
Too busy, you know.
You can unionize as tenants. If you live in an apartment building, you can unionize as tenants. But when you go,
I agree with you. Like, if I'm throwing money at a thing, I don't want it to just be a boogeyman to scare my employer into being nicer to me. I want some teeth. I want to fucking
Yeah.
I want to see that the money's going towards something, not just like preventing abuses I can't yet imagine.
well, the union turns out to actually just be a front group for the IRS. They don't actually. They have this national charter called the NTU National Charter.
Something of a tax.
I'm saying it's like an integrated system. They
in with the state.
no, the union
When you get a
is.
lot of bodies together, you get voting power.
It's a political organization basically. And they only endorse Biden. They fucking hate Donald Trump. It's just a bunch of liberals.
Marvel fans, Disney fans, Pixar fans, all voters.
Yep.
That's what people don't understand exactly about like the propaganda engine. It's not just about producing like great content. It's also about controlling the minds of the people that control the world, which is what we were talking about with America.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But this is good. I'm glad you're available. Spirit exploded so quick. It was kind of satisfying because that is such a shitty airline.
Wasn't it?
I flew them once to Florida.
Not as bad as you would think. I mean,
Yeah.
Not as bad as you think. That should be their tagline. Not as bad as you think.
Like I said, I mean, I'd be uncomfortable for a 2-hour flight for $99.
Yeah.
Everyone is uncomfortable for a 2-hour flight.
Exactly.
It's a flight. There's buses.
It's a flight for less than $99 round trip.
And you can have a shitty bus line that sucks. It happens. And, you know, it can be trying to hold at the very, very bottom of the margin. And yeah, that's going to be the first thing that goes when things hit a bump in the road.
Well, no, Joe Biden refused to allow JetBlue to buy them out. So Joe Biden's responsible for the fucking collapse. Piece of
that would have
shit.
been cool if JetBlue bought it. That would have been a good merger.
Yeah, what's the problem with letting that transaction happen? Why the fuck are
It won't. Dude,
Who says it won't? They just liquidated. It's over.
It doesn't mean death, you crazy idiots.
Yeah, we get that. But I'm just saying that things as were. I mean, it's a disillusioned, liquidated organization. It's over.
No, it's a bunch of agreements that they can't pay their creditors. So then someone else that can will work out and finance a deal and then take the planes and the routes and all of the infrastructure, and then you'll have JetBlue, now Spirit, the Blue Spirit or whatever. Who gives a shit? They have 1 million airlines.
Yeah, I know. I think the primary investor was Citadel. They were the ones keeping it afloat.
It's a penny pinching thing. Like, you go for bargain basement. Like, listen, you got to be like, there's techniques about bargain basement that aren't so susceptible, like Costco, and they have different techniques that like interestingly work, counterintuitive half the time. But like, yeah, bankruptcies happen. I just think it's hilarious when they do.
Well, I just wish I could go back to the 8th grade and I could have read a book called Lawyers Run the World. Join them or die by them.
Lawyers don't run the world.
You don't think so? Ramona Shalom runs it?
Dude, we're hired.
You wanted to write a book that says Jews run the world?
Jews don't run the world either. Listen, what I'm trying to say is lawyers are closer to the mechanisms that run the world because the old wealthy families and interests controlling states, rivers, bridges, those industries require lawyers in every generation to update their paperwork. So attorneys are closer to the wheel. But they don't control it. They're just hired to make make sure the wheel keeps spinning.
So you're admitting you're a corrupt.
I'm not corrupt. I help the world keep spinning. I'm part of the natural order.
He's just saying that he's a dreidel spinner. He spins the letters on the dreidel. That's his magic. So he does it.
I keep the money flowing.
Oh, really?
So, who do you think's going to run for presidency in 2028?
J.D. Vance, obviously.
Didn't he say he's going to step aside? He's not going to run.
No, they're just playing games like theater.
He's
right?
Peter Thiel's
They don't
boy.
have any, who else has name recognition? What, Rubio?
Marco.
Rubio. I was thinking.
No, yeah, you Florida psychopaths. Yeah, who else? Ted Cruz?
Fuck you.
Idiots.
No.
Cool as fuck.
Dude, Marco Rubio's pulled his weight and he's proved his worth.
100%. And the Republicans come together with a nice big fight, but the guy that can hold the stage. But listen, I'll tell you this. Republicans, they run it like a sports show. They'll look at the debates and they'll look at the gaffes. And yeah, you might get a surprise, but J.D. Vance is definitely running. And he's the presumptive lead, in my opinion. You think so? I think he's the inheritor of the Trump brand, unless one of the Trumps run, which is crazy. I don't think that's going to happen.
Is that a lot of people's perspective or a very few?
The only alternative I see is if a Trump tries to run.
I've heard some
Because you gotta understand that the brand is bigger than even Donald Trump.
I heard his son is going to run. It's like I think it's kind of crazy conspiracy about father's gonna run.
Barron is already taller than the rest of his family.
Oh my god, he's fucking
monster, that kid. Oh man. He could run in what, 5 years?
No, he's not 21, 22 now.
Okay, so he needs 10 years.
Dude, he's autistic. I don't think he'll be. I don't think.
Doesn't matter, buddy. You gotta think in terms of monarchy. It's the Trump brand.
I'm tired of being on
Yeah, bro.
You should be.
Listen, I saw Hillary Clinton's daughter, Chelsea.
Nobody wants the Clintons.
No, what I'm saying is Chelsea Clinton gave a speech at the Jewish Federation, and everybody hated it because she was talking about diarrhea in the Congo and malaria. And then Trump's daughter, Ivanka, came and gave a speech, and it was the most intelligent, beautiful, wonderful speech ever
That's amazing.
heard.
She's beautiful.
She's a very good communicator.
Okay, guys, slow down. What would you say about Ivanka for president?
Oh yeah, that's a win.
I could vote for that personally.
Oh yeah, first female president.
The first American president, make it a Trump.
Oh, she'd be so good too.
The first female president, make it a Trump. Do you know, we went to the Capitol building. There's a sculpture they have of 3 pivotal women of women's rights history, including women's suffrage. I think what was the later one? Civil rights, I think. But they have an unfinished stone there waiting for the first female American president, which has yet to occur. And when that occurs, they'll get it. I would love for that stone to be chiseled the face of Ivanka Trump. Either her or my daughter, whichever gets there first. But I can vote for Ivanka.
Yep. She's a winner. She's
She's
star.
a winner. First Jewish female president.
Wow.
And she's a Trump.
Oh my god.
Her last name will be Kushner, no?
President Kushner.
Bush ever.
She
And then we'll
really is
chisel her
hot.
face into marble in the U.S. Capitol Dome.
Oh, it'll be the greatest years of American history.
Come on, I'd vote for her.
You would vote for Michelle Obama?
Just
Michelle Obama? I'd consider that vote, yeah.
fucking everyone by voting for her.
Why in the world would you consider voting for her? She's a fucking communist, liar, she's a criminal, she's a trans.
I don't know, because she's cool and she's managed the limelight better than most.
Really?
Michelle Obama, yeah. What gaffe did she have? Oh, I'm sorry. Did she let her husband create a national disgrace by sleeping with a Jewish intern from California? Was that Michelle Obama? Did Michelle Obama conceal her husband's senility while being a medical doctor to the American public, and then get this, a week ago, publish a book about it?
Have you ever read her Wikipedia page where it says she's a CIA agent and her first job was at
Michelle Obama?
Yeah, she went to Columbia and got recruited by the
That's
CIA
awesome. I
right
would love
afterwards.
if she was in the CIA. That would make me respect her so much more.
Yeah, you can look it up. It's on her Wikipedia. Her and Barack, they met
It could be
at a
Barack's,
CIA think tank.
he's connected by his family. Like, he was in those fucking circles, those, like,
Yeah.
dark clubs.
Yep, his mom was a CIA honey
Fucking
pot.
country clubs, the summer retreats by the cabin.
No, his mom was a whore. She used to spread her pussy for intelligence. That's what Barack was saying. Obama's mama did. She was a CIA
That would be his mother, not his
prostitute.
wife.
Yeah, his mom was a CIA prostitute whore. Those are the values of our president.
I don't know anything about his mother.
I don't need to go prove it. I've already seen
It's
the
still
proof.
impressive, though.
You could look it up if you want.
How do you know she's spreading her legs for intelligence? Maybe she's just gathering intelligence while spreading her legs like a liberated woman from America.
So what happened? His grandma. Okay, Barack Obama's grandmother was a bank financier in Honolulu, Hawaii.
That makes more sense.
Through what we found out through FOIA, we found out through unredacted information that was released that his grandmother worked in Honolulu and also funded kill squads in Indonesia and Nigeria and Kenya and stuff like that for the CIA.
Why?
Because the CIA would want to fund stuff like that, and then they would get in contact with her, and then she would finance money to those different groups. I think they were doing it for, for example, like Lolo Santoro, the guy in Indonesia, ran a kill squad in Indonesia, and she would
So what
fund
you're
like
saying
his
is that
operations
she
for the CIA.
had enough of a government connection to facilitate CIA funding
She worked for the CIA and
of
funded
militias abroad.
Yeah, and she funded militias abroad.
That's not- how is that
She
a
worked
whore?
directly for the Central Intelligence Agency. That's what was released.
How is that a whore? How is that a whore? Fuck you.
I'm not saying she's a whore. I never said that. This
Okay,
is
good.
rich.
You're saying this is the mother of the president. You're
No,
like
this
saying,
is her
she's a
grandmother.
whore for the CIA.
No,
Didn't
grandmother.
you? I thought. What do you mean you didn't say? Weren't you the one that said
Grandmother.
she spread her pussy? That was you.
No,
wasn't
that's
it?
John. That's John.
I'm sorry. It was John.
This is
John,
rich,
fuck
yeah.
you, John.
No. It was the grandmother.
Well, you don't have to say fuck you. I mean, I can show you the pictures of his mother spreading her pussy lips. For the CIA. You want to see the pictures? You want to see the dirty pictures?
She ended up funding kill squads in Indonesia for Lolo Santoro.
Okay,
And
good.
he
That's
ended up
good.
becoming. He ended up becoming. I know the grandmother was the one who was doing all this, working with the CIA, funding kill squads.
What
And then
was your
Lolo
background? She
Santoro-
came from Kenya and she settled in Hawaii. Was she military?
No, she was white.
She was white. Okay.
Yeah, this is
What was
his
she doing in
mom's mom.
Hawaii?
She lived in Honolulu.
Why?
I don't fucking know. Her family's
From where?
Kansas. Her family's
How did a
from
Kansas person get to Hawaii and when?
I don't know. She moved to fucking Hawaii.
Who? When? Her parents? Her family? Herself?
Fucking
Did
no.
she marry? How did the fucking Kansas end up in Hawaii? You
Barack
idiot.
Obama's grandmother. This is rich.
That's fine.
John Kitover.
That's fine. I'm just asking. If you want to say that his grandmother was a Kansas bred
No, her
Dorothy
ancestry.
Gale from
Her
fucking
ancestry
Wichita.
was from Kansas. Her ancestry was from Kansas. She lived in Hawaii. Don't know how the fuck she ended up there. She
That's
worked
the
for a
question,
bank there.
though, right?
She was funding kill squads in Indonesia and Kenya and all over the place.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. When you get to a person whose grandson becomes president of America, then you're claiming she herself is working with the CIA at some era.
Barack Obama's father worked for the Shell Corporation in Kenya, which they believe that he also was working along with the CIA because he had
So
connections
you think
with
they
the
met the
grandmother.
CIA? That's kind of sweet.
No, he had connections with the grandmother. That's how
Why? Oh, because she was
that's how-
funding the Kenya.
Yeah, she was funding the kill squad shit, and Kenya, also fucking Indonesia. So they had these like little tribal areas in like Indonesia, where these people didn't want to fucking leave the like tribal land. They were living in like the jungle, and Shell's like, hey, we want this land. They're like,
So
we
they
don't want to
pay
sell
like
it.
what? Instigators,
They
gangs.
paid people to fucking go and kill them and shit. So they
Okay,
wiped out
and did
entire
they-
fucking village.
Hold on, look at PTR. Look at Lena Dunham. This is Obama's mama while she's running her honeypot.
Did
He may not be able to unmute.
with the assistance of his grandmother from Wichita, kill the indigenous in Kenya?
I hate women with short hair. That shit's disgusting.
Isn't it gross?
Why? What's wrong with short hair?
It's so fucking gross.
It's not very feminine.
I hear ya. I like long hair. It's pretty.
Welcome, bride of the room.
But listen.
Conqueror of ancient Babylon. Bride!
The grandmother introduced the daughter to the Kenyan guy. They ended up getting married. Whatever his Barry Obama, the father, ended up introducing the daughter to the Kenyan guy. They ended up getting married, had a kid. He dipped out, and then
I'm trying to understand whether or not the indigenous were killed.
Yeah, and in Indonesia.
What do you mean? Yeah, how many?
I don't fucking know. There was
Why
like
not?
hundreds of people that were killed.
Hundreds? That's it? A couple hundred?
Yeah, a couple hundred people.
Okay, was there any justification? Like, were they bad people?
I don't know. I'd have to look it
Alright,
up.
so they just killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, they killed a bunch of people.
And then they fell in love and produced the future president of America? Or the father of?
No. The Kenyan father was never in his life.
Oh, he ditched him, but he dipped out. Okay, so how did he meet the mom?
Okay. The mom was introduced by the grandmother to Barry Obama, or Barack Obama's father, whatever his dad's name was. Introduced him. He was a Kenyan guy from Kenya.
But who is the mother? You're saying that the grandmother is the mother of the father.
Barack Obama's mother was introduced to the Kenyan guy.
And I'm asking, where did his mother come from?
She was Hawaiian, and she was white.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm saying even that is a story.
They're from fucking Kansas.
Well, I mean, you gotta know their whole fucking family.
Yeah, I know, but he's not a native Hawaiian. The family's not. They're from Kansas.
Yeah, but that's where, like, he was really born, where he thinks he became an American citizen because he was born in Hawaii.
Yeah, because his father worked for Shell in Kenya, and then somehow he got introduced by the grandmother to the mother. They ended up hooking up, had a baby, then he dipped out. Then the grandmother introduced the mother, Barack Obama's mom, to the guy Lolo Santorum from Indonesia, who ran the kill spots.
According to the thread that I've just put in the chat, they are claiming that Obama's mother is Jewish. They're actually saying that Obama's mother is Jewish.
Well, I mean, was she Jewish or was she just gorgeous? No, John, I'm being sincere. Like, you know, you say because, like, you decide from your family side that your mom is just gorgeous. Like, because you don't get it from your mother's side. But you still, like, you know, like it's, you know, harder to paint for the Jewish, like, you know, society. Like, you've been doing that this whole time.
We're going to show it.
Yeah, you're the master of your universe. I get it. That's what Reborn Shalom means. I'm the master of my universe.
No, that's not what it means.
Well, you want to test me on it?
It means a master of the universe or lord of the earth. The earth.
Or is that
No, it's just a weird thread. It's like a 4chan website, I guess. 4plebs. I never heard of it, but there's a lot of stuff in there saying that the woman in my PTR is Jewish and she's connected to like some high level families or something, and blah 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 blah. Barack Hussein Obama sucked a dick.
Bro, do you actually think you're going to be mayor of Chicago? Or are you just trying to upset it, like, you know, voting rights? John, what do you think about Spencer Pratt versus, like, Karen Bass?
She's a fucking weird looking lady. She looks like she had low IQ. Is that a phenotype?
Dude, but like, she's been in charge for years, and look at what happened.
Oh,
And then, like, people are trying to vote for her to continue that same shit.
I don't know.
I mean, literally shit, where people are shitting on the street. That's surprising.
No. In regards to your question, I don't think I stand a chance of winning the mayoralship, but as a candidate, I can file challenges against other candidates' petitions and possibly get somebody knocked out. And so that could be my political.
Of course.
No, not the runoff.
You get a little bit of something, you can cause a runoff.
John,
Not the runoff.
is that a phenotype when you look at somebody